the general trend of the world will be divided and separated. It is the year 3060 of the Gregorian calendar. Many small countries have been destroyed, and many big countries have also disintegrated. The three superpowers in the world, namely, the Saint Gamma Empire, the ancient Shinlan Republic, and the Federation of Judeans, are in a tripartite situation. The world has experienced several nuclear wars, and many people have been killed. After learning from the bitter experience, scientists from all over the world have worked together to develop a nuclear suppressor that can inhibit nuclear fission. A small ball the size of an egg will completely disable a large range of nuclear weapons. As the nuclear suppressors spread all over the world, there will be no threat of nuclear weapons on the continent. After a period of military chaos, in order to replace the lack of military power caused by the failure of nuclear weapons, the Saint Gamma Empire took the lead in developing mecha fighters, and other countries followed suit. The mecha uses electric energy as its main power and can last for 24 to 48 hours. There are also special planes specially made for individual strong ones, which have a greater improvement in combat effectiveness, which is different from the special capabilities of ordinary standard mecha. 10 years ago, the Saint Gamma Empire, relying on its leading edge in mecha, launched a surprise attack on the Republic of Ancient Shinlan and the Federation of Judean. Both countries did not respond as well as the civilians. However, the war is the easiest to create heroes. Many people have achieved prestige in the interweaving of blood and fire. 3 more gods of war were born. Although there was constant friction between the Republic of Ancient Shinlan and the Federation of Judean, they chose to cooperate under the strong attack of the Saint Gamma Empire. Under the joint counter-attack of both sides, the Saint Gamma Empire could not take advantage of it, and the whole army retreated. Although the war lasted only 5 months, many cities had been reduced to ashes, and the number of casualties exceeded 100 million, which was called the first mecha war in history. After the battle, all parties realized the horror of mecha and set off a frenzy of learning and operating mecha. Everyone was proud of learning mecha and proud of operating mecha. The ancient Shinlan Republic has built 32 mechatronics colleges in succession, of which 2 are the most. One is Tianqing and the other is Langya. They are called Tianqing College of Mecha and Langya College of Mecha. They attract numerous elites. The 2 schools do not agree with each other and compete constantly. Chen Feng is a gifted student in Gushinlan Republic Middle School. Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, and Yu Jia grew up together in Hangzhou since they were young. Hong Shuibin once fought against others for Chen Feng, making friendship stronger. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are 183 centimeters tall. They are handsome in sunshine and symmetrical in figure. Yu Jia is also 170 centimeters tall. She is a beautiful girl when she was young. She is young and beautiful, and she has a beautiful rudiment. The 3 people are always the focus of the crowd when they travel together, and their goal of college entrance examination is to enter Langya Machina College. Pa! The chalk hit a man who dreams of Zhougong. Chen Feng. Still sleep in my class, what a test Machina College also want to listen carefully. Once again, I'll stand outside all my classes. The teacher roared on the platform. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, I was too late to watch the military program last night. Chen Feng touched her head with a bitter smile. Although your ambition is to operate the mecha, you should also learn the culture course well, otherwise you will only be a martial artist in the future. Mr. Xiao is still respecting and teaching. Chen Feng quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. I understand, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, I will pay attention to it. My deskmate, Hongbin, who was a big diehard from childhood, gloated and fell into the stone. Mr. Xiao, if he can't be admitted to Machina College, I'll teach him a lesson for you. What kind of hatred? Chen Feng directly stretched out his hand and strangled Hong Shuibin's neck. Hong Shuibin couldn't get rid of it. He could only blush. Well, you 2 don't fight in class. Respect the teacher and have a good class. Sitting behind him is another childhood playmate, Youjia. His speech stops the farce and makes the class calm again. Chen Feng, don't be listless. It's worth it to go to Machina College every day. Hong Shuibin was lying on the lawn with the grass in his mouth and asked softly. The school was over, and the students swarmed out. If he didn't listen carefully, he thought he was talking to himself. But he understood that Chen Feng, who was around him, was very smart and could hear him. Sure enough, Chen Feng touched the old pocket watch she was wearing on her chest and was slightly distracted. It's worth it. My parents died in order to protect me because of the invasion of the Sangama Empire 10 years ago. I must be admitted to the fighter class school of Mecha, and operate the mecha to avenge them. Life is not only about revenge, and mecha is not about killing. Chen Feng, don't be too immersed in the past sadness, you and us. Yu Jia sits beside them. Since childhood, she has been the lubricant between them, and can always resolve the small conflicts that arise inadvertently. Chen Feng turned over and faced Yu Jia. I know, everything else is casual. This is the only thing I can't put down. I can't forget the day 10 years ago when the hands my parents extended to me. Chen Feng didn't want to talk about it again. She turned to Hong Shuibin and said, if you want to go to nature, you have to go to the best school. Otherwise, how can you learn the best technology? So I study hard every day. Shuibin, you have the highest talent among the three of us, and the synchronization rate has reached 88. It's a certainty that you will be admitted to the first department of fighter plane of Langya Institute of Mechatronics. However, for me, the synchronization rate is just 81, which will exceed the minimum standard of the fighter class of Langya Institute of Mechatronics. However, the fighter class only enrolls 50 people a year. It is said that this year's candidate's talent is relatively high. If there are too many people with synchronization rate above 81, where should I cry? Synchronization rate, the most important index of operating mecha, the higher the difficulty. Everyone has a talent for synchronicity. This talent will increase with age and become stable at the age of 18. Therefore, most people who have the talent of synchronization rate at the age of 18 will choose to join the mecha college and operate the mecha to continue refining to improve the synchronization rate. The average adult synchronization rate is about 10, so they can't operate mecha completely. 41 synchronization rate is the basic condition for operating mecha, which is only limited to driving mecha to make slow basic action. When the synchronization rate reaches 60, the mecha can barely operate to participate in the battle, but it can only be used to face other forces. If there is a battle between mecha, it will only be slaughtered. Most of the soldiers who have been trained have a synchronization rate of about 75. They can play the most part of the combat effectiveness of mecha. They can move quickly and make most of the fighting actions. They are the backbone of the military of all countries. Tianqing College of Mecha and Langya Mecha College claim that they only accept talents when they are 18 years old. Candidates with a synchronization rate below 80 are never considered. Of course, strict admission standards lead to strong combat effectiveness after graduation, which basically covers all the high-end combat effectiveness of the ancient Republic of China. Don't be too nervous. Synchronization rate is not something you can go up if you want to. The exam is coming, no matter how anxious you are. Yu Jia, which subject do you want to apply for? Hong Shuibin turns his topic and asks Yu Jia. My goal is the Mecha Research Department, which is much easier than your fighter department. As long as the synchronization rate is not taken into account in the text examination, I'll tailor it for you later. Yu Jia said mischievously, with her tongue sticking out. Her grades are also excellent. The Mechanical Research Department of Langya Mecha College is just her bag. Good, I'll see you in Langya Mechatronics College. Chen Feng held out her hand. See you at Langya Mechatronics College. Hong Shuibin and Yu Jia also held out their hands. That summer, the sun was bright and the scenery was unique. In the Republic of Ancient Shunlan, all the mecha colleges were independently tested and recruited. Among them, Tianqing College of Mecha and Langya College of Mecha were the first to enroll students. After the two colleges finished collecting candidates, the remaining mecha colleges continued to take the examination. Tianqing Machina College and Langya Machina College have always been at loggerheads. Even the test date is selected on the same day, and they only recruit 50 people. Unlike the remaining 30 Machina colleges, as long as the synchronization rate of the candidates goes up to 60, they will be charged Therefore, for all the candidates with the synchronization rate up to 80, they will have to struggle for which college to apply for. Of course, there is no such trouble for the 3 people who are committed to Langya Mechatronics College. In order to show that all candidates are treated equally, Langya Mechatronics College has prepared test rooms in various places, and candidates from all over can test in their own cities. All departments have a unified written test and interview, with the exception of Fighter A series. Candidates should enter the test synchronization rate in turn. On the day of the examination, Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, and Yu Jia came to the examination room in Hangzhou early. They first sent Yu Jia to the examination room of Machina Research Department. Yu Jia waves her fist at the 2 men and walks in. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other with a smile and returned to the fighter group A and began to wait. Each person's test time is about 1 minute, and the students in the college have already prepared seats and food to ensure the examinees stay to the greatest extent. The tide of people flows slowly. A person comes out of the examination room. Some of them are full of beauty and some of them are sad. All living beings can find the corresponding relationship here. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin were in a queue, talking and laughing with each other, but they didn't feel depressed. The team moved forward orderly. And soon there was no one in front of them. Chen Feng pushed Hong Shuibin and said with a smile, "You go first, I'll give you a seat." "Okay." "Look at me." After posing as a Popeye, Hong Shuibin strode into the examination room. Chen Feng closed her eyes and took out the old pocket watch and prayed, "Dad, Mom, please help me succeed." After a few breaths, he opened his eyes, and Hong Shuibin stood in front of him with a smile. 88, you're in the right place. I'll wait for you in Langya Mechatronics College. He didn't forget to stimulate. Wait for me outside. Chen Feng put the pocket watch into her pocket and quickly walked into the test room. In the middle of the test room was the synchro rate tester. 2 examiners were sitting beside the instrument. One of them was an old man with one eye, who was also in his 50s and 60s. His expression was indifferent. Another assessment teacher was very enthusiastic. He asked Chen Feng to enter the tester. "Come on, stand under the instrument, put on your helmet, and you will know the data soon." Chen Feng came to the synchronization rate tester, took a deep breath, put on the helmet slowly, and the instrument immediately showed the data. Synchronization rate 81. The examiners who had just warmly welcomed him sighed, "The synchronization rate is 81. It's too dangerous. This year, the general talent is higher, and it's estimated that you can't get into the exam until you get 82. No chance." The one-eyed examiner finally opened his mouth and was sentenced to death immediately. His voice was like the friction of an iron pan, which was hard to hear. Chen Feng clenched the old pocket watch that had just been put into her pocket. Because she had cut out the blood with too much heart, she didn't notice it. She just screamed in her heart, "I still have potential. I'm only 18. And 10 days old. My synchronization rate still has the potential to improve. I want revenge. I don't like it. I'm not reconciled to it." He wanted to be wearing a test helmet all the time and was reluctant to take it off. After the assessment teacher finished the record, he was about to remind him. "I don't know whether Chen Feng is in charge of good luck today or God heard his idea." The data in the tester jumps and turns to 82. The enthusiastic examiner was also stunned. He lowered his head and revised the data, and then asked Chen Feng to take off his helmet. "You just turned 18. That's how the entrance examination is. It's only once a year. It's unfair to younger people. But it can't be avoided. Don't take it to heart." Chen Feng is not excited now, which has the mind to pull these, only know a strong say thank you. The examiner waved his hand and said with a smile, okay, go back. Others have to test." Chen Feng finally thanks to leave the examination room. The one-eyed examiner is still sitting there motionless and speechless. After leaving the examination room, Chen Feng found that his hands and feet were weak, and he could not stand and lean to one side. Fortunately, Hong Shuibin was waiting outside the examination room. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and helped him. "What's the matter? Isn't it just a simple helmet test? How did it happen?" Did you scratch your hand? Don't worry. Listen to me. My synchronization rate was only 81. The examiner said there was no hope. You know, I'm not even 18 years old, and I'm not willing to take off the test helmet when the synchronization rate actually increased to 82. I'm scared out of my wits in the last few seconds. Okay, Chen Feng was so excited that she said what had just happened. She didn't care about the bleeding wound on her hand. After listening, Hong Shuibin hugged Chen Feng tightly. Ha 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 ha. I knew you could do it. Let's go and wait for Yojia. Chen Feng was still immersed in the excitement of the sudden increase in synchronization rate, easily dragged by Hong Shuibin, and did not observe the test of later generations. And in the examination room of Langya Mechatronics College 100 miles away, the examination room issued a huge roar. 90. Synchronization rate 90. How many years has it been in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan that the synchronization rate of 18 years old can reach 90? The sound is like thunder. The candidates waiting for the exam look at each other, shocked. Chen Feng came to the entrance of the examination room of Mecha Research Department with Hong Shuibin, and found that her feet were still soft. She immediately sat on the ground without image and looked up at the sky. Shuibin, if you drive a fighter to the battlefield in the future, do you want to have your own special plane? Who doesn't want to have special machines? But special machines need to spend a lot of manpower and material resources. Only a few of them need to be strong enough to have the resources to tailor-made for you. Chen Feng, have our special machines together. Hongbin held out his fist to Shu Weifeng. Well. Chen Feng also put out a punch. Handsome, but 3 seconds, two people holding their hands in an instant shouting, "So is Chen Feng too strong?" Happy time always passes quickly. Excited Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin don't notice that Yu Jia comes back. Cough. It seems that your test results are very good. Finally, Yu Jia interrupts their frolic. Of course, my synchronization rate has risen to 82. Chen Feng praised me quickly. Hong Shuibin immediately demolished the stage. He stepped on dog excrement. Don't pay attention to him. How are you doing? Is everything going well? Chen Feng immediately followed. Yes, Jia, you must be okay. Yu Jia chuckled. No, it's not very difficult. Since I was a child, I like to study the power and materials of mecha. I know all the relevant knowledge, so I'm sure. Chen Feng clapped her hands. Perfect, let's go to dinner. The results will come out tomorrow. Get up early and read the list. This action lets Yu Jia see Chen Feng's still slowly bleeding hand. She takes out a paper towel and bandages Chen Feng's wound. Haha, Yu Jia knows how to love people. Today is my treat. I made an appointment for Manchu Huaishir cuisine a few days ago. I ordered all the dishes. I didn't expect that. Hong Shuibin touches his head, reaches out to stop a taxi and asks the driver to drive straight to Manchu Huaishir cuisine. Chen Feng in the car flatters him and Yu Jiakan smiles. Huaishir cuisine in many people's concept is expensive. Although the price of Manchu Huaishir cuisine is really amazing, no defects can be found from the environment, tableware and food materials. For the tableware worth 10,000 yuan, each food material and each part will be equipped with special cutting tools. Coupled with high-quality service, Manchu Huaishir cuisine has been enduring and more popular. After coming to the store, it is worthy of being a well-known old shop. The staff members quickly prepared all the tableware and dishes. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin began to eat, while Yojia slowly tasted. Yummy, Shuibin. It's going to cost a lot of money? Chen Feng talks here, and she is reluctant to stop eating. Don't worry, my family is still rich. Although I'm not as rich as Jia's, there's no pressure to eat this meal. Besides, after I operate the mecha, will I be afraid of lack of money? Hong Shuibin is also unambiguous, and answers while competing food in his mouth. Yu Jia saw the two peoples eating, joking, I know that you were starving in your last life. You have to eat for 3 generations in this life. Chen Feng raised her head and puffed up her cheeks to make a bullfight. Let him play the big money, I want to eat pour him. Yu Jiafu forehead, you eat like this for a week, he didn't have a big impact, I would like to send you to the hospital. Ha 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 ha. Floodbin laughs out of breath. I heard that a person with a synchronization rate of 90 appeared in the test of Mecha Combat Department of Langia Local Mecha College in the morning. At this time, the conversation floating behind interrupted the meal of the three. What? Synchronization rate 90? Chen Feng's eyes widened. Yu Jia made a silence action. Listen carefully. The conversation continued. The news will soon spread around the world. The second 18-year-old man with a synchronization rate of 90. In the Republic of Ancient Shinlan, with such a good talent, is likely to become the second god of war in our country. Langia College of Mecha has picked up a big bargain this time. Next year's college will have a headache for Zhan Tianqing's Mecha College. Do you know his name? Pan Yugua, the grandson of the head of the southern military region, discovered the gift of organic armor when he was young. It is said that after he could read characters, he had a specially assigned person to teach mecha knowledge. In the first 3 months, I just had my 18th birthday, which is equivalent to that when I was 18 years old, the synchronization rate reached 90. This talent has exploded later. Chen Feng had no mind to listen to it, and turned to see Hong Shuaibin with a dignified expression. I thought my synchronization rate of 88 was enough, but I didn't expect that someone could go against the weather to this point. Yu Jiajian's atmosphere became too dignified and comforted. You don't have to belittle yourself. You don't have the conditions for his growth. You have the talent. With the help of professionals, you can't find the potential you can compare. After entering Machina College, I believe your synchronization rate will also have a big leap. Having said that, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin have no food to eat. After the meal is over hastily, the three go home. Lying in bed, Chen Feng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She got up and turned on her computer and searched for the word Pan Yugua. The photo immediately appeared in front of her eyes. She was a strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The following news has been crazy born. The second 18-year-old man with a synchronization rate of 90, the fourth god of war, will soon appear in the world. Break the balance. Will the ancient Shenlan Republic counterattack the Holy Gamma Empire? After browsing the news, Chen Feng is even more dizzy. At this time, the phone rings suddenly. When she picks it up, she calls Yu Jia. A soft voice came. Hello? Don't you go to bed so late? I know you're upset. I'll comfort you. Yu Jia always makes people feel better. Chen Feng sighed. The gap is too big. I don't know when the synchronization rate can reach 85. He is already 90. I want to cheer for being admitted to Langia Mecha Institute, but he will become the god of war. Yu Jia's voice on the other end of the phone was still calm. So what? We can't change our talent. You won't become him, and he won't become you. Do you remember why? You want to be admitted to Langia Mechatronics College? Is it because you have this talent? Remember that you are for your parents, for yourself. The voice was more gentle. No matter how good your talent is, you also need later training. Your knowledge of mecha driving is still close to blank. You don't need to be impatient. There will be a qualitative leap after entering school. And I feel that you will become the god of war, and then you will drive the special aircraft I have developed for you. After hearing these words, Chen Feng was moved and could not help looking at the table. Thank you, Jia. Don't say I have talent. Even if I don't have talent, I must find the killer who killed my parents. Revenge. It's late at night. I'm going to have a beauty sleep. Good night. Good night, good dream. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng no longer has any distractions, murmuring her father and mother to sleep. Machina College enrollment test fast, results out faster. The next morning all admissions results will be announced. Chen Feng and Yu Jia also came to Hong Shuaibin's room early. They were all holding an ultra-thin tablet computer, staring at the screen and pressing the refresh button. Soon, the announcement of the admission results was put on the top of the official website headlines. Chen Feng quickly clicked into the link. When you quickly turn to the mecha combat system, Pan Yugua is the first one. The word 90 on the synchronization rate is shocking. The second is Murangshuan, with a synchronization rate of 89. Hong Shuaibin and another person named Nangong Mengdai have a synchronization rate of 88, ranking third and fourth. After a cursory glance, Chen Feng directly pulled to the bottom to find out. Sure enough, the last 35 to 50 candidates were all candidates with a synchronization rate of 82. Fortunately, her name was also among them. After a long breath, Chen Feng raised her head and faced up to Hong Shuibin's smiling face. She held out her breath and patted her hand down. She said, "How are you doing? Have you passed the entrance examination of mecha research?" Before Yu Jia opened his mouth, Hong Shuibin got up from the ground and said, "It's needless to say, Jia is the first place. I always liked to study mecha, and I'm good at it. What's more, I'm going to make a special machine for you in the future. I can't break the appointment." Yu Jia said with a light smile. "We have all successfully entered Langya Mechatronics College. Let's go and eat Manchu Huaishir cuisine to celebrate." Waterfront, it's your treat. Chen Feng couldn't help but say that she took Yu Jia and ran out of the house. Hong Shuibin could only keep up with him and shook his head as he ran. "You really want to crush me?" When he was walking through the high-speed Maglev Street, he almost ran into a man's home in the city. Hong Shuibin was stunned. He put his hand in front of his eyes to block the high-speed wind, and looked to the direction where the Maglev car disappeared. It's Ferrari's latest limited edition Maglev model. People who can drive it are either rich or expensive. Yu Jia leaned against Chen Feng's bosom, and her cheeks could not help but appear two flushes. She quickly got up and broke free, and gathered the disordered hair tip. "I'm not that nothing happened. Keep going." This moment of amorous feelings let Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin look straight. Yu Jia knocked a chestnut to let them come back to their senses. "When I came to the shop, it was just that the road was so narrow that the car parked at the door almost hit their Maglev car." Hong Shuibin coldly hummed, "I'd like to see what this man came from." 3 people into the shop, the clerk came forward to say, "Sir and miss, I'm sorry, today our shop has been contracted, do not accept foreign guests." This makes Hong Shuibin even more unhappy, who is so rich. "Can you wrap it here?" The tone was very stormy. The shop assistant still kept a beautiful smile. This year, the young master of Morong family was admitted to Langya Machina College. This is not a special celebration. It's all over by Pan Yugua. What's to celebrate? Chen Feng and Yu Jia, let's go and eat in other places. Hong Shuibin was already in a hurry and left. Yu Jia apologized to the shop assistant and quickly caught up with Chen Feng. Nirangshuan's synchronization rate is 89. Although he is forced by Pan Yugua, he is also a rare genius, which is indisputable in other years. Besides, the Morong family has a great cause. It's not too much to celebrate. Chen Feng said with a smile, "Be careful, there was a car accident just now, and Nirangshuan's synchronization rate is 1 point higher than him. Can he not be in a hurry to get angry?" When Hongbin was punctured by Chen Feng, he was no longer angry. "One day I will surpass him, and Pan Yugua, I will be the second god of war in the ancient Shunlan Republic. I will also become the god of war. When the time comes, our 2 swords will be a match. Who will compete in the world?" Chen Feng agreed. Yu Jia is not willing to leave, operating the special machine I developed. The unhappiness has long disappeared. The 3 people found a shop again to join Langya Machina College. Admission work from the assessment to the announcement and then to the report, the 5th day after the announcement of the enrollment. List of Langya Mechatronics College was the registration day, which initially let people feel the military's vigorous action. Chen Feng and his father drove them to Langya City on the morning of the registration day. It was noon when they arrived at the gate of the college. They were deeply shocked when they stood outside the wall. The outer wall of Langya Mecha College is high-rise and all made of high-strength metal. It is said that it can be used as a stronghold in wartime. There are military vehicles patrolling back and forth in the surrounding sky. And underground, and all people have to go through identity verification and body scanning to enter. Occasionally, you can see the rise and fall of mecha in the inner courtyard, and there is a faint sound of metal friction. Hong Shuibin turned to his father and said, "Dad, you've worked hard. You can go back first. We'll take care of the rest by ourselves." Hong Shuibin's father has cultivated the ability of Hong Shuibin and Chen Feng to live independently since he was young. After hearing Hong Shuibin's words, he was not wordy. He took care of his explanation and drove away. Since the first department of fighter plane only studied in school for 1 year, there was no elder martial brother or sister in the school. Chen Feng and Hong Shui Bin had to rely on themselves to find the check-in place of fighter a department. This is also a small test of Langya Mecha College for these future stars. Yu Jia can't bear to let them go on the road alone, giving up the interruption of looking for her elder sister to accompany them to search together. As soon as Chen Feng entered the school gate, they saw several statues on both sides of the road, shaping 5 mechas of different shapes. The height of each mecha is about 7 meters, different from each other, but all of them are lifelike. Although it has not undergone many years of wind and rain, it has given people a heavy feeling. This is the special machine of the 5 machine kings who graduated from Langya Machina College. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Lone Wolf, Liu Guang, Xuanwu, Dark Knight and Sky. It's a pity that there is no god of war here. Hong Shuibin read out the names of the statues one by one, his eyes burning. Yu Jia walks to a sculpture and caresses it gently. His eyes are blurred, it is they who guard our country and avoid the loss of life. Chen Feng clenched the old pocket watch in his arms, and thought of his parents who had died miserably. 10 years ago, Chen Feng and his family were traveling on the Qintang River. It happened that the mecha troops of the Saint Gama Empire landed here. Chen Feng's father, who was enjoying the scenery, found that the situation was wrong and was ready to return to the car to escape. However, in a panic, Chen Feng dropped her beloved birthday watch to the ground. At that time, Chen Feng, who was still a child at that time, did not understand that the situation was critical. She had to pick it up. Her parents were in a hurry and rushed to the direction where the watch fell. However, at this time, a shell flew to the explosion with lightning speed. In front of the young Chen Feng, only the remnant body of her mother holding the watch tightly. Pa! Chen Feng was shocked, and her thoughts were interrupted. Hong Shuibin shook his body. Wake up, enough watching. It's time to go in and report. Good, good, don't shake. Chen Feng looked at Hong Shuibin and Yu Jia gratefully. It's good to have you. The 3 people continue to move forward. Langya Mecha College has a large area, and the campus is built according to the specifications of Royal Garden. However, each department is clearly distinguished, and you can never go wrong along the road signs. And after reading the college map at the gate, I found that the fighter department was next to the Mecha Research Department. Yu Jia, who was not in the same department as Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, but worried that it would be too far apart, was overjoyed. When he came to the fork of Fighter System and Mecha Research Department, there was a large group of people around the intersection. Hong Shuibin was born to watch the excitement. He immediately ran a few steps into the crowd. Chen Feng had no expression, and Yu Jia was also casual. He slowly walked to the periphery and looked at the center. Chen Feng had just searched Pan Yugua's information yesterday, and saw him. At the first sight, he stood upright in the middle of the crowd like a military posture. Compared with herself, he should have a 190 centimeters appearance. He is opposite a somewhat feminine man, the face is beautiful. Like a man more like a woman, is talking. Pan Yugua, don't think that now synchronization rate of 90 is how great, who knows if you have secretly in training, in the future, don't stop at 90, that's funny. The government disdains to promote the growth of young people. My goal is only one, to become the god of war, to be the guardian of the ancient god of the Republic of Orchid. Kill the foreign enemies. Pan Yugua opened his mouth, his voice was loud and clear, and his tone was gradually raised. The last sentence was like a thunderbolt, just like the reincarnation of Zhang Fei. It's just that my goal is to be the god of war. Let's be the second one first. Although the tone of the handsome man is not high, the momentum is not weak at all. I'm looking forward to that day, too. Pan Yugua left the last word, turned and strode to the Fighter A system. The handsome man looked around and quickly moved forward to the Fighter A series. Yu Jia looks at Chen Feng. It seems that you will have trouble in the future. Chen Feng turned her mouth and looked for Hong Shuibin in the scattered crowd. Soldiers will block the water and cover up the earth. Aren't we still a genius with a synchronization rate of 88? Let him go on. Oh, who is talking about me? Hong Shuibin appeared at the right time with a rare expression of solemnity. Just now 2 people, the tall and strong one is Pan Yugua. You all know him, and the other is Muranshuan, the person whose synchronization rate is 89 but is pushed to the second place. Chen Feng, after that, they are the two mountains in front of us. Do you have the confidence to cross them? Yes, and I'm fighting for myself. They're just passers-by. Chen Fengsa takes off a smile and looks at Yu Jia. Seeing her smile and nodding, her heart is like eating honey. Passing through the floodbin that Zhang'er monk couldn't feel, Chen Feng roared at the direction of the Fighters A series, Mecha, I'm coming. At the fork in the road, the three people leave for a short time. Yu Jia goes to the Department of Mecha Research alone. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin go to the registration office of Fighter A system. The registration office is in front of the teaching building. A young teacher is in charge of reception. Hello, please provide your identity information. I will be your counselor in the future. My name is Wang Tsongwei, and I will be Wang counselor in the future. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin also quickly introduced themselves and provided their admission notice. Wang counselor put it in the machine to verify and then handed it back. Hong is very talented, and tied for the third place. Chen doesn't have to belittle himself. Maybe there will be a big leap in the school. Hong Shuaibin beamed. Counselor Wang thinks highly of him. If you give him such a high goal, you can't achieve it. Chen Feng grabbed Hong Shuaibin's mouth and pulled out, be careful when I press on the ground and rub. Thank you, Counselor Wang. I will try my best. Wang counselor looked at the two people's play with a smile, but did not speak to stop. When it was almost over, he handed over 2 rune cards. Your information has been verified. And entered. Now you can go to the dormitory area to clean up. Because the first department of Fighter is the most important subject, the college has preferential treatment. The dormitory area is nearby, unlike other disciplines which are far away from the teaching building. Go straight to the back and you'll be there soon. Your dormitory number is 1010. Remember to gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also, remember not to run around and do not do suspicious behavior, in case of being misunderstood by the police. Hong Shuaibin managed to break free of Chen Feng's claws, snatched his rune card and ran to the dormitory with full power, leaving Chen Feng to apologize to Wang counselor for his reckless behavior. Chen Feng went on the road again and walked slowly. After entering the school, she saw the scenery without noticing that there were many guards around. Horror. After Wang counselor reminded a little observation, although cannot reach the level of 10 meters a post, but as a school is already valuable. Fighter A is only 5 minutes away from the dormitory area, and Chen Feng can get there quickly no matter how long she dallies. It has been noisy for a long time. Students from all departments gather here. You can see people looking for dormitories, shopping for daily necessities, chatting and so on. Chen Feng crowded into the crowd and was trampled on several feet. She found her 1010 dormitory and saw that Hong Shuaibin was lying on a bed. Just preparing to observe the dormitory, Hong Shuaibin's voice just sounded, 3 beds, no big difference, just choose one at random. From 1001 to 1020, they are dormitories of the first department of fighter planes. In other words, we have contracted the lower 2 floors, and there are 3 girls this year, far higher than the previous level. I don't know who our roommates are. Do you think it's tall or short, fat or thin? I guess this person is 175 centimeters tall, wearing glasses, thin and weak. Chen Feng looks confident and thoughtless. How can you have confidence when you speak so carefully? Hong Shuaibin turned over and bounced out of bed. Chen Feng is mysterious and raises her hand to the window. Hong Shuaibin saw along, depend on. What else do you guess when you see people? You cheat at the end of the speech. Chen Feng quickly stopped him. Stop, stop, stop. People are coming in. Pay attention to the image. Hong Shuaibin made a face to let you off this time and sit back to his bed. The roommate stood outside the door and looked at 2 people in the room. He was scared and knocked on the door. He said timidly, hello, I am from dormitory 1010, too. Hong Shuaibin chuckled, still a coward. Chen Feng walked out of the door and pulled the roommate who did not dare to enter the room into the dormitory. Don't be nervous, we won't eat people. My name is Chen Feng, and his name is Hong Shuaibin. We have known each other since childhood. We are all in the same dormitory in the future. We should take care of each other. Well. My name is Lin Xian. Please give me more advice in the future. The roommate shrunk his head and gave his name, but he still couldn't let it go. Hong Shuibin threw himself into the bear's arms and said, "It's so cute, let my brother love you so much." His intimate behavior made Lin Xian uncomfortable. Seeing this, Chen Feng interrupts Hong Shuibin's mischief and asks Lin Xian to let him choose a bed. Lin Xian refuses again and again, saying that the rest is for him. Chen Feng stopped talking nonsense. After quickly dividing the bed, she called Yu Jia and made an appointment to meet downstairs to buy daily necessities. By the way, she picked up the shy roommate. Just walked to the door of the dormitory building, I saw Yu Jia trot from the opposite side in a hurry. The girl running in the sun was so energetic that Chen Feng couldn't help looking crazy. Su is not in touch with girls, and Lin Xian's classmates are embarrassed. Yu Jia is even more unbearable when such a beautiful woman comes to her side. Her face is red to the point of bleeding. Yu Jia looked at the new classmate. "Hello, my name is Yu Jia, and Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin have played together since childhood. Are you their roommate?" Lin Xian's eyes twinkled and said, Hello, my name is Lin Xian." Finally finished the words, hands and feet do not know how to put. Yu Jia chuckled, "Don't be nervous. I'm not a cannibal. Your two roommates are not peaceful people. If you share a dormitory with them, you can have to suffer and help to watch." Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other, shook his head and grinned bitterly. After getting along with them for a period of time, Lin Xian also felt the goodwill released by the three people, but began to gradually relax. "This is the first time I left home and came to the strange city of S. I don't know a lot of things. Please give me more advice." Chen Feng looked directly into Lin Xian's eyes. "After that, we will be roommates. We will share weal and woe together. If we have any need, we will be told that big men don't have to wriggle. It's a dead house. Don't be afraid of anything. From now on, I'm your brother. I'll cover you and hide behind me." Hong Shuibin is the most direct, which is guaranteed by the chest. Lin Xinyu was moved, but he did not deny the title. This is the official understanding of the four. Yu Jia faces the male compatriots who are still laughing and fighting. "Forget the purpose of the gathering? Let's go to the supermarket in front of us." Chen Feng immediately followed, and Lin Xian quickly got rid of Hong Shuibin's tease, leaving Hong Shuibin to shout in situ instead of loyalty. Yu Jia's beautiful appearance is rare in Mecha College. Along the way, Yu Jia has attracted a lot of attention. In addition, it is already the afternoon of the registration day. People are flocking to the supermarket to buy necessities, and there are always people who want to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of it. However, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin, the two flower protectors, suffered a lot of black elbows and feet before entering the supermarket in order to isolate the crowd from Yu Jia. Unexpectedly, after entering the supermarket, the food market is even worse than the capital. Even if the school sends special personnel to maintain order, it is still flying. Chen Feng with the people hastily bought bedding, mattresses, toiletries and other necessities, and then left quickly, feeling more tired than fighting with others. Most of the girls came to the dormitory and bought a lot of bags. At the door, Lin Xian is not willing to go in. Chen Feng doesn't want to go in. She and Hong Shuibin put Yajia's belongings in the dormitory. She happens to meet her two roommates. "These two are my roommates, Wang Suiyun and Su Qian. These two are my cronies, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin." Yu Jia comes forward to introduce. Huang Suiyun is a little fat, Su Qian has some freckles on her face, and several people are not familiar with each other. After a few simple greetings, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin left first. When they left the girls' dormitory, they saw Lin Xian hiding far away. Chen Feng helped her forehead. "Our roommate still has a long way to go." Hong Shuibin stepped forward and hugged Lin Xian. "Are girls' dormitories monsters? Why do you look so scared that you were going to be swallowed?" Lin Xian was aggrieved. "Before going out, my parents told me to be more careful when going out, especially women. Women are liars. The more beautiful they are, the more they cheat." "Nonsense, do you mean Yu Jia was lying to you just now? This flood bin is not happy." Lin Xian waved his hand in a hurry. No, I can see that she is really good to me." Looking up to see the evil smile of Hong Shui. Then, he quickly added, and you are also. Hong Shuibin let him go, and the three moved the remaining packages back to the dormitory. Cleaning up the room is always the most time-consuming. When they have finished putting all the items and arrived at the meal point, Chen Feng stretched out and wiped his sweat. Finally, let's experience the canteen of the college. Get the other two to agree. Just a moment. Chen Feng called you. Jia, have you finished? Let's eat together. You go to eat first, I'm not ready, and maybe roommates have dinner together. Jia is out of breath, obviously still sorting. Well, let's go. Goodbye. Chen Feng hung up the phone. Jia has not finished, let's go. Hong Shuibin snickered, girls are always more. On the other side, Lin Xian pondered for a long time, and became confused. The classrooms of each department of Jiangnan Mechatronics College are very open. Fortunately, the living area is not affected. Walking from the dormitory to the canteen is not more than 10 minutes. After arriving, we found that it is really a sea of people. After all, some people have been to the supermarket in the morning, but everyone is in the canteen. Can we have dinner today? Lin Xian was stunned. Don't worry, we'll go out to eat if there's no place. There's a big one here. It's not for nothing. Chen Feng squeezed the flood beside him with a smile. Hong Shuibin made an action of disdain. I observed that the canteen has 3 floors. The number of people on the upper floor is less. It should be that the consumption of the upper level is high. We should go directly to the 3rd floor. Eat big money. Chen Feng didn't mind, and secretly suggested to Lin Xian, you can order anything if you want something later. You just need to worry about whether you will burst your belly. Don't worry about no one paying the bill. Lin Xian weak response, this is not good, I eat normal line. It's still brother Lin Xian enough. Hong Shuibin takes Lin Xian away from Chen Feng. On the 3rd floor, the 3 people were sweating, and soon they were full of tears. Although the number of people on the 3rd floor decreased a lot, there was still no vacancy. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are dejected, but Hong Shuibin's stomach is not striving for success. Lin Xian, who had been timid before, found the difference. Look, there are stairs ahead, maybe there is a floor. With the mentality of being a dead horse as a living horse doctor, if there is something else, it is an open-air restaurant. What's more, there are few people. Hong Shuibin instantly revived with blood, order your meal. I'm starving. But the waiter did not immediately guide them to the table, and apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, the price of our floor may be too expensive, can you accept it? How much can it cost? Let me see. Hong Shuibin took the menu in his hand, it's really not cheap. Give me a copy of this and this. The mouth says expensive, the action does not have the slightest hesitation. The waiter's smile is more prosperous, while leading the way. This floor is mainly the campus high-level and VIP dining, the quality of the dishes is high, you will not be disappointed. After entering the table, Chen Feng also ordered a dish. Seeing that Lin Xian had not ordered yet, she handed him the menu. Lin Xian was not ready, and quickly reached out to take it. He said, it's so expensive. You were a little bit just now, so I won't order it. That's not good. If you don't order, we won't eat. He has money to eat. Chen Feng refused to budge, and finally Lin Xian reluctantly ordered the cheapest dish. The waiter took the menu, bowed and turned to leave. Hong Shuibin also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, since we are all in the same dormitory, don't be so polite, otherwise we will be very uncomfortable when we get along. Oh, I'll try to correct it. Lin Xian repeatedly guaranteed. Before saying a few words, he was interrupted. It turned out that the waiter came to serve the dishes. Your dishes are ready. Please use them slowly. That's quick. I'll give you some compliments. Hong Shuibin thumbs up. Thank you. The waiter bowed back again. When the 3 began to eat, Chen Feng picked up the topic just now. Take your time. I don't think you can change it for a while. By the way, we've known each other for a long time, and we only know your name. Can you tell us what your synchronization rate is? Why apply for Jiangnan Machina College? My synchrony test is 85. As for why I applied for Jiangnan Mecha College, I was found to have the talent of synchronization rate when I was a child in my physical examination. because his family all asked me to apply for the fighter. A system here, but I didn't like to operate mecha combat. It is estimated that he held back for a long time. For the first time, Lin Xian said a lot of words in front of the two people, and his expression was somewhat melancholy. Chen Feng and Lin Xian sat on one side and patted him on the back, comforting him. Try it first. It's a pity that your talent is so good. It's a pity to waste. How many people are envious of you outside? My synchronization rate is only 82. I'm at the bottom of the students I've enrolled this year. You're so powerless that I'm going to overtake you. Heng Shui agrees at present, if you don't use your talent, it's just a natural disaster. Your family is also for you. As for what will happen in the future, we'll witness it with you, okay? Don't believe him. This guy has 88 synchronization rates. The top 3 exist. It's our goal to knock him down. It's his destiny to beat him up and beg for mercy. Chen Feng joked. Chen Feng. Be careful. I'll beat my teeth all over the place now, Heng Shuibin said angrily. They simply picked up the tableware and attacked each other, banging and banging. Lin Xian was warm and finally began to integrate into the small group. Suddenly, the door of the open-air restaurant opened. Seeing Chen Feng and Heng Shuibin stop their movements, Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at him. It's Mirangshuan. It's just like the male and female characters mentioned in the rumor. Mirangshuan, surrounded by 2 people, should be his roommates. The waiter is coming forward to meet. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and 3 girls came up. They were Yojia. 2 people beside Mirangshuan are all in front of him. Ignoring the attendant in front of him, he accosts Ko Yujia. Hello, 3 beauties. This is Mirangshuan. I'm Su Xin. He's Lin Wenjie. We're all Fighter Class A. It also used the name of the first series of fighter planes. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to meet 3 of you? He said 3 in his mouth, but he always looked at Yujia. Yujia apologizes and laughs, and turns aside to ask the waiter to guide her seat. Heng Shuibin was stood up and waved his hands. Jia, come and sit here. Seeing the 3 people in the 1010 dormitory, Yujia burst into a smile that seemed to light up the world. She called back and quickly walked to the table. You are here too. It's crowded below. There is no seat left. Mirangshuan did not notice here, saw this small episode after Light E. Huang Suiyan and Su Qian originally wanted to respond to the chat-up, but they could only follow them to Chen Feng's desk. It happens that our table is quite large. It's just right for you to sit in. Heng Shuibin warmly greets. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie were hung aside, and they felt that they could not hold their faces. They came forward to find the court and were stopped by Mirangshuan. I wonder if I have the honor of knowing the name of the lady. Mirangshuan comes to Yujia and smiles. People have to pay attention to the door. Yujia also smile response. My name is Yujia, it's a pleasure to meet you. So do I. Have a good meal. Mirangshuan then went to another empty table. When the remaining 2 sat down, they glared at Heng Shuibin fiercely. Heng Shuibin did not want to be outdone. Chen Feng glared at the past with the same hatred. To his surprise, Lin Xian also summoned up his courage to stare. Lin Xian, I didn't see it. There's a kind of it. Chen Feng is also a bunch of ground to Lin Xian clipped vegetables. Is a man, men should eat more. Yujia looked at the 3 people, but sighed. You so quickly lead people bad. Lin Xian quickly opened his mouth to clarify for his roommate, but the tone in a low voice had no effect. No, this, that well, I don't know why I did that just now. This kind of words to make people feel that there is no silver in this place, which makes the whole table laugh. All of them were young people. After Huang Cuiyun and Su Qian took their seats, the atmosphere became slightly dull. They ordered some more dishes. Finally, they had a pleasant first night at Jiangnan Machinery College. After the 3 of Yujia were sent downstairs to the girls' dormitory, Chen Feng and they went back to their rooms. They were all too tired. They quickly ran into the bathroom and finished washing. After setting the alarm clock, Chen Feng sprawled to bed and said good night to each other, ready to go to sleep. Chen Feng lay down with her left hand slowly pulling out her pocket watch. Dad, Mom, I've come to Mecha College. Although the people here are very strong, but I will certainly surpass them, I will certainly revenge. Revenge deep sleep in a whisper. K. The alarm clock rings on time. Chen Feng is the first to wake up, wiped the hard to detect tears in the corners of her eyes, and wakes Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian. After a quick breakfast, the three trotted all the way to the fighter class a teaching building. There were about 20 people on the ground. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan stood in one corner. The blind could see that their water and fire were incompatible. After a few minutes, everyone arrived. Wang Counselor, who was responsible for reporting here yesterday, took a step forward. From today on, you will officially become students of Jiangnan Institute of Mecha. In the next year, you will learn all kinds of mecha knowledge, learn how to operate mecha, but also learn how to exercise. Finally, you can operate the mecha and go to the battlefield by yourself. Tell me, do you want to operate the mecha? Yes, the response was loud and clear. Tell me, do you want to defeat the enemy? Think of it. The response was emotional. Tell me, do you want to defend your country? Want to? The response broke through the sky. Good, I'm your counselor. You can come to me if you have anything in the future. You can come to me if you have nothing to do. You can also come to me if something can't be solved. The contact information has been sent to your respective mobile phones. Now, come with me to the auditorium to attend the freshman reception, and get on the bus in turn. After counting the number of people, Counselor Wang waved his hand and went straight to the bus. Waiting by people followed closely. Pan Yugua and Morong Xian are still distinct, one sitting in the front, the other sitting in the back. All of them are not surprised. Chen Feng. 3 people choose to sit in the middle of the seat, a row of 4, 2 separate. Lin Xian took the initiative to sit alone on one side. As soon as Lin Xiankai sat down, a tall girl quickly sat down beside him with long lavender hair. Although her expression was cold, she couldn't cover up her beautiful face. The fragrance made Lin Xian blush again. Because we have to operate the mecha to fight on the battlefield and have to carry out rigorous physical training, the girls in the fighter system are still rarer than the giant panda, let alone such outstanding looks. Hong Shuibin squeezed Chen Feng and raised his eyebrows. Nangong Mengdai, I have seen her before, iceberg beauty. Now I'm more beautiful, but I'm not close. I can feel a chill from so far away. It turns out that Nangong Mengdai is her, with a synchronization rate of 88, which is rare and even more difficult to be a girl. Chen Feng carefully looked up, showing mouth, small nose, standard melon seed face, eyes clear and transparent, such as a Wang Qingtan, sitting cannot see the height. Even though he is used to traveling and has a high vision, he has to admit that Nangong Mengdai was definitely a great beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people in ancient times. Chen Fengxin has some thoughts. The bus stops and doesn't find it. It's still Hong Shuibin that wakes up with a push and enters the auditorium at the end of the team. The shape of the auditorium imitates the design of the Sydney Opera House. The difference is that the top of the auditorium is not reinforced with concrete. Instead, it is replaced by transparent glass, which can directly see the blue sky. When all the freshmen arrived, the curtain of the rostrum was opened, and in the middle stood an old man with gray hair, full of red and hale and hearty. Hong Shuibin introduced to the 2 people, this is our headmaster, Pan Sinhua. Now Pan Shanghua, the head of the southern military region, is now his brother. He is 70 years old. He taught the first batch of mecha fighters in our country. Later, in order to establish a regular training system for mecha, he left the army to become the first president of Jiangnan Mecha Institute. His work lasted 20 years. Many of the heroes born during the invasion of the Gamma Empire were his students. He was one of the few people I admired in my life. Chen Feng and Lin Xian are also respectful. Their eyes are burning and they look at the old man on the stage. When the old man presses his hands down, the noise in the auditorium stops, completely free from the fatigue of ordinary people. President Pan Senhua finally said, "Welcome to Jiangnan Machinery College. This year is the 20th year of its establishment, and you are the 20th student. If we lag behind, we will be beaten. 20 years ago, we set up a mechanical college, but it is still a step too late. The Sangama Empire saw our weakness, and in order to curb the progress of the Cymbidium Republic's mecha, it launched a fierce surprise attack. In the blood and fire, we shed blood on our heads. Countless children went to the battlefield and never came back. Countless children were killed in the rear research. Others say that the final victory belongs to us. In fact, we did not. We just used our lives to resist the advance of the enemy. The people of the Sangama Empire didn't want to spend too much combat power in our country and finally retreat. So we didn't win. On the contrary, we lost too many excellent talents. In fact, it was us who lost. The auditorium was quiet. After hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes turned red and she thought of her innocent parents. President Pansenua gave a pause and asked the freshman under the stage to digest the previous words and speak again. It was not alarmist just now, but I have the responsibility to let you know the truth. And what you are shouldering. People in Jiangnan Mecha College have a breath to wash away their past humiliation. This year's freshman brightened my eyes. The general talent of fighter class completely surpassed that of previous generations, and even more children had a synchronization rate of 90. There were also many children with special views on mecha in the research department of mecha. The combat command department also found out the tactics of flying in the sky during the test. I'm glad that there are successors in this country. We are old enough to do our part, and the future will be left to you. The old headmaster stepped back and bowed deeply. Please protect this country and the people here, please. All the teachers and students were moved and bowed in return. Chen Feng's waist was almost bent, for the sake of the old headmaster on the stage, for the dead parents, and for the unknown hero who died in the war. All the freshmen bowed in the auditorium for a long time and were unwilling to get up. Finally, they left in batches under the urging of the old headmaster. Mr. Pan's words still reverberate in his mind. During the journey back by bus, everyone was speechless. What's interesting is that Nangong Mengdai is still sitting next to Lin Xian on his return journey, but all three of them have no thought about it. No one woke up after getting off the bus. Most of them sat in front of the teaching building and thought about their own worries. In front of Chen Feng's eyes, her parents' faces, the smoke of war, her crying in her childhood and her old principal's words from the bottom of her heart. The more she thought about it, the more painful she was, the more she thought about it. Finally, her headache was about to crack. When the school bell rings, pulling back all thoughts, the original has arrived in the afternoon class time. Chen Feng shook her head and looked around. She found that all 50 students, including Counselor Wang, were around. They all looked like they had just woken up. Obviously, they even forgot to eat. Counselor Wang apologized with a smile and clapped his hands to let everyone gather. Headmaster Pan has high expectations of you. He has never seen him speak like this. Please don't let down his hard work. Not to give people the opportunity to speak, continued, now I take you to the classroom, just did not dissolve as my dereliction of duty, after class do not go to other places, I invite dinner in the evening. People cheered, before the dignified atmosphere swept away, more people joked. Counselor Wang, is the fourth floor of the open-air restaurant? Well, so many people, do you want me to sell myself to pay off the debt? Gather on the third floor of the canteen after class. Counselor Wang did not accept the recruitment and led the way forward, because the teaching site of our fighter department is the largest in the whole school, and because the fighters need physical training most, the stadium is in the right front of our teaching building. I believe you can see it when you come in. On the right side of the teaching building, a large space surrounded by steel bars is the actual combat base of Mecha and the largest building in the college. When your theoretical knowledge is perfect, you should go in and practice. Now we enter the teaching building. On the left is the fighting classroom and on the right is the shooting classroom. Tomorrow we will study in these two classrooms. On the left front is the simulator room, and the right front is the theory classroom, which you are going to. The teachers inside will teach you the knowledge of mecha you need. After arriving at the door of the theory classroom, one counselor turned and left. Go in, mister, he has been waiting for you inside. Pan Yugua, you are the monitor. I'll go to the canteen to make preparations first. Opening the door, there was a teacher standing on the platform. Everyone rushed in and found a good position. Pan Yugua began to exercise the duty of monitor. Stand up. Good teacher. "Hello, teacher." The teacher standing on the platform nodded. "Hello, students, please sit down. My name is Hyesin. I will be your theory teacher in the future. I mainly teach the theoretical basis of mecha, as well as historical knowledge and the latest current events. There are other teachers to teach other aspects. What's more, the contents I teach are confidential and can't be spread out without special reasons. Do you understand me?" All the people who attended the class answered in unison, "I understand." "Okay, now it's official," he said without hesitation, directly into the main topic. "First of all, I will introduce to you in detail what is mecha. Mecha is a new product of the nuclear suppressor developed by human beings in the fear of nuclear war. The body structure is designed to simulate the humanoid design, and the joints are covered with artificial muscles. The initial goal was to fill the gap in military power, which most countries did not take as the main research objective until the outbreak of the First Mecha War. The Sangama Empire was the first country to develop mecha, and also the country that consumed the most resources for research, which made their mecha technology far higher than the world average. And we have developed the first special machine. Early. The concept of the special machine will be explained in detail later. Here we will first talk about its main material, the special metal extracted from extraterrestrial meteorite, which we later collectively call luminescent metal. This kind of luminescent metal is very different from that on Earth, and has great advantages in energy transformation and transmission. In terms of the energy conversion speed, the emerald metal is about twice as fast as the Earth metal. In other words, the two mechas launch attacks at the same time, and the mecha built with the emerald metal must release before the mecha built with the earth metal, in terms of energy transmission. It is well known that energy will be lost in the process of conduction, which will be reduced to a certain extent when it is used, and cannot play a 100% power. However, Huang metal will not waste this kind of situation. Therefore, the same beam is emitted, and the attack power of mecha built with Huang metal is higher, and because the energy consumption rate is nearly zero, so the use of Huang gene is very important. Special aircraft made by us can have a longer fighting time. Finally, Huang metal has the strength far higher than other metals on the Earth, can withstand greater impact, and greatly reduce the sense of shock, so the special machine completely explodes ordinary mecha at both ends of attack and defense. Therefore, after the completion of the construction of the first special aircrafts of the Sangama Empire, they focused on the extraterrestrial meteorite resources in the hands of the Republic of Ancient Shenlan, and the Federation of Judean launched sudden attacks from multiple areas, and covered up their purpose of seizing brilliant metals with the illusion of an aggressive war. Brilliant metal. It's the one who destroyed my family. For it, the Sangama Empire can be so insane. Chen Feng finally knew the truth of the outbreak of the war. She could not help but hold on to the pocket watch in her pocket, as if to relieve her inner pain. Around him, Heng Shuiben held Chen Feng's other hand tightly. His strength gradually increased, as if he wanted to tell him to be strong and that he had good friends to accompany him. On the platform, Mr. He continued, "At first, we were completely cheated, and we didn't find the special meteorite. However, the mecha troops landed in Tianjin. By the Sangama Empire did not rush to destroy the city. Instead, they eliminated the population and began to be under martial law. In addition, there were several bodies on the battlefield that were far more powerful than our ordinary mecha. This made Commander Pan, who was still in the army at that time, found something strange. Although there are many contradictions, President Pan still contacted the Federation of Judivin through various difficulties, and learned that this was also the case with one of the many troops landed by the Sangama Empire in the Federation. After a lot of information exchange, it was finally discovered that the target of the Sangama Empire was extraterrestrial meteorites. Fortunately, not long ago, our country just transferred the Tianwai meteorite resources stored in Tianjin to Zhangjiago. The intelligence of the Sangama Empire people was outdated and failed. The Federation of Judivin is not so lucky. The extraterrestrial meteorites stored in Mount Fuji area have been swept away, which is also the reason why the Federation of Jude is scarce in terms of special aircraft combat power. After understanding that the target of the Sangama Empire is extraterrestrial meteorites, researchers began to study day and night. It took 10 days to find the brilliant metal. In the next 3 months, they built 12 special aircrafts and selected the corresponding pilots with national efforts. After the 10 special planes went into battle, they reversed the situation and restrained the attack of the Sangama Empire. For the first time, there was a stalemate on the battlefield. After searching for Tianjin for several months, the Sangama Empire found no result. They thought that it was no more than a waste of combat power to persist. Finally, the troops that landed in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan began to withdraw. At this time, the federal forces of the Gujarat Empire retreated slowly after the federal forces of the Federation of Jagavan retreated. Since then, the First Mecha War has finally come to an end. After saying so much at one breath, Mr. He is also a little tired and has a little rest by drinking water. It is the first time that the students on the stage have heard so much inside information and exchanged views with each other. Chen Feng has also come out of the pain, holding Hong Shuaibin back to indicate that he is okay. Of course, many people looked at Pan Yugua. The great achievements of the old headmaster shocked everyone. Pan Yugua had no expression, but he could see a flame burning in his eyes. Morong Xian closed his eyes and could not see anything from his face, but from his slightly trembling shoulder, he was not as calm as he was on his face. Nangong Mengdai did not sit beside Lin Xian this time. She sat alone by the window and looked into the distance with deep eyes. Although the First Mecha War ended, it gave us a big warning. In this war, in addition to the mecha troops, the damage of other forces to the Asagama Empire mecha was negligible, and under the attack of local mecha, there were heavy casualties, and the battlefield was losing and could not hold the position. This makes everyone realize that the world has changed, and the future battlefield will become the world of mecha. Among them, the three men who stand out from the special aircraft and become the god of war have the power to change the situation. Well, who can tell me who are the three gods of war in the world today? Teacher, he suddenly began to ask questions. Hong Shuaibin directly stood up and said in a loud voice, Morong Fan, James Griffin, Abe Boya. As soon as the words came to an end, Nangong Mengdai also stood up. Morong Fan, known as the martial god, is good at close combat and integrates the Kung Fu of the ancient Shenlan Republic into mecha combat. James Griffin, known as the god of gun, is good at shooting with two guns, and the two guns can be combined into a more powerful stumbling gun. Abe Boya, known as the god of the sword, is good at using a huge sword, known as cutting everything. This time Chen Feng finally saw that Nangong Mengdai and Yoja are basically the same height, with symmetrical body and a long-term exercise vitality. Teacher, he applauded, very good, the two students answer exactly the same, please sit down. After sitting down, Hong Shuaibin looks unhappy and feels that he has been robbed of the limelight. Lin Xian turns his head and looks at him to comfort and smile. Hong Shuaibin almost suffers from internal injury. What has he done to be pitied by Lin Xian? When the two men sat down, Mr. He continued to teach. First of all, introduce Morong Fan, the pride of the ancient Shenlan Republic. I believe that the god of war that you all know first is him. Its special machine is called Wumei. No one can explain why it is called. The length of the whole aircraft is about 20 meters, which slightly increases the length of hands and feet. The main body of the fuselage is made of polished metal, and the interior of the body is covered with unique artificial muscles, which gives more flexibility under the premise of super strength. Morong Fan has been selected as the operator since the research and development of the special aircraft. Morong Fan did not disappoint. He used martial arts in combat. As soon as he went to the Hangzhou battlefield, he knocked down 57 machine armors in a row, and then defeated 2 special planes, which came to fight back the Rice army. After his first appearance, Morong Fan took part in 4 wars in Hangzhou battlefield, knocking down 184 miles army mecha. In the last battle, he shook the gun god and made the MI army have the intention to retreat. Hangzhou battlefield, then he should know who fired the gun. Chen Feng said to himself, he vaguely remembered that the shooting shell is a unique mecha. Since it is a special machine, Morong Fan must know. If you can meet him, you must ask him clearly. Lin Xian was confused because he didn't know what to do. Next, James Griffin, the god of the gun, though emotionally difficult to accept, must admit that he is the strongest god of war in the world. The 2-beam rifles in his hand are also made of polished metal, with the top-secret manufacturing technology of the Holy Gamma Empire. They are powerful and can easily pierce ordinary mecha. His skill in shooting is incomparable. It can be said that no one can match him in simple shooting. Skills. Even in close combat, he is the only one who can fight close to the body with two guns, let alone the super sniper formed by the combination of two guns. If he is allowed to shoot, he will only be killed by chance. During the war, there was no difference in the popularity of the two battlefields of the ancient Shunlan Republic of Judymen Federation. The ordinary mecha was not the enemy of its combination at all. Besides Morong Fan and Abe Boya, the special planes could only barely protect themselves. Many mechas were shot and killed by one of them when they were not seen in the distance. In just a few months, the rough statistics showed that James Griffin shot down 400 mechas in the two countries. The last saber god, Abe Boya, consumed the most metal in his body. In order to make it a shame, the Federation of Jude has made great efforts to build it. It has greatly enhanced the power and propulsion of the mecha, and the fuselage length has reached 23 meters. In particular, the huge sword, which was used with a huge amount of brilliant metal, was the same height as the mecha. It was about 15 meters long, and its weight was extremely heavy. Because it was too huge, it was not like a sword, but like a sword but not a knife. Finally, according to his fighting style, people called it the god of the sword. Although he is gentle and elegant, he will become extremely bloodthirsty once he goes to the battlefield. He is a real madman. He never stops without blood. He once broke into Mount Fuji with his own strength and chopped 46 machine armor, playing a channel for the federal counterattack. In the last war, when pursuing the retreating troops of the Saint Gamma Empire, they were possessed by gods and demons. They were killed 49 more along the way and forced out the gun gods to fight for several hours before they could be forced to retreat. The three areas of war are the most advanced combat effectiveness in the world, and the leaders of mecha combat effectiveness. They have never been defeated. Under them is Ji Huang, whose minimum requirement is to have a synchronization rate of over 94 and knock down 100 mecha. At present, no one can do this, except for the pilots who own special planes. In the first mecha war, all the pilots who survived with special planes became Ji Huang. 2 people died in the war in the Republic of Ancient Shinlan, and there are 8 pilots at present, including those who left our school. There are 5 of them: Lone Wolf, Streamer, Basaltic, Dark Knight, and Skyrocketing. 2 people died in the war in the Sangama Empire, and now has a total of 15 aircraft emperors in the world. In terms of high-end mecha combat effectiveness, it has completely suppressed the ancient Shunlan Republic, and the Federation of Judymen, the Federation of Judyvin, suffered from the loss of brilliant metal, and there are only 3 deaths in the war, and now there are only 5 Jihuang, the first special aircrafts of the Federation of Judition, used a large number of brilliant metal weapons, which may surpass other special aircraft in terms of the combat power of mecha. It can be seen that Mr. He has a deep knowledge of mecha. He has said so much without stopping. So far, the high-end combat effectiveness of mecha has been explained. Next, let's talk about the synchronization rate. Finally, when it comes to the content related to everyone's life, everyone can't help sitting in a critical position. Chen Feng is also holding her breath for fear of missing any details. Synchronization rate, a new term after the development of mecha. In the early days of mecha's birth, scientists found that although a powerful weapon was created, it could not be fully used, and even some people could not even start. Therefore, after a large number of research and experiments, we found and proposed the concept of synchronization rate, but at present, it is only limited to testing talent with instruments, and the cultivation system is not perfect, so it is impossible to carry out manual intervention. The synchronization rate will increase rapidly before the age of 18, tend to be stable after the age of 18, and rise slowly. Some people will break through to a higher level due to adventure or explosion. The talent of synchronization rate of normal people is 10, synchronization rate of 41 can operate simple action of mecha, synchronization rate of 60 can carry out general combat, synchronization rate of 75 can adapt to all battles, and the average synchronization rate of our soldiers is now 77. Now, the division of pilots in the army is as follows: if the synchronization rate exceeds 80, It is called a special soldier, if the synchronization rate exceeds 85, it is called a general, if the synchronization rate exceeds 90, it is called a trump card, if the synchronization rate exceeds 94 and hits 100 enemy planes, it is called the fighter king, if the synchronization rate exceeds 97, it can make the world recognize that it has the qualification to become the god of war. He burst in and opened a joke. Here I would like to congratulate you, even if you have no inch to enter, after graduation at least as a special soldier, but I think people who come here should have more than just such a little request for themselves. Our goal is to be the god of war, but we don't look down on our special soldiers. The response was loud, but it was basically the same thing. Originally, I'm just a special soldier. I despise Xu Weibin and Lin Xian, you two generals. Chen Feng turned her head and made a face at Hong Xu Weibin and Lin Xian. I'll be a trump card soon. I'll be the king of opportunity in seconds after I go to the battlefield. Hong Xu Weibin began to be proud again, with an extraordinary smile. Lin Xian didn't show any happiness, although the synchronization rate is relatively high. I don't like fighting, if you still don't want to fight and follow us when you go to the battlefield, we will protect you. Chen Feng understood that the roommate couldn't change much for a while, so she had to help her. Mister, he turned over the list on the table and said with a smile, this year, the overall synchronization rate of our class is very high, and even there is a 90. Who is it? Pan Yugwa stood up straight. Teacher, it's me. Very well, in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan, there are only 2 people in the Republic who can achieve synchronization rate of 90. At the age of 18. One is Morong Fan, and the other is you. Morong Fan is already the god of war of our ancient god, the Republic of Orchid, and your future will be limitless. However, you must be down to earth and refined step by step, otherwise it will fall like a meteor. The most indispensable thing in this world is genius. Mr. He motioned for Pan Yugwa to return to his seat. Mr. Pan drank water and continued to explain in detail, the synchronization rate at the age of 18 determines everyone's basic talent. Someone once proposed, since the talent has been determined since birth, will the synchronization rate be greatly improved by training mecha skills since childhood? Our Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics and the Capital Institute of Mechatronics have also set up special youth training classes. As a result, everyone was greatly surprised. The synchronization rate of all participants in the junior training class did not rise but fell. Many people even became unable to operate the mecha. Therefore, the junior training class was immediately called off. From then on, it is determined that the mechanical a college will start the entrance examination at the age of 17 to 18, and then start to carry out systematic training after the success, so as to avoid the occurrence of the situation that the young grow up and encourage them to grow up. The higher the synchronization rate, the more difficult it is to improve upward. You can imagine that in the exam, if you want to pass the exam, if you want to pass 70, you need to have a certain amount of study. If you want to go to 80, you need to have a lot of preparation. If you want to get 100 points, you need to do everything in detail, but also a little bit lucky. It's more difficult to improve the synchronization rate. Most of the talents with synchronization rate between 60 and 70 at the age of 18 have reached 80, which is the limit. From the beginning of synchronization rate 80, every point of improvement will be accompanied by countless blood and sweat. The improvement of synchronization rate after 90 requires not only opportunities but also luck. At present, only 3 warlords can achieve synchronization rate above 95, and the synchronization rate of 100 has never been seen. The synchronization rate is difficult to improve. Naturally, there is a huge difference in strength. Have you found the mystery of setting the synchronization rate value? Mister, he raised another question. Everyone looked at each other, no one answered. For the first time, Chen Feng, Hong Xu Weibin and Lin Xian heard that the synchronization rate had other meanings. They racked their brains and had no clue. Seeing that other people's discussions failed for a while, Morong Xian rose slowly. As far as I know, the value of synchronization rate represents how much the fighter can play. Pa. Teacher, he clapped. I didn't expect this class of students to hide dragon and crouching tiger. My expectation for you is higher and higher. Mister, he turned around and wrote down the numbers 41 and 90 on the blackboard. As we all know, when the synchronization rate is increased by 41, it is the minimum condition for the operation of mecha. What you don't know is that the synchronization rate of 90 is the minimum condition for giving full play to the combat effectiveness of mecha. Therefore, the significance of each synchronization rate is to play a 2% combat effectiveness of mecha. Everyone was in a state of uproar. For the first time in his life, he faced up to his synchronization rate and calculated how much combat power he could play. More excited students stood up. Teacher, you said that the synchronization rate of 90 can give full play to the full strength of mecha, then 90 or more? How do you calculate the strength of those trumps, King Ji and 3 gods of war? Special machine. Chen Feng yen in front of a bright, but the voice is too small, completely covered, no one noticed. Mister, he snapped his fingers. What this student asked is what I'm going to talk about. Please don't be impatient. Listen carefully. After listening to my words, you have plenty of time to slowly calculate your strength. The combat power of ordinary mecha can be brought into full play at the synchronization rate of 90, but there are not only standard mecha in the world, but also special machines. All special aircrafts have functions different from ordinary standard mecha, which are customized for their drivers and need higher synchronization rate to use. But don't think there is no difference between synchronization rate 90 and synchronization rate 91 if the same standard mecha is used. A higher synchronization rate will enable the mecha to play more combat effectiveness beyond the theoretical value. The numerical difference at each point is between the sky and the ground. The brand new concept let this session of freshmen feel the huge impact. All people are quietly digesting. He had expected this to happen. He gently sat at the bottom of the water cup and observed each student's expression in silence. Chen Feng was unprepared for such a huge secret behind the synchronization rate. She had to smile bitterly. She thought that she could get revenge quickly by her own synchronization rate of 82 and her growth in the future, but now she seems to be wishful thinking. The shooter is a machine armor, which is different from ordinary soldiers. If they don't die in the battlefield, it's at least a trump card. According to the teacher's statement, he is 16% less effective than him, plus he doesn't know how many days are underground. Don't lose heart. Our limit is more than that. Hong Shuibin also quickly thought of this matter and encouraged Chen Feng, and I will help you. If we can't fight one of us, we won't believe in doing it or lie down on him. Chen Feng was so depressed that she was even amused by this die-hard friend. 2 hit 1, and we will be hanged together. Lin Xian listened to the two of them talk about the Book of Heaven all afternoon. After a while, he still spoke cautiously and asked, "What are you talking about? Why are they all bitter and bitter?" Chen Feng bitter smile, "Go back to the dormitory to tell you, this is one of the things I regret most." It doesn't help to regret what happened. We can only move on and try to make up for it. Seeing the sad smile on Chen Feng's face, Lin Xian seemed to feel deep pain. I didn't expect that you would say great truth to Chen Feng, and you'd like to help when that time comes. Hong Shuibin passed through Chen Feng and gave Lin Xian a hammer. Okay. Lin Xian was shaken by the hammer. After observing all the students, Mr. He looked at the time. When it's time, you should remember what you just said. Go back and think about it. Class is over. Pan Yugua rose again. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. The voice is uneven, visible mind is uncertain, he teacher understand smile, wave hands to leave the classroom. Although there is a lot of knowledge to digest, but the meal still needs to be rubbed at night. Pan Yugua organizes people to come to the 3rd floor of the canteen. In front of the scene let many people exclaim. Wine counselor said that preparing dinner is really not just talking about it. The dining room specially placed tables and chairs and tableware, but also put a lot of flowers for decoration. Seeing that the students had arrived, Wang counselor motioned for the restaurant to start serving the dishes and came forward. It seems that Mr. He has instilled a lot of new knowledge into you, which makes you all dejected. It's too different from the exuberance when you just entered the school. Yes, there are people out there. Today, it's a big blow. Counselor Wang, I want to eat a big meal too. Comfort the injured little mind. Since ancient times, there has never been a lack of audacity, and immediately someone began to tease. Open to eat, boss, serve him alone. If something goes wrong, I'll take it to the hospital. If it's dead, I'll bury it. Counselor Wang is not built, and he immediately plays against him. The student was defeated immediately, raised his hands. I was wrong, I surrender, I repent, Counselor Wang let me go. But it is a joke. Wang Counselor did not care. Looking back at the restaurant has begun to serve, everyone hurried to eat first. Noon and a days did not eat, now must be hungry, eat more, tube enough. They all found a good place to sit down. Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian naturally sat together and ate. After several courses, Counselor Wang asked everyone to introduce themselves in turn. This was supposed to be finished in the morning, but it was forgotten along with lunch because of Headmaster Pan's heartfelt words. The freshmen are all from all over the world, and they are not familiar with each other. When they introduce themselves, they will applaud each other to show their welcome. Some of the 3 girls in Nangong Mengdai dormitory even whistled. After all, there are too few girls in the class of fighter plane. Soon it was Chen Feng's turn. He stood up and briefly introduced, "Hello everyone, my name is Chen Feng. My name is Chen Feng. I'm the Phoenix of Phoenix. The synchronization rate of entrance test is 82. Thank you." Sitting down in applause, my heart suddenly moved. I turned my head and looked. It turned out that they were Mirangshuan's roommates Su Xian and Lin Wenjie. Just now they both introduced themselves with a synchronization rate of 85. At this time, they were looking at themselves with a sneer. After Chen Feng's introduction, it was Hong Shuibin's turn. My name is Hong Shuibin. The flood's flood, the flood's water, Wen Wu Bin. The synchronization rate of the entrance examination is 88. Chen Feng's die-hard party. Before sitting down, she also slapped Chen Feng. Chen Feng was not moved. Instead, he noticed that Su Xian and Lin Wenjie had a colder look in their eyes when they heard that Hong Shuibin's synchronization rate was 88, and they began to watch out in their hearts. Lin Xian was followed by him. He introduced himself in a low voice and sat down quietly. Soon, all 50 people introduced themselves. The joking boy is tall and thin. His name is Zheng Zhirong. His synchronization rate is 87. His talent is very good, and he is a big sunny boy. It's interesting to have such a living treasure in the class. The effect of self-introduction soon appeared. The originally limited dinner soon became noisy. Everyone began to communicate with the students around him. Some people got up and toasted one by one. Finally, they even stood around Nangong Mengdai and chatted with each other. Lin Xian was obviously not used to it. After a few words with others, he did not talk. Chen Feng was not forced to. He went to meet Zheng Zhirong and said, "Hello, I'm Chen Feng. I like your personality very much. Get to know it?" Zheng Zhirong is not polite. "Ha, I was born like this, love to joke. Later if there is any careless wrong words, please don't mind." Hong Shuibin also came over. "Don't worry, we have nothing else, just a big mind." The 3 exchanged greetings for a while. When Chen Feng saw that the meeting was about to end, she pulled up Lin Xian, who was eating silently from her seat, and asked the remaining 2 people to come to Counselor Wang. "Counselor Wang, you can spend money tonight. Please take care of it later. We'd like to propose a toast to you." Wang Counselor in front of several rounds of continuous irrigation, tottering, "Can't drink anymore, I already can't drink anymore. If you have any intention, I can watch you operate the mecha and have a great power." Lin Xian looks down and turns around. Unexpectedly, he bumps into someone. In a moment, Wen Yu is full of soft fragrance. He looks at Nangong Mengdai. Suddenly, his head looks like a paste. He doesn't know what to do. Chen Feng and Chen Feng look silly. Nangong Mengdai originally came to say goodbye to Wang Counselor. However, she didn't think that such a situation would happen. The boy with glasses still clung to himself and pushed him angrily. Lin Xian couldn't respond and sat down on the ground. Hong Shuibin couldn't see it anymore. "Nangong, it's just an accident. Isn't it good for you?" Lin Xian didn't care. Regardless of the hot pain in his butt, he stood up and apologized. "I'm sorry, I don't look at the road when I walk. I'm responsible for what happened just now. Nangong should have beaten me. Nangong, I'm really sorry." Nangong Mengdai is annoyed that Lin Xian doesn't open the teapot. However, seeing that Lin Xian hasn't sorted out the clothes that have been pushed down and deformed by himself, Nangong Meng Dai apologizes one after another. Seeing the earnest and sincere expression on his face, his heart softens. I'm wrong. I've overreacted. This is the end of the matter, please. Seeing Nangong Meng Dai leave, Lin Xian sighs and looks at Hong Shuaibin gratefully. Hong Shuaibin was too much for him to bear. He ran to the dormitory. It's disgusting. Don't look at me like this. Goosebumps are all up. Hong Shuaibin's antics improved Lin Xian's mood a lot. On the way back, Chen Feng comforted him with a few words, and Zhang Zhirong, a happy fellow, soon stopped being distressed. Back in the dormitory, it is late at night. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin go to bed. After seeing Lin Xian take off some damaged clothes, Chen Feng pushes him into the bathroom. After a while, Lin Xian comes out and climbs into his bed. Hong Shuaibin joked, "Still think of Nangong Dream Butterfly?" It is oh, no, I'm not thinking about her. Lin Xian's mouth was exposed. Chen Feng beat the snake 7 inches. I think she can understand that this kind of thing happened. At first, I thought she was a naughty and willful woman, but I didn't expect to be a reasonable person. And also, I just remembered that you were all sitting together on the bus back and forth today. Hong Shuaibin, as he discovered the new world, suddenly sat up. Yes, be honest. Is there any secret between you? It's worthy of being a close friend since childhood. Chen Feng is a perfect link. No, really not. I'm afraid. Lin Xian's blushing problem is rare among boys. People can't help but tease him. Chen Feng knew that Lin Xian and Nangong Meng Dai had nothing to do with each other at present, so he took the initiative to stop the topic. After a long silence, Chen Feng sat up and slowly said to Lin Xian, "Didn't you ask what we were talking about this afternoon? Now I'll tell you." As if feeling the solemnity of the topic, Lin Xian changed to a sitting posture. When I was 8 years old, my family went to Qiantang River for a visit. It happened that the troops of the Holy Gamma Empire landed. Because of my willfulness, my parents were hit by shells when they picked up the pocket watch for me, and they died on the spot. Chen Feng showed Lin Xian his pocket watch as he spoke. Lin Xian began to habitually apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't think you were an orphan. I don't know you've been through this. If you don't want to say it, I won't listen. I don't have to apologize. Since I will tell you, I have already considered it. Besides, we are in a dormitory, so we can give each other our backs in the future." Chen Feng waved her hand to stop Lin Xian's apology. And continued to recall, "At that time, I was too young to cry on the ground. In my memory, I vaguely remember that the shell was fired by a distinctive mecha, but the appearance of the mecha was completely unknown. After years of searching, I suddenly have a direction. I hope to see Morong Fan as soon as possible. At that time, no one paid attention to me, a crying child, on the battlefield. All the people were running for their lives. Hong Shuaibin's father passed there and took away the crying me. It can be said that I survived thanks to him. Since then, he has adopted me. Yu Jia is Shuaibin's neighbor. The two families have frequent contacts. So the three of us grew up together and formed a deep friendship. Shuaibin and I have formed brothers of life and death. After losing my parents, I had a happy childhood. Chen Feng extended his palm to Hong Shuaibin, and the two clapped in the air. Lin Xian seemed to be in the scene, and tears were left from the corner of his eyes. "Although I don't know what I can help, only you need to remember me. It's a man's guarantee." Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin both held out another palm to Lin Xian. "Definitely." Lin Xian never found that he could be so ambitious. Chen Feng said her life experience, but also not too sad. "Want to know her roommate, you? Don't you introduce yourself?" Lin Xian over there was still moved. After a long time, he responded, "I'm just a child of an ordinary family. I haven't experienced anything. I never wanted to have any kind of life. I came to Machina College just because of some talent. How good it is to be carefree, life will give you the answer. Tomorrow morning, I have to go to the fighting area for class. I don't know if there will be devil training. Let's have a rest early." Chen Fengyan finished. 3 people put out the light to sleep. There was no word all night. The three came to the fighting area early and saw that there were many people inside. Pan Yugwa, Nangong Mengdai, Nirangshuan and his two roommates were among them. Soon all the freshmen arrived, but they did not see the teacher. It was not until the bell rang that they quickly walked into a man. Seeing him, Chen Feng and Hong Shuabing couldn't help but stare at him. Isn't this the one-eyed examiner in Hangzhou? The one-eyed old man suddenly appeared and let everyone whisper. He was not annoyed. When they stopped discussing, he said, "As you can see, I only have one. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, you don't have to watch it again. In the future, I will teach you fighting skills. I can be called Mr. Lang. It's as cool and straightforward as it looks." Chen Feng thought in her heart that he was reluctant to write like gold in the examination room. He could not do so after he became a teacher, but his tone of voice did not change at all. Mr. Lang went to the center of the field and drew a circle around himself. It is said that your talents are good this time, but the talent does not mean that you are really strong. There is no difference between not playing and not having talent. Now, everyone in turn comes in to see who stays the longest in this circle. In order not to hit you, I only use one hand. The teacher is so crazy that he provokes everyone as soon as he comes in. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. Immediately someone jumped into the circle, and it was Zhang Zhirong. Although Zhang Zhirong is fond of joking, he is not without brain. He is fond of physical exercise since childhood. He thinks his skill is still agile. Facing an old man with one eye and one arm, he should not be defeated too badly. But the fact hit everyone with a loud slap in the face. Mr. Lang ran 2 steps to Zhang Zhirong's arms, grabbed Zhang Zhirong's yao with his right hand, and stretched out his left foot. Zhang Zhirong had no power to resist and flew directly out of the circle. Also ready to see the play of the flood bin dumb, good fierce, this action fast people cannot guard against awe. Chen Feng also took a breath of cool air. Such a teacher on the stall, some of us will suffer in the future. Looking at Zhang Zhirong, Mr. Lang shook his head slowly. It's hard to see what's useful. Is it a living target for people to go to the battlefield like this? Next it's like an old man with one eye. Zhang Zhirong sat down on the ground with shame. He couldn't figure out how he was pushed out. Fortunately, someone was soon released. Pan Yugwa walked to the scene and saluted, "Mr. Lang, please give me more advice." After that, he assumed the posture of military boxing. "Oh, it's interesting." Mr. Lang waved his hand to start. Pan Yugwa is no nonsense. He starts to punch, but Mr. Lang doesn't take the side to avoid it. Pan Yugwa sweeps his legs and goes up. Lang teacher step back, right hand grid block, a crackling sound makes people feel pain. Pan Yugwa's one move was powerful and unrelenting. He stepped on both fists and made a direct attack on the yellow dragon. The circle was not big. Mr. Lang didn't continue to flash around. He did not retreat and move forward. His right hand held down the 2 iron fists and turned over and leaped over Pan Yugwa's head. Just after Mr. Lang arrived at the back of Pan Yugwa seemed to have expected it. Before he was old enough. He changed his movements, retreated quickly and hit back with his elbow. Mr. Lang was not surprised. He raised his hand and pressed his foot and kicked out. Pan Yugwa took advantage of the situation to turn around. Next, Pan Yugwa's offensive was pressing. Mr. Lang just took one move, and the next one came to him again. Chen Feng's heart held tightly, beating violently with the change of the situation on the field. Blocking Pan Yugwa's continuous long fist, Mr. Lang began to counterattack with a light drink. Pan Yugwa's reaction was very quick, and he immediately changed from attack to defense, from open to cautious, which made people look good. Mr. Lang used only one hand to attack, which seemed to be unable to do as much as he could. See, several attacks are blocked. Lang teacher heart dark praise also feel the fire has arrived. High voice remind, attention. Feeling the soaring momentum on the opposite side, Pan Yugwa was more careful. Mr. Lang stepped like an arrow from the bow with one foot to chop. Huashan Mountain. Hong Shuabin held up his hands to block it. Unexpectedly, a great force came from his contact, which was quite different from the previous one. Feeling that he could not bear it, Pan Yugwa had to retreat. Mr. Lang didn't give any chance to breathe again. Pan. Yugua wanted to block again, but his hands were numb and inconvenient to raise his hands. He simply turned around in his heart and used a whirling kick to force him back. Before kicking out the foot, Mr. Lang quickly broke into the side of Pan Yugua's body, grabbing his waist and throwing it out when his old strength had already done his best. Pan Yugua fell to the ground. A few falter, understand the gap is too big, eyes burning to see the one-eyed old man in the field. Bath country still want to go further, in the future, please teach me. Mr. Lang waved his hand, I am a fighting skill instructor, and naturally I will give my money to teach. You're good. You have your own way. If you persist, you will get something. Who's next? Not waiting for public reaction, Morong Xian leaped down, I come, please teach me. 2 feet apart, hands holding the ball, is obviously not ready to attack. Tai Jiquan. The children of the Morong family? Mr. Lang's eyes brightened, not as reserved as before, continuing the fierce attack of Pan Yugua. Under the attack, Morong Xian is like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, swinging left and right. When he sees his moves, he removes his fist and feet, which are totally 2 styles with Pan Yugua. Chen Feng was filled with emotion. She didn't expect that Murangshuan, who looks like a girl, is a martial arts expert. Judging from his posture, Tai Jiquan must have practiced for a long time. By contrast, he is eager to revenge, but he can't do anything. Lin Xian is even more frightened. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan are so fierce that they have no hope of winning. Won't they be cruelly abused when they come on the stage? Hong Shuaibin is different. From Pan Yugua's challenge, his eyes are shining, and he is unwilling to let go of any details on the field. Mr. Lang's strength is extraordinary. In order not to let his fists and feet in Morong Xian know that he has a hard time supporting himself under the attack of the storm. After a while, he is exhausted and unable to parry. He is beaten on the shoulder and flies out of the circle. Morong Xian was not upset after landing, and looked directly at the one-eyed old man in front of him like Pan Yugua. In the future, Morong Xian hopes that the teacher will give careful guidance. I don't need to say much about it. You have achieved a lot in Tai Jiquan, but remember that you need to be strong enough to do it. Mr. Lang turned to the crowd and swept with one eye, there are 2 good seedlings. Who will continue next? The rest of the people looked at each other. After Zhang Zhirong was hit by a blow, people had no doubt about the strength of the one-eyed old man. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan showed such strong strength that they were still crushed. No one knew what would happen to them. Silence for a while. Chen Feng bit teeth to go on stage. To Lang teacher bowed. Teacher, I come first. Good. Mr. Lang still gave a simple answer and then flew up. Su saw that Chen Feng had no foundation and didn't use most of her strength. Chen Feng saw the gap and dodged continuously. Mr. Lang quickened her speed a few minutes, and Chen Feng's strength limit flashed by. She also wanted to get closer to the blind area where she lost her left eye. Unfortunately, Teacher Lang speeds up again and jumps to Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng can't help but rush out of the circle and fall to the ground. Good eyesight and dexterity, frequent exercise to improve eye-hand coordination. It's a routine evaluation again. Hong Shuaibin had already been eager to try. He helped Chen Feng and jumped into the arena. Teacher, I'll come. Don't wait for a reply, wave Wang Baquan on. Hong Shuaibin has the momentum of beating the old master with random fists. He punches the teacher twice in succession. After no result, he rolls around to avoid Mr. Lang's transfer, splitting and rolls to him to continue to entangle his legs. Mr. Lang didn't dodge, but he still hugged him. When Hong Shuaibin got his hand, he wanted to move again. Others could see that Teacher Lang's legs shook and Hong Shuaibin flew out. It can be said that stealing chicken can't make rice. The idea can be thick-skinned, and learning more moves will have a wonderful effect. Mr. Lang stood in the field and continued to wait. Seeing that the 2 roommates have already been on the stage, Lin Xianxin wants to stretch out his head and shrink his head. It's better to finish the beating earlier and say hello to the teacher. Before he runs 2 steps, he flies out of the field. Ah, the teacher is not satisfied. Who is next, Sai? Over there, Nangong Mengdai has already set up his posture, and his left foot slightly lifted his toes to the ground. Teacher Lang, next is me. Mr. Lang made a gesture of asking for help. Nangong Mengdai hit her forehead with one foot, and she leaned back to avoid it. Nangong Mengdai bullies her body, her legs are flying, she kicks her knee sideways, and she uses it repeatedly. Her two long legs make the boys at the scene look straight. Mr. Lang is old and unmoved. Seeing that he is gradually falling into the downwind, he sighs a fierce attack. Also no longer. Retain, flash a few rounds of aiming at Nangong Mengdai breath attack, seize the attack left foot, throw Nangong Mengdai out of the circle. Children of Nangong family? If we pay too much attention to attack and have too many flaws, we are most likely to die in battle. The words are not surprising, but die endlessly. Teacher Lang's words make Nangong Mengdai slightly moved. Mr. Lang seemed to have thought about it and then turned back to warn, although the dead are worth remembering, it is meaningful to live. I hope you will remember this sentence. Go on. No one can support more than 5 moves. Although it doesn't take much time for each, it takes 50 people to fight in turn. When the last one sits on the ground, the class is nearly over. Under the situation of Lang's physical training, I have learned about the physical quality of all of you. Don't think it's unimportant. There have been cases of sudden death of drivers operating mecha during attack. The investigation results show that the body can't bear the pressure brought by high-speed movement, which leads to sudden death. If there is not enough physical strength, operating mecha is a joke about life. That's it. Class is over. Goodbye, teacher. I was beaten and convinced, and everyone was sincere. At lunchtime, Hong Shuibin still kept thinking, do you think that if I didn't have to hold and kick at that time, would it be better? Don't ask me, I never want to fight, Teacher Lang is too terrible, now my chest is still painful. Chen Feng also kept recalling the scenes of the fight, not necessarily. Maybe Lin Xian is not suitable for close combat? There will be shooting lessons in the afternoon. Try again. However, if you kick Shuibin, I think you should be kicked out first. In the morning, Mr. Lang also taught me to strengthen physical exercise. My eyes can clearly see the movement, and the brain wants to take corresponding measures. However, the body can't respond to it. It's too uncomfortable. Let's go for a morning run. Tomorrow morning. Everyone will go. Lin Xian, don't hide. No matter how much we need to improve our physical fitness, you don't want to run 2 steps to kill yourself. Lin Xian was scared and shivered, I'll go and I'll go. It's too shameful to die like that. Hong Shuibin was also immersed in his own fantasy, and did not eat much. In the afternoon, the 3 people came to the shooting area. On the platform, there was a tall and thin middle-aged teacher. He was fascinated by a book. Chen Feng's eyes had been good since childhood. He saw the title of the book, How to Achieve Double Gun Combat? Then look at the students who are present first, and see that Nangong Mengdai is also among them, just looking at his side. Nangong Mengdai sees that she has been found and puts her head away from her eyes. When everyone arrived, the bell rang on time. The teacher closed the book and stood up. Hello, students. I will be your shooting teacher in the future. My name is Lin Kuwei. Stand up. Hello, teacher. The class etiquette is well maintained. Please sit down, my class is mainly about shooting practice. After all, you can't practice shooting with your mouth, can you? Now I will explain to you some of the contents that need to be explained, and I will not repeat them in the future. It can be seen that Mr. Lin has a good temper and speaks with a smile. At present, the fighting of mecha is mainly divided into 2 directions, one is fighting and the other is shooting. Therefore, we are divided into 2 subjects. Mr. Lang on the opposite side teaches you fighting skills and I teach you shooting skills. You have seen him in the morning. Although Mr. Lang's face is cold and his strength is very strong, he is also responsible for your physical fitness training. Then our shooting skills are subdivided into 3 categories, pistols, rifles, and snipers. As the name suggests, they are for short-range and long-range melee, and James Griffin is the only one who can engage in close combat with 2 beam rifles. When it comes to beam rifles, there are differences in the design concept of machine armor shooting weapons, which are divided into beam guns and live ammunition guns. The advantages of the beam are that it is convenient to use, energy to charge, fast firing rate, strong penetration, and long range. After the energy is exhausted, it can be directly charged by mecha, which does not affect the battle. The disadvantage is that the damage area is small and there is no explosion effect. The advantage of live ammunition is that it will explode after hitting, and the disadvantage is that the weapon reloads slowly and the range is short, and it is difficult for the mecha to carry too much ammunition with him, especially when the battle is fierce. There is no free load. So now live ammunition guns are being phased out, and mecha is basically replaced by beam guns. I see. The murderer is clearer. According to Mr. Lin, the special machine used a live gun. Chen Feng was very excited when she heard this. She immediately turned her head and whispered to Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian. There are not many special machines using live ammunition guns. I wonder if they can be found on the internet. Hong Shuibin is also very happy. He hates the murderer who killed the best brother's parents. Can't find it. According to the information on the internet, all special planes of the Sangama Empire have been replaced by beam guns. Around Lin Xian took out his mobile phone and finished the search. Shit. Chen Feng was so angry that she forgot that she was still in class and smashed the desk in front of her. There was a loud bang and the whole classroom was startled. Inexplicably, Mr. Lin asked the student, "What is your dissatisfaction with the content of my class? If you say something directly, don't be so excited. If it makes sense, I will accept it." Feeling that everyone's eyes are on their own body, the pressure is really great. Chen Feng sweat, Teacher Lin and students, "I'm sorry, I was distracted just now, can't help it. It seems that I can't do well in class. After talking about it for a long time, I'm distracted. It's so hard to beat my heart." Teacher Lin made a heart-holding action and joked, but he didn't see that he had the nature of teasing. Hong Shuibin immediately became a firefighter. Report to Mr. Lin, Chen Feng's parents were killed by live ammunition guns, so they just heard your explanation before they lost control of their emotions. In this way, it is excusable that those who have experienced the war live harder than us. Please accept my apology. Mr. Lin realized that he should not be joking and apologized. Mr. Lin, it's because I didn't control myself well, and I also made mistakes. Does the teacher know which special plane of the San Gama Empire in Hangzhou used the physical gun? Chen Feng quickly borrowed money from others and did not forget to ask for more clues. Lin shook his head helplessly, "Excuse me, I don't know. At the beginning, there were not many pilots who survived the battle in Hangzhou. Now it is more difficult to find them." Although Chen Feng did not report too much hope, she was still a little disappointed. If you are lucky enough to meet the warrior god Morong Fan, you can ask. When two special planes were sent to Hangzhou battlefield, one of them was destroyed and the other was Morong Fan. He should know something about it. Mr. Lin also thought of Morong Fan. Thank you, teacher. I hope I have this chance. Rome was not built in a day. Chen Feng no longer extravagant, looking for the murderer has to step by step. Well, I'll help to keep an eye on it, and now I'll continue with the class. With the development of shooting weapons, the training difficulty of the three kinds of firearms has also been clear, and the rifle is used to block the gunner's gun step by step. Among them, I suggest that pistol training can be given up. The high-speed mobility of mecha is the most effective way to fight after approaching. The pistol power is too small, the damage is too low and it is difficult to hit. All countries have given up further research. After the introduction of shooting weapons, Mr. Nabaleo told me to explain the fighting weapons for him. Combat weapons are very simple and can be divided into two types, beam system and entity system. However, there is a fatal flaw in the physical combat weapons, which cannot withstand severe impact. If the impact force is too large, it is easy to cause fracture. This is fatal in combat. Unless it is made of polished metal, all but special fighters are equipped with beam swords. As for the reason why the sword is used, it uses the least metal parts. Except that the handle is made of light beam, other types of weapons are also in danger of breaking when attacking and defending because the handle is too long. Part of the sword handle of the beam sword carries energy. When it is used up, it can be charged by holding it in the hand of the mecha. Like the beam gun, it can be charged while fighting, which is very convenient. We have basically explained what we need to know in the weapon part. Next, we will start training. You can think about what kind of firearms you want to develop. I suggest you practice in the practice area behind you to see which one is suitable for you, and then tell me in the next class after you think about it. With that, Mr. Lin led everyone to the training room at the back of the classroom. There are only 50 shooting positions arranged in turn, which can provide all students with shooting practice at the same time. No wonder the first Department of Fighter Plane occupies the most land in the college. Jiangnan Institute of Machine Armor is really willing to pay a lot of money in teaching. Chen Feng went to the shooting position and looked around. He saw 2 beam guns and a protective earmuff on everyone's stage. One of the 2 guns was a beam rifle and the other was a beam blocker. As expected, there was no beam pistol. Looking at the guns on her desk, Chen Feng suddenly felt a sense of closeness. She reached for the beam blocker. Her arm sank and almost didn't lift it up. I'll go. It's so heavy? Hong Shuibin on the right also takes a breath, while Lin Xianza on the left drops his weapon directly onto the table. Seeing the freshmen being punished one after another, Mr. Lin gave a bad smile and explained behind the crowd, I forgot to tell you that in order to ensure the effect of our practice, the firearms used in the practice are scaled down according to the actual weapon specifications, and the weight is the same. Understand the size and weight of each gun. You can't do without a tacit understanding with them in the future. Chen Feng used both hands to exert strength, and finally raised the sniper. It's too heavy. The arm has been shaking. There's no way to aim at it. Lin Xian also nodded. I give up the sniper gun, the rifle can barely use. Hong Shuibin didn't rush to lift his gun. After seeing the performance of others, Hong Shuibin pointed out to Chen Feng and Lin Xinnu, you see, Pan Yubua, Murongchuan and Nangong Mengdai are holding their guns very steadily, and they have begun to practice shooting. Nangong Mengdai still uses the sniper gun. It's too fierce to meet the identity of a beauty? Really, we can't be compared by girls, look at me. Chen Feng is not willing to be compared. He calls out a target 50 meters away, puts on protective earmuffs, and raises the beam blocker gun, aiming and firing 3 times. Hong Shuibin stepped forward to see the results. Each shooting station had its own independent performance indicator. Chen Feng's score was embarrassingly displayed as 0. Obviously, he didn't even touch the edge just now. Wow, you are too weak. Don't mention the results. You didn't even hit the target. Hong Shuibin immediately started the mode of ridicule. Don't just talk about me. Try it yourself. It hurts. The recoil of the sniper is very strong. Chen Fenglian's 3 shots are even more ridiculous. Now he only has the strength to knead his shoulder. Hong Shuibin didn't believe in evil. He also picked up a light beam barrage gun and slowly took 3 shots. He turned his head and looked at his performance indicator. He was also a duck egg. It's too difficult. I don't know how well Pan Yubua and his friends are playing. Hong Shuibin did not wait for Chen Feng's sarcasm to shift the topic directly. He saw that some people were surrounded by Pan Yubua's 3 people. After struggling with the gun for a long time, Lin Xian still couldn't hold up the support to keep shooting posture. Hearing this, he immediately put down his gun and ran over. After watching for a long time, he walked back with astonishment. Pan Yubua and Murongchuan both scored above 8.5, Nangong Mengdai was even more powerful, so he didn't go down 9 rings. Hong Shuibin helped his forehead. Why are there so many non-human beings? How can I feel that the goal of surpassing them is to seek abuse? Chen Feng turned around and walked back to her desk. This time, she did not choose a sniper gun. Instead, she raised her rifle. Isn't President Pan saying that our talent is superior in this session, so I don't have confidence? I'm not going to give up. Hong Shuibin also raised the beam rifle, carefully aimed. That of course, is to find that he is a little behind a little, we have to hurry up. Holding the beam rifle in hand, Chen Feng closed her eyes and found the inexplicable sense of closeness in her brain. She gradually felt that she was integrated with the gun. She aimed at the bullseye at 50 meters away. The recoil force was not as large as expected, and the beam emission was so wonderful that Chen Feng could not bear to open her eyes. Before Chen Feng realized it twice, Hong Shuibin shook him back to reality. Chen Feng, tell me how you did it. What the hell? What and how? Chen Feng, puzzled, looks at Lin Xian, who is also excited. Lin Xian doesn't like Hong Shuibin so much. He stays in his position and organizes his words. You just hit the score of 10 rings in full circle. From 3 shots in the air to 1 shot in full circle, the change is too fast for us to accept. Yes. How did you do it? Tell me. Hong Shuibin began to shake again, as if Chen Feng would never give up without saying so. Chen Feng was shaken and couldn't even shake her head. I don't know. I just feel close to it. After a while, I fired. I haven't understood it. Don't shake, Shuibin. I'm falling apart. Are you gifted, the son of God, good at making guns, good at shooting? Hong Shuibin looked at Chen Feng, then at the performance indicator and began to guess. To tell you the truth, Chen Feng envies Hong Shuibin's wild imagination. No matter what, he can put on a reasonable explanation. Eager to find the feeling just now, Chen Feng pushed aside Hong Shuibin and said, practice quickly. The college life is only 1 year. We don't have much time. Besides, waterfront, you should lose weight. You're getting heavier and heavier. Go away. I'm the standard weight. Hong Shuibin rolled his eyes and returned to the shooting range. Lifting the beam rifle again, Chen Feng reflected on the shooting just now. This time, she clearly felt that the gun seemed to be a part derived from her own palm, without any astringency, and seemed to be able to aim and shoot according to her own will. Ready for bullseye, Chen Feng fired 3 shots again. 9.5 ring, 9 ring, 8 ring, the result is quite good. This is Chen Feng does not adapt to the recoil force caused by continuous shooting. It seems that the waterfront is right again. I have a special talent for rifles. I don't know if I have a sniper gun? Try again. Chen Feng verified the conjecture put forward by Waterfront just now. I felt like holding a sniper for a long time. I didn't feel like holding a rifle just now. The sniper is still a sniper gun. I'm still in my hands. There's no change. On the contrary, I'm dying of acid hands. Chen Feng didn't believe in evil. He still took up the sniper and aimed at shooting. The huge recoil force shocked him all over. Well, there's no sense in the sniper. It's all blind. Chen Feng stopped looking at the performance indicator. Looking up to Nangon Mingjie's direction, she used the sniper gun to practice just now. Now she still uses the sniper gun. I don't know if she has changed the rifle in the middle. Sighing again about the strength of this beautiful woman, Chen Feng withdrew her eyes and saw that Hong Shuibin was also fully engaged in practice, carrying a rifle to aim and shoot again and again. Although Hong Shuibin is usually not upright, he can always put his position in the right place when he should be serious. With the talent of this die-hard party and a correct attitude, he will probably become a legend. Looking back at Lin Xian, it was another scene. Lin Xian was still swinging his gun on his shooting platform, touching the sniper and rifle, not knowing what he was doing. Chen Feng was puzzled and asked, Lin Xian, what are you doing? Ah! Immersed in his own mind, Lin Xian was startled. I just tried 2 kinds of guns a few times, and all failed to hit the target. I don't know what to do. Let's practice the rifle first. The shooting speed is fast and the sitting force is low. You can try it several times in an afternoon. Well, thank you, or I'll have to struggle for most of the day. Lin Xian nodded, picked up the beam rifle and started shooting. Looking at Lin Xian in practice, Chen Fengxin thinks that although this roommate has a high synchronization rate, he may not be suitable for operating mecha to fight. Shaking her head and clearing her mind, Chen Feng gave up her sniper gun and began to focus on rifle practice. An afternoon passed quickly. Until Teacher Lin announced that class was over, all the people reluctantly left the shooting platform. Lin looked at the expressions on the faces of the people and gave a smile. Don't look so sad. The shooting area will be open in the future. You can come whenever you want to train, and the fighting area on the opposite side is the same. The crowd was overjoyed, and even a few turned and ran back to the shooting range to continue practicing. Don't be so anxious for them to come back. This afternoon's practice is almost enough. I'll go back and think about my future development direction first. If I keep practicing without thinking, I won't really make progress. The freshmen left each other, and Chen Feng stood together. Chen Feng took out the phone and called Shang Yujia to go to dinner. Hong Shuibin should have achieved good results, with a triumphant look on his face. Although I can't compare with those perverts in Pan Yugua, I'm sure that few people in the class can surpass me in the first time of touching a gun. Is that right? Are you so indifferent to me? Chen Feng pointed to her nose and said with a dark smile. No, you're not. You're dead. Hong Shuibin had secretly seen Chen Feng's practice results in the middle of the way, but he was not beaten. But after practicing for an afternoon, he had not hit several targets, and even changing the sniper gun midway had no effect. Lin Xian began to doubt his life and said pitifully, "Am I stupid? It doesn't hit the target at all." Looking at the heartache, Hong Shuibin hugged Lin Xian and comforted him. He did not forget to stick a gold on his face, but also belittled Chen Feng. Not everyone like me is abnormal. No matter what I practice more, there will always be effect. How many people do you surpass with such a high synchronization rate, don't you? Although Chen Feng's rifle is playing well now, it can't compare with you in synchronization rate. Chen Feng is also very worried. Shouldn't Wei, yes, I am not your opponent, now we are just groping for our own weapons, everything is still early. Lin Xian wryly laughed, although the synchronization rate is high, but it can't be used. Isn't it the same as nothing? I don't like fighting all the time, but I promise I'll try. Chen Feng laughed, patted him on the back and pushed forward. No one can say anything about the future. We must try our best to persist in the end, and there will be repercussions. But now, people are iron and rice is steel. We have to eat first. Lin Xian picked up his bad mood and followed two roommates to the canteen. At the entrance of the canteen, three people meet with Yu Jia and come to the third floor together. People can't always eat the same food in the same place, so now many students go to solve the problem of eating outside school. In this way, the school canteen is not as popular as the beginning of the crowd. Even if the rush hour after class there will be vacancies. The charge on the third floor was high, so the number of people was naturally small. Chen Feng and his wife easily found a seat for four and asked Yu Jia to sit down. The three of them went to dinner first. When the three returned, they saw that Su Xian and Lin Wenjie occupied their positions and were close to Yu Jia. We met again. We are really predestined. Remember your name is Yu Jia? Let's get to know each other. We are a fighter plane. If you have any difficulties, you can come to us. Yu Jia naturally refused, accompanied by a polite smile. Sorry, there is someone here. I'm here with my friends. The table is just right. If you want to eat, can you take the seat next to me? Su Xian's face did not know how to grow, thicker than the wall, not only did not leave but also stretched out his hand. Your friend is our friend. Is it your two roommates? Predestined to meet again today as our two dormitories of the fraternity, we squeeze on the line. My name is Su Xian. Su Xian stretched out the wolf's paw and did not touch Yu Jia's clothes. A man rushed to the side and patted it. Put away your dirty hands. What are you doing? With our seats? Get out of here. Since he was a child, Hong Shuibin was spoiled and didn't like to force people. Naturally, he looked down on such a shameless guy. It's you, huh? Wait and see. Hand back hot pain. Su Xian see as few people really want a conflict to suffer losses. Cover his hand left to cruel words. Hate to leave. Shouldn't you say I'll come back? That's the standard line for a bad guy. Chen Feng is also angry to make a counterattack. Anyone who sees his good partner being teased will not have a good face. You. I'll fight with you. I don't care about Shangxin. Lin Wenjie quickly pulled him. Su Xian, forget it, people have to bow under the eaves, they can't always be so proud. After Su Xian was pulled, he calmed down and pointed to Chen Feng. How many of you? Let's ride donkeys and read the libretto. We'll see. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie estimated that it would be humiliating to stay on the third floor, so they chose to leave the canteen without knowing where to go. The annoying guy finally left. Yu Jia looked at Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin reproachfully. You are so angry. Let them leave. Why quarrel? Are you getting into a feud now? If they have the ability, they will come and see who is abusing whom. Hong Shuibin is still disdainful and looks down upon the two men from the bottom of his heart. Chen Feng patted the extraordinary Floodbin, motioning him to sit down, and said in a serious tone, "Even if Shuibin didn't do that just now, we can't make up with them. Do you know, since the dinner last night, I have noticed that these two people have been watching us secretly. I don't know how much bad water they have in their hearts. In short, we should pay more attention to it in the future. Yu Jia and Lin Xian in particular, they are likely to trouble you. You should also note that your synchronization rate on the book is 82, and both of them are 85. It is easiest to attack you from here. When it comes to business, Hong Shuibin can always get back to normal quickly. Lin Xian didn't believe that someone would make trouble for himself. Should I be okay? I'm not in conflict with people. Yu Jia was also helpless. I got into trouble. Chen Feng was kind. Lin Xian, you should be more careful and try not to act alone. I'm not in the same department with you. I don't have many chances to meet. Moreover, I will act with my roommates. You don't have to worry about me. Chen Feng nodded. I will remind you to pay attention to this matter. Now our primary goal is to improve ourselves. If we are powerful, we should be afraid of them. Yu Jia, we will get up early tomorrow morning and run in the morning. Will you come? No, I prefer sleeping more than running in the morning, and I have my own exercise plan, so I won't be with you. Yu Jia refused with a smile. Hong Shuibin looked at Chen Feng with disdain. Is it okay for other beauties to have a beauty sleep? It's good to pull people to get up early. It's good for us to run. Eat, Yu Jia. We've made it for you. It's all your favorite food. Yu Jia makes a face at Chen Feng, buries her head to eat without excuse. Chen Feng smiles bitterly and begins to deal with the food in front of her. After dinner, it was still 3 people who sent Yu Jia back to the girls' dormitory. On the way back to his dormitory, Lin Xian suddenly stopped. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at him curiously. After brewing for a long time, Lin Xian looked up at the 2 men and asked cautiously, "Do you think I'm suitable for fighter A? Please tell me the truth." Chen Feng didn't expect Lin Xian to put forward this question so soon. He thought about his roommate and said, It's a bit too much for these 2 days. Let's try another 2 days?" Hong Shuibin was silent, just shaking his head. I see. Lin Xian knows the answer from his roommate's movements and expressions. He doesn't like to operate mecha combat. So what is suitable for him, although I don't know the answer? Yet, the body still has to exercise. The next morning, the 3 people in the 1010 dormitory got up early in the morning, quickly washed and ran to the stadium in front of the classroom. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin set their own goal of running 2,000 meters in 15 minutes, and then gradually increased. Lin Xian had never run so many meters in his life. He added 5 minutes to himself, but he didn't think he could finish the whole race. When I came to the stadium and started to run in the morning, I found that there were already 3 people in front of me who were doing exercises by themselves, and they should have been exercising for a long time. Pan Yugua, Mirangshuan and Nangong Mengdai are also talented and are working hard. Chen Feng breathed slowly and read out their names. Cough, you forgot me. I'm a genius, too. I'm working hard, okay? Hong Shuibin quickly find a sense of existence, otherwise this guy will forget that he is the same synchronization rate as Nangong Mengdai. Sure enough, Chen Feng's face is really like this, really? But who will believe that you are the same as Nangong Mengdai? Hong Shuibin rarely blushed, and he felt a little humiliated. It's just that I didn't train deliberately. Look, I can catch up with her soon. But you? Can we catch up? Chen Feng rolled her eyes and didn't speak. Lin Xian listened to their taunts and grinned at each other. 2,000 meters was a test for him, and he could not spend his energy on other things. Soon, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin too have completed their goals, but Lin Xian is still 1.5 times 600 meters short. Chen Feng ponders over it and feels that she still has enough strength, so she runs slowly with Lin Xian. Too much. How dare you train secretly? Hong Shuibin saw that he also joined the ranks, but the violent gasp revealed that he was also approaching the limit. Lin Xin was moved by the company of the 2 men, and a huge force poured out of his body. He ran 2,000 meters in 15 minutes. Hooray! Whoa! Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin ran nearly 2,600 meters. They were all panting at the edge of the court. Looking at them, Pan Yugua had already left, but many others came. In the morning or theory class, the three returned to the dormitory to shower and solve the breakfast problem, and then rushed to the classroom. Mr. He was waiting in the classroom very early. He said hello with a smile to every student who came in. You can see that he is in a good mood. Seeing that all the 50 students arrived, Mr. He did not wait for the bell to begin his lecture directly. In the last class, we mainly talked about the development, history of mecha, special machines, and synchronization rate. So today, we will talk about the new concept machine after the special aircraft, modified aircraft. As we all know, the number of special aircraft in the world has not increased a few times compared with that in the first mecha war, because there are so many meteorites in the sky, and the amount of extracted metal is limited, which is not enough to support the large-scale manufacturing of special aircraft. Therefore, the limited metal resources need to be reserved for suitable people to appear, and some of them are also used for upgrading and maintenance of old special machines. The emergence of the new special aircraft will either have extraterrestrial meteorites coming back to Earth again, or the pilots of the original special aircraft will retire, and the old special aircraft will be remanufactured and manufactured again. Someone immediately said, "Teacher He, since meteorites are so rare in the sky, can we rob the enemy's special plane? Just grab it and melt him and recreate our own special machine, won't it?" Chen Feng turned her head and saw Zhang Zhirong again. He was the only one in the class who was so active in interacting with teachers. Capture enemy special aircraft? Ha ha ha, this classmate has a lot of ideas. But since the birth of the special plane, have you ever heard of any special plane captured by the enemy? If the special plane can't evacuate after the defeat, in order not to leave any resources to the enemy, the only choice is to self-explode. Moreover, because of the characteristics of the special aircraft, the self-explosion effect is very strong. Even if the pilot is separated, it is too late to escape the scope of self-explosion. Therefore, special aircraft pilots choose to rush to the enemy to detonate, rather than escape like ordinary plane pilots. The death rate of special aircraft self-exploding drivers is 100%. Every year, 8 mecha colleges in the Republic of Cymbidium can produce about 1,300 mecha drivers. Among them, there are 50 people in Jiangnan University and Capital Institute of Mechanical A, and about 200 people in each of the other mecha colleges. This has led to a problem. With so many first-class pilots graduating, there must be some very good candidates. However, the special aircraft resources are too scarce, so the modified aircraft came into being. The refitted aircraft was put forward 2 years after the end of the first mecha war. Because of the scarcity of Huang metal, it was impossible to build one in a few years. However, besides many highly gifted pilots, a modified aircraft with reduced material requirements appeared after imitating the concept of special aircraft. As like as 2Ps, the design concept is basically the same as that of the special machine, and the same equipment is added to the special equipment or weapon. But because it only uses Earth's metal, it has the same power and duration as the regular mecha, but it has more variability. The refitted aircraft is also tailor-made for the driver, selecting excellent and suitable drivers, and matching with the corresponding science and technology. Like the special aircraft, it needs a lot of manpower and material resources. The output of refitting machines is not much, and the Republic of Ancient Xinlan can produce about 5 sets every year. Most of the pilots of the refitted aircraft graduated from our Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics and the Capital Institute of Mechatronics. Up to now, it has gradually become a dispute between the two schools. Both sides want the military to create more refitted aircraft for their college students. It can be said that the military is happy and miserable at this point. It turns out that there is a modified aircraft. Fortunately, it appeared after the special plane, otherwise it would be more difficult to find the enemy. It seems that to set a small goal for myself, to own my own refit aircraft. The pocket watch in the hand seems to have life, quietly provide strength to Chen Feng. Hearing the speech, Hong Shuibin said mysteriously to Chen Feng, "I am sure I will have a refitting machine, and I have already thought out the preliminary transformation plan." Chen Feng's desolate smile, a face does not believe, "Oh, can't see, you still have this ability?" Seeing that Chen Feng didn't believe him, Hongbin quickly explained, "That's it. Don't believe it. This is a plan that I want to make for my own special machine day and night. Many brain cells have died. Since the special machine is so difficult to own, why not use it on the modified aircraft first?" "Oh, so it is. No wonder you are becoming more and more stupid." Chen Feng had already believed that this diehard never lied on such a matter. Seeing that he was so anxious and urgent, he couldn't help teasing. Sure enough, Hong Shuibin was stunned and angry. If he hadn't estimated it in class, he would have done it directly. "Good, Chen Feng, you're playing me, and you'll have good fruit to eat when you go back." After talking about the refitting machine, Hyacinth seemed to know that the students would have a discussion. After taking a sip of tea, he interrupted the noise. In the classroom, "Okay, now that you have a good understanding of the concept of mecha, I will explain the actual force distribution of mecha in the world. Nowadays, the three countries with the strongest mecha strength in the world are the Saint Gama Empire, the ancient Shunlan Republic, and the Federation of Judean. Their strength is arranged in order. Closely followed by North. Russia and the Western Union, which is composed of many countries, was founded to fight against the three superpowers. Although it has not achieved much, each country has adapted to that system and has finally retained it. As for the rest of the other countries, it's not worth mentioning. Either they don't have the technology to build mecha, or they don't have the technology to build special machines. There's a big gap in overall strength." After talking about it all morning, everyone had a general understanding of the world's mecha strength. After class, Chen Feng three people quickly rushed to dinner. Afternoon is the simulator teaching, everyone is looking forward to. At dinner, Chen Feng saw that Lin Xian was still silent. Thinking that he was not very active in class in the morning, Chen Feng asked with concern, "Lin Xian, what's the matter? Are you unhappy when you come back from a morning run?" Immersed in his own thoughts, Lin Xian didn't respond. "Up. Chen Feng, do you call me? What was that about?" Hong Shuibin pushed the frustrated roommate. "He's asking you what's wrong with you today." Lin Xian was very grateful to his two roommates. He touched his head and replied, "You don't have to worry. I'm fine. I'm just wondering whether the fighter system is suitable for me or not, and what I should do." Chen Feng didn't know how to comfort him. She could only cheer him up. "Even so, be more active in class. What's the difference between you and a walking corpse? It's a simulated operation in the afternoon. Don't do that." Lin Xian nodded. I understand. I'm also curious about the afternoon class. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin think he can't change this kind of baby's problem. After going back to the lunch break, Chen Feng and the three came to the simulator room. They didn't want to be here early. They were actually the latest to come. Most of the freshmen haven't seen the simulator before, and some of them run over as soon as they have finished their meal. But the door of the simulator room was closed tightly, and everyone could only stand outside and wait. Among them, Zhang Zhirong was the most urgent one. He jumped up and down and ran around. "This classroom is really watertight. There is no window that can be climbed." Sweat, so anxious to climb the window, Chen Feng rushed to pull him. "It should be that the equipment inside is more expensive. Can't let people in and out at will. At least take a look from afar. It's itchy." Although Zhang Zhirong no longer jumps around, he is still scratching his ears. "Calm down, it's all like this to learn the simulator. Do you still get to boot it in the future? Can you wait for the teacher to come?" Chen Fengqiang is about to hold down Zhang Zhirong. He feels that his physical strength is much greater than his own. And he can hardly suppress him with all his strength. It seems that he has a long way to go. Hong Shuibin also got close to the front of the simulator room and took aim for a while. He walked back angrily. "You can't see anything. It's really covered. After all, it's something we don't have outside, and it will do better in terms of security. Chen Feng is not in a hurry, just wait for the teacher to come. We wait outside the door and wait right and left. We really live like a year." During this period, Chen Feng finds that Su Xinlin and Lin Wenjie are secretly staring at their own side and gently touching the flood. Binlin shows that they should pay more attention to their actions. Finally, when the bell rang, Chen Feng saw a slovenly middle-aged man coming slowly, still holding a large wine pot in his hand, drinking while walking. Lin Hongxian didn't catch the teacher's eye, did he? Lin Xian looked around and said, if I said it was not the teacher who came to the classroom at this point, would you believe it? Chen Feng shook his head, or cannot believe, God, this looks not reliable. This is Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics. How could such a casual teacher be invited? Obviously, the other students and the three of them are the same idea. Even Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan are stunned, watching the middle-aged man go to the simulator room, take out the keycard and open the door. Originally, the freshmen expected what the simulator would look like, but now none of them rushed into the classroom. They all stood at the door watching the middle-aged man in disbelief. The middle-aged man didn't care. He poured another mouthful of wine and walked into the classroom. There was only one sentence with the fragrance of the wine. Are you still in class? Looking at the teacher like this, is there any flour on the teacher's face? People wake up and see that the door of the classroom has been opened, and everyone rushes in. Is this the simulator? Chen Feng looked at a thick black cylinder in front of her. She felt that there were a lot of blows today. She couldn't believe the things in front of her. There are nearly 60 cylinders in the classroom, each of which is about 2.5 meters high and 1 meter wide. After everyone has chosen one, there are still some. After entering the classroom, the middle-aged man did nothing. He sat on the platform and drank a lot of wine. After drinking for a long time, he saw that the freshmen were standing in front of the simulator with big eyes and small eyes. Ha ha, 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 I heard that some of you came from the military area and some from the Morong aristocratic family. Why? Can't even use a simulator? Pan Yugua stepped forward and said in a loud voice, Report teacher, although I grew up in the military area command, I have never trained in mecha and never used a simulator. Morong Xian was not willing to be outdone, and then began, Report to the teacher, the simulator is strictly required to be 18 years old before it can be used. I have only seen it from a distance, and I still ask the teacher to teach me how to use it. Tutoring is very strict, burp good. The middle-aged man no longer sat, stood up and went to the nearest simulator. I'll explain. Burp, just once, I remember it. As like as two peas, this is the simulator. In order to make the training have real effect, the shape and the interior are exactly the same as the cockpit, that is to say, the cockpit of your driving machine will be extended like this after being taken out by itself. While saying that, the middle-aged man also vigorously slapped the simulator, making a bang sound. Although it is the same as the real machine, in order to train more systematically, the simulator has added additional functions. The middle-aged man pressed a raised button to open the door of the simulator. This is the key to open the cabin. Don't even be unable to enter your own mecha in the future, it will be too humiliating. When the door of the simulator is opened, you can see a semi-closed cylinder in the middle at the first sight. The middle-aged man points to it. The control room is placed in the middle of the simulator, and it is also an escape capsule. When you choose to leave, it will protect you to eject safely. Burp in combat. It also acts as a fixed frame, which is similar to the safety belt of a vehicle. After entering the cockpit, you will stand inside to fix yourself and then control the mecha. Otherwise, when moving or fighting, violent acceleration and vibration will throw you out. Then you don't have to fight because you're dead. Lin Xian didn't like fighting at all. He was even more frightened when he heard the word death. He stepped back and hid behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed this detail and held him with his backhand. If we really go to the battlefield in the future, we will stand behind us like this, remember? Remember. Lin Xian nods hard. Unexpectedly, the conversation was all heard by Su Xian and Lin Wenjie. The middle-aged people stood in front of the simulator to teach. In order to learn clearly, everyone came to watch. Unfortunately, Chen Feng and Su Xian squeezed into the neighborhood. Su Xian scorned a sneer, fear of death, but also to the fighter plane a why? Not a shame? Do you want to operate machine A to serve tea and pour water? You may not be willing to accept the army. Chen Feng's eyes glared, protecting Lin Xian. You are too much. At least you are a classmate. Lin Xian is also tested by his strength. After training, he will improve. Haha, yes, relying on strength, but this is not what you can say. Lin Wenjie began to take Chen Feng's synchronization rate as an article. Let me see, your synchronization rate seems to be 82, right? Can you come in at the bottom and show off? Chen Feng couldn't fight back when she was hit. She can't say she was only 17 years old. That's too childish. Chen Feng's synchronization rate is not high. Are you very high? So much lower than me, you still have the face to be arrogant in front of me? At the critical moment, Hong Shuibin was released in time. The synchronization rate of 88 is a big mountain in front of Su Xian and Lin Wenjie. They are not sure that they will break through and fail again. Because he is Murangshuan's roommate, he is so rampant. It seems that Murangshuan is not a good thing. Hong Shuibin has already started to hate the rest of Su. Lin Xian also habitually apologized, sorry, because of me again. Chen Feng directly covered his mouth, in the future, if you follow us like this, I will not admit that you are my friend. The way to deal with villains is not to apologize, but to be stronger than them. Make them afraid. Hong Shuibin took two people's shoulders and exerted heavily, yes, you two must surpass them. No one noticed that the middle-aged people in the field had firmly attracted other people's attention. The main body of the simulator is these two parts, and then this is the additional module of the simulator. At the end of the speech, the middle-aged man pointed to several buttons in the control room. The freshmen stretched their necks one after another, but they didn't see anything special. The middle-aged man took another sip of wine and watched the newborn geese laugh. Don't look like geese one by one. This can only be controlled after operation on the machine. What can you see from the buttons? He felt that he was being played like a monkey. In addition, the image of the middle-aged man was really bad. People glared at him one after another. However, the middle-aged man did not realize that he was still drinking heavily. After drinking a few mouthfuls, maybe there is no wine in the pot. The middle-aged man put down the jug and urged everyone to get on the machine. All of you choose a simulator. I'll explain how to use it, and then you can practice the rest yourself. Now all mechas operations are mind control, so is the simulator. Don't yell nervously. Close the hatch first after entering. Although Chen Feng was dissatisfied with this unreliable teacher, the novelty of using the simulator for the first time made him excited. He ran back to the original position with Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian, and quickly entered a simulator. Standing in the control room, leaning against the upright board in the middle, a helmet is pulled down from the top of the head and stops steadily. In front of him. Chen Feng reached for it and just put it on her head. When the helmet completely covered her eyes and back of her head, Chen Feng felt that there were many disc-shaped sensors sticking to her scalp. 6 fixators were raised from the back of the straight board to fix her chest, waist and limbs. Then she heard an electronic sound in her head, pilot access detected. Would you like to close the cabin door? So this is mind control. It's really advanced. It's much more convenient than manual. What did that sloppy teacher say just now? It's like asking us to close the hatch first? Chen Feng's head was full of wishful thinking, until the electronic voice asked again, and hurriedly responded, close the cabin door. In a hurry, Chen Feng forgot the middle-aged man's account, and she really cried out. She heard a puff beside her, which was obviously heard by Hong Shuibin. It seems that she will be despised again when she goes back. Chen Feng shakes her head and laughs bitterly. Without waiting for Chen Feng to think about it, she saw that the cabin door of the simulator in front of her began to close slowly, and the entrance of her control room was also closed immediately. It became a totally enclosed space, except for the light from the instrument. It was like a black hole. Good, everyone did a good first step. Suddenly, the voice of the middle-aged suddenly sounded in the control room. Many students were scared. Zhang Jirome also directly hit the cabin door. Chen Feng looked up and down, and did not find the source of the sound, and determined that the sound was directly transmitted to her brain. The middle-aged man laughed like a prank. Ha, hiccups, you are too tender. How can a combat machine like Mecha have no communication device? I can communicate with you through the helmet of Mecha at the console. Chen Feng couldn't help touching the helmet on her head. I see. However, the helmet controlled by Mecha is really a straightforward name. You just put on your helmet and you haven't entered the real operation mode, but don't start it in a hurry. I'll explain to you the difference between the simulator and the real machine. After the middle-aged people laugh enough, no longer nonsense, immediately began to explain, look at the 3 buttons on your right, the top red is the switch, first click it to turn on. Chen Feng reaches out to press the red switch. Just press it. A small screen lights up in front of her. It says synchronization rate, 82. Isn't this her own? Synchronization rate? What does it mean to test again? Well, you can see the screen in front of you. Now the top shows your respective synchronization rate. And there are 2 buttons beside it. The middle one is to increase the synchronization rate, and the bottom one is to decrease the synchronization rate. These are the additional modules of the simulator, the synchronization rate regulator, which is set to let users experience different synchronization rates. Isn't it possible to press 100 to see the best synchronization rate? Chen Feng thought here, there has begun to click quickly, but how to click after 90 cannot go up, is it not by their own press pad? Middle-aged people seem to see Chen Feng's behavior, and habitually began to ridicule. I guess now some people can't wait to set the synchronization rate to 100. Burp how? Want to experience the general feeling of God? Ha ha ha, I tell you to give up. The minimum adjustment of the synchronization rate regulator is 41, and the maximum is 90. I chow. The teacher's character is really bad enough to say nothing first. Chen Feng hated to scold stopped to press the right hand continuously. Middle-aged people don't care how others arrange him in their hearts. They talk to themselves, the lowest synchronization rate is 41 because the synchronization rate can only operate the mecha, and the highest 90 is because the synchronization rate exceeds 90, we can't numerically simulate the display of hiding ability. That's all you have to say. You can start to simulate mecha's actions, just think about entering the simulated operation mode in your mind. Finally, I would like to suggest that you should try the synchronization rate of 41, 61, 71, 90 and your own. It may be that they feel that there is no wine and no fun, and the middle-aged people will leave the simulator room directly after they finish. The unreliable teacher finally left. Chen Feng didn't pay attention to him. He silently entered the simulation operation mode. In a moment, everything changed greatly. The scene in front of him told him that he was operating the mecha and standing on a vacant land. That's where it begins? Chen Feng didn't know what the situation was. She stood in place for a while before controlling the mecha to lift her feet. Never had the experience to the mind, as if control is their own feet, mecha is very easy to move forward. It's amazing. It's totally the same as controlling the body. There's no feeling of maladjustment at all. Chen Feng was overjoyed and took 2 steps. She felt that the operation of mecha was just like that. It was easy and simple. Try to take off. Chen Feng is not satisfied with ordinary walking, and controls the mecha to jump into the air. Joy begets sorrow. The sudden acceleration force and overweight feeling from the body make Chen Feng breathe out. The mecha falls to the ground before it rises much. Chen Feng controlled the fixator to release herself and curled up in a circle in the cockpit, shivering. Her body seemed to be torn, pain, 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 pain. It's too fierce. It's going to tear my students apart. Is the pressure brought about by high-speed sports mentioned by Mr. Lang? The sloppy teacher didn't remind me, and the simulator can simulate even pressure. It's so lifelike. Before Chen Feng could figure it out, there were bursts of cries of pain outside the simulator, and the flood bin next to him was crying. Something must have happened to this guy, or he tortured himself. The pain was not as good as the others. Chen Feng felt much better. Outside the simulator, the sloppy middle-aged man has not gone far away. He hears the crying and howling in the classroom and grinning, ha ha ha, I want to fly before I learn to walk. Little bunnies, feel the pain well. Walking outside the school, I came to the school gate and saw an old man with one eye standing at the door. The middle-aged man finally put aside his cynical look and said, haha, it's old man. What can I do for you? The one-eyed old man didn't look at him. He looked at the endless stream of traffic outside and asked, Sue, you've been like this all the time. Is that really okay? Can the body bear it? The middle-aged man looked up and laughed. He lifted his sleeve and wiped the wine stains that didn't exist in the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I have discretion. The one-eyed old man frowned at him, looked at him for a long time, and finally slowly shook his head and walked into the school. The middle-aged people estimated that there was nothing more to do here, and wandered out of the school looking for wine and pleasure. The scream in the simulator room lasted for a long time, but it was not easy to get quiet. Chen Feng has never felt such heart-rending pain, and it took a long time to recover. Her whole body is covered with sweat, which is more exaggerated than the steam sauna. The pocket watch in the pocket also fell to the ground because of the violent shaking. Looking at it, Chen Feng's heart calmed down in an instant. Even though she couldn't bear such a little pain, how could she get revenge? If she couldn't do it, she should start from the basic movement. Determined in mind, Chen Fengxiang stood up straight in pain, operated the instrument again, and entered the simulation operation again. This time, Chen Feng didn't make any more random movements, just simply walked, reached out and kicked her legs, adapted to a while, and slowly began to run. In the process of running, Chen Feng accelerates slowly and feels more and more pressure on her body. In order to feel her limit, Chen Feng grits her teeth and continues to accelerate. Finally, there is a sense of tearing in her body. Chen Feng maintained this speed and continued to move forward for a few minutes. After a few minutes, she still felt pain and stopped. Hooray! It's really effective. It's much less painful than before. The body can gradually adapt to it. It seems that in the future, we should not only run in the morning, but also come here to improve our ultimate endurance. Chen Feng took a big breath, as if this could remove all the pain, and then set a new goal for herself. In the process of waiting for her body pain to relieve, Chen Feng thought of the suggestion that the sloppy teacher said when she left. She moved her heart and raised her hand to adjust the synchronization rate in the synchronization rate regulator to 41. Entering the simulated operation mode, I fell as soon as I lifted my foot, and even I turned over to get up, which was totally different from that before. It turns out that this is the lowest standard of feeling. It's too slow. It takes a long time for a mecha to react. Moreover, the output of power is so low that it can hardly stand up. Although the synchronization rate of 41 can operate the mecha, the other 6 mecha academies will not accept it if it is not more than 60. Chen Feng has been puzzled before, but now she finally understands that this battlefield is completely canon fodder. At most, it is a moving target with snail climbing speed. If the cost of mecha is expensive, it is not responsible for the drivers inside. Although the low synchronization rate leads to extremely slow reaction speed and low power efficiency, Chen Fengjin remembers the advice of the sloppy teacher and makes the basic action meticulously. After all, this is the only suggestion of the drunkard that is not reliable. I believe there must be some hidden function in it. After a while, the slow speed of mecha made her body feel no pressure. Chen Feng began to try running. As a result, she mixed her left foot with her right foot and came to eat shit. Running requires a high degree of coordination, so we need to break down the movements and experience more. Chen Feng did not worry, nor did he directly operate the mecha. She stood up, closed her eyes and recalled in her mind. She put herself into the situation of synchronization rate 41 and abandoned all kinds of feelings when she first used synchronization rate 82. Start to get up, this movement is smooth and coherent, although still slow, but there is no unnecessary and wrong place. Seeing that things are developing according to their own expectations, Chen Feng smiles and says, "Very good. I already have some feelings. Next, I will coordinate my actions." Mecha even walked a few steps and started to run again. This time, he didn't even falter. He began to run in a coherent way. Although, at this moment, if someone was watching, the action was slowed down several times, but the standard of action could not be denied. In mecha can maintain balance and keep running posture, Chen Feng is more dissatisfied. Take off. One more time. The mecha's feet stepped on the ground, lifted only 2 meters and then fell quickly, which made Chen Feng unable to respond and fell down again. Chen Feng beat her helmet with a bitter smile in the control room, proud. Forget that the power output is too low, only 2% of the strength cannot support the mecha, too high from the ground. Since she can't practice takeoff, then practice reaction. Chen Feng controls the mecha jump again, focusing on the control of landing. Although she still falls several times in a row, the situation is getting better and better. At least she can maintain her upper body balance. Finally, Chen Feng perfectly controlled the mecha landing. Although it only fell from a height of 2 meters, Chen Feng didn't know that there were no more than 5 people who could make this perfect with a synchronization rate of 41. Chen Feng is already sweating. She doesn't know how many times her clothes have been wet today. One more time, beautiful. One more time, good. Again, perfect. I don't know how many times I practiced. The voice of a slovenly middle-aged man burst into his head and finally let Chen Feng stop. Okay, I'll stop back. It's been a long time since class is over. Even if you're not tired, the simulator needs to rest. That's the end? Chen Feng's head is confused. Quit the simulation operation mode. Looking at the time on the mobile phone, it turns out that the class is really over, and he is immersed in the operation, and he doesn't even hear the bell after class. Out of the simulator, there was no excitement when operating the machine. Chen Fengkai felt that she had a headache and wanted to split. There was no pain in her body. She quickly helped the simulator next to her. She looked around hard and saw that everyone was like this. Some people collapsed to the ground. Only Pan Yugua and Murangshuan were in better condition and could stand alone. Even Nangong Mengdai also squatted sit on the floor. Standing on the platform was the middle-aged slovenly man. He didn't know when he came back to the classroom. The jug was full of wine, and he looked up and took a sip. I'll go back to the dormitory and go to bed. You don't have to eat dinner. Get up early tomorrow morning for exercise. Burp, don't. Take my advice for granted. Chen Feng wrote it down silently in her heart. Turning to Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian, she saw that Hong Shuibin was like a dead dog leaning on the simulator, while Lin Xian was better. However, judging from his shaking body leaning against the simulator, he was not well. Looking at the tragedy of the crowd, the middle-aged man was unsympathetic. He drove them out of the classroom, closed the door and left. Make complaints about shadow, and the flood bin is leaning on Chen Feng's body. He only has the power of tucking up his voice. This badass jumps into the pit to jump for us. We must show him good looking later. Chen Feng himself is also very powerless. By Hong Shuibin rely on his can only struggle to stand up. You still have the strength to think about this. Go back to the dormitory. Pain dead me. Lin Xian was the best of the three and helped them walk slowly to the dormitory. Chen Feng was curious. Lin Xian, how do you feel that your state is much better than us? Lin Xian reluctantly smiled, because I operate relatively slowly, and before I heard the scream outside, I realized that I didn't make big moves directly, so my body could bear it. I'm so envious that I jumped up and made a whirl kick, which almost killed me. Hong Shuibin recalled his action, and his whole body trembled as if the pain had come again. Chen Feng grinned and clenched the die-hard party with her only strength. I was cheated once. Have you tried those synchronization rates according to what he said? Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian both shook their heads. Hong Shuibin said bluntly, no, I don't believe his words. Chen Feng thought, or wait for their own. I'll try to see if there is any effect to talk about it, also no longer say all the way back to the dormitory. The 3 people in the dormitory did not even take a bath and all of them went to bed. I've never felt so comfortable with my bed, said Floodbin. Drop by drop. Chen Feng's mobile phone rings. Chen Feng also has no strength to move. It directly opens the external release. Yu Jia's gentle voice came. Chen Feng, is your class over? Let's have dinner in the evening. In the afternoon, it's simulator training. What's it like? Tell me about it. Before Chen Feng had time to answer, Hong Shuibin cried, Yu Jia, we are all dying. Yu Jia is also nervous. What's the matter? That teacher is a pervert. If you don't remind us that the simulator can't directly make big moves, we're all devastated, Hong Shuibin continued. Chen Feng quickly interrupted him and explained the situation to Yu Jia. The simulator simulated the pressure generated by the mecha movement. We didn't know at the beginning. Now my whole body aches, and I may not be able to eat dinner. Since Jia can't go to the canteen after dinner, they don't want to go to the canteen again. I know your taste. Does Lin Xian like food? Lin Xian was moved again. In addition to the pain, he said with tears, Sister Yu Jia, whatever you want, I can do it. Yu Jia, wait. Chen Feng suddenly had an idea. After class, the teacher told us not to have dinner. I think we should listen to him. Hong Shuibin finally raised his head and looked at Chen Feng. Do you still believe him? Chen Feng twitched her neck and nodded her head. Although it doesn't look reliable, what he said is not aimless. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. Shall we not eat tonight? Well, I don't have an appetite. Lin Xian went with the tide. After listening to their discussion, Yu Jia didn't insist. He said, well, since you go to bed earlier, I won't disturb you. I see. Bye. Chen Feng hung up. Body and mind are in pain, tired of the three people no longer have words to sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Chen Feng turned over from her bed and found that her body did not feel any discomfort due to fatigue, pain, and not having dinner. On the contrary, she felt an indescribable lightness. When he got out of bed, he dragged Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian out of bed. Hong Shuibin didn't want to get up. He yelled, "Don't touch me. It hurts all over. Murder." Lin Xian also grabbed his quilt. Yes, it hurts so much. Wait a minute. Why doesn't the body hurt at all? After sawing with Chen Feng for a while, Lin Xian finally finds something wrong. He thought he couldn't hold the sheet at all, but he had to fight with Chen Feng again and again. It really doesn't hurt when you say that. Isn't it scientific? After hearing the speech, Hong Shuibin stopped lying in bed and stretched his legs and feet, and I feel more powerful. Chen Feng did not continue to tangle with this, repeatedly urged, maybe yesterday afternoon's simulation operation let our physical endurance have a certain improvement? Ask the teacher in class next time. Get up quickly now, no sequelae, naturally can't pull off morning running, give me quickly. In the stadium, the three people successfully completed the set goal, and even Lin Xian had a breakthrough. So Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin practiced another 1,000 meters, and Lin Xian ran 400 meters more. Back in the dormitory, Chen Feng looked at her pocket watch and found that she ran 1/3 more than she did yesterday. It seems that even her physical fitness has been greatly improved. Does the simulator practice have such a good effect? Chen Feng was surprised. In the morning, it was fighting class again. Most of the people in the classroom were in high spirits, except for 3 people. They were sitting on the position against the wall with sallow complexion and listless eyes. Occasionally, they could hear a weak complaint, I really regret not listening to the teacher. 3 people are not clear, so Hong Shuibin found Zhang Jirong in the crowd and caught him in front of him. Zhang Jirong, you came early. Tell us what happened to those 2 people. Zhang Jirong was suddenly dragged down, subconsciously broke free and looked back. Instead of answering it the first time, he said excitedly, "Who is attacking me?" "Oh, it's you. I ask you, have you found that your body is not only painless today, but more powerful and energetic?" Chen Feng clapped Zhang Jirong. Yes, and I guess everyone has this feeling. Zhang Jirong made a deep nod. Yes, everyone woke up today and found the difference, but there are 3 not in this column. Finish saying also toward the wall 2 pitiful classmate Nuzui. Seeing that they had been bickering for a long time, Hong Shuibin finally got to the point. He was impatient and asked in a hurry, I just want to ask you what's wrong with them? Come on. Zhang Jirong became more and more mysterious. Hey, this is a long story. Everything has to start from yesterday afternoon's simulator training. Hong Shuibin was so mad that he almost ran away, holding Zhang Jirong's neck in his hands and threatening, it's a long story. You can't make a long story short. You shake your burden. Are you impatient to strangle you? I guess they ate after class. Chen Feng also does not want to let Zhang Jirong go down again, point out directly. Zhang Jirong originally wanted to put on a force, but he didn't expect that his eyeballs would be exposed before earning enough. He gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. Great, how did you guess that? Chen Feng didn't imitate him. He explained directly, we almost had dinner last night, but suddenly I remembered the last reminder of that sloppy teacher. I think I'd rather believe that he has no choice but not to eat. Now it seems that we have escaped a disaster. Zhang Jirong thought deeply, and looked sympathetically at the students beside the wall. After we went back last night, we didn't want to eat anything at all. We went to bed early. But they just opened some snacks at noon in the 3 dormitories, but they didn't finish eating them. When they went back to eat, they were tragic. They were sent to the infirmary late at night for vomiting and diarrhea. They just came back. It seems that they can't get over it in a few days. Hong Shuibin shivered. I chow, Chen Feng, thanks to you, otherwise we. Lin Xinshan thought it was right, and he took the lead. Fortunately, we didn't ask Sister Yojia to bring us food. The teacher didn't make it clear. However, we don't seem to know what to call him up to now. Will tell us next class, can't we always call him a sloppy teacher? Drunkard the teacher didn't take the usual road, and Chen Feng was also in a headache. When the bell rang, one-eyed teacher came to the classroom on time. When he came in, he saw the people who were full of energy and the two people who were depressed by the wall. But this did not affect his sternness. He issued an order on the platform, assemble, all stand in front of the stage. Report to the teacher. 3 of our classmates were ill, so we applied for the class. Pan Yugwa fulfilled his duty as a monitor and spoke for the 6 students. Sick? Why are you sick? Didn't the teacher tell you? For the first time, you can't eat if you have too much body burden. Did the teacher not say it or did you not listen? Tell me, Teacher Lang opened his eyes and asked in a loud voice. Pan Yugwa couldn't answer. He stepped back and looked at the 3 men. Among the 3, the student who looked slightly better than others replied, report to the teacher, we did not listen to the teacher's suggestion and ate food without authorization. Mr. Lang nodded expressionless, but there was no reduction in the requirements. Very good. If you dare to do it, you should dare to recognize it and stand in the queue. When the 3 slowly moved into the team and stood still, Mr. Lang said, you must implement all the teacher's requirements seriously. The special consequence is that they are like this now. If anyone dares to disobey orders in the future, I hope he will have a good look at how to write the dead characters. Chen Feng knew that Lin Xian had a great fear of death. He leaned over and grasped his hand. Seeing that Hong Shuibin on the other side was doing the same, the 3 looked at each other and laughed. With these 2 roommates, I may be able to gradually overcome the demons in the future, Lin Xian thought. Mr. Lang looked at the 3 sick students and finally started the class. Last class, I tested your skills. Generally, your physical fitness is too poor. Now all of you run to the stadium for 1600 meters, and the 3 of you will also go. Don't come back to see me until you finish running. Hong Shuibin Haotang, Lang teacher is also tough enough, they this situation to run 1600 meters, must not hang on the playground? Chen Feng could only express sympathy. Who has a way? It can only say that he has suffered for himself. We're in such a good condition. Let's run. A group of people rushed to the stadium, leaving 3 patients, dare not complain, and worked hard to step out of the classroom. Chen Feng, what do you think we'll go back before we finish running here? Hong Shuibin began to have a whim again. Instead of sweating, Chen Feng was scared to sweat. Sweat don't do anything about it. Can you do it after you are lazy? And I don't think Mr. Lang can't find out who's running. I just suddenly think of this problem. Don't be so serious. Hong Shuibin thinks that Chen Feng's reaction sometimes is very funny. Chen Fengbai glanced at him and turned to Lin Xian. How are you, Lin Xian? I've already run 2,400 meters in the morning, and now I'm going to 1,600 meters. Can you hold up? No problem. I feel my strength and endurance have been strengthened a lot. I can run slower at most, but I can still keep going. Lin Xian wiped the sweat and gasped for answers. Before running for a while, the physical quality gap of the students in the class appeared. Pan Yugwa and Nurangshuan were the first, followed by Nangong Mengdai. Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, and Lin Xian follow the army about half a circle away from them. Finally, there are several boys who have never exercised and the remaining 2 girls. It is needless to say that the 3 patients have not yet arrived at the stadium. Pan Yugwa and Murong Xian are not allowed to let each other. They have been keeping abreast of each other. Usually, Pan Yugwa's strong body naturally contains enough strength. However, Murong Xian, a white and pure man, is running on the playground, which makes people surprised. Although the last fight with Mr. Lang has changed people's impression of him, he is not only gifted, but also good at kung fu, but also more now. Yes, it has improved a lot. Murong Xian looks like a sissy, but after knowing for a long time, he found that he was a pure man. Hong Shuaibin can't find fault with him. He can only give himself strength and speed up a few points. Chen Feng followed suit and exclaimed, "Genius is not terrible, but diligent genius is terrible. The Morong family is so large that he must have experienced training that ordinary people don't have since he was a child. We need to pay more sweat to catch up." Lin Xian saw that he was dragging two roommates' hind legs. He gritted his teeth and quickened his speed. He felt that his speed had reached his limit. He could not speak out. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin speed up for a period of time, remembering that their roommates may not be able to keep up with them. When they look back, they all see Lin Xian's insistence. They grasp his arms and run hard. Until the end of the three people with the front of the three open nearly 100 meters, not to mention close to their distance, but is to get rid of the original side of the large forces, the first to the end. Pan Yugwa slowly gasped at the end of the race, waiting for the people behind to finish running. Miranchuan stood far away and breathed his breath. Nangong Mengdai unexpectedly took a look at Chen Feng, especially Lin Xian. Lin Xian tried his best to keep up with the two roommates. Now he could only gasp and hold his knee to keep himself from falling. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin of course could not make this roommate a fool. One of them helped him adjust his breath. Pan Yugwa and Miranchuan were the two leaders. The rest of them ran 1,600 meters very quickly. However, the consequence of speeding up was that all of them took a breath at the end of the line and walked to the classroom after a delay for a while. On the way to see three patients help each other to enter the stadium, people can only give them a helpless smile, they are also bitter smile response. When they returned to the classroom, Mr. Lang was already waiting in the middle of the training ground and beckoned everyone to come over. "Yes, I'm not lazy, but I try my best to run. You make me feel a little bit like that. On this side of the field, stand in groups of two, and the next step is to fight." Crackling, the crowd dispersed and quickly overlapped, leaving a very awkward Zhang Zhirong. "No one can group." Mr. Lang looked at him with a grin. "Haha, last time I hit fly, I was not happy in the heart. Today you practice with me, well vent your dissatisfaction." Zhang Zhirong was scared to urinate and begged for mercy. "Teacher Lang, please lower your hand a little bit." After a close look at the group of all the people in the field, Pan Yugwa and Miranchuan can't see each other well. Standing in one group, Chen Fengzi and Hong Shuaibin are in the same group. Surprisingly, Lin Xian, who doesn't know who to look for to form a team, is pulled into a group by Nangong Mengdai, who shuttles from the side. Such an uncoordinated combination makes the students on the other side look at each other one after another. You have only one goal, to knock down the opponent in front of you. Don't keep your hand just because you know the opponent, otherwise you will suffer. Now training begins. Mr. Lang always speaks directly, and then he goes to Zhang Zhirong. Zhang Zhirong waved his hand in a hurry and asked in a loud voice, "Mr. Lang, don't we need to wear protective equipment first?" "No, it's meaningless without real Dao and real gun training. It's better to bleed now than to die later." Mr. Lang didn't give Zhang Zhirong a chance to speak again. He grabbed his hands and threw him to pieces. "Roar, roar, fun, Chen Feng, you know, I want to beat you for a long time." Although Hong Shuaibin is used to telling jokes, Chen Feng can see from his eyes that he is serious. Naturally, Chen Feng was not willing to show weakness. How could this die-hard party reach out? He also looked forward to it. He began to challenge, "Hey, if you have the ability, come here. Don't just know how to fight and embroider legs. It's boring." Hong Shuaibin stopped talking nonsense and rushed straight up. Chen Feng dodged and kicked his back, which was revealed by his head. Hong Shuaibin knew that he couldn't easily catch Chen Feng just now. He turned around and kicked him as soon as he was flashed by. 2 feet in the air staggered issued a huge noise, obviously not small force. Chen Feng back a few steps by the shock force, tiptoed gently shaking right leg, to really strength is not small. Hong Shuaibin also took advantage of the situation to shake his legs. "You are not the same, just now but did not leave a hand? Don't you ask for a fight by yourself? Take the move." The pain in her right leg eased quickly. Chen Feng no longer talked nonsense and rushed to Hong Shuaibin. Hong Shuaibin was not willing to be outdone, but also rushed forward. Neither of them had learned the systematic combat skills. The fist to the fist, the leg to the leg crackled happily. Gradually, Hong Shuibin was not satisfied with such a boring fight. As soon as his eyes turned and his heart turned, he resisted Chen Feng's fist on the chest and threw his hands around Chen Feng's waist. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin grew up together when they were young. They knew that he never played cards according to the routine, and they didn't rush to continue to attack. As expected, he saw Hong Shuibin change his moves. Chen Feng immediately reached down with both hands and jammed Hong Shuibin's unclosed arms and retreated back out of control. Hong Shuibin can't make a plan, but he has another record. Seeing that Chen Feng's footwall is unstable, he directly sweeps the hall leg and sends it up. Chen Feng had no choice but to take off to avoid it. Seeing that the opportunity finally appeared, Hong Shuibin refused to give up. A black tiger took out his heart and caught Chen Feng in the falling. Chen Feng saw that. He couldn't make great efforts to avoid in the air. He was not better than you. Don't think about it. He chopped down the flood bin with one hand under the falling gravity. Both of them did not give in. The result of hard hitting was that both sides were hurt. Chen Feng was hit in the chest and flew backward. Floodbin was chopped in the shoulder and fell on the ground. Chen Feng, like a turtle turned over, stood on all fours and covered her chest. Shuibin, you are so abnormal. You attack men's breasts. It's going to collapse if it's so hard. Hong Shuibin propped up himself with the uninjured other side of his body, and was still hard-spoken. It's natural to fight by unscrupulous means. You are tough enough. My shoulder will be dislocated. Pa 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 pa. A burst of applause interrupted their quarrel. It turned out that after Teacher Lang knocked down Zhang Zhirong, he didn't care whether. He lay on the ground and grinded. Ha didn't want to get up. They just saw their fight. The only way to fight is to kill each other. No matter what method is used, the winner is the one who survives. You just did a good job. One is scheming and the other is coping properly. What's wrong with Mr. Lang? How can I praise someone today? Is the sun out in the west? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked at each other and saw that they were all surprised. Mr. Lang continued to watch the other matches. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan could be said to have matched each other. They were flying up and down. You punched me and I slapped each other. You were so flighty that you had to go to heaven and earth. This is not the same as Chen Feng Hong Shuibin's nonsense just now. On the other side, Lin Xian had a lot of bad luck. Seeing Nangong Mengdai approaching him, he was silly and didn't know what to do, so he fell to the ground. Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground, was even more helpless. He just wanted to fall down like this and get up all the time. As a result, he was caught and fell on his horse. Lin Xian is not annoyed or discouraged. He still struggles to get up. Finally, he is forced to move by Nangong Mingdia's scissors feet. Hiss. Chen Feng can't help but take a breath of cold after seeing it. It's really tragic. The pain on her body should be nothing compared with Lin Xian. When Hong Shuibin saw Lin Xian's tragic situation, the corner of his mouth was also slightly twitching. He happened to see Chen Feng in a daze and secretly fell down. He even locked his throat. Haha, you're still distracted in the battle. Let's die. Ah, cough. Mean. You're sneaking in. Chen Feng can only seize the arm of Hong Shuibin, absolutely not let him succeed, but it is just a dying struggle, no chance to fight back. Mr. Lang looked around the crowd's performance, heard the movement around him, and then looked around. He saw that Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin were entangled in each other and kept bickering with each other, showing a smile at the corners of his mouth. The smile soon disappeared, and a stern voice rang out, "All right, stop it all." The students in the field separated one after another, and Hong Shuibin also let go of Chen Feng. Lin Xian finally got rid of the ravage of Nangong Mengdai. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan still wanted to stop. After stopping, the students observed each other's situation and found that most of them were black and blue except for a few. However, Zhang Zhirong, who was chosen by Mr. Lang as his opponent, only had some dirty clothes. What did you find out after playing with your classmates? What did you get? Mr. Lang didn't rush to ask questions until everyone stood still. If you want to lose, you have to lose? Don't flounder? Zhang Zhirong didn't know whether he was really afraid of death, trembling back. Teacher Lang glanced at Zhang Zhirong gently. Don't worry, you can be killed in battle like this very simply. He was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. He became a hard statue. The rest of the people did not know how to answer, and finally Pan Yugua decided to come forward. Report teacher, I think that we need to fight more people with the same strength to improve our strength quickly. Since Pan Yugua has come forward, Murangshuan naturally will not be outdone. Report teacher, I think if the strength is enough, the best choice is to win by one move. If the strength is quite good, choose to exhaust the opponent's physical strength. If the strength is not enough, it is best to let go and look for opportunities. Mr. Lang raised his eyebrows and nodded. Well, the foundation of you two is higher than other students. After that, you will fix a group of training. Then Mr. Lang looked at the other students and said, look at your looks. You've been beaten up one by one. Do you know why? Because you can't even fight. Everyone was in uproar. From childhood to adulthood, Mr. Lang was more and more strict. The students lowered their heads one by one and stopped speaking. They began to reflect on the direct fight. Man's fighting is the same as that of mecha. Although the fighting of mecha is more changeable and has no fixed format, you must master the basic movements skillfully. Seeing the atmosphere gradually solidified, Mr. Lang said again, I'll teach you basic mecha fighting skills in the rest of today. This is the experience that countless people in our country have spent nearly 20 years summing up. I hope you can study hard and think more about how to use it when you go back. Next class, I don't want to see any more people standing in the classroom with bruises and bruises. Mr. Lang said no more. He went to the front of the field and directly started a series of basic movements. Everyone quickly learned it. The blink of an eye in the morning soon came to the end of class. 3 patients will climb back to the classroom. Mr. Lang looked at them without expression. You don't need to practice. You can cultivate yourself in these days and start learning next class. Then he announced the dissolution and left. Chen Feng was still in the middle of his mind and repeated it over and over until Hong Shuibin couldn't stand the hunger and took him to the canteen. While eating, Chen Feng was still recalling his movements. You said, the movements taught by Mr. Lang are very common. Why are they totally different? Or can this be the painstaking efforts of countless people in our ancient Republic of Shinlan in the past 20 years, and it is not only suitable for machine armor, but also suitable for human-to-human interaction, so we should study hard. I said, I'll do it in the morning. Hong Shuibin also realized the magic of basic mecha combat, and offered to increase training. Lin Xian also agreed, I didn't think of many movements. From another perspective, it conforms to human body mechanics and can enhance the flexibility of the human body. Oh, you can see that, too? Hong Shuibin is curious. Lin Xian nodded again and explained, I used to rank first in the province in terms of academic achievements, especially in physics and energy science. Only because of my high synchronization rate, I was arranged to rely on Jiangnan University of Machine Science. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng was surprised that her roommate was a Shuaba. Looking at Lin Xian, she joked, so powerful, I think you can go to Eugenian's Mecha to study and learn. Ah, you found it all? I have borrowed books on their subjects from Yujia. Lin Xian was more surprised than Chen Feng and directly exposed the secret himself. Hong Shuibin clapped his hands and said, yes, I can see that you often read books in the dormitory. That's what happened. Chen Feng also hugged Lin Xian's shoulder, thinking that it would not really become what he said in the future, would it? In the afternoon, it was a shooting class. Everyone had to confirm the future development direction of their guns to Mr. Lin. When he stood on the platform, he was shocked and said, what's the matter with you? Beaten? And what about those 3? Is there anyone in Mecha Academy who can bully our fighter A? This kind of thing is naturally explained by the monitor Pan Yugua. Report to Mr. Lin. In the morning fighting class, Mr. Lang asked us to practice in groups of 2, all of which were fought by ourselves. And the 3 of them came back to the dormitory to eat after learning the operation of the simulated machina yesterday, and vomit and diarrhea. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Lang is still so cruel. The one in the simulator classroom is even more difficult to do. You should be careful, otherwise you will have bad luck again and again. Mr. Lin was laughing. After laughing for a while, Mr. Lin did not continue to embarrass the students below. He asked them to report their major in firearms from right to left, from front to back. The first to stand up was Pan Yugua. Report, teacher, I decided to major in beam rifle. Mr. Lin made a record in the computer. Okay, please sit down. Next one. The second is Morong Xian. Report, teacher, I decided to major in beam rifle. I don't know why. Obviously, Pan Yugua and Murangshuan don't like each other. They don't live in the same dormitory. But they always sit together in class. Well, Chen Feng, is it an illusion that they didn't deal with them? In fact, they were gay? Hong Shuaibin stealthily rubbed Chen Feng while others reported. Chen Feng thought he was going to say something serious. She got goosebumps all over her body when she heard this. You are so disgusting. You can also guess at random. Hong Shuaibin spread out his hands. Otherwise, you can tell us why they are always tired of being together. Chen Feng naturally replied, enemy and friend, just like you and I are not together all day. No, ouch. Just finish saying, Chen Feng disgusts oneself too. Ouch. Hong Shuaibin is also disgusting. He quickly dodges and changes seats with Lin Xian, so as to get further away. Lin Xian didn't hear their conversation and was confused. He only saw that the two diehards, who were stuck together every day, seemed to be far away from each other. Several people stood up to answer. They all chose beam rifle, until Nangong Mengdai. Report to teacher, I decided to major in beam blocker. Teacher Lin was also stunned and took a look at the beautiful student. Oh? Beam sniper. All right. Sit down. Soon it was Chen Feng's turn, and all three of them chose beam rifles. Finally, the class of 50, a total of 45 people chose the beam rifle, 5 people chose the beam gun, of which all the girls chose the beam gun. Mr. Lin closed the front computer screen and stood up. Well, you have decided on your future road. Before, in order not to affect your own judgment, so I did not say more. Now I will tell you some about the difference between rifle and sniper gun. Among the shooting weapons, the beam rifle has the most extensive applicability and the largest number of users. Close combat and medium-range warfare are the most common combat scenes in mecha warfare. Due to the characteristics of fast training, simple operation and convenient use, beam rifle has become the most important weapon on the battlefield. Although the beam blocker gun is powerful and has a long range, it has a slow firing speed and a large recoil force. It is mostly used to support or kill important targets on the opposite side. Therefore, most of the machine armor equipped with the beam blocker gun is bulky. If it is close to the body of a melee fighter, it needs the protection of other mecha to play the most effective role. The number of people who use the beam barrage gun is always rare. In the future, the students who choose the light beam rifle should take good care of the comrades in arms who use the beam blocker gun well. Saying so much doesn't make you feel that you have chosen the wrong one. You should know that what you like is the most suitable one. I hope you can train according to your first feeling. Of course, if you really want to change, it's up to you. Mr. Lin sat down and indicated that the students could talk freely. According to this statement, Nangong Mengdai chose the light beam barrage gun. Then, is it not necessary for someone to protect her? Hong Shuaibin said, glancing at Lin Xian. All his life, Chen Feng can't let Hong Shuaibin factory play alone. Yes, it's not good to be approached. Lin Xian, do you want to defend her? But I don't have that strength. Lin Xian was framed into the scene by two people and suddenly woke up. Ah. Incorrect. You frame me. Hong Shuaibin bent over with a smile, and his tears all flew out. Ha ha ha, I've told you the truth. Don't worry, we won't tell others. Lin Xian was angry and laughing in his seat. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't laugh at him, he reached out and grabbed him. Hello Chen Feng, Hong Shuaibin will only bully people. Chen Feng shook her head. No, if I had that time, you couldn't beat others at all. As a result, Nangong Mengdai would protect you in turn. Ha 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 ha, no, I can't think about it anymore. I can't stand it. Next to the flood bin is not easy to slow down. Heard this and pumping in the past, Lin Xianru was struck by lightning, a face of sad. After a while, the voice gradually stopped. Teacher Lin stepped down from the platform and led the people to the shooting area. Even if you really want to change your mind, you don't have to be in a hurry for a while. Now you'd better use the two guns in front of you. There are so many accidents. One day you may use unfamiliar weapons. At least make sure you can use them smoothly. Now I'm going to teach you the right way to aim. You can hold your breath, and you can hit it easily with your gun on your shoulder. While speaking, Mr. Lin walked into a shooting table, operated the machine to put down a shooting target, picked up the beam rifle on the table, and easily aimed at hitting. Chen Feng Hung Shui Bin Wai to see the results, big 10 rings. This teacher Lin is also a real talent. Seeing that everyone cared so much about his shooting performance, Mr. Lin laughed. Don't worry about this. It's not difficult to fix the target. In the future, your main practice is moving target. Moving target is the place to practice for years, because the real enemy will not be so stupid as to stand still and let you attack all the time. And in the future, you will also try to shoot directly with one hand, instead of aiming against your shoulder. The battle on the battlefield should be against the clock. But Mr. Lin, raising the gun with one hand does not rely on the shoulder. Isn't the recoil very strong? Especially the sniper. How can you hit the opponent in the distance? And targeting is a big problem? Chen Feng faintly felt something wrong and got up to ask questions. Mr. Lin didn't get angry because of Chen Feng's interruption. Instead, he looked at him with approval. This is Chen Feng. It's very good to ask questions to show that you are seriously thinking. And I'm going to explain this. First of all, the endurance of mecha is much higher than that of our human body, and the recoil force that the human body can't accept has no effect on the mecha. Secondly, the recoil force of all rifles has been greatly reduced now, whether in the light system or the live ammunition system. As you use more guns, you will feel this. Of course, this does not include the sniper gun. The development direction of the sniper gun is completely opposite. It pursues a longer range and a higher power. Therefore, it will have stronger sitting power, so it is definitely impossible to shoot with a single handgun. As for the problem of aiming, this is also very simple. If you put a single hand grab in front of your eyes, you can aim. The stability of the mecha arm is different from that of the human arm. Especially in close combat, when you are shooting with your gun, you can't have time to aim. Of course, you have to hold the target for a certain period of time, and then you should have a good training. I give you the fixed target requirement is that each gun cannot miss the target, and the minimum of each gun is more than 7 rings. After putting forward the target, Mr. Lin left the shooting platform and let the students start free training. When Hong Shuibin went to a shooting platform, he also slapped Chen Feng. Yes, Feng, I can think of the problem of holding a gun with one hand so quickly. Lin Xian also looked at Chen Feng with admiration. Yes, Chen Feng, you are so powerful. I am still thinking about how to grab with one hand. You have already considered the problem of recoil and aiming. Because these 2 days I think well, my future major direction is gunfight, naturally I will think more seriously about the teachers. Teaching. Chen Feng has decided her own way of fighting in her heart, and now she finally shows her decision to her 2 companions. Hong Shuibin was stunned when he heard the speech. Is it decided so soon? Would it be too hasty? Not really. Chen Feng shook her head, went to her shooting platform and grabbed the beam rifle. I have thought about it. I don't like close combat very much, and holding the beam rifle makes me feel a sense of closeness that I can't feel with other weapons. I don't want to waste this hard-earned feeling. After that, he aimed at shooting, and there was a beautiful 10 rings on the result display. Seeing Chen Feng's achievements, Hongbin no longer said, in this case, you can go on this road well. My fighting mode is likely to choose close combat, which is just in line with my own special aircraft thinking. This is the second time Chen Feng heard Hong Shuibin mention the special plane and looked at him in surprise. I heard you say your own special plane again. Go back to tell us in detail at night. Hong Shuibin nodded, and Lin Xian on the other side held the gun and thought silently what kind of fight he was suitable for. Chen Fenglian fired 100 shots and saw that all the indicators in the performance indicator were above 8 rings. According to the identity of a beginner, it was quite against the sky. It can be said that it was unprecedented. Unfortunately, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian nearby were ignorant of firearms and did not realize the mystery. At this time, Mr. Lin was teaching students in the distance to practice sniper guns, and he had no time to take care of Chen Feng. He missed the opportunity to make him famous. On one side, Pan Yuguat and Mirongchuan had already adapted to the normal shooting posture. After practicing for a while, they began to try to shoot with one-handed gun as teacher Lin said. However, the difficulty of holding and aiming suddenly increased, which made both of them very uncomfortable. The results fluctuated and sometimes even missed the target. On the other side, Nangong Mengdai changed a 180-meter target to shoot. There was no requirement for a single handgun. It was convenient to train, just increase the distance. However, with the increase of distance, the difficulty is also geometric. Times, a little bit of error is 100 miles away. The other 4 students who choose the barrage gun are still fighting on the 150-meter target. From their achievements, we can see that they are still in the process of gradually adapting. Although he said that close combat should be the main mode of combat, Hong Shuaibin did not relax his practice in firearms. He used his rifle and sniper. In turn, and his performance was steadily improved. Lin Xian on one side also wakes up from the trance state, and starts shooting one shot at a time. Chen Feng looked at her achievements and saw the expressions of the people around her who were seriously training. Originally, some of her complacency seemed to have been poured into a basin of cold water. It was better for people like Pan Yugua, Mirongchuan and Nangong Mengai who were still working hard to train, and they only practiced so few guns. What's so proud of their achievements? So Chen Feng set a small goal for herself, at least each shot must hit more than 9 rings, and then talk about holding a gun with one hand. Chen Feng started shooting practice again. Although he had been able to hit more than 8 rings per shot before, it was mainly due to his inexplicable feeling that he had hit more than 8 rings per shot. He did not have long-term experience. It was not easy to hit 9 rings for every shot. The lowest ring in an afternoon was only 8.1, and the average score was 8.4. Obviously, there is a big gap between himself and Pan Yubwa and Mirongchuan, let alone Nangong Mengdai. Until the end of this class, Chen Feng did not achieve his goal. Fortunately, he knew that the goal could not be achieved in a short time and a half, and he was not discouraged. When they got out of the shooting room, they saw that Counselor Wang was waiting for them not far from the door. They warmly called out, "Hello, Counselor Wang." Counselor Wang responded with a smile, "Hello, students. The school will hold a New Year's party at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, and then you will receive it directly after class. Looking at the bruises on people's faces that have not yet been detuned, don't be too hard on Mr. Lang's class after that. You see, it's going to be a battle with injuries tomorrow." Everyone looked at the wounds on their faces and burst into laughter. They accepted the kindness of Counselor Wang and repeatedly promised that they would not make such ugliness again. Chen Feng and Yu Jia ate dinner together. The wound on several faces naturally attracted Yu Jia to complain. In the evening, several people lay down in bed. Chen Feng mentioned the topic that she didn't ask in detail in the afternoon. "Waterfront, tell me your ideas about your special machine. We still don't know what it is like after hearing it for several times." Hey, talking about the topic that he attached the most importance to, Hong Shuaibin bounced up from the bed and began to maintain. "The mystery, do you know? I thought of this idea from a young age, until I entered the mechanical college, I began to mature. Come on, there's no mystery in front of us." Chen Fengxi did not give him face, directly asked the results. Naturally, Hong Shuaibin would not see him in the same way. He turned to Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, what do you think is suitable for me?" Lin Xian is not a joking character. He looked up and thought carefully, "In my opinion, your personality is quite changeable. You should be the type of mecha with very changeable attack methods?" Tut, we Lin Xian's brain is powerful, and we can guess it in a second. Lin Xian was right, Hong Shuaibin repeatedly praised, but there are still some differences. My assumption is that even the mecha should be changeable together. Chen Feng slightly frowned, "Mecha changeable? You mean variant?" Hong Shuaibin found a comfortable position to lie down, "Yes, and it is a variant in the battle, giving the enemy unexpected different blows." "You have no idea, haha. I want to fight for a refitting machine and realize this cross-era design on it first." Hearing this idea, Chen Feng and Lin Xian were shocked. This is a way of thinking that completely goes beyond the current mode of mecha combat. Stunned for a long time, Lin Xian hesitated to open his mouth, but, Waterfront, you may have overlooked a problem, it is very fatal. What? What's the problem? Lin Xian, tell me quickly. Hearing this, Hong Shuaibin was not calm at once and turned over from the bed again. Well, wait for me. Lin Xian organized language. Hong Shuaibin was already impatient, and Chen Feng had no effect in appeasing her. Finally, Lin Xian cleared his mind and began to explain, you all know, there is only one variable mecha in the world, and it is a special aircraft. The most important thing is that its variant has always been prepared in advance, and has never been done in combat. I know that the special machine is the American deviant, and I have also referred to as materials for my design ideas. But what happened? What's wrong with that? Hong Shuaibin had already been hungry and itchy, and asked Lin Xian questions. Lin Xian was still not in a hurry. He whispered, I have also studied the design data of that special machine, and one of the cold interviews showed that it has defects in the modification aspect. That is, the variant speed is slow, takes too long, and there is no defensive ability during the transformation. If the variant is in a frontal confrontation, it is a fixed target. We just practiced the fixed target this afternoon. During the transformation period, we can do our best to output several rounds. Hong Shuaibin was hit hard. Obviously, he didn't find this problem. His design idea is based on the combat variant, and the speed of the variant becomes a dead end. Looking at his loveless appearance, Chen Feng quickly comforted him, don't make a conclusion so early. After all, the special aircraft in the United States was built more than 20 years ago. In the later period, with the continuous progress of mecha technology, it may not be impossible to overcome the problem of transformation speed. Lin Xianmeng nodded, yes, I forgot this. After so many years, the previous problems may have been solved earlier. Hong Shuaibin forced his face to smile and was lack of interest. He knew that the two partners were just comforting himself. Ha, don't do this. If there is a breakthrough in technology, there will be new variants of mecha in various countries. No, so it is very likely that there is no solution. Chen Feng and Lin Xian didn't know how to answer. They could only accompany him with a bitter smile. After that, they all lost their interest in talking and fell asleep quietly. The next day, they were woken up by the alarm clock. They didn't continue to talk about the problem of transformation. They went out to do morning exercises in silence. In addition to morning running, today's project also added a boxing exercise, which took a lot of time. During this period, Chen Feng accompanied Hong Shuaibin to give vent to his practice, and his whole body was aching and bitter. When the three people rushed to the theory classroom after finishing, the class bell just rang. In the classroom, except Chen Feng, all the other students and teacher he were there. When Su Xian saw them stepping on the bell, he sneered, step on the clock and let everyone wait. You three have a good face. Chen Feng reached out to stop Hong Shuaibin, who was about to get angry. Ignoring Su Xian's vicious words, Chen Feng bowed and apologized to teacher He, sorry, Mr. He, we didn't control the training time this morning. I promise I will never do it again. Well, you are not late. Take your seat. It's time for class. He waved his hand, magnanimous let them quickly in. Chen Feng three people once again thanked the teacher He, and to the other students sorry nod, quickly walked back to their seats. Su Xian took the lead in launching the disaster, but was ignored by all people. He had no choice but to sit there and get angry. When they were seated, he began to teach. In the previous class, I have introduced the background and main strength distribution of mecha to you. From this class, I will teach you the structure and simple maintenance of mecha. You must study and remember these knowledge carefully, because in the future, you will often encounter the situation that you are fighting alone or in charge of. Maintenance, so you will occasionally take the role of maintenance personnel. If you can't fix it, it's embarrassing. You'll be in a situation where you can't use it. Imagine being alone in the outer mecha damage, no one to repair every day should not call the ground is not working. At this time the enemy suddenly attacked, they can only close their eyes and wait for death. Chen Feng a shiver, in the heart wants absolutely to learn well, absolutely cannot allow this kind of thing to happen. All of us understand that teacher He's words are not alarmist. It's a matter of life and family when fighting outside. Even Zhang Zhurong and Hong Shuaibin are hard to get serious. All of them are full of spirit and listen to the class carefully. The needle can be heard in the classroom. Teacher He nodded secretly. This year's students' talent has been higher than previous ones, and they have a good attitude, which can be regarded as children to be taught. Although he affirmed the potential of new students, it was still a piece of blank paper at present. He coughed and began to explain. Since the development of mecha, there have been a variety of shapes, but finally it was determined that adult shape is the best operation in training, only a few animal forms of mecha. I won't go into details about the few animal form mecha, because you will be equipped with standard humanoid mecha after graduation. If you want to operate animal form mecha, you must at least get your own modified machine or even special machine, which is very difficult, and the R&D personnel in charge of this mecha will explain it to you in detail. Now let's look at the form of the standard humanoid mecha. Mr. He clicks on the computer in front of her, and the big screen behind her shows Chen Feng's structural map of the Republic of Ancient Shinlan, which they often see on TV and on campus. Mr. He walked to the big screen with a teaching stick, pointed to the mecha and began to narrate in detail. As the name implies, the humanoid mecha is naturally made by imitating the human form. The height of all humanoid mechas in the world is about 18 meters, and a large number of data show that this height is the most suitable for most people to operate. This is the head of humanoid robot armor. The head is not big, and there are not many accessories on it, but they are very important. It is mainly responsible for the intelligent vision, intelligent hearing and intelligent smell of the machine. Occasionally, a small mechanism gun is installed on the head of some mecha. Although it is not powerful, it is easy to surprise the other party in close combat. If you see that the head of the other mecha has a hole, you should be careful. To put it bluntly, our country's second-generation mecha is about to come into the world. In my personal opinion, from the second generation of mecha, all mecha heads will be equipped with mechanism guns. After all, the technology is not difficult, but the effect is very good. He pointed to the head and explained it one by one from top to bottom, with personal speculation. After finishing the head, he said the trunk, and teacher He's teaching stick moved down. This is the most important area of the whole mecha. The trunk, the core of the mecha, is where your cockpit is located, and all instructions are sent out from here. After a pause, Mr. He pressed the remote control on his hand to refine the mechanical armor structure map on the large screen into the trunk structure diagram, and continued to explain. The trunk is connected with the head and limbs, and the command from here can achieve the fastest realization, and the area is large enough, so the cockpit is designed here. You see, in front of the center of the trunk is the cockpit position. When you get on the mecha, you open the door from the front of the mecha and enter. Most of the rest of the torso is covered with batteries, which provide the energy needed for all mecha activities. Report to Mr. He. I have a question to ask. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly stood up and asked questions. This student, please say so. Teacher He motioned to Lin Xian to continue. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin look at Lin Xian as if they were aliens. This clunky roommate actually gets up to ask questions. What's the situation? The sun didn't rise in the west. Immersed in his own thinking, Lin Xian said to himself, the cockpit is designed in front of the mecha. If it is hit by the front, the pilot will be killed in one blow? And the trunk is mostly a battery that provides energy. If the battery part is hit, don't it explode? Yes, this student said the key point. This is the problem repeatedly mentioned at the beginning of mecha design. Mr. He felt that he had not praised people continuously for a long time. This class of students was really good. Then I ask you, why do you think the cockpit is designed with 2 doors? Lin Xian thought a little, and his eyes brightened. Is the outer area of the cockpit for defensive effect? He asked Lin Xian to sit down and enlarge the cockpit structural drawing. That's right. The cockpit is double-layer design. The outermost layer mainly plays the role of protection and buffer. The escape cabin in the middle is the real control core. It is not so easy to hit the escape cabin. Moreover, after so many years of testing, in combat, the pilot's defense to the middle part of the mecha is the strongest, and it is rare for the pilot to be directly hit. What's more, The trunk part of the mecha is the place where the most metal is used in the whole aircraft, and its hardness can't be pierced by 3 or 2 strokes. In addition to the battery problem, it was also a problem that researchers could not solve for a long time. If the battery is too large to cover the fuselage, if it is hit, the blaster will be destroyed and killed. If the battery is too small and can only be hidden in a small corner, the mecha will not be able to move for a long time due to lack of energy. These 2 points contradict each other. Finally, the scientists of the Sangama Empire finally put forward a genius idea, because of the protective ability of the body part of the mecha, which is different from other parts. The battery can be concentrated in the trunk area, and it will be separated into multiple areas for unidirectional transmission. After being broken down, it will be directly cut off, and the power input into it will be stopped. In this way, even if the trunk part is attacked, the explosion will not happen easily. In most cases, the output of mecha will be reduced due to insufficient electric energy. So with the support of these technologies and the super defense of the body part of the mecha, the 2 problems just now have been solved. Teacher, he summarized and introduced. The back of the trunk. The back of the trunk is equipped with ejectors, which can provide a certain amount of acceleration and flight ability for a certain period of time. All the students applauded, not only for the wonderful explanation of Teacher He, but also for the researchers who came up with various methods to solve the problems. After Lin Xian sat down, Chen Feng approached him. Why are you so active today? I've never seen you speak before in class. Lin Xian saw that Hong Shuibin on the other side was close to himself and began to make threats. He quickly replied, no, I just found that I like the knowledge of mecha. When I saw what the teacher said, I couldn't help thinking. I think it's similar to Chen Feng's feeling in shooting class. You 2 perverts, why don't I feel like this? The rest of the class doesn't have that. Hong Shuibin is a little unhappy. Even Lin Xian is better than him. Chen Feng knew that he just couldn't take it for a while. Our direction is not the same. You're not following the line of close combat. I can't be trampled by you for all kinds of strange playing methods. Chen Feng's words made Hong Shuibin feel more comfortable, and he no longer bothered with this issue. When everyone's applause subsided, he pointed to his left arm. Next, we will learn about the limbs of mecha. The first is the left arm. The left arm is mostly used for protection. The forearm is equipped with a small defense shield to resist attacks. The right arm is mainly used to launch an attack, which is used to hold a beam gun or beam sword to attack. Sometimes, due to strategic needs, some honeycomb missile slots will be installed on the shoulder of the mecha to enhance the firepower. Seeing Lin Xian's tendency to get up again, Mr. He pressed his hand down and asked him to sit down. I know you have problems again. Yes, there are always left-handed people in the world with such a large population, so there are a small number of mecha with the opposite equipment on their left and right arms. I hope you should pay more attention to this kind of mecha. They attack from the left arm, which is slightly different from the ordinary mecha. In the end, it's the foot. It's the simplest, it's used to support the mecha, and it has a strong shock absorption capacity. There are also ejectors in the soles of the feet, which together with the ejectors in the trunk, provide the acceleration and flight capability of the aircraft. The joints of the mecha are surrounded by artificial muscles to maximize the mobility of the mecha. It's very difficult to make artificial muscles. There are not many materials for each machine. Only when the Wushan mecha of the ancient Shunlan Republic adopts the whole-body artificial muscle covering, can we make all kinds of martial arts movements? After a general description of the main structure of the mecha, Mr. He began to explain in detail the structure and maintenance of various accessories. Chen Feng saw that Lin Xian's face around him showed unprecedented concentration. It seemed that he finally found the direction suitable for him. The time of serious study is always too hasty. Soon after class, the bell rings, and then comes the expected freshman dance. He knew the mood of the students and announced the class was over without any delay. He sat down on the platform and quietly recalled his youth. Chen Feng and the 3 returned to their dormitories with the flow of people. They quickly put on a suit of self-cultivation suit. With the blessing of Hong Shuibin, the local tyrant, Lin Xian was all ready. In the morning, a driver specially sent him over. Dressed in new clothes, the 3 people looked at each other. Chen Feng Hongbin was originally a sunny boy. Needless to say, Lin Xian's dress was also full of youthful vitality, and was no longer like the previous one. Yes, Lin Xian, people depend on clothes. In the future, you have to dress yourself up. I promise Nangong Meng Dai will never beat you again when he sees you like this. Hong Shuibin walked around Lin Xian for a few times, and was praised. Lin Xian looked a little embarrassed and at a loss. Hey, the difference is not so big. I don't think the suit is suitable for me, or I'll change it back. Chen Feng didn't give him the chance to repent and pushed Lin Xian to show his dormitory. How can it be? It's so suitable. It's totally two styles before. I'll buy clothes and let Hong Shuibin give you more advice. Let's go, let's get going. Lin Xian couldn't carry the strength of Chen Feng's hands and left the dormitory half-heartedly. Hong Shuibin closed the doors and windows and followed closely. Along the way, I saw that everyone was wearing different clothes than usual, which made them look spiritual, and even some girls dressed up in flowery clothes. I dare say there must be a lot of them here tonight who are fishing for the best. Hong Shuibin is critical of Chen Feng and Lin Xian, affirming. Chen Feng looked at Hong Shuibin and seriously agreed, then they will come to catch you. The most popular fighter class of students, and lengthened to look like a dog, I look after you, O waterfront. Hong Shuibin thought what Chen Feng said, close to listen carefully, furious, regardless of the surrounding crowd directly launched the attack. Chen Feng, you wanna die? Watch my monkey pick peaches. Chen Feng, sweating, quickly reached out to block. Pay attention to the image, there are so many people on the road. Lin Xian also rushed forward to catch Hong Shuibin, for fear that he would make any extra action. Hong Shuibin is firmly restrained by the two people and can't get rid of it. He simply gives up the struggle and shows the expression of you. We'll see, and drag them to the auditorium. Chen Feng knew that she had made a mistake. She quickly let go of her hand and apologized softly. After apologizing, he finally came to the auditorium. Hong Shuibin glanced at Chen Feng, turned his head and said to Lin Xian, Hey, Lin Xian, don't mention it. It's really nice to have someone follow along the way like a slave. Lin Xian covered her mouth and tried to keep her from laughing. Chen Feng turned her eyes. Originally, she thought that this die-hard party was really angry, but she still pretended to be a trap. Yu Jia had an appointment with Yu Jia before departure. After they entered the auditorium, they soon found her to meet. This time, Yu Jia also brought her roommates. They said hello to each other, but they were still not familiar with each other. Yu Jia didn't dress up deliberately. She simply wore a ponytail and her face was only light makeup. She wore a small dress with purple high-heeled shoes. Her natural beauty was not covered by simple collocation. She could be seen in the crowd at a glance. Chen Feng appreciated Yu Jia and said, You are so beautiful tonight. You will be the focus of the dance. Hong Shuibin is also careless. Yu Jia, I've never seen you wear this way since I was young. There's a sentence that stands out from the crowd and I don't know if I should say it. Yu Jia looked at them angrily and stomped. You make fun of me. Huang Suiyan and Su Qian, let's go there. Watching Yu Jiazhen leave with her roommates, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are silly. Lin Xian doesn't know what to say. Chen Feng spread out his hand, and Hong Shuibin was a little too free to speak freely. Look at your poor mouth and run away with your popularity. Hong Shuibin was also annoyed. He reached out and patted his lips. It's my fault. Now we become lonely. It's so desolate. No longer paying attention to Hong Shuibin's self-pity, Chen Feng raised her feet and walked to the rostrum covered by the curtain. Seeing Yu Jia on the side as if she had passed away, she took out her pocket watch and looked at the time. The dance should begin. President Pan was standing in front of the stage at 7 o'clock. At this moment, the auditorium is filled with all the freshmen of this year, as well as many senior students who come to join in the fun. In addition to the fighter department, the other departments need at least 4 years of study. So many people are naturally all kinds of noise, laughter, introductions, and chatting. Even if we see the appearance of President Pan, we can't stop for a while. Headmaster Pan looked at the lively students under the stage with a smile and did not urge them to stand quietly. This calm and calm feeling gradually infects the students in front of them, spreading from near to far. When everyone noticed the President Pan on the stage, all the voices disappeared. No one would look down upon this distinguished old man. President Pan looked at them with approval, raised the microphone in front of him and began to deliver a speech. Good evening, all students. Tonight is my second meeting with the new students, but I still want to thank you for choosing to study in Jiangnan Machinery College. Before the students were ready to clap, President Pan stopped them. I don't need applause. Your energy, I hope you can devote to this society and this country. Tonight is a happy time. I dare not speak too much. Let's have a good time. President Pan nodded to the staff nearby. The beautiful music sounded, and President Pan also left from the rostrum. It was time for the students to revel. At first, the purpose of the freshman dance held by Jiangnan Mechanical College was just to welcome the freshmen, but then it gradually began to change its flavor. From the original simple welcome, it became a place for high-level students to tease girls. However, the school also acquiesced in this kind of behavior. The students here are the pillars of the country in the future. Based on the principle that fertilizer and water should not flow into the field, all teachers would like to see the students form a pair in the school. Yu Jia is naturally very bright in the crowd. Chen Feng sees that many boys have begun to flock to her, but she doesn't see her roommate who was with her. She is worried that Yu Jia will suffer losses, so she pushes aside the crowd and pushes her to her side. However, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian behind Chen Feng didn't respond as well. They were drowned by a group of girls. They couldn't see people at all. Fighter plane. It is the most important subject in all schools. Especially in the two schools of City B and City S, once the students graduated, they were at least officers in the army, which naturally attracted the attention of many opposite sex. Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian look good. The girls naturally prefer to kill wrong. Chen Fengqian bitter squeeze in front of Yu Jia, found that nothing out of control. Maybe we all want to keep a good image in front of the beautiful women. After the invitation to Yu Jia was rejected, Yu Jia did not continue to pester and left one after another. It can be said that it comes and goes quickly. In front of Yu Jia, Chen Feng touched her head awkwardly. Haha, that's what I'm worried about. Come and have a look. Yu Jia looks at him with a smile. When the situation is not good, we should quickly change the topic. Chen Feng pretended to look at Yu Jia's side. Where are your two roommates Huang Suiyan and Su Qian? Wasn't it with you? Yu Jia also did not expose, raised his hand to point to a direction. They want to know Mirangshuan for a long time, the headmaster said. Can't wait to run over. Chen Feng shunned Yu Jia's finger direction, sure enough to see Huang Suiyan and Su Qian drift in the crowd, want to get close to Mirangshuan, but they are repeatedly pushed aside. Although Pan Yugua has a head, but Mirangshuan's talent is still high enough, but his appearance is beautiful again. I don't think many girls don't want to marry him. Since speaking of Mirangshuan, it is impossible to miss Pan Yugua. Chen Feng stretched out his neck and searched in the crowd for a long time and finally found him. Although Pan Yugua is surrounded by 3 layers, there is still a big gap in the number of people compared with Mirangshuan. It seems that in the eyes of girls, Pan Yugua is still popular. That's not necessarily true. It's better for girls to be independent. Yu Jia didn't agree with Chen Feng's statement. Seeing that he was still standing beside him, Yu Jia asked, "Why are you still here? Don't you get a girl partner?" Chen Feng really forgot about it. Just as she was about to answer, suddenly 2 people came out and interrupted him. "Miss Yu Jia, do you remember me? I'm Su Xian of Fighter A series. Can I invite you to be my dance partner?" Chen Feng fixed her eyes and saw that it was Su Xian. Then she turned her head and saw that Lin Wenjie was right behind him. Yu Jia has no good feelings for these 2 people, and refuses directly. "Sorry, I already have a partner." "Chen Feng, let's go." She took Chen Feng's hand and left. Left behind Su Xian full of resentment. "Chen Feng. It's you again. I'll make you look good one day." Just as she was still dissatisfied with Su Xian's invitation, she was immediately pulled away by Yu Jia. Chen Feng felt a little confused. What is the situation? Yu Jia is angry at Chen Feng's incomprehensible amorous feelings and gives him a light stare. "How? You think I'm not qualified to be your girlfriend? Well, I'm going to let go of your hands and you're going somewhere else." Chen Feng was staring at the whole person with this kind of amorous feelings. Naturally, she couldn't go away like this. She rushed up and took her hand again. "How could that be? You know I can't dance at all. Happiness comes so suddenly that I can't react. I'm lucky to have you as my partner. Yu Jia didn't let Chen Feng go easily, shaking her head and saying, I don't listen, I don't believe it. The little woman's gesture of Yojia makes people want to get closer to each other. Chen Feng had to sign several unequal treaties to pacify the princess. They walked to the center of the dance hand in hand. On the way, I happened to see Nangong Mengai, who was also experiencing what Yojia had just met. Although she is a stranger, other students still don't want to give up the opportunity to get close to the beauty. They refuse one wave after another, which makes Nangong Mengai very upset. Poverty leads to change. Nangong Mengai decides to take the initiative to end this boring invitation. Looking around, she finds that Lin Xian is besieged by girls. Nangong Menggai's eyes brightened and quickly stepped forward. She grabbed Lin Xian from the girls and ran away. Her agility made others unable to stop her. Lin Xinben did not like to be busy. He was harassed by a large number of girls. Fortunately, he was rescued from the sea of misery and wanted to thank the man who saved his life. Looking up, he saw that it was Nangong Mengai. Lin Xian jumped back and protected his head with both hands. He thought he would be beaten again. Looking at Lin Xian's childish behavior, Nangong Mengai couldn't help rolling her eyes, but in order to make herself able to spend the New Year's dance safely, she explained, this is not in class, I won't beat you, tonight you are my partner, stand still. After that, Lin Xian could not refuse, and he took his hand and stopped talking. Lin Xian thought about it. If Nangong Mengai didn't beat him, it would be good. At least there would be no more girls wiping him off, and there would be no struggle. They actually stood arm in arm until the New Year's dance ended. When Chen Feng saw this scene, she cried out in her heart that there was a good scene to watch. Unfortunately, she did not find Hong Shui Bin. After searching for a long time, she did not know where she had been crowded by the crowd. Unfortunately, she could not see this rare scene. When she came to the stage, she danced with Yu Jia. Unfortunately, Chen Feng didn't know anything about dance. Even though Yu Jia gave careful guidance, she still didn't know what to do. After stepping on Yu Jia for several times, although Yu Jia didn't complain, Chen Feng chose to withdraw and pulled her to Lin Xian's side. Hi, I didn't expect that you would be together. Don't you dance in the past? No, we'll be fine. Nangong is still cold and cold. Lin Xian also kept nodding, yes, that's good. Anyway, I can't dance. It's better to look at it like this. Do you despise me? Chen Feng felt that Lin Xian meant something, so she quickly turned to Yu Jia to compensate. She said, Yu Jia, I'm really sorry. I didn't step on you, did you? Yu Jia deliberately did not look at Chen Feng and stepped back a few steps. Don't get close to me. God knows if you still want to step on me. Chen Feng couldn't laugh or cry. When she asked for help, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian showed that she was powerless. Please ask for more. Suddenly, several people around the crowd surging, groups of students were crowded around. Chen Feng also saw Huang Xuyan and Su Qian. Just thinking that they were not pursuing Morong Xian, they saw Morong Xian separate the crowd and come to them. It turns out that Chen Feng is wrong. Nirangshuan is not coming to them, but to Yojia. Nirangshuan refused all the girls who invited him. He made an invitation. Gesture in front of Yu Jia, excuse me, beautiful Miss Yojia. It's really hard to find you in the crowd. Do I have the honor to ask you to dance with me? Yu Jia didn't expect Morong Xian to invite her in front of so many people, so she could only ask for help and look at Chen Feng and reply politely as far as possible, Morong classmate, I'm really sorry, I have already agreed to Chen Feng's invitation. At this time, Chen Feng immediately stood beside Yu Jia and asked her to hold her. Morong classmate, you are a little late. I can make an appointment with Yu Jia first, otherwise you can look for it again? For the first time, Morong Xian studied this classmate carefully. Apart from Pan Yubwa, he did not see anyone else in the class, including Nangong Mengai. Morong Xian looks at Chen Feng with his eyes like a sword. Chen Feng can feel the murderous spirit in his eyes and treat him highly. He knew he was very strong, but he didn't expect that even his eyes could make him so uncomfortable. After watching Chen Feng for a while, Nirangshuan finally withdrew his eyes, said goodbye to Yu Jia and turned to leave. He never said anything to Chen Feng. Obviously, he didn't pay any attention to him. This Morong Xian is still so arrogant. It's really annoying. Hong Shuibin did not know where to drill out, angry looking at the distant Morong Xian. Lin Xian also defended Chen Feng's grievances, except Sister Yujia, he didn't pay attention to us at all. Nangong Mengdai is still cold, but there is a trace of anger in her voice. I don't like him. Chen Feng and others looked at her in surprise. The iceberg beauty would say that she hated a person in front of them. However, no one dared to ask her if she looked like someone else owed her millions. Having nothing to say with Nangong Mengdai, Chen Feng naturally found Hong Shuibin. Shuibin, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. Hong Shuibin sorted out his clothes and replied, it's terrible. It's really terrible. Do you know how crazy those girls are? It seems that I would like to eat me alive. I also went through a lot of hardships to escape. When I saw you, I saw Morong Xian flaunting his power here. At this time, Hong Shuibin found that Chen Feng and Yojia were holding hands and pointing at them with wide eyes. You or I'm just leaving for a while, and you're well, I don't care. I want you to be my partner. Yujia smiles slightly, releases and holds Chen Feng's hand and accompanies Hong Shuibin to the dance floor. Watching the two leave, Chen Feng also has no choice but to smile bitterly. The New Year's dance lasted until 11 o'clock, and the dance floor was full of demons. Chen Feng left without waiting for the end of the dance. She went to eat a supper outside the school and sent her back to Yojia before returning to her dormitory for a rest. In the morning, they still wake up by the alarm, and they continue to do morning running and boxing, which has become their habit. Today's exercise is very smooth, Chen Feng and they are more and more adapted to this level of practice. The speed is also faster and faster. It seems that they can increase some intensity soon. After finishing, the three returned to the dormitory to wash in turn. Chen Feng went down to buy breakfast. When she came back, she heard a voice coming from the corridor. Toad wants to eat swan meat. We warn you to stay away from Nangong Mengdai. Nangong dreams of butterflies? What's going on? Suddenly heard a familiar name. Chen Feng stopped to stand up her ears, tied her hands and feet and leaned over. That's right. Let's see you and Nangong Mengdai together in the future. Once we see each other, we'll fight again. Do you hear me clearly? Another new voice came out. How could these two voices be so familiar, but they were certainly not familiar people. Chen Feng couldn't remember their master for a moment. You are deceiving people too much. Nangong Mengdai and I are just classmates. You are too generous with me. Another new voice came, and Chen Feng finally recognized that this was her roommate Lin Xian. Chen Feng suddenly realized that it was Su Xian and Lin Wenjie who had the courage to invite Nangong Mengdai after they failed to invite Yujia. However, Yujia and Nangong Mengdai were later together with several of them. These two bastards dare not find trouble with themselves and Hong Shuibin. They actually bully Lin Xian. After figuring out the details, Chen Feng was angry and clenched her fists. She was about to walk out of the corner and fight with the two bastards. Unexpectedly, one of the next appeared to solve the crisis. Looking at the person in front of him, Su Xian couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Nangong schoolmate, how can you come here? Get out of here. Nangong Mengdai doesn't give them face at all. She tells them to roll. Su Xinlin Wenjie didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Nangong Mengdai. Seeing that she could practice with Mr. Lang in the fighting class, she knew that she had excellent strength. The hero didn't suffer from the immediate loss. After a hard look at Lin Xian, the two men left with no cruel words. Lin Xian looked at the student who had saved his life and didn't know what to say. Chen Feng was forced to come out and rescue him. Thank you, Nangong. If it wasn't for you, it would not have been so easy to solve this matter. No, I see you're ready to step forward. Even if I'm not here, you can solve it, and it's up to me to deal with it. Nangong Mengdai interrupts Chen Feng with a domineering wave and looks at Lin Xian. If they still bully you, please tell me. As if knowing that Lin Xian would not respond, Nangong Mengdai left on her own. Seeing Lin Xian staring at Nangong Mengdai's far away back, Chen Feng put his arm around his shoulder. Okay, Lin Xian, I feel more and more that you have a play with Nangong Mengdai. Lin Xian denied in a hurry that he would never admit that they had something fishy. No, there is nothing. She just doesn't want to make others suffer because of herself. Oh, I know, but I've never seen her do this to anyone else. Do you think it's Shui Bin? Chen Feng perfunctorily asked when he saw Hong Shuibin, who had just arrived. Mr. Hong Shuibin couldn't feel his head. What the hell? What is she doing to others? I think you two have been out of the dormitory for a long time and haven't come back to have a look. Chen Feng had to explain to him what had happened before. When I came back from buying breakfast, I saw Su Xian and Lin Wenjie blocking Lin Xian. Then Nangong Mengdai came out to solve the siege. Do you think there is something in this? After hearing this, Hong Shuibin's eyes lit up and asked Shanglin Xian, is that so? Whoa, Lin Xian, what's the relationship between you and Nangong Mengdai? Last night's partner saved you today. There's nothing. Oh, I won't tell you. Go back to breakfast. Lin Xian can't resist, grabbing Chen Feng's breakfast and fleeing. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin laugh at each other, and they are more sure that there must be some secret between Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai. In the morning, it was fighting class again. As soon as Chen Feng and Lin Wenjie entered the classroom, Su Xian and Lin Wenjie surrounded them. Su Xian fiercely said, you guys had a good time last night. Is it nice that Chen Feng and Lin Xian are holding beautiful women back? It's a man who comes to practice today's fighting class. Do you have the courage? Dare to bully Lin Xian again. This time, she also took Chen Feng. The floodbin she does not hit a place, the provocation also, even if unexpectedly, also ignores oneself. This is a few meanings, bully too much. You don't ask my opinion when you challenge our dormitory. You want to bully us, Lin Xian? Come on, practice with me first. You have nothing to do with it. While you play, we'll find both of them. Su Xian still looked at Chen Feng and Lin Xian. He and Lin Wenjie didn't see the scene of Hong Shuibin and Youjia dancing together, so they didn't find Hong Shuibin. However, even if they see it, they still won't find Hong Shuibin. They are stupid when they are 2,003. Without waiting for Chen Feng's response, Mr. Lang walked into the classroom behind her. Several people did not dare to continue to quarrel in front of Mr. Lang and quickly dispersed. However, the festival between them could not be resolved so easily. Mr. Lang stood in the fighting field, representing the beginning of the class. Pan Yugua, the monitor, tidied up the queue and brought it to Mr. Lang. With an order, everyone began to practice fighting movements. Mr. Lang walked out of the room and adjusted some students' movements as he walked. Don't you remember the movements you taught a few days ago so quickly? It's not about learning martial arts in a novel. After reading it, you forget to learn it. People want to laugh, dare not laugh, endure very hard. Mr. Lang is still correcting his actions, make some strength, just like not eating. Move faster. Are you going to hit people or do you want them to do it? After a round of boxing, most of them were scolded by Mr. Lang, who was very dissatisfied and asked everyone to fight twice. Chen Feng 3 people because of the daily practice action is still standard, escaped the scolding, which let the side just be taught. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie hate the heart itching. After playing 3 times, he saw that everyone's movements had basically reached the standard. Mr. Lang asked everyone to stop, walked to the front of the stage and played again. His face was not red and his breath was out of breath. Your physical strength is too poor, but some people are panting after 3 times, and the movements are also changed occasionally. There are more changes in this set of fighting skills after being proficient. It is not only applicable to mecha, but also extremely superb skills in real combat. I hope you can take it seriously. It will benefit you immensely after you learn it. The next step is the group confrontation time. Mr. Lang said that he could make free pairing and step back to the side to let everyone fight and practice. Pan Yugua and Murangshuan naturally stood at the same place. This time, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin did not get a group. Perhaps it was holding back for too long. As soon as Mr. Lang Huaying left, Su Xian came to Chen Feng and said, Lin Xian, do you dare to fight? Chen Feng grabbed Lin Xian, who wanted to respond, and went to Su Xian. Su Xian was not high. Chen Feng looked at him a little condescending. Don't bully the soft and be afraid of the hard. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. Dare you? Seeing that Lin Xian couldn't be attracted by Su Xian, he could only spread his anger on Chen Feng, well, since you are willing to fight, you can come. Don't look for a good friend to cry for a while. They turn to the open space. Before leaving, Chen Feng takes a look at Lin Xian, and Lin Wenji also comes to challenge him. However, Hong Shui Bin is prepared and drags him to another open space. Nangong Mengdai comes directly to Lin Xian and tells others that they are a group. Chen Feng put down her heart and found a good place with Su Xian. They set up their posture. Su Xian turned around and saw that her roommate had not succeeded. Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai ran into the same group. They were so angry that they did not say a word or say hello to Chen Feng. With indignation, Su Xian comes with a fierce momentum, and Chen Feng feels that a strong force makes him stand unsteady, so he turns to avoid it. Su Xian won't give up when he gets the first move. He cuts Chen Feng's hand with the new moves, and Chen Feng retreats. Su Xian 2 moves did not get up again. Under the repeated attacks, Chen Feng could not find the return mobile phone, had to retreat again. Mr. Lang didn't know if he was tired of watching Pan Yubwa and Murangshuan's structured fight. He ran to Chen Feng and looked at Chen Feng with great interest, touching his chin and nodding slightly. Seeing Mr. Lang nodding beside him, Su Xian thought that he was sure of him, and his fierce attack was even faster. Chen Feng takes a distracted look at Mr. Lang, but is unprepared to be hit in the right eye by Su Xian for a moment. He flies out in pain. Su Xian steps back to avoid the two and finally separate. Chen Feng covered her right eye, which seemed to swell in the burning pain. She secretly warned herself not to be distracted when fighting, otherwise it would be such an end. Su Xian hit Mr. Lang's attention, but he was not satisfied. He hooked Chen Feng's fingers and said, "Go ahead, don't you mean to fight with me? What kind of hero can you play at such a level?" Clay Bodhisattva also had 3 points of fire. Looking at the villain's complacency, Su Xian and Chen Feng finally got angry. This time, he finally chose to take the initiative to attack. Then you have to be careful. It was still the usual straight fist attack, but Chen Feng turned his fist into a palm and brushed it aside. Su Xinmao tries his best to take over. Fortunately, he continues to show himself in front of Mr. Lang. He doesn't expect that Chen Feng is just an empty move, and the whole person falters forward. Chen Feng naturally had no reason to let go of such a good situation, and kicked Su Xian, who could not be prevented. However, considering that he was still a classmate after all, he should not be too cruel, but chose to kick his fleshy butt. Su Xian's body was out of control and was vigorously lifted up. Like a dog eating excrement, he fell several meters away. Mr. Lang's eyes narrowed as he looked more and more satisfied. From his position, we could see the situation of Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin. On the other side, Hong Shuibin easily ended the battle early. Lin Wenjie was lying on the ground with his waist bent, covering his lower body and crying. It is not necessary to guess that Hong Shuibin's strange hand made him suffer a lot. Su Xian turned over and felt that his butt didn't hurt, which was a little embarrassing. Seeing Lin Wenjie's miserable situation over there was even more humiliating. He called out, "I'll fight with you," and attacked Chen Feng again. Chen Feng kicks Su Xian down and sees Hong Shuibin solve the problem. Lin Wenjie thinks that the battle is over and is about to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Xian rushes to himself with a crazy face. His twisted expression seems to want to tear himself apart. The teacher Lang, who watched the battle nearby, didn't have the slightest intention to stop the fight. Chen Feng could only take it head-on. Under the crazy state, Su Xian completely does not consider the defense, all moves to Chen Feng body to greet, does not have the hand. Chen Feng, not to mention the attack, even the defense is enough. In just 2 minutes, she was punched 3 times and kicked 2 feet. Every hit place came with severe pain. Chen Feng got another punch on the shoulder, and finally couldn't bear it. She called out to Su Xian, "Are you crazy? It's all dead hands. I'm not polite to do this again." Su Xian ignore, still eyes blood red, "Just attack. Don't blame me for your unkindness." Just now Chen Feng regretted that she didn't care about her classmates. She didn't expect Su Xian to be so crazy that she didn't talk about her love. Chen Feng, who decided not to keep her hand, was focused in her eyes. Su Xian's movements began to change a little bit slowly. He no longer blindly evaded defense, and occasionally took a few strokes at Su Xian. Although Chen Feng is not full defense, but the effect is better than just now. Not only did not get hit again, Su Xian also slowly was beaten into a pig's head. Seeing this, Mr. Lang's eyes lit up, as if he had found something. He stopped Hong Shuibin, who was surrounded by the end of the battle, to make a silent gesture to make him quiet. Hong Shuibin previously saw Chen Feng was hit in a row, but now he saw him turn the corner and fight back. He was surprised. Su Xian, who was repeatedly slapped on the face for several times, became more and more crazy. His hands were out of order and all of them were desperate. However, in Chen Fengyan's eyes, his movements were slow and incomparable, and now he is full of flaws. This guy is really crazy. Let's end it. Chen Feng sighs in the heart, does not want to continue to entangle with this madman. One foot kicks in Su Xian's ankle, another kicks in Su Xian's chest and knocks him down. But under the state of madness, Su Xilian's ability to fight against beating has been greatly improved, and a fish leaps over to Chen Feng. Although unexpected, Chen Feng in the state of concentration reacts faster and overturns it with one foot. This time, if he is not given a chance to get up again, Chen Feng puts his foot on his chest to suppress him from moving. Seeing that the overall situation has been settled here, Mr. Lang doesn't speak and turns to see other students. Hong Shuibin runs to Chen Feng and looks at him with concern. Chen Feng, you are too miserable. Do you like to hurt people 1,000 and hurt yourself 800? Hearing this, Chen Feng looked at herself up and down, and the situation was not optimistic. Her clothes were torn in several places because of her fall and friction with the ground, and the place hit by Su Xian was still in a faint pain. This is not the practice of fighting with Hong Shuibin, but Su Xian is working hard to death. Chen Fengqi kicked Su Xian again. The shock force from his feet made him breathe in again. Damn, it hurts. Seeing that Chen Feng still had the strength to kick people, Hong Shuibin began to gloat again. Tut tut, look at you, win so hard. Learn from me, and use your wisdom to defeat your opponent easily. Could I only see that your tail is almost up in the sky? Chen Feng ignored Hong Shuibin's boasting, looked at Lin Wenjie, and found that he was still lying there pumping. He could not help asking, what have you done to him after so long without getting up? Are you afraid of anything? Don't worry, Mr. Lang doesn't mind. What are you afraid of? The boy tried to trap me with his great strength. I crossed the crotch and raised his leg. That's it. I promise he'll be okay if he doesn't try his best. Hong Shuibin held his head in both hands and looked at the sky with indifference. The strength brought by madness gradually disappeared, and Su Xian gradually stopped struggling. Chen Feng could finally let go of his feet and walk to the edge of the court and sit down. It's so painful. It's my classmates who don't hate each other. I don't know that I have to beat me to death. Isn't this cheap? Hong Shuibin leaned against Chen Feng and sat down. Hey, you've been injured in a few days. How can you complain about you? Chen Feng trembled all over and was recalled by this saying, Yujia's spitting is too terrible. Shuibin, you can help me to get rid of it. This fight is not my initiative, is it? Mr. Lang walked around and went back to them. Why are you still sitting? Get up and train. Chen Feng Hao Tung, oneself all this miserable appearance also trains? Teacher Lang, can I train like this? Teacher Lang was totally merciless, glanced at Su Xian and Lin Wenjie, and then glared at Chen Feng. If you look like those two lying down, you cannot use them, then do you want to train or lie down? Chen Feng jumped to her feet. Although she showed her teeth in pain, she still nodded and affirmed, Teacher Lang, I must train if I practice. Well. Mr. Lang nodded and swayed to Murongxuan of Pan Yubua, guiding their movements. Chen Feng looked at the slow-standing up floodbin with a wry smile. Teacher Lang is so abnormal, I am now on you are looking for abuse. Shuibin, if you don't want to hear Yujia complain, remember to start gently. I want to see you looking for your teeth more than that. What do you say? Hong Shuibin moved his lower body, clenched his fist, and his bones clattered. Obviously, he was not ready to let Chen Feng go. Chen Feng felt that her head was very big today, so she had to concentrate on dealing with the flood. She used a lot of methods to feed her milk, but her body, which was full of scars, could not keep up with the reaction of her thinking. Even if you can still see Hong Shuibin's action when you are fully absorbed, you can't stop it. Your body is always slow and you are beaten by Hong Shuibin painfully. After letting Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin fight again, Mr. Lang never took charge of them, taught all the other students, and finally went to their side and watched silently until the class was over. The bell finally rings. This is the first time that Chen Feng has been waiting for the bell to come since she entered Jiangnan Machinery College. Lin Xian, who is also beaten by Nangong Mengdai as a sandbag, feels very happy. Nangong Mengdai is still very kind to him. Heard the bell ring, flood been stopped, Chen Fengru Clay generally collapsed to the ground, despised the eyes of Hong Shuibin, and saw Lang teacher surrounded by the other side, unable to make complaints about it, only to breathe heavily. Mr. Lang, however, nodded with satisfaction and announced to all the students that the class was over. You all go back and practice more when you are free. As for the two of you will be fixed in a group from now on, all the fighting is not allowed to be merciful, this injury does not need to go to the infirmary, go back. Before leaving, Mr. Lang also assigned Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin into a group. Although he was willing to accept it, he was always angry at his inhuman behavior. Chen Feng turned her eyes to see the teacher off. Naturally, Hong Shuibin also had no opinion. After seeing off Mr. Lang, he helped Chen Feng up. Chen Feng, I'm sorry, Mr. Lang is looking at me nearby. It's not good to keep my hands. How are you all right? Chen Feng's whole body weight pressed on Hong Shuibin's body. She really didn't have the strength to stand up. She quietly replied, what do you think? Fighting with Su Xian costs too much. Although you still have some strength, I can hardly carry it. When Lin Xian heard Chen Feng's words, he remembered that it was all because of himself. He blamed himself, I'm sorry, Chen Feng. This is mainly because of me. If it wasn't for me, you don't have to fight with him. Chen Feng had no strength to lift her hand, so she could only interrupt Lin Xian, don't apologize. Their unhappiness comes from our whole dormitory, not from you alone. Hong Shuibin helped Chen Feng walk slowly to the gate, comforting Lin Xian as he walked. Yes, those two bitches have long looked down on us, and if we were bullied, would you come forward? Yes, I will fight with them. Lin Xian did not hesitate. Although he was not strong enough, he could still do his best. Seeing that, Hong Shuibin helped Chen Feng walk hard, he quickly picked up Chen Feng's other arm, and the two together supported Chen Feng to leave. Chen Feng looked at two people gratefully, that's okay, we are a whole, there is nothing to apologize for. Are we really not going to the infirmary? Lin Xian remembers that Mr. Lang told them to go back to the dormitory directly, but he still felt that he had to go to the infirmary to see Chen Feng. No, listen to Mr. Lang, I have a feeling, teachers have a special explanation of the words or of special significance. Chen Feng refused, thinking of the only admonition of the middle-aged drunkard, and the students who did not listen fell into bad luck. Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian also thought about it, and never mentioned going to the clinic again. Chen Feng tried to walk 2 steps, 2 feet light floating, choose to give up, let 2 roommates help him back, really can't walk, next trouble you, thank you. What's so polite between brothers? We can't have dinner with you Jia this afternoon. Well, do you still go to shooting class in the afternoon? Do you still get up and do morning exercises tomorrow? Morning? Looking at Chen Feng's half-dead appearance, Hong Shuibin asked him not to talk more. But he suddenly remembered the scheduled practice every morning and asked after hesitation. Chen Feng nodded with her last strength, go, in order to become stronger. Well, to be strong. From now on, don't talk. Hong Shuibin clenched Chen Feng's hand. He wanted to be stronger, so that others could not bully him. Lin Xian, let's help Chen Feng back to the dormitory, and then I'll get dinner. Good. I stay in the dormitory to take care of Chen Feng. Lin Xian agreed, and an idea that had been suppressed for a few days came out again. When Chen Feng is brought back to the dormitory, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian take great efforts to lift him to bed. During this period, Yu Jia also calls to ask why he didn't have dinner together. Hong Shuibin vaguely deals with it. It took a lot of time to finish these tasks. It was estimated that there was no good material left in the canteen. Hong Shuibin rushed to the school to pack. Lin Xian sat in his seat and looked at several books on the desk in a daze. He didn't know what to think. The phone rings again, interrupting Lin Xian's thoughts. She picks it up and looks at Yu Jia again. It seems that she realizes something. Lin Xian asks for help and looks at Chen Feng. Chen Feng nods and signals him to put the phone in his ear. Hello, Yu Jia. What's the matter? I'm fine, but I think you're busy. What happened at noon today? You and Xu Weibin's performance is abnormal. Yu Jia's voice, although slightly anxious, is still gentle. The gentle voice made Chen Feng feel less pain and put her ear close to the earphone. What can we do? Don't worry about it. Teacher Lang's training intensity is relatively strong this morning. We are too tired. We packed something to eat in the dormitory on the way, so we don't want to find you again. Yu Jia didn't believe it and asked again, really? I think something is wrong. Chen Feng, don't lie to me. Really, if you don't believe it, ask Lin Xian. Chen Feng felt that she couldn't fit it. Her body hurt so much that her voice was almost affected. She quickly asked Lin Xian to take away her mobile phone. Lin Xian flustered and took back his mobile phone. Hello, Sister Yojia. Lin Xian, is nothing wrong with you? Yu Jia asked again. Lin Xian had no choice but to lie. No, it's okay. What can happen to us? Haha, it's time for us to have dinner. Let's talk about it later. Yu Jia still believes in Lin Xian and chooses to hang up. Lin Xian put away his mobile phone and found himself in a cold sweat. Looking at Chen Feng, there were drops of sweat on his forehead. They can't say anything but smile bitterly. Fortunately, Hong Shuaibin came back soon and brought back a lot of good things. The three people had a meal at the head of Chen Feng's bed, and most of them were fed to Chen Feng by Hong Shuaibin. After the lunch break, Chen Feng regained some strength. Suddenly she remembered Su Xian and asked, how are Su Xian and Lin Wenjie doing in the morning? I don't seem to see them. Hong Shuaibin shook his head and said he didn't pay attention. Instead, Lin Xian replied, Lin Wenjie got up and got the permission of Mr. Lang, and you helped Su Xian leave. Hong Shuaibin disdains to quibble, cheap them, run very fast, no wonder completely no impression. Well, at least it seems that nothing happened to them at present, but I'm worried. Let's go and help me to the classroom. I can't walk for the moment. Chen Feng puts down her heart and reaches out her hand to let Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian help him get out of bed. The three slowly came to the shooting room, and Hong Shuaibin looked around. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie still haven't come. It seems that they are not going to have this class. Haha, I guess it's shameless. Su Xian was beaten into a pig's head by me, and Lin Wenjie was hit by you again. How can you raise your head? In the class? Chen Feng is happy in the bitterness, at least his injury is not in vain. Su Xian should now be more shameful than himself. Hong Shuaibin laughs and takes Chen Feng's words as praise. His body shakes and Chen Feng almost slips down. Fortunately, Lin Xian grabs him quickly, otherwise there will be another tragedy. Chen Feng despised Hongbin and said, you can't rely on the waterfront. Do I have to fall down without Lin Xian? Hong Shuaibin reached out to touch his head and did not dare to answer. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian couldn't support Chen Feng at all. After this retraction, and the two fell back together. Hong Shuaibin did not dare to talk nonsense, and rushed to his back. Chen Feng did not have the strength to talk about him. The three people relied on each other and went to the queue. When Mr. Lin came in, he saw that the number of students in the class was not even, and there were still some people hanging shoulder to shoulder with each other. He asked, why are there 2 students missing in class today, and there are 3 students over there? What's your situation? This time, the floodbin did not move. He held Chen Feng and said in a loud voice, report to teacher, Chen Feng was injured in Teacher Lang's fighting class this morning. Now his limbs are weak and he doesn't feel well. We need to support him to stand up. Hearing that the students were injured in coming to class, Mr. Lin was more confused and asked curiously, oh? Why didn't I go to the infirmary to have a rest when I was injured? I don't seem to be such an inhumane teacher. Mr. Lang said we didn't need to go to the clinic, so we didn't, and then Chen Feng still wanted to come to class. Hong Shuaibin had to copy Mr. Lang's original words, though he could not understand them. So? Let me see. Mr. Lin was excited when Mr. Lang asked Chen Feng not to go to the infirmary. He quickly stepped down from the platform and came to Chen Feng. So it is. Your physique is a kind of rapid recovery. It is of little use to go to the infirmary for these injuries, and appropriate blows are beneficial to the improvement of your physical strength. Chen Feng understood Mr. Lang's good intentions and expressed gratitude to Mr. Lin with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin, otherwise I don't know what Mr. Lang is trying to do. Even if I don't say it, you will soon experience it. Where are the other two students? Monitor, can you tell me? After accepting Chen Feng's good intentions, Lin began to ask Pan Yugua about Su Xian and Lin Wenjie's whereabouts. This time, Pan Yugua did not succeed in fighting the fire. Report to the teacher, I don't know. I only know that Su Xian and Lin Wenjie were also injured in Teacher Lang's fighting class in the morning. After going to the clinic for treatment, they were not clear. At this time, Morong Xian, Su Xinlin Wenjie's roommate, stepped forward. Report to the teacher, Su Xinlin Wenjie was ordered to rest in the dormitory after seeing the doctor, so he couldn't come to class in the afternoon and asked me to ask for leave for them. I didn't have the opportunity to ask the teacher to forgive me just now. Hearing that he couldn't come again because of his injury, Mr. Lin no longer entangled himself with these things. In this case, let's forget it. Let's go to the shooting range today. If you have any problems, please raise your hand and call me. Especially those who start to try to shoot with one hand. Don't try to shoot with one hand, but learn from me first. Last class, I found that two students were not good. If they were wrong at the beginning, the connection would be meaningless. I hope you will remember it. This is to say that Pan Yugua and Morong Xian looked at each other and turned their heads. Chen Feng asked Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian to help themselves to the shooting platform, let them leave themselves, lean against the wall, put on earmuffs and began to practice their rifle skills. Chen Feng's weak body made it extremely difficult for Chen Feng to lift the gun, let alone hold the aiming position for too long, and the first shot flew. Chen Feng shook her head in secret. She simply changed her posture and put her left shoulder against the wall. Her right hand quickly lifted her gun and pressed the trigger. Chen Feng looked at it strangely, put down the gun and rubbed her eyes again. There was no mistake. It was really 8 rings. What's the matter? I just had a simple visual inspection and didn't really aim at it? Chen Fengnan murmured to herself. After 100 thoughts, Chen Feng simply did not think about it. Since she couldn't think of it, she had to continue her own practice. She continued to fire a shot according to the action just now, and the score was 6.8. Now Chen Feng is not calm. Once is luck, 2 times in a row can't be shit luck. But maybe I'm really stepping on shit today? Chen Fengshuan fired a shot, and quickly looked back at the performance tester, the top of the big 5.5 ring. Damn it, Chen Fengshuan doesn't know why. Although the scores are lower than each other, they show that they all hit the target accurately. However, they can hit the target with a simple visual inspection and such a flick gun can hit the target. When does shooting become so simple? But Chen Feng had to ask Teacher Lin for help. Teacher Lin, I have a problem. Teacher Lin is guiding Nangong Mengdai to adjust her shooting speed, shoot slowly, or with the recoil force of the light beam blocking gun in the future. According to you, the boot armor will soon be scrapped, and we can't repair it for you every day. Nangong Mengdai did not pay attention to him. He continued to shoot at his own speed. Teacher Lin was hurt. He saw Chen Feng looking for him to leave quickly and ran to him sadly. Classmate Chen Feng, are you not feeling well? Chen Feng didn't have the spare time to take care of Nangong Mengdai. She asked, Mr. Lin, help me see how this is going on? After that, he tried to raise his hand to shoot, and his 7 ring immediately jumped out of the performance indicator. It's too much of a joke to hit. Chen Feng's action is not standard, and there is no specific aim. Mr. Lin thought that he must be flying, but when he saw the result, he couldn't stare anymore. This is not scientific. That's why you called me here? Did you hit the target in the same way? Chen Feng's strength was still recovering slowly. She could only lean against the wall and nod her head. Well, several times in the counterattack, I felt strange and called the teacher to come over. Mr. Lin frowned and thought for a long time, but could not think of the reason. He asked Chen Feng to fire again. This time, he was so absorbed in Chen Feng's movements that he did not let go. After Chen Feng finished firing the gun, Teacher Lin shook his head. It's not standard at all. You just look at the target and throw the gun at it. There is no pause in the process and there is no aim. Should you miss the target this time? Chen Feng, speechless, looking at Teacher Lin, head toward the performance display instrument extended to let him see. Teacher Lin put his head forward and nearly lost control. He crazily said, "How can this be possible? How can you hit the target with such random movements? I've taught shooting lessons for more than 10 years, and I've never seen such a wonderful flower." Looking at the cheerful Teacher Lin into self-doubt, the culprit Chen Feng was a little impatient. "Teacher, do you want me to try again? Maybe we won't be able to call again later." The commotion here attracted the attention of other students. Seeing that many people had cast their eyes, Mr. Lin forced himself to calm down. "Since you said that, you have hit several times before, it is not an accident. Maybe you have a talent in shooting. Now I'll teach you the right posture first, and you'll have a try." Let Chen Feng put down his gun. Mr. Lin stood on his shooting platform. He held the gun in his right hand and placed it above the center of his body. His right eye looked at the target through the sight lens. He held his breath and pressed the trigger. Bang! A beautiful 10 ring. "Now try it." After the demonstration, Mr. Lin got out of the way. Seeing Chen Feng's action unchanged, he helped him stand up. "Come on, I'll help you with your support. You can concentrate on your actions. This strength is always there." "Yes, Mr. Lin, don't worry." Teacher Lin's strength is very strong. Chen Feng did not feel any shaking. She closed her eyes and recalled what she had just done. Chen Feng slowly raised her gun and held it flat in front of her. Teacher Lin supported Chen Feng and guided him. "Yes, it's like this after lifting, but before lifting the gun, it's not so rigid. It's more convenient to bend your hands properly. Remember, especially in close combat, it's very difficult for you to have the opportunity to hold your gun straight and upright. Basically, it's all crooked and twisted. Moreover, there is a fatal defect. When you raise your gun like this, the opponent will know where you are going to fight as soon as you look at your gesture and won't give you the opportunity to aim." "I remember it." Chen Feng put down the gun and then raised it again. This time, it was smooth and coherent, and felt more comfortable than before. Teacher Lin nodded. "Yes, that's it. Now aim." Chen Feng used to aim smoothly when holding the gun in both hands, but now she has been unable to keep the bullseye on target. Either her right hand shakes or her eyes can't see. She has been aiming with the gun at the end of several times before, and can't provide experience. Seeing Chen Feng's hesitation in aiming, Mr. Lin saw his problem. "Your body has not adapted to this targeting method, and the strength of your arm is not enough. After you go back, remember to practice your upper limb strength, as well as the feeling that you will aim when you raise your hands in front of you." Chen Feng nodded and said that she had written it down. It was not easy to finally aim. She did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Just after the beam was fired, Chen Feng turned her head and looked at the performance indicator. 9 rings, very good result. "Damn it, it's hitting the target again, and it's getting better." Seeing the results, Mr. Lin was more and more sure that Chen Feng was a genius in shooting again. He did not let him go and let him continue shooting. "You go on, I hold you, and I am familiar with how to aim." Chen Feng was also more and more motivated by the results. "Can't wait to shoot again." Heard this naturally overjoyed, full of promise. "Good, trouble the teacher." Next, Chen Feng raised his gun to aim more and more skillfully. He even fired 12 shots and all hit the target, and the lowest scores were above 8 rings. However, Chen Feng had a wound on her body. Her arm was unable to support her, and her energy was exhausted. She also knew that he was almost at the limit. She helped him to a chair and sat down. Many students have paid attention to this place before. Mr. Lin helped Chen Feng shoot so many guns that many people left their shooting range to watch. Seeing that Chen Feng's gun hit score was still so high, he exclaimed repeatedly. Finally, even Pan Yugua, Murangshuan and Nangong Mengdai all put down their guns and walked away. Seeing that Chen Feng can still play such a good performance in such a physical state, the 3 people have a sense of crisis in their hearts. It seems that they will not be the only shooting class in the future. After putting Chen Feng in place, Mr. Lin looked back and saw a group of students around him. He clapped his hands and let everyone look at him. I don't need to say that you all saw it. Just now Chen Feng showed us a miraculous performance. However, I hope you don't start to practice single-handed shooting directly because of the position. It's not so simple to want to fly if you don't have a good foundation. You should practice your own actions first. Chen Fenggang is just an example. I will look for the reasons. You can all go back to your own positions. Mr. Lin asked everyone to go back to their shooting platform and looked at Chen Feng. Your situation is very special. I need to discuss with other teachers after I go back. Have you remembered the technical essentials of your shooting action? Remember, I'm not used to it. I haven't found any other problems. Chen Feng is quite satisfied with her actions just now. Lin was very satisfied, but worried about Chen Feng's health. That's okay. I have to guide other students to practice, so I can't hold you here all the time. How are you recovering? Can you stand up and train yourself? Chen Feng knew that she couldn't always let her teacher accompany her. She tried to leave the wall and stand up. Although she shook for 2 times, she could still stop. It should be okay. I feel that my strength has been restored a lot, and my support problem should not be big. Please go to work, and I will call you if necessary. Well, Mr. Lang's teaching method may be simple and rough, but it can quickly stimulate your body's potential. It's a pity that such a rapid recovery can't be used properly. I'll go to other students first. You should be careful not to overdraft. Mr. Lin didn't forget to say a good word to Mr. Lang before he left. Ha ha. Chen Feng shook her head to send Lin away, thinking that she had not complained about Teacher Lang, and that Lin was too worried. Take a breath, Chen Feng, calm down. This is his first completely independent attempt to grab fire, must be good performance. Without the help of Teacher Lin, Chen Feng's feet were still a little weak. After she raised the gun, she was even more tottering. However, Chen Feng had to lean back to the wall again. You'd better continue to practice with the first method, and try again when the strength is restored. This is not a way. Chen Feng decided to use the earliest way. However, this time is not the same as before. After all, Mr. Lin has taught him the correct preparation, and now it is natural to combine it. Even against the wall, she had to keep her body straight. With the gun in her right hand, Chen Feng thought that except for the deviation of aiming, other aspects could be adjusted to the same level. Chen Feng raised his gun to aim a little, then pulled the trigger, because he could not hold on for a long time. After all, he was still a little short of strength. As soon as he shot the beam, he felt that he was not playing well. As expected, he saw that there were only 4 rings in the performance indicator, but somehow it didn't fall through. Although the result is not ideal, Chen Feng is not distressed. Obviously, the impact of oblique aiming is more severe than imagined, but it is needless to say that after mastering the skill, it is unnecessary to say that since I am in such a state today, it is natural to seize the opportunity to practice and strive to lead other students. Chen Feng focused on the control of her arm and insisted on not letting it become dull. After shooting, she quickly put the gun on the table to gasp. The force of completing all the important movements alone made him feel a little uncomfortable. Take a break. Chen Feng looks at the performance indicator again, 8.5 ring. Ha ha ha, hard work is worth it. I think it's right. This afternoon, I'll stick to this way. I'll try my best to finish the exercise while recovering my physical strength. I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Beautiful results let Chen Feng's spirit shock, confirmed the way of their choice, then continue. It takes about 2 minutes to take a few breaths. After an afternoon, Chen Feng didn't fire many shots at last. However, the effect was obvious. Not only did he not have the instability under the earliest gun flick, but he almost caught up with the results under the help of Teacher Lin. The final average score was set at 7.8, which was very good. Mr. Lin came to Chen Feng's side in the latter half of the course. He was about to help him get up and practice for a while. However, seeing that he was Shooting against the wall, he simply gave up the idea and left with a smile after watching it for a while. It seems that he should be very satisfied. After all, Chen Feng chose to spend dinner with Yu Jia. If you don't see you all day, Yu Jia's intelligence will be abnormal. Fortunately, after an afternoon's adjustment, Chen Feng was able to move freely without the help of others. Although the action was still relatively slow, it was covered up by Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian, and ordinary people could not detect the abnormality. During the meal, Chen Feng tried to sit still in her seat. Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian were naturally responsible for solving the problem. However, when they went to dinner, Yu Jia glanced at Chen Feng. "I know you have something to hide from me. I don't ask if you don't say it, but I hope you can handle it well." Chen Feng came down in a cold sweat. She didn't expect Yu Jia to find out so soon. But telling you the truth would make her worried. Chen Feng is in a dilemma. Fortunately, Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian just came back at this time, which solved their embarrassment. In Hong Shuibin's enthusiastic attack on vegetables, Jia did not continue with this problem. On the way to send Yu Jia back to the dormitory, Chen Feng can only follow at the end of the team. Yu Jia seems to have found the problem, and when she goes to the dormitory, she picks on Chen Feng. Hong Shuibin, inexplicable, looked at Chen Feng and asked, "What do you mean by Yu Jia gone?" Chen Feng shook her head with a bitter smile and looked at her two roommates. "I think Yu Jia has found something wrong, but we don't want to say that she didn't ask. She should have confirmed that it was me who had the problem just now." Well, it's too hard to hide from her, but are we really going to say it? What good would it do for her to know the reason for it? After hearing this, Hong Shuibin sighed softly. This childhood sweetheart is so clever that none of his affairs with Chen Feng could deceive her. Lin Xian timidly put in a word, "But I think you do not say Yu Jia's sister will be more uncomfortable. She does not care about what happened, but you do not tell her." Well, this let me think about it. What Lin Xian said was very reasonable, but Chen Feng hesitated. Seeing that this was not a matter, Hong Shuibin pushed the two people back. "If you want to go back, you have to go back to the dormitory first and then consider how to do it." Chen Feng couldn't resist Lin Xian's push and left. The three returned to the dormitory together. They didn't notice that the girl student Yu Jia was leaning against the windowsill to watch them go away. Finally back in the dormitory, Chen Feng climbed into bed with the help of Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian. Looking at the ceiling for a moment, Chen Feng said to the two busy people below, "I think I still have to tell Yu Jia that it's not good to hide this from her, and I have nothing wrong with me." Hong Shuibin stopped his action. "You decide by yourself. Anyway, I support all of them. I hope Yu Jia won't think it's caused by her." Lin Xian was naturally very supportive, but he did not forget to affirm Yu Jia, "Don't worry, Yu Jia is so smart that you can understand." Hearing that Lin Xian always praised Yu Jia, Hong Shuibin pointed at her. "Tut tut, what's the situation? Why do you always speak for beautiful girls?" Not at all? I didn't do that, did I?" Lin Xian quickly shakes his head and denies it. If he admits, he may be teased by Hong Shuibin. Naturally, Hong Shuibin couldn't just let Lin Xian go. He grabbed him in front of him and looked him in the eyes. "It's obvious. Tell me, why do you always call Yu Jia elder sister?" Hearing this, Chen Feng also came to the spirit. He also wanted to ask this question for a long time. Without any reason, he raised his upper body and looked at Lin Xian below. Lin Xian was blocked by the flood bin in front of him. He was staring at him by Chen Feng. He was very uncomfortable and had to tell something. "Recently, I often ask Yu Jia to borrow their books. It's very convenient to come and go." Chen Feng asked, "Borrowing books? Is that what you often read these days?" "Yes, I like reading those books very much, so I often ask Yu Jia to help me borrow books." Now that they have decided to say so, Lin Xian has questions and answers. Hong Shuibin and Chen Feng had the same question and directly asked, "But reading these books is not very useful for us?" I remember that. Yu Jia's department learned how to develop mecha, upgrade technology and transform metal, which is totally different from our fighter A. Lin Xian lowered his head and kept silent for a long time. He said, "In fact, I have something I want to tell you, but I don't know how to say it." Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin take a look at each other. Are there other reasons? Hong Shuiben asked, "What's the matter, Lin Xian? Please speak slowly, we'll listen." There was another silence. After a while, Lin Xian finally made up his mind, raised his head and took a long breath. He looked at Hong Shuiben and Chen Feng. This was the first time that they found that Lin Xian had such bright eyes. "I made a decision. I hope you won't be too surprised." "What decision did you make? Come on." Hong Shuiben felt as if there was a person scratching there. He couldn't bear to ask. Chen Feng stretched out her hand and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder to cheer him up. "Don't worry. Slowly say that as roommates, we can't stand behind you. Is it related to those books?" Chen Feng's hand gave Lin Xian great courage, and Lin Xian nodded heavily. "Yes, since I entered the fighter system, I have always felt that this is not suitable for me. I have no idea what I should do or what to do. The natural high synchronization rate has become a constraint. I have it but can't play it, which makes me very painful." Hearing this, Hong Shuiben also put his hand on Lin Xian's other shoulder and said to himself, "We didn't do it well. No, it's my luck to meet you. It can be said that you are my most valuable asset in fighter system. Now listen to me, or I'm afraid I don't have the courage to say it." Lin Xian interrupts Hong Shuiben's words and continues to talk about his own affairs. Chen Feng and Hong Shuiben dare not interrupt. "Just when I was more and more confused about my future in fighter system, Mr. He in the theory classroom taught me the knowledge of mecha structure that day. I was surprised to find that this made me very concerned about these contents. So I went to Yujia and borrowed a book called The Evolution of Mecha. After reading it, I realized that I fell in love with this subject. Then I borrowed several books from her. I was addicted to it. These 2 days, I have been hesitating about how to choose, and just after I decided, I want to apply to change to the mechanical or research department. I think that is the most suitable place for me." "What? You're going to the mecha research department?" Chen Feng and Hong Shuiben yelled at the same time, full of disbelief. Lin Xian couldn't laugh or cry. It seemed that he had hit two roommates too hard. "Yes, I want to go to the research department of plane A. A fighter plane system is not suitable for me. Please don't look at me so surprised." The shock on Hong Shuiben's face did not fade away. He grabbed Lin Xian's shoulders and roared, "But you have to know that fighter A is the most popular major in all mecha colleges, especially Jiangnan Mecha College. Only a few billion people in the Republic of Ancient Shunlan can enter 50 of them. How many people have sharpened their heads and want to come and have no chance? It's never happened in history that you're going to switch out of the fighter system. It's crazy. I can't accept it." Chen Feng finally digested some of them and said that he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian's idea of transferring to another department. No one has ever transferred from the first department of a fighter to another department. If you want to be the first one, it will cause great pressure on both you and the school. Have you considered what you can accept? Lin Xian didn't answer immediately. He went to the balcony and looked at the stars in the distance and said, "So I hesitated for a long time, but I understand that my future is not here. Do you know, my training results are very poor in combat class and shooting class? Even if I can barely graduate from the first department of fighter plane in the future, I will not do anything in the battlefield. I believe that I can make a great breakthrough in the research of mecha." Chen Feng knew that the roommate did not perform well in the training class. He also doubted whether he was suitable for operating the mecha. He shook his head to Hong Shuiben and then lay back on the bed. "So, for the last time, I ask, are you serious? Are you ready for unprecedented pressure? You have to know that if you transfer to another department, if you don't have any achievements in the future, you will be ridiculed all your life and even become a laughingstock in the future. The stars in the distance are so bright, just like the lights on their own way forward, but it requires us to walk in the right direction." Lin Xian takes back his eyes and looks at two roommates who are related to him. "I can accept it, and I can definitely make a design to change the pattern of mecha. I've already figured out the main attack route in the future, material research and material utilization maximization of mecha." Lin Xian's thinking is very clear. Hong Shuiben Tut said, "Look at you these days often in a daze, did not expect to have considered so clearly, it seems that we do not need to say anything more. Still unaccustomed to other people's praise, Lin Xian felt his head embarrassed. Sometimes I forget other things when I think about it. I really like this knowledge. Well, in that case, we will support you. Chen Feng decided that as long as Lin Xian really liked himself, he would never stop him, so now. What we have to consider is how to make Lin Xian successfully transfer. We need to apply to Counselor Wang. Do you think he will be furious? Lin Xian's face was more relaxed. I think Wang Counselor is very good temper, should not embarrass me. On the contrary, Hong Shuibin was worried, but you forget that the first series of fighter planes is an important department, and it is impossible to transfer to another department. It only needs the approval of Counselor Wang alone. Lin Xian didn't respond. He looked at the flood bin and asked, who else do you need? Hiss. Chen Feng and Lin Xian took a cold breath at the same time, and then Lin Xian shuddered uncontrollably. Chen Feng felt that he had to face this problem. Headmaster Pan, he is still majestic in his military life. If he really wants to get angry, I'm afraid Lin Xian will not be able to carry it. Thinking of the scene of Headmaster Pan's fury in front of him, Lin Xian is already in a daze. His small body is totally unable to fight against it. Hong Shuibin looked at him worried. I think you still need to consider how to face President Pan, otherwise how to transfer. This time Lin Xian had no confidence at all. I really didn't think about it. I only considered Instructor Wang, but ignored the particularity of Fighter Class A. It was impossible without the approval of President Pan. All three of them were aware of the difficulties. They thought and thought about it. Chen Feng saw that the dormitory atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive. She could not make it out of date. She had to open her mouth and break the silence. Don't worry. I'll call you Jia to tell her about these things. She may have a way out if she is so smart. Lin Xian didn't speak, just nodded, but Hong Shuibin recovered some vitality. Yes, tell you about it with you Jia. Chen Feng, you can fight quickly. Well, I'll fight right now. Chen Feng quickly took out her mobile phone and called Yu Jia. Soon Yu Jia was connected. Apparently her mobile phone was by her side. Chen Feng did not know for a while and said, Jia, I have something to tell you. We don't know what to do. I hope you can give us some suggestions. Yu Jia heard that Chen Feng had something important to do with her. She asked in a positive tone, you can tell me. I'm listening. Well, Lin Xian decided to transfer to your Department of Mecha Research, but we were afraid that President Pan would not allow it. Chen Feng was infected by the calm on the opposite side, so that he quickly took measures to improve the words. Yu Jia didn't think so. He didn't hesitate to reply, I think President Pan is very open-minded and may not refuse to accept the application for transfer from the Fighter A series, as long as Lin Xian has sufficient reasons. Jia, do you really think so? We are all scared to death. There is a roar of Hong Shuibin in his ear. It turns out that Chen Feng is open to the outside so that everyone can hear the dialogue with Yu Jia. After so many years of war and too many things, President Pan finally decided to abandon his military force and follow the text, which shows that he is a man of determination and ideals. Lin Xian can make up his mind to transfer to another department. As long as he can persuade President Pan, I believe he will not obstruct him. As if that was the case, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, but Yu Jia, why are you not surprised that Lin Xian wants to transfer? Yu Jia chuckled, haha, don't you think Lin Xian is not suitable for Fighter A? Since he borrowed books from me, I think he is likely to make changes, especially when I see his eyes when reading books. That makes me more determined that he will choose to leave. Lin Xian felt his confidence gradually began to recover, and he said, thank you, Sister Yu Jia. It's you who helped me find the right direction. For me. Today, I also helped me to solve the problem, otherwise I may not dare to go to Counselor Wang to apply for a change of department. Yu Jia didn't take credit for yourself, it's mainly up to you. None of us can help you make a decision, but as long as you make a decision, we will certainly help you realize it. Thank you. I know what to do. Now Lin Xian can't say anything except thank you. Tell the reasons carefully to Counselor Wang and President Pan. You can certainly do it. Come on. Yu Jia is ready to hang up. Chen Feng hastened to stop, but there was one thing he had not said. Jia, wait. I have something else to tell you. Anything else? Did you avoid me in the morning? Yu Jia guessed it. Yes, we think we have to make it clear to you. After that, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin told Yu Jia exactly what happened in the fighting class. So you keep it from me that you don't know what's going on, which only makes me more worried. Yu Jia seems really angry this time, a little aggressive. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin know the bad thing, and quickly swear to the sky, never again, in the future I will tell you anything, we promise. Lin Xian rebelled directly and went to the Yojia camp. If there is anything else they dare to deceive you, I will report it. Hong Shuaibin was not willing to, so he flew to Lin Xian and said, well, we sincerely help you. Are you doing this to us? See? I don't hate you. Chen Feng is lying on the bed and laughing, and Yu Jia on the other end of the phone can't help laughing. After playing and playing, we still have to deal with the business. Chen Feng laughed for a while and continued to say to the phone, Jia, although Su Xian and Lin Wenjie are just challenging us today, I'm afraid that they will go crazy to fight you in the future. You should be more careful not to get too close to them. Yu Jia didn't care too much about herself. Instead, she told Chen Feng and Chen Feng, I understand, but I think the most important thing to pay attention to is you. I only met with them on both sides, and they would not treat me well. And I think that Su Xian is narrow-minded and will definitely be behind you in the future. Don't touch his way. Hong Shuaibin pressed Lin Xian under his body and clapped his chest to guarantee, don't worry, Chen Feng may not be able to fix them, but as long as I'm here, they don't have this chance to do anything bad. I believe in Shuaibin's slickness. Chen Feng, you should learn more from him, at least learn to protect yourself. It's okay. I'll hang up. I have to go to bed so late. Yu Jia finally told me that it's time to end the call. Chen Feng reluctantly put down her mobile phone and saw that Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian were still entangled in each other, crying and laughing. What are you two doing? If you don't let go of your sleep, you'll have to go to Counselor Wang tomorrow. That's a big battle. Hong Shuaibin released Lin Xian and began to plan for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is a theory class. Let's go to see Counselor Wang before class. But do we still do morning exercises tomorrow morning? We are not trying so hard to make ourselves stronger. We can never be lazy, let alone give up halfway. We have to practice. We will go to Counselor Wang when we come back. Even if I change my department, I will keep exercising every day. Only when I have a good body can I do well. Sitting on the ground, Lin Xian gasped heavily and decided to continue training. Chen Feng closed her eyes, brewing sleepiness, no longer looking at them. Good, since you decide to do morning exercise tomorrow, then you should go to sleep quickly, otherwise, there is no energy to deal with so many things. Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian, who were still on the ground, knew that they needed to do business tomorrow. They all washed and put on their beds. Soon, the dormitory calmed down, leaving only a long breath. Chen Feng wakes up early in the morning before the alarm clock goes off. Obviously, other people in the dormitory are not sleeping soundly at night. Just after Chen Feng Kai has a move, Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian wake up one after another, seeing each other with dark circles pointing at each other and laughing. After laughing for a while, they remembered that there were still important things to do today. They quickly got up and cleaned up, and then went to the playground. After many days of training, they had a great improvement in their physical fitness. They soon finished the 3,000-meter race, and also played 2 punches. Back in the dormitory, the 3 people finished sorting out and came to the door of Counselor Wang's office. Lin Xian knocked on the door. Come in, please. Counselor Wang was there, and let them in. Lin Xian took the lead in entering the office, followed by Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin. Wang Counselor saw Chen Feng 3-faced dignified stand in front of, doubt asked, what do you have? I'm puzzled by such a bitter expression. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin turned their heads to look at Lin Xian. Seeing that Counselor Wang is also looking at himself, Lin Xianchen takes a breath and understands that this matter can only be said by himself. Counselor Wang, I want to apply for a transfer. Oh, transfer. Sometimes there are students wait. Lin Xian, you are a student of fighter plane a department. Do you want to transfer? Did I hear you right? Wang Counselor Hua jumped up from the chair, full of shock. Incredible. Yes, Counselor Wang, I want to transfer from Fighter A to Mecha Research. I think. Lin Xian repeated, but he was interrupted before he finished. Counselor Wang rudely stopped Lin Xian's speech, stood in his position, clapped his hands on the table and roared, "Are you sure you are serious, not joking? In history, no one has ever transferred from the A series of fighters to other departments. On the contrary, it is people from other departments who want to transfer in but have no chance. You want to go out now? What are you thinking? This is the first time that Chen Feng three people have seen Wang Counselor so disrespectful. It seems that Lin Xian's proposal to transfer to another department has a great impact on him. However, since all the decisions have been made, we should stick to it." Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin came forward, one left and one right to help Wang Counselor. "Wang Counselor, don't be so excited. Lin Xian did it for a reason, and after careful consideration, you should calm down and listen to his explanation." Counselor Wang felt that he was really a bit out of his way, motioned to Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin to release his hand, sat back to their positions, and asked Lin Xian again, "Lin Xian, please explain to me carefully, and see if you can persuade me." Lin Xian has been thinking about good words for a long time. Now he has the opportunity to speak out naturally. "Counselor Wang, I have never been in contact with Mecha before, and I have never known Mecha. I entered the Fighter A system only because of the talent of synchronization rate, so my family helped me choose. After entering the school, I have been studying in the Fighter A department for a week, but during this week's study time, I found that I was not suitable to operate the Fighter A. I didn't know what to learn or what to do. I went to class in a muddle every day. Until that day, Mr. He explained the structure of Mecha to us. That class made me realized that what I liked was to understand and study the structure and development of Mecha, rather than operate it to fight. Then I borrowed the textbook of the Mecha Research Department and watched it in my spare time. As a result, I couldn't extricate myself from it. So I felt that I was not suitable to stay in the Fighter A system anymore, but I should go to the Mecha Research Department. That's why you know you're not fit to operate Mecha after just a few classes? Just read a few books and you know that you are suitable for studying Mecha? Are you so quick to make a switch just because it's just an immature idea? I won't agree with that. Wang immediately asked 3 questions, but he was not satisfied with Lin Xian's answer. Lin Xian was not intimidated by Wang Counselor's momentum, and answered his questions with a straight eye. "Counselor Wang, I have considered these questions. I have tried my best to practice in fighting and shooting classes, but I have never hit people or targets. After reading books on Mecha Research, they are deeply engraved in my mind and even have some extended ideas. I don't want to go to the battlefield in the future, but I can only become a mobile target that can't do anything. I want to be able to really contribute my strength." Counselor Wang is still unwilling to give up, but he also wants to persuade Lin Xian to give up the idea of transferring, even if you have a gap in combat. You know more about Mecha than others. Can you help others debug and refit Mecha when you are on the battlefield? But Counselor Wang, isn't that the job of the preparation class? If you let Lin Xian go to the battlefield to do these things, won't he become a member of the preparation class? Hong Shuaibin heard the speech and inserted a sentence leisurely. Whole preparation class. Wang's face was puffing and puffing. It seemed that she was choking. Chen Feng quickly reached out and patted him on the back for fear that he would faint. Lin Xian would not be changed by this statement. He kept a close eye on Counselor Wang and stated his views. "Counselor Wang, I know you are doing this for me, but it's too wasteful to do this work as a driver. It's better to let me devote myself to research and development, which is not a better choice." Counselor Wang could not persuade Lin Xian, so he had to press his forehead with a headache and said, "Well, it seems that I can't get rid of your idea of transferring departments. So you go back to class first. I'll report to President Pan, and then I'll talk to you later." "Thank you, Counselor Wang. Let's go first." Chen Feng knew that Counselor Wang needed to slow down. After thanking him, she pulled Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian out of the office. Leaning against the corridor, Chen Feng felt a lingering fear. I'm scared to death. I didn't expect that Wang counselor, who we thought would be the least likely to have a problem, would be furious. Yes, Counselor Wang usually does not show the mountains in dew. It's really not to be underestimated when he launches a storm. But I can't see it. Lin Xian, you didn't give me any advice this time. The front is hard, and it doesn't fall behind. Hong Shuibin was also a little timid when he thought of the scene of Wang counselor slapping his desk angrily just now. He also thought that Lin Xian's performance was unexpected, so he had to ask him to explain. Lin Xian did smile bitterly and held his hand on the wall. Since I have made a decision to change my department, naturally I can't change it because of other people's disapproval. Otherwise, how can I succeed? But I was afraid. Just now. I don't believe you. Look at my legs. Hearing this, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin looked down and laughed. It turned out that Lin Xian's legs were shaking there. No wonder they relied on the wall to exert their strength. Since all of them have come out, it's meaningless to talk about what happened just now. They go to the theory classroom together. As soon as they entered the classroom, they saw Su Xian and Lin Wenjie sitting on their seats. It seemed that they had finished their cultivation. Several people did not give in to each other for a long time. Su Xian's face still had some bruises, eyes like a lone wolf, and Chen Fengji's face one by one, but did not get up to make trouble. Since Su Xian and Su Xian have no other actions, Chen Feng does not want to create extra troubles. He pulls the two people to find a seat to sit down and wait. Lin Xian is not in the mood to pay attention to these silent sitting. However, Hong Shuibin is very upset and drops his book. At this time, Mr. He just came in and looked at Hong Shuibin in doubt. Hong Shuibin quickly explained, Mr. He, the table was dirty just now. I'll pat it. He obviously didn't believe such a bad lie, but in order not to expose it in class, Su Xian on the other side sneered, which made Hong Shuibin look a little embarrassed. Today, teacher He began to explain in detail the structure and composition of the head of Mecha. Although the head area is very small, it controls the intelligent vision, intelligent hearing and intelligent smell of the mecha. It can be said that the importance of the whole mecha is second only to the trunk. Therefore, teacher He is very detailed and serious. Chen Feng quickly followed teacher He's explanation and took notes. Looking up at Hong Shuibin, he was also nervously recording in his own textbook, so he had no time to think about the unhappiness just now. When he looked at Lin Xian, he found that he was not affected by the transfer in the morning and was still working hard. I want to see him so serious. Maybe it is really suitable for mecha research, but I can't lag behind and relax. Chen Feng no longer looks at other people and devotes himself to the course. Of course, there is no reason not to eat lunch with Yu Jia. When the four people sit down, Yu Jia asks, did you go to see Counselor Wang in the morning? What did he say? Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin didn't answer. It was better to explain this matter to the party concerned. Lin Xian swallowed his meal and said, in the morning, we went to Wang Counselor's office and told him that I wanted to transfer departments. However, he did not expect that Counselor Wang reacted very much. He not only disagreed with my application, but also advised me several times that I could give up the idea. Finally, under my insistence, Counselor Wang reluctantly agreed to let us go back to class first, and then he would go to Headmaster Pan to explain. It's very comprehensive. Yu Jia can understand it as soon as you understand, so it seems that the first step has already stepped out, and there is no turning back arrow. Next, you will face Headmaster Pan. As long as he agrees, you will succeed. But Counselor Wang's reaction is so big, I'm afraid that President Pan will be more troublesome. Chen Feng thought, or put forward their own concerns. Hong Shuibin agreed, yes, Yu Jia, you don't know. Counselor Wang beat the table in the morning. In the face of this difficult problem, Yu Jia is at a loss. He looks at Lin Xian with concern. Unfortunately, we don't know much about President Pan. All we see is his resume. From the only information we have, we can see that President Pan is a man of high spirit. He has principles and ideas. What you have to do is to tell him your determination completely. I think he will accept it. Thank you, Sister Yojia. I know how to do it. I need to have a stronger determination than when facing Counselor Wang. Lin Xian waved his hand to the front. Unexpectedly, he threw the spoon in his hand to the other student. After a flurry and apology, he sat back in his seat again. After that, the four had nothing to say. While they were eating in silence, Lin Xian's mobile phone rang. They picked up and saw that it was Wang Counselor. Chen Feng looked at Lin Xian eagerly. Lin Xian made a silent gesture and answered the phone. Hello, Counselor Wang. This is Lin Xian. What can I do for you? Lin Xian, I told President Pan that you want to transfer departments. He wants to see you now. Wang Counselor's heavy voice came from the opposite side. Everyone could recognize that he was in a bad mood. Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. He confirmed the meeting place. Okay, am I going to the headmaster's office now? Yes, Mr. Pan and I are in the headmaster's office. Please come here as soon as possible. Without much to say, Wang Counselor finished and hung up the phone. Lin Xian put away his mobile phone and looked at Chen Feng and others who cast concerned eyes on the opposite side. Then I'll start. I'll meet you. At the end of the speech, he took up less than half of his plate and put it in the clean place. He washed his hands and walked out of the canteen. When Lin Xiankai walked out of the door, Hong Shuibin caught up with him. I'm full. Now I'm out to exercise. It's boring to be idle. I'll walk with you for a while. If there is Hong Shuibin, there will be Chen Feng. How can I feel that the canteen is so stuffy today? I have to come out and breathe. Lin Xian looked at the two roommates and didn't know what to say. He just giggled. Yu Jia passed through the unreliable three people and stopped a school bus. Lin Xian, you don't care about them. Those two guys are duplicity. Get on the bus quickly and leave a bad impression on President Pan. Lin Xian woke up like a dream. A few steps to the school bus, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin followed closely, waiting for the bus to sit down. Chen Feng stretched out his hand in the middle. Must be successful. It must be a success. Hong Shuibin, Lin Xian and Yu Jia also put up their hands and yelled. The driver in front looked back at these strange passengers and shook their heads to continue driving. Although the headmaster's office is far away, but with the school bus, these distances are nothing. A few people soon came downstairs. The president's office is located in the principal building. The principal building is a separate building from the administrative building. It looks like a watchtower and is only used by the president. Its height is the highest among all the buildings in Jiangnan Machinery College. Standing at the top, you can overlook the whole school. Chen Feng and others passed the inspection of the guard at the gate. There was an episode. When the guard called and confirmed with President Pan, the guard said that there were 4 people. The number was beyond Wang Counselor's expectation. However, President Pan didn't care and asked the guard to let them all in. Taking the elevator to the headmaster's office at the top of the tower, Hong Shuibin hesitated a little. Is it not good for so many people to enter? Shall we wait outside? Chen Feng and Yu Jia continue to follow Lin Xian to the headmaster's office. While walking, Yu Jia said, Headmaster Pan knows that we are here. It's even worse if you don't go in like this. Don't worry, Headmaster Pan won't eat our. A small joke eases the heavy atmosphere, and Lin Xian's face also shows a smile. Hong Bin knocks on his head and no longer hesitates walk up the principal's office. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the door, they met with a burst of scolding from Counselor Wang. I just let Lin Xian come here, you several come to join in the fun. Do you think the headmaster can agree to this unreasonable request by relying on a large number of people? I tell you, if there is no proper reason, I'll make you suffer in school from now on. Did Counselor Wang take gun medicine this afternoon? How to feel suddenly completely changed a person, Chen Feng did not know, so turned to look at the past, only see Wang Counselor toward oneself. A wink. It turned out that Wang Counselor was trying to make them not to be criticized by President Pan. He pretended to teach them a lesson first. It was really hard for him to work so hard. Hung Bin, who still wanted to refute, was confused. Seeing Chen Feng, he blinked his eyes and understood him. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was still quiet. Yu Jia on one side is not impatient but impatient. It seems that he has already understood the intention of Wang Counselor. President Pan probably saw the mystery. He reached out to stop Counselor Wang's speech and slowly turned his chair toward Lin Xian. You are Lin Xian's classmate. I'm shocked to hear that you want to transfer departments. Can you tell me why I made such a decision? President Pan is worthy of being a headmaster for many years. He speaks with dignity. He doesn't teach people like Counselor Wang. But he has a greater sense of oppression. Lin Xian's forehead gradually sweats, and he is a little speechless under pressure. After waiting for a while, President Pan didn't get a response. He asked again, why don't you talk? Is there only one point in your determination? If that's all, I can't agree. Chen Feng and his roommate came here to cheer on his roommate. Seeing that he was in a bad situation, he naturally had to help. Chen Feng resisted the pressure and said, Mr. Pan, Lin Xian is just not ready for the moment. I believe he will say it. Please give him a little more time. My time is not wasted like this. If you don't want to talk, please leave. President Pan did not show any mercy and began to ask for leave. Wang Counselor stood behind him and wanted to help, but he had nothing to do. Lin Xian broke through the knot at last and responded loudly, President Pan, please listen to me. I came to the Fighter department of Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics because of my talent of synchronization rate. However, I found that I could not fulfill this talent. I was very confused at that time and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, I soon got to know the structure of mecha, and I was more interested in it than in operating mecha. So I want to make a change. I don't want to be a useless soldier. I want to be a useful developer. Lin Xian said so long without gasping. It seems that he is really in a hurry. President Pan refused to comment on Lin Xian's red-faced performance, so, at the beginning, you didn't think about your future direction in the entrance examination, until you made such a decision after a few days of class. Don't you think it's too hasty? Now that he was able to speak by mouth under the pressure of President Pan, Lin Xian simply let go, shook his head and denied, no, even if I didn't choose to switch to the Mecha Research Department, I would not continue to stay in the Fighter system. I can't imagine how I would operate the mecha myself. But mecha research is a subject I want to devote myself to. I believe I will make some achievements in this field. In this case, have you ever thought about what kind of pressure you will bear when you are transferred from the Fighter system? As the first person to do so, the pressure not only comes from the outside world, but also from yourself, and even the students of the Mecha Research Department will look at you differently. Can you accept it? President Pan raised a very realistic question. Lin Xian looked directly into the eyes of President Pan for the first time and firmly replied, I am willing to bear these pressures. President Pan stood up from his chair and stepped to the windowsill. The scenery of Jiangnan Mechanical College was in a panoramic view. Looking at the surging wind and clouds outside the window, President Pan was lost in thought. Lin Xian didn't understand what he meant. He turned to Counselor Wang for help, but he couldn't see what it meant. He shook his head and said he couldn't help Lin Xian. Afraid of interrupting President Pan's thoughts, Chen Feng and others can only stand still and wait. Fortunately, in the principal's office, except for the thoughtful President Pan, who is familiar with each other, he is not very embarrassed. President Pan didn't fall into his mind for a long time. He looked out of the window and gave a reply, okay, I agree. Agreed? Is it so simple that President Pan allowed Lin Xian to apply for transfer? Lin Xian looks shocked. He looks at Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin, trying to find out whether there is something wrong with his ears. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin are also dementia, unable to give a response. Next to Yu Jia is more calm, nodding positive to Lin Xian. Lin Xian got his own satisfactory answer, and Wang Counselor standing at his desk was not calm. President Pan, do you approve this? Yes, Lin Xian, you can go to the Mechanical Research Department in the afternoon. I will. Explain the specific matters to Mr. Chen over there. President Pan once again affirmed that he went back to his seat from the windowsill and asked Lin Xian, who was still dazzled by happiness, so, Lin Xian, are you ready? Ah, yes, I'm ready. In the afternoon, I will report to the Department of Mecha Research. Thank you, President Pan, for approving my application. President Pan's decision came too quickly and suddenly. Lin Xian didn't know how to think now. He could only answer mechanically. Do you think I promised too soon and not ready? Haha, as a headmaster, no matter what department it is, as long as my students have legitimate reasons, I will not refuse. After all, Headmaster Pan is a man who has gone through great storms and waves. As soon as he heard Lin Xian's answer, he knew what he was thinking and explained it to him. Lin Xianqin was grateful and bowed sincerely. I see. President Pan really thanks you. I will study hard. Headmaster Pan stopped Lin Xian's thanks with a wave of his hand and turned his words, however, no matter from which aspect, it's a big event for you to transfer out from the first series of fighter planes. It's not only you, but also me and our school. So I have a request for you. Do you dare to agree? Lin Xian perked up his spirits and said, I know that I have put forward a very weak request. No matter what it is, I am willing to accept it, I must accept it, and I promise I will try my best. President Pan was very satisfied with Lin Xian's answer and nodded approvingly, very good. Only in this way can we look like a man. I don't like to beat around the bush. To be frank, I need you to make breakthroughs in the field of mecha research in the future. You understand the significance of this. This requirement is what he wants to do. Lin Xian's eyes brightened and his eyes were burning at President Pan. President Pan, I understand that if I can't make any achievements in this field, then my transfer will become a shame. I will not be able to face this school, I can't stay in the research field, and I can't face you, so this is what I have to do. It's up to you to decide whether you want to be immortal or not. You should study hard and make achievements, so that those who can only gossip can shut up. This is the direction that all of us should strive for. Go back to class. I have other things to deal with. Seeing that Lin Xian was very clear about the fierce relationship between them, President Pan stopped talking about it and asked Counselor Wang to send Chen Feng out of the principal's office. Outside the principal's office, Counselor Wang praised Lin Xian again. Lin Xian has performed well. At first, I was worried that President Pan's Longyan was so angry that you couldn't carry it and gave you a false reprimand. I didn't expect that. Headmaster Pan was not angry at all. Although Lin Xian didn't perform well at the beginning, he did very well later. Congratulations on your successful transfer. In the future, we will have one less student in the first department of fighter plane. Counselor Wang, I want to thank you too. Although I don't know what happened, you must have done a lot of work for me. I really feel sorry for that. At noon, Lin Xian said countless thanks, all of them sincere. Huang Shuibin didn't like the scene of thanks coming and going, so he interrupted Lin Xian. Counselor Wang, you only thought that there was one person missing in our fighter department, but you didn't expect that there might be an extra genius in the mecha research department. Haha, it seems that you have a lot of confidence in Lin Xian. Wang Counselor is not angry, still good temper. Chen Feng interjected, we all have confidence in Lin Xian. Seeing how he forgets to eat and sleep and read books in the dormitory, I have no reason to think that he made the decision casually. Counselor Wang, you can see. In the future, Lin Xian will let everyone remember his name. As a person who loaned books to Lin Xian, Yu Jia has a strong voice and supports Lin Xian. Yes, Counselor Wang, Lin Xian can read and understand the books I borrowed quickly and thoroughly. He really has a talent that ordinary people can't reach. Seeing their full confidence in Lin Xian, Counselor Wang thought that this might be the right thing to do. He put down his heart a little and urged them to leave immediately. Okay, all of you go back to class. Lin Xian, do you know how to get the teachers of the mechanical or research department? Yes, let's go first. Goodbye, Counselor Wang. Now Lin Xian is relaxed and finally embarks on the road he is looking forward to. It is time for him to be full of energy. Chen Feng also said goodbye to Wang Counselor. Goodbye to Wang Counselor. Go, bye. Counselor Wang watched them leave in a car and turned back to the headmaster's office. He saw that President Pan was wandering in the sky on his chair. He gently closed the door and stood beside him waiting. After waiting for a long time, Headmaster Pan finally looked up and saw him. Mr. Wang Songwei, what else can I do for you? Counselor Wang helped President Pan pour a cup of boiling water again and put forward his own question. Mr. Pan, did you agree to Lin Xian's transfer request too easily? You know, this kind of unprecedented thing will bring extraordinary pressure to the school. Headmaster Pan took a sip of water, and his face was full of indifference. So what? We are teachers to let the children learn what they are good at. As long as Lin Xian is serious and loves machine armor research, we have no reason to stop it. Wang counselor or appear more worried, frown Wei, but I am afraid that this thing spread out bad influence, too much pressure, it is easy to destroy a person. This problem is very realistic, and President Pan can only do his best, so we should try not to publicize Lin Xian's transfer, so as to minimize the impact. Mr. Wang Songwei, I hope you can watch more Fighter. A series recently. Don't let them discuss this issue too much. I will also ask Mr. Chen to pay more attention to it. I hope it won't cause too much trouble. If there is something I will deal with directly. Wang counselor looked at Mr. Pan with admiration. This is an example of teaching and educating people. He can shelter his students from the wind and rain. He nodded heavily and promised to leave. He left him mumbling in the office, I can only do this old bone now. When the school bus reached a fork in the road, several people jumped out of the bus. Chen Feng looked at Lin Xian reluctantly, it seems that we are going to go our separate ways here. Yu Jia, you should take good care of our roommates. Yu Jia ignores Chen Feng's glib, grabs Lin Xian's hand and goes to the teaching building of Mecha Research Department. He will return to your dormitory in the evening. Is it necessary to make such a picture of parting in life and death? Hong Shuibin seldom saw Chen Feng laughing when he was eating in Yojia. He also left him to go to the classroom by himself. Chen Feng put on an aggrieved expression, but no one paid attention to him, so he was even more aggrieved. He had to follow Hongbin's buttocks to come to the classroom. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin met Su Xian and Lin Wenjie at the door of the classroom. Su Xian's eyes turned and saw that there were only two of them. He immediately said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin? What's the matter with you? There are only two of you this afternoon. Lin Xian, your follower, has seen through your true face and is not willing to go with you again? Hong Shuibin has always looked down on this shady guy and said, I think you are Mirangshuan's follower. Where is Lin Xian? Do we need to explain to you? Get out of the way. Then he reached out and pushed him to the teaching room. Lin Xian didn't expect Hong Shuibin to push him away. Without any precaution, he nearly fell down. Fortunately, Su Wenjie helped him. Chen Feng passed by them. Although they didn't deal with each other, she nodded and saluted them with apology for Hong Shuibin's behavior just now. Today, the simulator room opened very early. I don't know when the middle-aged drunkard came to open the classroom. At this time, he was sitting by the podium drinking wine leisurely. Chen Feng follows Hong Shuibin into the classroom to find an empty seat to sit down. Su Xian and they also come in quickly. Of course, they stand at the door and look grim to Chen Feng. Hong Shuibin was about to fight back. Wang counselor appeared behind the door. Looking at Su Xinlin Wenjie blocking the door, he urged, What do these two students do? Do you like to play the door god here? I can give you special approval later. Su Xian's attention is on Chen Feng's side. He is startled by the voice behind him. Looking back, it is Counselor Wang. He immediately gets out of the way. Counselor Wang, we just got to the classroom. Please come in first. How could Counselor Wang come to the simulation class in the afternoon? The students talked, but Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin guessed the reason, but it was not easy to explain. Counselor Wang went to the podium and said to the drunkard who was drinking wine. Then he said to all the learned societies, Students, I came here this afternoon to inform you of something. Unfortunately, Lin Xian felt that he was not suitable for Fighter Class A, so he applied to be transferred to the Department of Aircraft or Research. President Pan has already approved his application. Lin Xian will not come here to have lessons with you in the future. Although Lin Xian is transferred to another department, I hope you don't talk too much about this matter. The audience immediately exploded. After all, this is it seems that in the future, we can only fight to cover up the water. Chen Feng sighed. Hong Shuibin is even more sad. Lin Xian left, he was happy, left a mess for us, is really a sin. The students in the stands of Counselor Wang gradually accepted the fact that Lin Xian was transferred to another department, so they should also leave. Maybe you can't accept it in your heart, but now things are like this. I hope you don't focus on this matter. Next, Mr. Su's simulator teaching will be busy for you. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have spent some time. It turns out that the middle-aged drunk teacher's surname is Sua, and the class finally learned the teacher's surname. Mr. Su didn't care. He staggered to the platform. It's just a transfer. Do you need to make such a fuss? According to me, if it's not suitable, don't force it. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe Lin Xian will get a blessing in disguise. Counselor Wang, you're too nervous. Mr. Su, who was drunk all day, said a few words, but he still tried to excuse Lin Xian. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin looked at each other. For the sake of the sentence, they would never slander him in their hearts. Counselor Wang also had no temper with him. He led out the platform to say hello to the students and left the simulator classroom, leaving the middle-aged drunkard on the stage staring at the freshmen. After a long time, he seemed to think of going to class. He coughed and said, "Cough, Counselor Wang has finished everything there. Now we will start our class." Just now, Counselor Wang said my surname is Su. You don't need to know my name. In the future, you can call me Teacher Su. Burp today, you'd better continue to practice by yourself. I'll watch through the terminal. From next class, we'll carry out targeted training, so you can have a good grasp of this little free time. Hearing that this is the last free time, everyone on the stage ran to the simulator. Nangong Mengdai said to Chen Feng before leaving, "After class, I'll go with you. I'm not allowed to leave first." Chen Feng had no choice but to promise. Hong Shuaibin came to her head and said, "I said that Lin Xian must have something to do with her." Lin Xian is so concerned. It's related. It's also Lin Xian's business. Why are you gossiping so much? Go around and practice. Chen Feng was eager to continue to practice the unfinished content of the last lesson, and pushed Hong Shuaibin to the simulator. Looking at the empty simulator that belonged to Lin Xian, Chen Feng felt a bit uncomfortable. There will be no one in this machine in the future. However, Hong Shuaibin was very open-minded and said without any care, Lin Xian made a decision suitable for him. We should be happy for him. He didn't say anything. You are not complacent and have nothing to do when you are free. You are right. We should practice hard and add Lin Xian's share. Chen Fengxin thought it was too, not to say stand on the control module began to enter their own practice mode. In the last simulation class, Chen Feng limited the synchronization rate to 41 for a whole afternoon. Today, she is going to review it and try other synchronization rates. Put on the helmet to open the screen shows synchronization rate, 83. Why? My synchronization rate has increased? How can it be so fast that it hasn't been a few days since the last test? What's going on? Chen Feng was surprised to see her synchronization rate on the screen. Chen Feng left and right thinking, did not find the reason, simply did not think, adjusted the synchronization rate to 41, continued to practice takeoff and landing. Several takeoff and landing feeling is very familiar. After adjusting the synchronization rate to 61 and entering the simulation field. Again, Chen Feng controlled the mecha to raise her feet, which was quite different from that when the synchronization rate was 41. The synchronization rate of 61 had already made the mecha's output reach 40%, and it was a burst of relaxation in every move. There was no sense of oppression and powerlessness. After repeating the takeoff and landing action again, mecha successfully flew to the ground. Not only did it not appear the vibration and shaking when synchronization rate was 41, but also soared nearly 5 meters. After the mecha's output is increased, the difference between stability and strength is obvious. Chen Feng's several consecutive jumps feel more relaxed, so the operation of mecha began to sprint, and then made a few quick stops and turns. In the sudden stop and turn, the impact of low synchronization rate appears. Mecha cannot bear the sudden, huge impact of sudden change of direction. It takes several steps to complete the steering action, and even the running action cannot be maintained. Not to mention doing some complicated movements. Chen Feng can only make simple punches and feet and block. Trying to use the machine armor fighting skill taught by Mr. Lang is totally ineffective. I can't do it like this. Although my talent of synchronization rate is not high enough, I can't compare with Panyugwa and Miranchuan. But we are all the same when we put the synchronization rate to the same level. If I want to surpass them, I must strengthen the operation ability of fine adjustment of mecha's movements. If I can't do a good action, it doesn't mean that I can't do it. I have to pay close attention to it. The failure of several attempts didn't knock Chen Feng down, but made him excited. When the synchronization rate was 41, he could operate well. There was no reason why he couldn't control other synchronization rates. Subconsciously, he grasped the pocket watch that was always close to him, and Chen Feng was immersed in the practice. Chen Feng's efficiency is extremely high after sinking into his heart. Moreover, he has a good experience in operating the synchronization rate of 41. Soon, he tries to find the critical point of the mecha on the sharp stop and turn when the synchronization rate is 61. After mastering the speed adjustment, even the sharp turn in the high-speed state, the mecha does not lose its balance. Now that she is familiar with the sudden stop and turn, she has to learn the tactics and actions. Chen Feng uses the mecha to pose a variety of attacking postures, but she can't keep up with her. Chen Feng changed her mind. Since the action couldn't keep up with her idea, she would first consider the action and then give the robot a time to make it. The action delay is too severe, and the degree of refinement is not enough. It seems that people with low synchronization rate need more anticipation to operate the robot A, and the pre-operation is the key. Sure enough, although still a little awkward, but the mecha soon complete a set of boxing. Chen Feng's continuous success made Chen Feng's spirit soar. He kept the synchronization rate at 61 degrees. He ran quickly and stopped to attack. He gradually had some handy feeling. The next class will focus on training. The afternoon time is very compact. Chen Feng spent another half an hour to consolidate their own technology, constantly adjusted the synchronization rate to 71. Synchronization rate 71 is a completely different experience. This synchronization rate can give full play to most of the abilities of mecha, and even can fly up to high altitude for a short time. Although the speed of continuous flight is not fast and the time is not long, with the gliding landing, it can still fly for a long distance. Chen Feng became more interested in flying, delaying the landing time through various twists and turns in the air, and even found that short jets at intervals could achieve long-distance flight skills. However, when flying, they can only make some ordinary actions, and they can't catch up with them if they want to fight fiercely. Thinking of trying 90 synchronization rate later, Chen Feng stopped flying and did various other actions on the ground. It's no wonder that the synchronization rate of plane pilots in various countries is basically above 70, which is a qualitative leap. After playing at synchronization rate 71 for a long time, Chen Feng did not encounter any big problems. Chen Feng no longer stayed and adjusted the synchronization rate to the highest, 90. Finally, I'm going to try the limit of the simulator. What's the feeling of synchronization rate 90? I'm really looking forward to it. After adjusting the simulator, Chen Feng didn't calm down. As soon as Chen Feng entered the simulation operation, she felt the infinite power contained in the mecha. She couldn't help but sigh, is this the strength of the mecha? It's so powerful. Compared with the previous one, it's completely in the sky and underground. No wonder it's called a trump card. Panyugwa was born with such a synchronization rate that even I began to envy him. Chen Feng operates the mecha to step out of her legs. The mecha is like her own body without any violation. It is as smooth as directing her own body. No matter what she does, she is very handy. In this case, Chen Feng no longer keeps trying to run fast. All his efforts make the mecha fly out quickly. However, the discomfort that comes with her body also increases rapidly. Chen Feng does not want to repeat the mistake and slow down her steps. The higher the synchronization rate, the stronger the power of mecha, the greater the body pressure. If you want to play the strength of mecha, you need a better body physical fitness. I still have a long way to go. I don't know what kind of situation Panyugwa and Miranchuan are. In the wishful thinking, Chen Feng did not relax the operation of the mecha and maintained the speed at the limit edge that she could accept. Suddenly, she turned and ran backwards. The huge tearing feeling from her body made Chen Feng show her teeth and almost cried out. But he gritted her teeth and insisted on continuing to act. Without non-human training, she could not be more powerful. Chen Feng had to stop and gasp in the cockpit, but the mecha in the simulator was still in place, and there was no problem. It seemed that she could not play the mecha to the limit. Chen Feng was unwilling. After a short rest, Chen Feng forced himself to continue to operate the mecha. This time, he practiced the fighting skill of the mecha. The pressure brought by tossing in a small range was less than that in the high-speed state, which just let him breathe a little. The mecha under the state of full output has infinite power, and can produce a lot of airwaves between every move. Chen Feng wants the opponent with low synchronization rate to have no fight back in his own state. If he is killed, he will be seriously injured. Quickly and smoothly hit a few punches, Chen Feng can't wait to operate the plane and fly straight into the sky, behind and feet of the jet mouth rush out of the fierce airflow to maintain the fuselage floating. This is not the synchronization rate in 71 when the kind of short flight glide, but really in the blue sky. There is a saying that everyone has a dream of flying. Naturally, Chen Feng is no exception. With the foundation of practicing in the air just now, he can operate the mecha to fly around in the air. It's not comfortable. Playing happily, Chen Feng is playing tricks in the air, skimming the ground, flying vertically, spiraling and turning. However, the mecha stays in the air for a long time and the pressure caused by intense exercise is a little stronger than that on the ground. Even if Chen Feng does not use a fast speed, his body will soon be unable to bear the strong pressure and has to descend back to the ground. After taking a rest on the ground for a while, Chen Feng continued to operate the mecha to take off. Instead of playing casually this time, he trained the mecha fighting in the air. The feeling of no effort was totally different from that on the ground. He needed to concentrate his mind and master the control of the mecha. Once his attention was neglected, he would easily lose his stability. After all, Chen Feng did not have deep contact with the mecha operation, and soon felt dizzy, knowing that she could not continue to land on the ground. However, Chen Feng's novel experience under full strength made Chen Feng happy. Her recovery speed seemed to be a little faster. She soon continued to operate the mecha and kept her synchronization rate at 90. She didn't even care about the sweat all over her body. Until a voice sounded in his mind, "Burp, now it's half an hour before class is over. If you have anything you haven't done now, you can't have such a good chance in the future." Today, this middle-aged drunkard is rare and serious. He did not leave midway, but also performed his duties as a teacher. The sudden voice let Chen Feng wake up. Now is not in the synchronization rate 90 refreshing time, have to return to their synchronization rate practice. Quickly quit the simulation training mode and operate the simulator to return to its own synchronization rate. The synchronization rate on the screen drops rapidly. When it drops from 90 to 84, it stops suddenly and then jumps to 83. Before Chen Feng has any action, it changes back to 84. Chen Feng looked at the screen in disbelief. It's impossible. Is the simulator broken? How could it be 84? But the simulator won't answer Chen Feng's question. The synchronization rate is still displayed on the screen, 84. After Chen Feng entered Jiangnan Mechatronics College for 2 consecutive surprises in an afternoon, the synchronization rate changed from 82 to 84 in a short period of time, which was only a little short of becoming a strong soldier into a general. But it also made him worried about his gains and losses, for fear that there was something wrong with the simulator and he did not enter the simulation training mode. At this time, Mr. Su's voice came again. There is no mistake in the detection of the simulator. When do you still want to be in a daze? Hiccup. Chen Feng was excited. Unexpectedly, she was the object of attention of Teacher Su. It seems that he has noticed the continuous increase of synchronization rate. Being unable to answer, Chen Feng had to start simulation practice with a nervous mood. Compared with synchronization rate 90, the output of mecha is 12% less than that of synchronization rate 84. However, the higher the synchronization rate is, the greater the difference will be. Although the synchronization rate of 90 can do all the things that can be done by synchronization rate 84, it must be weaker in terms of strength, speed and reaction, and it will be a great distance in accumulation. Chen Feng manipulated the mecha to perform the same action as the one under the simulated synchronization rate of 90. Although it is only 12% less from the data, it is obvious that there is no previous arbitrary feeling, and there will be some deviation in the action. This is the state when I operate the mecha in the future, but I have to experience it well. Chen Feng was not disheartened. Although she could not compare with those demons. In talent, she was also very good. At least she was much better than those behind her. Moreover, she rose by 2 points so fast that she might make more progress in the future. Since it can't compare with the synchronization rate of 90, it depends on its own adjustment. Chen Feng tries to adjust each action a little bit, trying to be perfect as far as possible, and the time passes quickly unconsciously. Ding dong! It's time for the simulator course. The simulator sent out a prompt and directly kicked Chen Feng out of the simulation training mode. Chen Feng reluctantly walked out of the simulator's cockpit, just a little bit of a feeling, unexpectedly class is over so soon, last class also did not have this hint? He didn't want to drink alcohol for a long time. He didn't want to drink wine in the simulation machine for a long time hiccup. It turns out that this teacher Su is the devil. Many people look at him and the eyes are full of anger, most of them just practice the feeling, the sudden interruption of the feeling is very annoying. Mr. Su only had his own wine in his eyes. He did not agree with his eyes. He took another sip of wine and said, in today's free exercise, several students performed well, which is worthy of my praise. Even some students have made breakthroughs. But only the last few simulator learning will have such rapid progress, so don't be too surprised and don't be too complacent. Chen Feng felt teacher Su's eyes on her body for a while. Obviously, this is for her. When you're finished, go back to me. I have to close the door. Don't delay my time. Teacher Su didn't keep his integrity for a while, and then he drove the students out of the simulator room. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin went out of the classroom. Seeing Chen Feng's head lowered, Hong Shuibin could not help asking, Chen Feng, what's wrong with you? It's the same expression when you come out of the simulator. Well, there's something wrong. You wait for me for a moment. Chen Feng looked up and saw that Mr. Su was walking leisurely in front of her. She did not care to explain in detail with Hong Shuibin. She told her to catch up with Mr. Su. Miss Su, please wait a minute. Hiccup, what can I do for you? Mr. Su didn't stop when he heard the speech. He didn't even turn his head. He continued to walk with his basket on his back. Chen Feng found that the basket on his back was full of wine pots. No wonder he could be honest in the classroom in the afternoon. So much wine could be drunk for several days and nights. It's okay if you don't talk? Don't disturb the teacher if you have nothing. Mr. Su walked for a while, but the student who called him didn't continue to speak. He was a little annoyed. Hearing the emotion, Chen Feng ran to Mr. Su and asked, Mr. Su, how can my synchronization rate suddenly increase so much? Is it really wrong? Ouch, some people don't like their high synchronization rate. It's interesting. I'll tell you, the results of the tester can't be wrong. You don't have to worry about this problem. Mr. Su looked at Chen Feng in front of him. In class, when he found that the synchronization rate of the student was continuously rising, he had also observed him carefully. He also called out the video study of the last class. In his heart, he understood why this situation occurred and gave a positive answer. Hearing that there was no problem with her synchronization rate, Chen Feng was even more indecisive. But why is this? Why did it go up 2 points in a row? It's not scientific. Ha ha ha, didn't you listen carefully? In the class, I said that the first few times when I first contacted the simulator, there would be faster progress. Of course, your range is larger than others. This is because you have done extra exercises according to my requirements. Do you understand? Good wine. After saying so many words, Mr. Su felt thirsty and took a sip of the wine pot in his hand. Did you do the exercises according to the requirements of Mr. Su? Chen Feng frowned and recalled what she had done and what she had said in these 2 classes. Suddenly, she recalled that she had better try the synchronization rate of 41, 61, 71, 90 and her own synchronization rate, and she did it completely according to this idea. Do you mean to practice synchronization rates 41, 61, 71, 90 and your own? Does this work so well? I'm sure there are others who have done so. Mr. Su, do you tell me that they have been promoted? So much? It's wrong to think about it carefully. If it's like this, there's no reason for her not to see other students' excited expression. Chen Feng once again turns to Mr. Su, who is drinking. Why do you have so many questions? 100,000 why? Burp. Finally, I want to tell you that there are many students who do it according to my opinion. Of course, they have got some improvement, but you spend more time in low synchronization rate, and the operation effect is better, so you have made more progress. That's it. Don't quarrel with me again. Miss Su didn't give Chen Feng the chance to continue to ask questions. She grabbed the frame on her back and took a few steps to disappear. Chen Feng stayed in the same place, worried about gains and losses. The original reason is so simple, but according to Mr. Su, it's too hasty to improve the synchronization rate so easily. Hong Shuibin came late in the back. He only heard some words about practice and promotion from a distance. It was not good to interrupt when Teacher Su was talking. He had to wait for them to come to Chen Feng after the conversation and asked, Chen Feng, what's going on? As soon as the class is over, you look mysterious and tell Mr. Su a lot of words that I can't understand. Won't you explain it to me? Chen Feng knew that the curiosity of this die-hard party was about to explode, so she quickly comforted her. Let's go to the canteen and find Yu Jialin to meet them. Then I'll tell you in detail. I don't want to say one thing twice. Hong Shuibin can't be impatient. Heard this is directly pulling Chen Feng to the canteen, not a few minutes to the canteen door. As a result, they still had to wait for Yu Jia and Lin Xian at the door. Chen Feng gasped, cried and laughed, you are too impatient. What's the use of running so fast? Don't you have to wait for them? Hong Shuibin also knew that he was too impatient and said reluctantly, don't you want to know what happened? Can you blame me? Why haven't Yu Jia and Lin Xian come yet? It's too slow. I'll give them a call. Before the voice dropped, Floodbin took out his mobile phone and called Yu Jia, where are you and Lin Xian? Chen Feng and I have been waiting for you at the door of the canteen for a long time. As soon as Yu Jiagong was connected, he was surrounded by Hong Shuibin's words, guessing that he must have something to answer, today. The teacher delayed for a while, now we just walked out of the teaching building, you wait, we'll come here as soon as possible. Hurry up, Chen Feng has something to say until you arrive. I'm so anxious. Hong Shuibin repeatedly urged. Yu Jiao was intrigued, what's wrong with Chen Feng? It seems very important. Let's hang up first. Let's hurry up and make our way. Goodbye. Come on, bye. Hong Shuibin hung up the phone angrily and looked at Chen Feng with resentment on his face. Chen Feng couldn't stand the look and turned to look at him again. They waited at the door for about 10 minutes. During this period, Hong Shuibin scratched his ears and scratched his cheek and jumped up and down. Finally, he saw Yu Jia and Lin Xian in a hurry. Hong Shuibin came to greet him with tears in his eyes. Yu Jia, Lin Xian, you are finally here. Do you know how hard it is for me to wait? Seeing Hong Shuibin's crying expression, Yu Jia said curiously, what did Chen Feng hide? It can make you so anxious. Hong Shuibin's resentful eyes immediately focused on the culprit Chen Feng. He has been very strange since the afternoon simulator class, and chased the teacher. To say a lot of words that are completely incomprehensible. The most extreme thing is that he didn't explain what was going on, but he choked me to death. Yu Jia was very calm. She looked at Chen Feng and said with a smile, don't worry too much. I think Chen Feng doesn't want to say the same thing twice. I'll punish him and explain it to us in detail. Chen Feng knew that she had done too much, and quickly promised, it must be. Hong Shuibin has something to do with you. You should listen carefully for a while. Oh? It has something to do with me? Hearing this, Hongbin couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly pushed Chen Feng to the canteen, go in quickly, Yu Jialin Xian, and you should keep up with me. I really want to know more and more. Seeing Hong Shuibin's impatience with Chen Feng, Lin Xian thought that he didn't go to his seat and directly turned to get dinner. He found that Yojia followed him and stopped him and said, Sister Yojia, you should go and sit down first. I'll have a meal. Yu Jia didn't stop and said, "Don't tease me. Can you make a meal for 4 of us? Before, it was you who cooked rice. Occasionally I could not cook once." Ha ha. Lin Xian didn't know how to answer, but felt his head and giggled. Hong Shuibin pushed Chen Feng into his seat and sat down opposite him. He asked Chen Feng to explain that he had forgotten to cook and tell you. Jia and Lin Xian put the food in front of him. He apologized and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I really want to know the answer and forgot to cook." Chen Feng was also entangled by Hong Shuibin and forgot about it. She apologized, "I'm so sorry. Lin Xian, don't go quietly and call on us." Before Lin Xian answered, Yu Jia said, "What? I'm so unhappy when I give you a meal. If you don't make it clear, can you calm down?" Lin Xian is also kind-hearted. Good, you sit down first, I'm going to start talking." Chen Feng immediately surrendered, ready to begin to explain. "As you all know, the synchronization rate of my entrance test is 82, and it will rise when I test." Hong Shuibin nodded, and then suddenly his face was startled. "Yes, your synchronization rate only rose to 82 not long ago. Hiss, won't it? Has your synchronization rate increased again?" "I think so, and it should have something to do with simulator training." Yu Jia is still intelligent and immediately guesses the key. But Lin Xian was not very clear about the matter and asked, "Chen Feng, did you break through the entrance examination? Is it a bit too fast to go up again today?" Chen Feng realized that they hadn't told the roommate about it, so she turned her head to Lin Xian and explained, "Yes, originally my synchronization rate was only 81. During the entrance test, the examiner said that this score could not be admitted to Jiangnan Machine Class at college this year. I didn't expect that my synchronization rate suddenly broke to 82, and I just celebrated my 17th birthday. In the same talent with 82 synchronization rate, I was the youngest and finally successfully enrolled." "It's like this. I see. Go on." Lin Xian suddenly realized, and then saw the impatient eyes of Flood Bin on the opposite side, and quickly pulled back to the main topic. Chen Feng went on to say, "Well, then today, just like you said, my synchronization rate has increased again." "Are you really promoted again? It's too bad. How many days have passed since the last promotion?" Before Chen Feng said 2 sentences, he was interrupted by Hong Shuibin. "When does the promotion of synchronization rate become as simple as drinking water?" Yu Jia put his hand on Hong Shuibin's shoulder to stop him from getting angry. "Wait, I don't think Chen Feng's words have finished. Let's listen to it." Yu Jia's words have been very effective for Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin finally calmed down, and Chen Feng also had the opportunity to speak again. "Yes, when I entered the simulator this afternoon, the synchronization rate displayed on the screen was 83. After one afternoon's practice, I returned to my synchronization rate. When I was ready to practice, the synchronization rate above showed 84. This time, Chen Feng did not give Hong Shuibin a chance to cut in, so he chose to finish the talk in one breath. But the opposite Hong Shuibin did not have any reaction this time. Chen Feng looked at the past suspiciously and found that his eyes were straight and his mouth was slightly open. It seemed that he did not respond, but was shocked. To the point that he could not respond. Chen Feng looks at Yu Jia and Lin Xian next to her. Yu Jia is surprised, but it's normal. Lin Xian is so surprised that he doesn't even know that his chopsticks have fallen to the ground. Cough, I've reacted. Yes, my synchronization rate has been raised by 2 points this afternoon. At first, I also thought that there was something wrong with the simulator, which led to the incorrect display of my synchronization rate. As a result, Mr. Su told me that there was no problem with the simulator, and the display result was correct. Chen Feng had to be born to sober them up and know what questions they would ask, so she answered them first. Hong Shuibin is still shocked and has no response. Although Lin Xian has transferred from Fighter A to Mecha Research, he knows how difficult it is to improve the synchronization rate, and his eyes tend to stare more and more. Yu Jia is not among them after all, so he can keep some sense and ask for them. "So after class, you were going to ask Teacher Su for the reason?" Chen Feng nodded and replied, "No mistake. Although Mr. Su told me through the console in class, I was still uneasy about such a strange promotion. After class, I caught up with him and asked again." At this time, Chen Feng saw Zhang Zhirong passing by their table. Thinking of the good relationship between them, Chen Feng waved and called him over. Zhang Zhirong, puzzled, came to ask, Chen Feng, you call me something? Come and sit down. I have something to say. You'll come and listen. Chen Feng patted the seats next to her. Fortunately, there were fewer people in the canteen this evening, and there were many vacant seats around. At this time, Hong Shuibin finally returned to normal. Looking at Zhang Zhirong with a confused face, he pushed him to his seat. Please sit down. Chen Feng has important things here. Listen carefully and don't talk too much. Zhang Zhirong originally wanted to ask again. He simply stopped talking and turned to look at Chen Feng to see what he was going to say. Seeing Hong Shuibin like this, Chen Fengchang breathed a sigh. He was most afraid that this die-hard party could not get out of the ox horn. Now, several people around him are familiar with him most in Jiangnan Mecha Institute. When all the people sat down, Chen Feng did not betray the truth and directly said, because my synchronization rate has been rising continuously for no reason, so I went to Mr. Su and asked why this happened. He replied that I had a careful experience of the synchronization rate of 41, 61, 71, 90 and my own synchronization rate according to what he said in the first class. In fact, the synchronization rate of my 82 was not very high, and I spent more time under the low synchronization rate, and the operation effect was better. In addition, when I first practiced the simulator operation, there would be a rapid improvement. How many factors together, miracles happen. Hong Shuibin did not understand that he had not tried these synchronization rates in class, but why there was no such effect, he could not help asking, I have done these things, why didn't you have such abnormal things? Chen Feng patiently explained, Mr. Su said that the students who do these have been promoted, and may not have reached the level of improving the synchronization rate. What's more, I spent the whole afternoon on synchronization rate 41, and I practiced all kinds of movements under the minimum standard in detail, and I almost achieved the best in other synchronization rates. No wonder, every synchronization rate of mine is changed after a little trial. It hasn't been used for an hour. Hong Shuibin is convinced that he can only blame himself for not studying seriously. The drunk teacher clearly reminded him but didn't do it well. Lin Xian couldn't help admiring him. He pulled all the chopsticks he had just picked up from the ground and pinched them in his hands. He said, Chen Feng, you are too good. I have tried these synchronization rates. Even when the synchronization rate was 41, I couldn't even raise my hands and feet, so I gave up in a short time. I admire you for training all afternoon at this synchronization rate. Next to Zhang Zhirong is still outside the situation, a face muddled, you this is what ghost? Did Chen Feng's synchronization rate rise in the afternoon? But even if you're promoted, don't you have to exaggerate? I'm scared to death that you're so dignified. Do you know that Chen Feng was promoted to 82 in the entrance examination, and then promoted twice this afternoon? Now it's 84. Hong Jibin also said that he did not know the situation. What? According to this, Chen Feng, your synchronization rate has increased by 2 points in the afternoon? Zhang Zhirong's reaction didn't disappoint Hong Shuibin. He jumped up from his seat and pointed to Chen Feng and yelled. This time, it was Hong Shuibin's turn and Lin Xian's turn to watch Zhang Zhirong's gaffe. After comparison, they felt that their reaction was really quiet and low-key. Seeing the other student's eyes converging on her side, Chen Feng quickly waved to Zhang Zhirong to come back, indicating that he should be restrained. Come back quickly, that's why we are discussing here. Zhang Zhirong found that his reaction was really too big. He grinned apologetically and went back to his seat to confirm again, Chen Feng, is this true? In this short week, your synchronization rate has increased by 2 points. Hong Shuibin would not let this opportunity pass. He not only helped Chen Feng answer, but also attacked him again, you are wrong. Chen Feng's synchronization rate did not rise by 2 points in a week, but increased by 3 points in half a month, from 81 to 84, only one step away from the general. Zhang Zhirong took a cool breath and patted himself on the head to confirm that he was not dreaming. Since this is true, the effect of this training method is also too overbearing. I regret that I didn't follow the teacher's advice in class before. Chen Fengshen felt the same way, nodded his head and said, yes, I'm trying to find a chance to tell the whole class about it. This kind of thing can't be enjoyed alone, and it can't be concealed in the future. This time Lin Xian didn't agree with Chen Feng's words. He shook his head and retorted, I don't think so. Say that the teacher's surname is Su? Seeing Chen Feng and their affirmative nod, Lin Xian continued, since teacher Su specially reminded us in class, it is our own business how to do it and whether it has any effect. We are so grown up. We should be responsible for our own choice, and even if you say that others may not believe it. Lin Xian, you can do it. I haven't seen you for a long time. How can you start to refute? Hong Shuibin looked at the roommate up and down, and felt that he had changed a lot. Yu Jia covered his mouth and said with a smile, you don't know. Lin Xian performed well in our department this afternoon. His performance was extremely positive. Our teacher praised him several times and kept saying why he didn't transfer to our department earlier. Lin Xian was not used to being praised in this way. He lowered his head and said shyly, Sister Yu Jiajie is exaggerating. I just transferred to another department. I didn't understand a lot of knowledge in the past, so I asked more questions and impressed the teacher more. Chen Feng looked satisfied and thought that he had made the right decision to transfer. He was happy for Lin Xian, but he also asked questions. Congratulations, Lin Xian. At last, he broke through the difficulties and found his own way. But I'm not going to tell you the truth, okay? Is it selfish? Lin Xian was extremely firm and insisted on his own point of view. No, you have to know how difficult the training you just said is. I think it may not be possible for several people to do it. What's more, according to Mr. Su, only the first few simulator training will have a relatively rapid and obvious improvement, and there are not many opportunities. Hong Shuibin suddenly remembered one thing and said with chagrin, by the way, today Teacher Su said that the next class will start targeted training. It seems that we have no time to do these training. Zheng Zhirong also regretted, so he just hugged Hong Shuibin and cried, yes, damn it. It's hard to do it just now, but I can't do it, asshole. It's worse than killing me. Lin Xian is also very helpless, don't know what to do, but Yu Jia, who was out of the way, said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe we still have a chance. What opportunity? Hong Shuibin and Zhang Zhirong immediately turned their heads and looked at Yu Jia. Hong Shuibin grabbed Yaojia's hand, Yaojia, my good Yaojia, tell me what else to do. Easy, Shuibin. You're so excited. As the hands hurt, Yu Jia took out her hands and rubbed them. As far as I know, the classrooms of Fighter department are open to you at any time. You can ask the teacher to borrow the key to practice by yourself in your spare time. Chen Feng's eyes brightened, yes, I didn't think of it. We can practice by ourselves. Hong Shuibin is a pat on the table, we are completely blinded by the teacher's pit father appearance, everything should be according to him. Zhang Zhirong is an action group. He can't afford to eat the meal he just called. He jumps up from his seat again and goes to the door. He wants to find Mr. Su, that's still nonsense. Let's go and find Mr. Su to get the key. Chen Mengfeng, a few people from Nanfeng's palace, did not stop them. In the afternoon, Nangong Mengdai asked them to wait for her to walk together after class. As a result, he ran to ask Mr. Su because of the improvement of synchronization rate. Later, he was forced by Hong Shuibin to the canteen to wait for Yu Jia. He completely forgot the existence of this eldest lady. How did she find it? It's over. Chen Fengnan murmured to herself. Hong Shuibin felt that he could rescue him, and pushed Lin Xian forward. It's up to you to explain to her why you left the fighter plane system. Nangong Mengdai looks at Lin Xian, who is coming in the opposite direction. He doesn't pay any attention to Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin. He just stares at them and asks Lin Xian. In the afternoon, Counselor Wang comes over and says that you have transferred to the Department of Mecha Research. Why is this? All of a sudden, am I too heavy in class? No, that's not the reason. Lin Xian repeatedly waved his hands, saying that his transition had nothing to do with Nangong Mengdai, it's just that after learning for a period of time, I found that it's not suitable for me. I can't do a good job in all aspects of mecha training. It's not my purpose to be a waste in the future. On the contrary, after reading some books about mecha knowledge and research, I had the impulse to continue to pursue it. Especially after class in the afternoon, I deeply felt that this was my path. Nangong Mengdai still didn't believe it. He still felt that his attack on Lin Xian in class hurt his self-esteem. He asked, "Is it really not that I did too much in the fighting class? I don't want to practice with anyone else. You can do it just by force. It's really not. I just want to make myself a useful person. You can find Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin in fighting class in the future. They can accompany you to practice." Lin Xian gave up her idea and sold her 2 roommates by the way. No, it was Chen Feng's turn and Hong Shuaibin's turn to wave their hands again and again. "We have been assigned to a fixed group by Mr. Lang. We can't accompany Miss Nangong." Lin Xian went to the doctor in a hurry. This time, he aimed at Zhang Zhirong standing in front of him, then Zhang Zhirong. Last time, he was grasped by Mr. Lang, and there was no fixed combination. "It just can be practiced with you." Zhang Zhirong opened his eyes and was about to refute. Nangong Mengdai said, "That's the only way. We'll be a group after Zhang Zhirong. Don't let me down." With that, his hands pressed and made a series of crackles. Zhang Zhirong didn't have the chance to refuse at all, so he had to promise with a bitter face. Seeing that the crisis was lifted, Hongbin said, "Again, let's go and find Mr. Su. The administrative building is not far from here. You can go early and return early and train in the evening." "Teacher Su? What do you want?" "Nangong Mengdai, after all, has just come here. I don't know what happened." At this time, Yu Jiaocai put down the tableware and came slowly. "They want to ask Mr. Su to borrow the key of the simulator classroom for further training in the evening. The 2 beauties standing together is just a scenic spot. One is cold and the other is gentle and generous. However, the place where the 2 beauties are together is also a battlefield." Nangong Mengdai looks at Yu Jia with a spark in her eyes, but Yu Jia doesn't move. I still smile at Nangong Mengdai. Nangong Mengdai didn't make an extraordinary move after all. He took some provocative tone to Yu Jia and asked, "Ask Teacher Su to borrow the key for training? I didn't have class in the afternoon. Why worry so much?" Yu Jia has been a good character since she was a child. She walked to Nangong Mengdai quietly, explaining the relationship between the improvement of Chen Feng's synchronization rate and the simulation training. After hearing this, Nangong Mengdai looked at Chen Feng like an alien. However, the slightly calm reaction made Hong Shuaibin, Lin Xian and Zhang Zhirong more embarrassed. What they had just done was really exaggerated. After hesitating for a while, Nangong Mengdai couldn't suppress her desire to improve her mood. She hesitated and asked, "Can I also be together?" Of course, I agreed for them. Yu Jia agreed, not to give Chen Feng and others a chance to speak. Chen Feng shrugs. "Anyway, it's all about practicing. It's okay to have one more Nangong Mengdai or one less. What's more, judging from the performance just now, Nangong Mengdai's concern for Lin Xian comes from his heart. He just takes this opportunity to let them get in touch with each other, and maybe they can really make a spark." In fact, Nangong Mengdai was indifferent and didn't ask questions. Several people quickly came to the administrative building and went up several floors to find the teacher's office of fighter plane department. Chen Feng came to knock on the door, heard someone inside calling, "Please come in and open the door." He and Lang of the theory class were sitting in the office sorting out the materials. Seeing so many students entering the office, he got up and asked, "Aren't you from our department? Which teacher do you want to look for in the office?" She didn't find Mr. Su in the office. She was a little disappointed. Knowing that other people were in a bad mood, Chen Feng began to reply, "Report to Teacher Su, we want to ask Teacher Su to borrow the key of simulator classroom. Originally, we wanted to practice the simulation operation of Mecha again tonight, but it seems that Mr. Su is not in the office now?" Mr. Su went back after class. When he heard that they were looking for Mr. Su, he gave a disappointing answer. When they want to leave the office, Mr. Lang, sitting on the side of Chen Feng, especially Hong Shuaibin and Zhang Zhirong, suddenly asked, "Wait, why do you want to practice in the simulator room tonight? Tell me why." Mr. Lang's question can't be left unanswered. Chen Feng once again explained how her synchronization rate had been improved. In the process of listening. To Chen Feng's account, Mr. Lang and Mr. He gradually left their seats and leaned over. They were all shocked by his amazing speed of promotion. However, the teacher is a teacher after all, and has seen too many dazzling talents. After Chen Feng finished, he said directly, usually, people with low synchronization rate will have this kind of continuous rise in synchronization rate. Except for our Jiangnan University of Machine A and Capital Institute of Machine Science, other Machine A colleges occasionally happen, but I haven't seen this kind of thing after the synchronization rate reaches 80. I only heard that there was a great genius in the Sangama Empire. The synchronization rate increased by 3 points in a month, from 80 to 83. He finally seemed to die at the hands of the gun god? The last sentence is a question to Mr. Lang. That's right. Mr. Lang's expression is dignified, which is an old account ignored by many people in the history of Mecha. At that time, he and the gun god were brilliant for a time in school, but he was too narrow-minded and always secretly plotted the gun god behind his back. Finally, he was found by the military headquarters of the Sangama Empire to flee in a hurry. Finally, he was chased by the gun god and killed on the spot. Fortunately, he would not have been a saint in the first Mecha War. If there are two gods of war in the Gamma Empire, we will have to pay a greater price to drive them back. Chen Feng and others first heard this story, and after a little thinking, they sighed. This man's jealousy destroyed himself and changed history, which can be said to be harmful to others and self. Zhang Jiron's mind is not in this respect. Seeing that Mr. Su is not in the office, Mr. He and Mr. Lang said a lot of irrelevant nonsense. He was in a hurry, let's go after listening. We have to find Mr. Su quickly, otherwise we don't have to practice tonight? Mr. Lang was still immersed in the memory. After hearing Zhang Jiron's words, she raised her eyebrows. Oh? Only Teacher Su in my heart? At present, there are only 49 students in our class. Who do you want to match in the future combat class? Zhang Jiron's face became stiff. Obviously, he thought about the process of being ravaged in public. He didn't care about the forced combination by Nangong Mengdai. He didn't want to quickly say, I just decided to form a team with Nangong Mengdai. Later, she and I will be partners of mutual practice. Teacher Lang turned his eyes to Nangong Mengdai. It's hard for you to combine with him. Nangong Mengdai shrugged. I don't care, he wants to be beaten, I can help. He was ignored in public, and Zhang Jiron wanted to crack the ground and drill in. Fortunately, Mr. Lang didn't continue to attack him. He said to the crowd, Mr. Su has gone back, but he left the key to the simulator classroom with me. I will accompany you there and have a look. Great. Thank you, teacher. Seeing things turn around, everyone cheers in unison. Even Zhang Jirong is no longer entangled around teacher Lang. Jump and shout. He saw Lin Xian and Yu Jia in the crowd. Looking at the student who was transferred from the middle school and the beautiful girl he had never seen, he asked, how do you feel after Lin Xian's transfer? And this girl is? Lin Xian quickly replied, Mr. He, I had a class in the Department of Machine Research in the afternoon, and I feel very suitable for me. I will insist on working hard. Thank you for your concern. Hello, Mr. He. I'm Yu Jia, a student of Mechanical Research Department. I grew up with Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin. Yu Jia also introduced herself. Well, the Mecha Research Department is also a very important subject. The combat effectiveness of all mecha is closely related to it. I hope you can seriously study and make achievements in this field in the future. He respected the teachings and looked at them with pleasure. Lin Xian and Yu Jia are naturally in constant response. On the other side, Hong Shuaibin and Zhang Jirong have already led Mr. Lang to the simulator classroom, and the rest of them leave the classroom with Mr. He. With the key in teacher Yolong's hands, several people finally enter the simulator classroom. As soon as they enter the classroom, Hong Shuaibin and Zhang Jirong can't wait to get into a simulator. Nangong Mengdai is not as anxious as they are. First, she says thank you to Chen Feng, then says hello to Yu Jia, and then enters the simulator. It seems that in this short journey, she and Yu Jia have formed a good friendship. Chen Feng's synchronization rate has been continuously improved in the afternoon, which is not as urgent as they are. Mr. Lang went to the podium and opened the operating platform. Seeing that Chen Feng had not entered the simulator, he began to urge him, "You also go in, and I'll see your training effect." Chen Feng should go down into the simulator. The screen lights up to show the synchronization rate, 84. The synchronization rate test is the same as that in the afternoon. Chen Feng no longer tangles. She adjusts the synchronization rate to 41 to enter the simulation training mode. She is still slow, exhausted and delayed. However, Chen Feng is more patient than ever before to start her own training. After using the console, Mr. Lang didn't go to watch other people's operation first, but switched to Chen Feng's simulator for the first time. He confirmed that the student's synchronization rate had really changed to 84. He remembered that he had watched his synchronization rate rise from 81 to 82 during the entrance test. Unexpectedly, it rose to 84 again so soon. It's really unpredictable. If you take a closer look at Chen Feng's various operations, Mr. Lang nods silently. There is a reason why his synchronization rate can rise so dramatically. Ordinary people can't even run well when the synchronization rate is 41. Chen Feng can not only maintain the running of the mecha, but also make attacks at high speed. Even the takeoff and landing of the mecha can pass smoothly, which is hard to find in the world. Individuals can do this. It seems that there will be another monster in the operation of mecha in ancient Shunlan Republic. Unfortunately, the synchronization rate is still lower. However, if there is still a substantial increase in the future, maybe. Mr. Lang spoke softly. Yu Jia and Lin Xian are standing next to Mr. Lang. Although Mr. Lang's voice is very low, both of them can hear him clearly. Lin Xian stops half of what he says and asks, "If we can continue like this, is Chen Feng likely to become the god of war in the future?" Mr. Lang's eyes were shining, and one eye swept at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had never seen such a sharp look in his eyes. He was scared to step back. If Yu Jia hadn't helped him, he might have fallen off the platform. Mr. Lang didn't continue to make trouble. Just now, it was just a subconscious move. He put his head inside. It's hard to say that there are only 3 gods of war in the world over the years. Maybe there will be more talents when learning mecha. Learning technology is gradually mature. However, Chen Feng's synchronization rate is still too low, which is a dead end when fighting with enemies with high synchronization rate. Yu Jia holds Lin Xian, who has not yet recovered, looks at Chen Feng's simulation cabin with full confidence and says firmly, "I believe Chen Feng will go that step. His goal will not tolerate failure, and I think Hong Shuibin is very likely to." At the end of his speech, he also brings another playmate, Hong Shuibin. The synchronization rate is not a joke. It cannot be improved if you want to improve it. Mr. Lang didn't agree with Yu Jia's words. The control console looked at the other people's simulation cabin. Sure enough, Zhang Zhirong is operating the mecha with a synchronization rate of 41 on the flat ground according to his conjecture. Seeing his driving level, he did not know that he would fall to the age of a monkey. Then he turned his eyes to Nangong Mengdai. Nangong Mengdai's performance was higher than Zhang Zhirong. He did not know how many or less grades he had. When attacking and running at a slow speed in situ, he had a good performance. Even if there were still some problems, however, it still has a model. Finally, of course, it was our classmate Hong Shuibin. At first glance, Mr. Lang almost didn't hold his face and laughed. He could see that he was operating the mecha on the flat ground with 7 twists and turns. He didn't stand and sit on the ground. There were all kinds of incomprehensible movements, but the strange thing was that no matter what kind of action the mecha was twisted into, Hong Shuibin couldn't fall down, just like that, a delicate balance. Mr. Lang frowned and looked at it for a while. He couldn't understand what Hong Shuibin was doing. He adjusted his perspective to the cockpit of other people to watch their operation. The rest of Yu Jia and Lin Xian, who were familiar with the style of Hong Shuibin, snickered silently. This is the perfect embodiment of Hong Shuibin's own style. Practice time said long or not short, until late at night, everyone finally several synchronization rate operation over and over again. Lang teacher saw the time as not early. Remind, time is almost the same, you are ready to next, I want to turn off the simulator. Chen Feng was the first to quit the simulation practice and walk out of the simulation cabin. Several people from Hong Shuibin nearby grinded and hawed for a long time. Only when Mr. Lang reminded him again did she reluctantly come out. After mutual inquiry, no one found any improvement in the synchronization rate. Mr. Lang walked up to them, heard the discussion and saw their tangled expression and explained, "Don't think that the last few simulator operations will greatly improve, which will make your synchronization rate change immediately. Most of the people who will rise are people with low synchronization rate or close to the edge of breakthrough. You'll have a good training tonight. Oh, it's a person with a low synchronization rate." Hong Shuibin dragged a long tone into Chen Feng and couldn't help but start flirting. Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put Hong Shuibin aside and asked Teacher Lang, "Go, play again." "Mr. Lang, since the previous training has such a good effect, should we tell all the students?" "Well, no need." Mr. Lang refused Chen Feng's idea with a cold snort of disdain, and went out to the simulator classroom first, since Mr. Su has already reminded you how to train. If someone doesn't follow suit, it's his own loss. This kind of ungrateful students don't need to pay attention to it, and it's even more difficult for them to have a future. Chen Feng does not understand, but also wants to refute. After her death, Yu Jia pulls him. Chen Feng looks back and sees Yu Jia do a voice forbidden action. She thinks Yu Jia will not stop herself from giving up questioning for no reason. When all the people got out of the simulator classroom, Mr. Lang locked the door and said, "Unlike other classrooms, the simulator classroom and shooting room are equipped with special equipment, so they are usually blocked. In the future, if you want extra training in your spare time, you can come to the office to find a teacher. There will be at least one teacher in the office. Don't worry about the situation that you don't have a key to enter." Chen Feng's several people have to express their understanding. When Mr. Lang sees that there is nothing more to do here, she turns back. Chen Feng asks Yu Jia, who is around him when he is far away, "Why doesn't Mr. Lang agree to tell other people about training? And you won't let me ask?" Yu Jia is leading Nangong Mengdia's hand to the girls' dormitory. When she heard Chen Feng's inquiry, she was helpless. She had to turn back and say, "Chen Feng, you're just too brainwashed. So many people ask you not to say why you haven't understood." Chen Feng was more confused and asked others, "Am I really like this?" Hong Shuibin smiles and nods. Lin Xian looks at him helplessly, and Zhang Jirong stands out. "Okay, but Yu Jia has to explain it to me. I really don't understand." Seeing their performance, Chen Feng chose to give up and just wanted to know the truth. Yu Jia clearly did not understand. Chen Feng will solve for several days, solemnly began to explain. "First, you said that other people may not believe. Second, others do as you say may not be effective. Third, students who need to be reminded of everything are not what the school wants to cultivate. Fourth, disobey the teacher's words, and may also disobey the orders of the superior in the future. Do you understand?" "So it is. I didn't expect so much. You didn't even tell me." Chen Feng suddenly realized that she was not angry when she looked at several laughing classmates and the still expressionless Nangong Mengdai. "Ha ha ha ha, okay, didn't you all advise you? You have to hit a nail again. It can't be blamed on us. Don't be angry. Look at the sky, Yu Jia is so late. Go back to the dormitory and go to bed." Big brother Hong Shuibin haha, quickly changed the topic. Chen Feng was not really angry, so she took advantage of the donkey and scolded several times. After seeing Yu Jia and Nangong Mengai off, they went back to their bedroom to have a rest. In the morning of the next day, naturally, it was still a morning exercise. Today, Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin secretly added their own amount, which made Lin Xianyan envious. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin still pull Lin Xian to practice boxing. At the end of his morning run, Lin Xian has transferred to the Department of Mecha Research. Now he is mainly for exercise. Naturally, he is not so interested in fighting. Those bullied by them cannot be found in the southeast and northwest. Lin Xian was not angry. Knowing that the two roommates were just joking with themselves, they fought hard for most of the day, and finally surrendered in a loud voice, "I admit defeat. You two can fight yourself. Don't pull me up." To deal with Lin Xian and Hong Shuibin, he has a saying, "We'll have to fight in class later. It's not boring to fight with one person all the time. We can only find you." Yes, Mr. Lang has arranged us into a fixed group. In the future, we will have to practice with him in every class. We have to change someone to try. Lin Xian, it's hard for you. Chen Feng Jie is perfect. Lin Xian couldn't refute it. He was tossed about for a while. Finally, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin saw that he was really tired, so they let him go and train themselves. In the morning, Mr. Lang taught fighting. Today, there was no nonsense. As soon as Mr. Lang came in, he asked all the students to start training directly. Chen Feng naturally found Hong Shuaibin, while Zhang Zhirong tragically replaced Lin Xian's role. Nandong Mengdai abused him all over the place looking for teeth. Naturally, one of the 49 people would be redundant. Naturally, he could only become teacher Lang's sandbag. With the increase in the number of times and time, we will not let their body easily hang injury, attack to block good lively. Chen Feng has also gradually adapted to Hong Shuaibin's bizarre moves. He uses Professor Lang Suo's fighting skills to deal with them one by one. He will not be at a loss in the first class. After the bell rang, Mr. Lang looked at the crowd with satisfaction. Good, after a few classes, you finally have some appearance. And then continue to maintain it. Soon you will be qualified martial arts experts, ordinary people cannot get close to you. Wow, that's great. Hearing Mr. Lang's praise, we were naturally very happy, and Zhang Zhirong cheered up. Without stopping the noise of the students, Mr. Lang Zunzunzan warned, what you learn in combat class is not only the battle of Mecha, but also the personal combat you may experience in the future, so don't take it lightly and finish the class. It seems that Mr. Lang is in a good mood today. The students have been making a lot of mischief without being reprimanded, so they have been struggling for a while before gradually leaving the classroom. Mr. Lang waited for all the students to leave and walked out slowly. As soon as he left the classroom, he met a man. How are you here? It turned out to be Mr. He. He said with a smile on his face, Mr. Lang has just finished class. I'm going to the headmaster's side now. Have you heard that the second-generation mecha of our ancient Shenlan Republic will be released soon? Well, I heard about it. Mr. Lang nodded and replied with a rare smile on his face, after so many years, our country will finally replace a new generation of mecha, and we are looking forward to any progress. Mr. He waved his hand forward and said with pride, there must be many breakthroughs. So many new technologies are not researched in vain. I believe it will never be worse than the second-generation mecha launched by the Asingama Empire last year. Mr. Lang, I left first and talked back to Ha. Mr. Lang responded with a smile and looked at Mr. He walking towards the headmaster's office with a radiant face. The name is good, bumping out of the school, the news that the Republic of Ancient Shenlan is about to launch the second-generation mecha has not been widely spread. The students of Jiangnan University of Mecha still live as usual. Chen Feng still gathered for lunch. During this period, Lin Xian proposed that there should be a second generation of mecha in the Republic of Ancient Shenlan. Hong Shuaibin said that there was no news at all, and it should not be possible to launch it so soon. Yu Jia supported Lin Xian's argument, and Hong Shuaibin naturally took Chen Feng as his comrade in arms. If you don't have a date with Mr. Chen, you can make a bet with Mr. Chen. In the afternoon shooting class, Chen Feng stood on her own shooting platform. Instead of grabbing the beam rifle, she looked at the stage on the right that belonged to Lin Xian. Thinking of the laughter of several people at noon, Chen Feng sighed at the thought that no one would stand in this position for a year. Getting rid of her thoughts, Chen Feng began to concentrate on training. Since the last class, she practiced shooting with one hand with her sick body. In this class, Chen Feng used one hand to aim. It was easy for Chen Feng to raise the gun to aim and shoot at one go. At this time, Mr. Lin happened to visit here. Seeing Chen Feng's skillful shooting skills, he went to check the results. He saw a beautiful 9.6 ring on the performance indicator and said, yes, it's been a few days since last class. Chen Feng has been able to make such a good score with the first shot. He said that he didn't forget the shooting feeling, and such a smooth movement has come in private these days. A lot more practice. Chen Feng didn't expect that his first serve was good. His face was red and he replied, maybe it's luck. I'm just doing aiming and shooting normally. I may not be able to score so high. Mr. Lin did not continue to argue. He stopped by Chen Feng and motioned him to continue practicing. It will be known in a while if you will continue. I'll see if there is any problem with your movements. Since Mr. Lin has said that, she just wants to test whether the action is standard. Chen Feng no longer says that she starts to continue her shooting. With Teacher Lin watching, Chen Feng shot. More seriously, presenting the shooting movements in her mind perfectly, and shooting continuously at the bullseye in combination with her intimate and familiar sense of the beam rifle. During the shooting process, Chen Feng didn't go to the performance indicator. After about 10 minutes, she put down her gun and looked at Teacher Lin nearby. She saw that his eyes were not focused and his face was dignified. There was nothing wrong with his mind. With uneasy mood, Chen Feng asked, Teacher Lin, is there something wrong with my shooting action just now? You can say it directly. I have only learned a few classes. I don't understand it very thoroughly. I will correct the mistakes immediately. No, your shooting movement and posture are okay. Teacher Lin slowly shook his head, denied Chen Feng's idea, and then pointed to the performance indicator and said, the problem is this, you come and have a look. What's wrong with the performance indicator? Can it break if no one touches it? Chen Feng came forward with a full stomach of questions and looked at the contents displayed in the performance indicator. After seeing this, he was also full of disbelief. Then he adjusted the screen and turned the page upward until all of them were finished. Chen Feng's face was only dignified. Mr. Lin stopped staring at the performance indicator and said to Chen Feng, if you are not my student, I can't believe you step by step. But I still want to ask, have you really never learned to shoot or touch firearms before? It turns out that in the performance display instrument, the lowest number of rings of the 40 light beams emitted by Chen Feng without stopping in the past 10 minutes were all above 9 rings, and the highest was even 10 rings, with an average score of 9.6 rings. None of the students in this classroom can achieve this score. Even Mr. Lin feels that it is difficult for him to achieve this level easily. Chen Feng naturally shakes her head. She grew up in the campus with Hong Shuaibin when she was young, and she never had a chance to touch firearms. Mr. Lin, I swear that I have never been exposed to anything related to firearms. Today, I'm just doing according to the contents of previous lessons. I'm also fantastic to see such achievements. Mr. Lin did not doubt Chen Feng's statement. After all, he participated in the whole process of Chen Feng's transformation from ignorance of firearms to proficient mastery. However, today's performance indicator will be doubted. Looking at the grievance on Chen Feng's face, Mr. Lin said with a smile, of course I believe you. You are my student. I am clear about your situation. In other words, have you felt any difference since you got the gun? When Mr. Lin asked, Chen Feng really felt it necessary to ask, Mr. Lin, I really have something to tell you about. Oh? Tell me what's going on. Actually there is a way. Teacher Lin's eyes brightened and urged. Without delay, Chen Feng said her inexplicable feeling since the first class. Well, in the first class, when I held the beam rifle tightly, I suddenly became very close and familiar. I felt that this gun is a part of my body, and I can control it to make any action. So I tried, and it's true. The gun in my hand is like an extension of my hand, and there's no obstruction. While talking, Chen Feng put the light beam rifle in her hand and danced up and down, playing with countless firecrackers. Mr. Lin felt that he was going to lose his eyes if he looked down again. He quickly said something to stop Chen Feng and pointed to the light beam barrage gun on the table. Well, stop quickly. Do you have this feeling for all guns, or are you only for beam rifles? Chen Feng rarely found Teacher Lin to ask these questions, and quickly replied, only the beam rifle can have this sense of familiarity. I have tried the beam blocker gun, and it has no response at all. The training effect is far from that of the beam rifle. Instead of asking questions, Lin asked Chen Feng to continue practicing. Well, shoot a few more times, and I'll have a look and talk about it. Okay. Chen Feng picked up the beam rifle and entered the state again to start shooting. She did not know how many shots she fired until Teacher Lin stopped. Pointing to the new high score on the performance indicator, Mr. Lin said with confidence, the situation is quite clear. You have a special talent for beam rifle. This talent can help you to shoot better. If you continue to practice, you must grasp this feeling tightly. I'll get something. Don't wait for Chen Feng to reply. Teacher Lin quickly walked to the center of the shooting area and said aloud, "Students continue to keep their own practice, I'll go out for a trip and come back soon." Chen Feng couldn't figure out what he was going to do, so she stopped looking at the performance indicator. Her grades just now ranged from 9.2 to 10, which was a little better than the beginning. There is still a lot of room for improvement, and we have to continue to practice. Anyway, looking at Lin's posture, it will take at least some time to come back. Chen Feng simply calmed down and continued her practice. Immersed in the shooting, Chen Feng forgot everything. Unconsciously, Mr. Lin has returned to the classroom and stood behind him. However, seeing Chen Feng's devotion, Mr. Lin did not disturb him. He put a bag of things in his hand on the ground and went to the shooting platform of other students for guidance. It was not until the bell rang again after class that Chen Feng woke up from the shooting practice. She had practiced for so long. What about Teacher Lin? Chen Feng quickly turned to look for Teacher Lin's figure. When the bell rang, Teacher Lin began to walk towards Chen Feng. Seeing the whole process of Chen Feng's soberness, she said, "Students, put your guns on the shooting platform. And you can leave. Today's practice is enough, do not need to practice, seize the time to grab a good position in the canteen. And Chen Feng, you can stay for a while." Hearing this, the students left one after another. Nangong Mengdai cast a puzzled look at Chen Feng. Instead of leaving directly, he put down his gun and came over. Zhang Zhirong is getting closer to Chen Feng's dormitory, but he doesn't choose to leave when he sees Mr. Lin left him. Hong Shuibin, not to mention, has known Chen Feng for so many years and then turns around and waits to see this what happened to the diehards. Hearing Teacher Lin's voice, Chen Feng didn't look for it again. She put down her gun and closed her eyes to reflect on the practice. She felt that her understanding of the operation of the beam rifle had deepened. Mr. Lin didn't come over for the first time. Instead, he waited for most of the students to leave before walking to Chen Feng. Seeing Hongbin, Nangong Mengdai and Zhang Zhirong around him, he joked, "It seems that you are well known. There are still people who will stay here to wait for you." Before Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin replied, "We grew up to be friends, of course. But Mr. Lin, do you have anything to do with Chen Feng?" Nangong Mengdai doesn't like to talk. He is happy to ask questions and wait for Lin's answer. This is not to help Chen Feng better understand what he is good at guns. "Chen Feng, what is this?" As he walked, Mr. Lin said that he came to the place where the package had been put and squatted down to open it. "Pistols, rifles, snipers, what do you do with them?" "We don't have all of them except pistols." "No, it doesn't seem like a beam snatcher." "Chen Feng, read out the names of the things in the package one by one." She did not understand the meaning of Teacher Lin and suddenly found the difference. Mr. Lin nodded positively and put these guns on the shooting platform to explain in detail. "Yes, this is a live pistol, a live rifle, a live sniper gun and a beam pistol. I brought all kinds of guns here. You can try them one by one to see what can make you feel special." I didn't expect that Teacher Lin was so serious. Chen Feng was moved and bowed to thank him. "Miss Lin is too troublesome for you." "I didn't think of these at all." "It doesn't matter. This is what we should do as teachers. Otherwise, we should try what the school wants us to do. I'm in a hurry to eat." Teacher Lin's still cheerful smile did not put these in the heart. Appropriate words did not let Chen Feng continue to be uneasy. Chen Feng went back to her shooting platform and grabbed the most familiar beam rifle. Sure enough, the intimacy came into being again. After confirmation, Chen Feng put it down and began to try other guns. First of all, the pistol system. Although we can't see anyone using it now, Mr. Lin still brought it here. Chen Feng picked up the live pistol and played with it for a while. There was no difference. After putting it down and picking up the beam pistol again, Chen Feng didn't give up and aimed at the target and fired a shot. Looking at the performance indicator, she only played 3 rings, and the light it's a big difference. It seems that the pistol system is not special. Try the sniper series. Mr. Lin didn't expect the pistol very much. After seeing Chen Feng's action, he knew everything and let him try to change the gun. Put the 2 pistols aside, Chen Feng picked up the light beam barrage gun on the table, and still had no special feeling. However, Chen Feng had already tried to do So in class, and knew it would be like this. She put it down and picked up the live sniper gun. It was still the same. Chen Feng put down the gun again, disheartened. Well, now we can make sure that the pistol system and the sniper gun system are not special. Chen Feng, you should try the live rifle at last. Teacher Lin seems to have known this, but he is still encouraging Chen Feng to continue. Well, if you don't have to. Chen Feng thought about it. A beam rifle was enough for her to play. Why ask for more? She moved the sniper aside and finally raised the live rifle. As soon as she got the gun, Chen Feng noticed that it was wrong. She felt the same as when the light beam rifle was in her hand. Chen Feng directly connected with the aiming and shooting action, and a bullet flew out. The teacher behind her also noticed the difference. She immediately ran to the performance indicator to check up. 8.8 rings. Mr. Lin reported the results and nodded to Chen Feng positively. Although you didn't go up to the 9th ring, you are the first time to use a live ammunition gun. Such a deviation can be explained. Chen Feng asked excitedly, so what am I doing like this? Mr. Lin is a teacher after all, not as anxious as Chen Feng. Don't be impatient. Let's open a few more shots to see the results. Chen Feng regained his boiling mood and took a few deep breaths before slowly picking up the live rifle and shooting at the target. After 5 rounds, she heard Teacher Lin's voice stop. Chen Feng put down her gun and checked her scores, 8.9, 9.2, 9.5, 9.1 and 9.6, all very good. Now you can be 100% sure. Congratulations, Chen Feng. Mr. Lin took out a small book from his pocket and made a record, then patted Chen Feng heavily on the shoulder. You are a master of rifles. Before that, there have been some people who are proficient in different guns, but most of them are proficient in one specific item. For example, Nangong Mengdai of our session is proficient in beam blocker gun. And you can have the dual advantages of beam rifle proficient and live rifle proficient, which has never appeared before. Although it seems to overlap at present, I still have to evaluate its practicability when I go back. Chen Feng finally understood what her inexplicable feeling was, and sighed. It turns out that this is the specialty of rifle mastery. After all, I understand it. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Hong Shuibin was not particularly happy, choked his mouth and said, unfortunately overlapping now machine armor generally carries a kind of gun to fight. For Chen Feng, this does not greatly improve. It's not like that. Being able to use more types of firearms will enable Chen Feng to adapt to more situations, such as fog or heavy rain. When the beam system is not convenient, Chen Feng can skillfully use live ammunition guns. Teacher Lin was in a good mood. In his spare time, he explained some knowledge of firearms to several people. After talking for a while, Teacher Lin saw that it was not early outside the window, and urged the students to go to dinner. Chen Feng solved the doubts in her heart. Of course, she wanted to thank Mr. Lin for some time, and invited him to have a dinner with them. Out of the classroom, Chen Feng picked up her mobile phone to call Yu Jia. She learned that she and Lin Xian had already arrived at the canteen first. Considering the large number of people on her side, she also invited Mr. Lin, so she agreed to gather in the open-air restaurant on the 4th floor. Teacher Lin heard their agreed place. The snack was surprised. Don't spend so much money, you are still just students, I'll have a potluck. If you want, it's hard to invite Mr. Lin to have dinner with us. You have to find a better place to eat, no matter how you say. It's Hong Shuibin helped Chen Feng answer directly. He also helped Mr. Lin walk to the canteen for fear of slipping away for him. Zhang Jirong was also startled. Instead of following up, he asked Chen Feng, are we really going to the outdoor restaurant on the 4th floor? I remember it's very expensive. I looked at the menu and scared off. It can be seen that Zhang Jirong's family conditions are relatively general. Chen Feng comforts him with a smile. Don't worry, the guy Hong Shuibin is a local tyrant, he can't eat poor. You can eat freely after a while. Nangong Mengdai didn't speak, so she started to catch up with the flood bin in front of them. Seeing that Zhang Jirong was still in place, Chen Feng knew that he was still hesitant and didn't persuade him to take his arm to catch up with the army. The teaching building of Fighter department is closest to the living area. Several people walk quickly to the canteen. When you open the front door of the dining room on the 4th floor, Yu Jia and Lin Xian are sitting at a big table, and all of them have successfully met. Chen Feng. Several people came to the table and sat down. Hong Shuaibin called for the waiter with a ring of his finger. He took the menu from the waiter's hand and handed it to Mr. Lin. What do you like to eat, Mr. Lin? Now that he has come to sit down, Mr. Lin is not polite. He quickly orders several dishes with the menu, and then returns the menu to Hong Shuaibin. Obviously, he is very familiar with this restaurant. Hong Shuaibin took the menu and ordered a pile of them. Chen Feng wanted to take care of the girl. She didn't open it and handed it to Nangong Mengdai. Nangong Mengdai whispered with Yu Jia, added 2 dishes and put them in front of Zheng Zhirong. Zheng Zhirong looked at the numerous dishes ordered by the waiter just now, and saw that the price was so expensive. I'll give it back to the waiter. After confirming the menu, the waiter bowed and left. Yu Jia took the lead in welcoming him. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for coming to have dinner with us, and Nangong Mengdai and Zhang Zhirong. This is the first time we have dinner together. Haha, it's mainly because Hong Shuaibin is so kind. I think he will be sad if I don't come. When Teacher Lin saw a beautiful woman, she took the initiative to say hello to herself. Hong Shuaibin echoed, yes, you know, it took a lot of effort to persuade Mr. Lin. I have to eat something to make up for it tonight. Don't rob me of any of you. The people on the table laugh at each other. Yu Jia stops laughing and asks, Mr. Lin, it's rare for you to have dinner with us this afternoon. What happened? Mr. Lin explained with a smile what happened in the afternoon and sold a key. Yes, Chen Feng showed extraordinary talent this afternoon. Guess what it is? Yu Jia cocked her head and thought for a while, and guessed, the afternoon is shooting training class, so it should be related to firearms. I once heard Chen Feng say that she has a special feeling for beam rifles. Is she good at beam rifles? Pa 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 pa. In addition to Nangong Mengdai and Lin Xian, all the people on the table clapped their hands. Teacher Lin looked at the beautiful girl with approval. You're right. In the afternoon, Chen Feng showed special abilities on the beam rifle. So, I sent 6 kinds of commonly used light beams and live ammunition guns for him to experiment. The results showed that Chen Feng not only had a proficient beam rifle, but also could be light-loose control. I now call it rifle mastery for the time being. That's great. Congratulations, Chen Feng. I think it's very helpful for what you want to do in the future. Yu Jia is not complacent about the correct guess, but turns to Chen Feng to send congratulations. Chen Feng understood that Yu Jia was saying that he wanted to avenge his parents. She nodded heavily, thank you. It's really useful for me to have this ability. On the table, in addition to Hong Shuaibin, Yu Jia and Lin Xian, others don't know Chen Feng's life experience. They look at the 2 people inexplicably. Hong Shuaibin quickly tells the public about the situation. They understand the hatred Chen Feng carries, and even Nangong Mengdai looks at him with pity. Chen Feng was not comfortable with people's eyes. Fortunately, Yu Jia helped him out. Since Chen Feng has the talent to master rifles, he can make great achievements in some extreme weather. At present, the development of beam rifles in the world is not fully mature. In places like desert weather, foggy days and oceans, the energy of light beams penetrating through the air is severely weakened. These underground live ammunition weapons in these harsh fields have become conventional equipment. If you need to go to these places to perform duties, Chen Feng is a good candidate. Teacher Lin was still lamenting the death of Chen Feng's parents when she was a child. She was pulled back to her mind by Yu Jia's speech. Yes, of all the students I have taught, only Chen Feng is proficient in live ammunition rifles and beam rifles. Most of the others have only one type. Few people who can master 2 kinds of skills are not all in the same kind of firearms, or all of them are not. No one can be proficient in both the live ammunition class and the light beam type on the same kind of firearms. Chen Feng's mastery is too rare. When I go back, I'll find other teachers to continue to study and explore the scope of his application. Chen Feng was totally ignorant of her talent, and could only look at Mr. Lin gratefully. I'm sorry to trouble Mr. Lin. You've taken so much trouble. I don't understand these and can't help. Lin waved his hand, you are just a student now, the first thing to do is to exercise your ability well. Naturally, this kind of thing should be handled by our teacher. Don't worry about it. Mr. Lin, I have an idea. Can you bring it up? At this time, Lin Xian, who had been sitting quietly beside him, suddenly opened his mouth. Looking at the student who was suddenly transferred from the first department of fighter plane, Mr. Lin wondered what he would have in mind. He asked, "What do you think, Lin Xian? Now we are having dinner and chatting together. You don't have to be too restrained." Everyone's eyes were looking at Chen Feng. This time he turned to Lin Xian, but Lin Xian suddenly sorted out his thoughts and said, "Well, I think with the description of Mr. Lin just now, Chen Feng's talent may be more than just mastering rifles." "Oh? How do I say this? Lin Xian, you should explain well." As soon as teacher Lin heard this, he moved his chair to Lin Xian and sat down to inquire carefully. "Mr. Lin is like this. Just now you said that she used 6 kinds of light beams and live ammunition to do experiments for Chen Feng, and came to the conclusion that Chen Feng is likely to have the talent to master rifles." Lin Xian half explained, but was interrupted by the impatient Floodbin. "Yes, do you suspect that Chen Feng does not have this talent? You didn't see that when Chen Feng was shooting with a rifle in the afternoon, it was 1 hit and 1 accurate, and the ring count was higher than the other." "No, I didn't say Chen Feng didn't have this talent." Lin Xian couldn't laugh or cry, and waved to Hong Shuibin that he didn't carry the pot. Chen Feng saw how the die-hard party couldn't make a good speech. He directly covered Hong Shuibin's mouth and said, "Lin Xian, you go on. I'll watch this guy, and I'll promise I won't interrupt you again." Seeing that Hong Shuibin was hammed and hawed by Chen Feng, several people on the table laughed one after another. Lin Xian also quickly continued to talk about his own ideas, since it seems that Chen Feng has a different master of firearms than ordinary people, then we might as well open up some ideas. If this mastery is not only applicable to rifles, what if it could also be used on other guns? Hong Shuibin wants to interrupt again, but Chen Feng's suppression fails. This time, he changes to Mr. Lin and says, "Do you mean in terms of rifles?" Yes, Lin Xian snapped his fingers excitedly. "We all know that pistols, rifles and snipers represent short range, medium range and long range, respectively. It has been confirmed from the experiment in the afternoon that Chen Feng is not good at short range and long range. But what about the medium range? Mr. Lin, you just tested the rifle, but I found that the medium range guns are not only rifles, but also many different weapons." Hearing this, Yu Jiao was thoughtful, her eyes blurred, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Teacher Lin suddenly realized that he couldn't help slapping the table and said, "What you said is very reasonable. In the afternoon, I didn't take too many guns. I just tested the 6 most commonly used firearms. We didn't take into account what you said might happen. We almost ignored it." Turning around again, Mr. Lin faced Chen Feng with a serious face and said, "Chen Feng, come back to the shooting room after lunch. Tomorrow. I'll bring some different guns. Let's try again." Chen Feng understood the importance of this matter and solemnly agreed to it. Hong Shuibin was relieved from Chen Feng and happily came to Lin Xian and patted his back with a smile. "Okay, you boy, this can be thought of by you. Fortunately, we know you, otherwise Chen Feng's talent may not be fully explored." Lin Xian trembled and even his voice trembled. "I just put forward an idea. The real result needs Chen Feng's own experiment to know. Moreover, it has to trouble Mr. Lin to do a lot of things." Mr. Lin didn't feel hard at all. He was pleased to see the student who was transferred from the first department of fighter plane shortly after entering the university. "Lin Xian, when I learned that you transferred to another department, I still thought that there was something wrong with you. Now it seems that maybe your choice is right. The research of mecha needs your imagination, which is full of imagination." Lin Xian felt his head and said with embarrassment, "I'm flattered by Mr. Lin. I've just started to learn. There's a lot of knowledge I don't know. Today is just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse, just a flash of light to think of this." Chen Feng didn't let Lin Xian continue to deny, "Don't be modest. At least for now, it seems that you are more suitable for Mecha Research Department. In the future, we will rely on you and Yujia." Lin Xian also secretly took a glance at Nangong Mengdai. He was found by Nangong Mengdai and gave a fierce look. Yu Jia said, do what you are doing now. It will be a long time before we can have a modified aircraft or even a special one. We will give you the most perfect and most suitable scheme at that time. Hong Shuaibin, two index fingers against together, aggrieved said, in fact, I have a very good idea, but it seems to be unable to achieve, Part Tired said. Mr. Lin was excited again, thinking that it was really a worthwhile trip tonight, and the students had too many surprises for themselves. Leaning against the back of the chair, Mr. Lin asked again, feeling that he had not had so many questions for a long time, Hong Shuaibin, do you have your own idea of mecha? Tell us? Hong Shuaibin is not very interested. After all, this idea is basically impossible to achieve with the current technology on the market. Then I will make a fool of myself, although they say that it can only exist in fantasy. My idea of transforming my mecha is like this: it will have a variety of variant capabilities, and can quickly switch forms in the battle. Combined with my own more strange fighting mode, it can give the opponent unpredictable attack, making the other party unable to defend, so as to achieve victory. Mr. Lin has worked in the teacher's position for many years, and instantly saw the problem, but with the current science and technology, the combat variant can't be realized at all. The only variant of mecha is the 100 changes of the Sangama Empire. Moreover, it is only modified before the battle. It cannot be transformed while fighting. Yes, as soon as I put forward this idea, they said it was impossible. Mr. Lin, you didn't comfort me and hit me again. Hong Shuaibin is more depressed. He knew he would not mention this topic. Haha, Hong Shuaibin, please don't be like this. After all, we have studied the technology of mecha variant for so many years, and no new variant mecha has emerged in these years. To what extent, we have not been engaged in this work, so it is not very clear. I suggest you talk to Mr. He in theory class tomorrow morning. He should give you a more correct answer. Mr. Lin rarely saw Hong Shuaibin's depressed face. After watching for a while, he felt that he couldn't beat the student too much and immediately gave his own suggestions. Sure enough, Hong Shuaibin immediately saw the sun through the clouds on his face, and asked anxiously, Mr. Lin, do you mean that my idea is still possible? Great, Mr. Lin quickly shook his head, I didn't say that. From what I know, the difficulty of variant mecha is still relatively large. It's just that Mr. He is an expert in mecha theory. He may have news about the progress, and maybe know that there is a breakthrough in technology. Lin Xian also said in support of teacher Lin, Shuaibin, don't hold too much hope. The difficulty of variant mecha lies in the transformation in the battle. It should be quick and able to maintain the posture, otherwise it will become a live target of the enemy. This kind of technology is still very difficult. The mecha has only been developed for 30 years. Your idea of mecha is too advanced. It is beyond the current technology. It is really difficult to realize it. Hong Shuaibin had just kindled a glimmer of hope and was drowned by them. He was unable to love him. Chen Feng did not know how to comfort him. Fortunately, the waiter just came to serve the food, which made the atmosphere more lively. Eat, come on, waterfront. This is your favorite steak. Eat it while it's hot. Chen Feng took the opportunity to take over the dishes from the waiter's hands and put them in front of Hong Shuaibin to greet everyone to start dinner. Seeing that he had his favorite food in front of him, Hong Bin's worries were immediately thrown out of the air, and he was engrossed in eating. When he saw that he was back to normal, he started to eat. After a while, there was a lot of laughter on the table. In addition to the reserved and elegant eating of the girls Yojia and Nangong Mengdai, the boys were all around talking, and ordered 2 bottles of red wine to boost the fun. I'm afraid that if the teacher didn't urge the students to go back to the dinner party in the evening, they would like to see Lin as soon as possible. When she left the restaurant, teacher Lin chose to go back to her home instead of walking with other people. According to the usual practice, Chen Feng sent Yu Jia and Nangong Mengdai back to the girls' dormitory. On the way back to the boys' dormitory, Hong then leaned on Chen Feng and said indistinctly, Chen Feng, remember to remind me to ask Mr. He tomorrow. I'm afraid I'll forget it. It turns out that Hong Shuaibin still remembers this matter in his heart, just to take care of everyone's emotions and blurt it out by choosing people who are familiar with them. Chen Feng looked at him heartily, but the advanced idea brought endless pain. Don't worry, tomorrow will help you to ask a clear. It's hard for Lin Xian to look at Hong Shuaibin, but he doesn't know how to comfort him. He can only persuade him, Shuaibin, don't lose heart. After all, we have just learned about mecha. We don't have a deep understanding of mecha technology. Teacher Lin is not an expert in this field. However, even if Mr. He can't get a satisfactory answer tomorrow, it doesn't mean anything. If the world is so big, maybe there will be some place to study something. We should know that the variant of mecha is the dream of many people. Although Hong Shuaibin understood that these two roommates were only comforting himself, they were still very useful. He jumped from Chen Feng. Yes, my Hong Shuaibin's mecha must be different, and I must find the technology suitable for it. You can rest assured, I will not be entangled. In order to be able to look for this kind of technology better in the future, now I just want to train and improve my ability. Good. I'll go with you to look for it. Even if I find the ends of the earth, I'll go there. Don't leave me to run. Seeing that Hong Shuaibin is rejuvenated, Chen Feng is relieved of the big stone in his heart and solemnly promises that he will never be allowed to carry it alone. Lin Xian did not want to be outdone and also issued a declaration, I will provide you with technical support. By that time, I will certainly have enough ability. Although I don't understand the variant of mecha, I will certainly be able to improve other technical aspects of mecha. Hong Shuaibin laughed and slapped his two roommates on the shoulder. He was not happy. I will not bother you when I get there. Haha, go quickly. It's so late that I have to get up and exercise tomorrow. Let's go back to our dormitories. Chen Feng makes a fist-like gesture and runs to the boys' dormitory. Hong Shuaibin laughs and pulls Lin Xian to keep up. Worried about the variant plane A, Chen Feng and his three men got up early in the morning. After finishing the morning exercise quickly, they ran to the teaching building and found the office of Fighter Plane A department. As expected, there was no teacher in the office this morning, so they had to come back to the theory classroom. Fortunately, the theory classroom only needs to use the student card to swipe the card to enter the door. 3 people smoothly enter the classroom. As they came too early, there was no one else in the classroom, let alone Miss He, who was not here at all. They had to sit in their seats and wait. The waiting time was just like a year. Hong Shuaibin didn't stay in his seat for a while, just like an ant on a hot pot running around the classroom door. Chen Feng couldn't look down and advised, Shuaibin, don't turn around. I can't see my eyes. What's more, you can't influence teacher He to come earlier. Well, I'm not in a hurry. I knew I should have left Mr. Lin's phone number last night. At worst, you can ask him for his telephone number. Now, it's too hard to wait for such a long time. It's better to give me a death sentence. Hong Shuaibin knew that it was useless to swing around the door, but he couldn't settle down. After waiting for a long time, the flood bin at the door finally saw a figure coming towards the shooting classroom from a distance. Chen Feng, Lin Xian, come and see if this is teacher He? Hong Shuaibin could not see clearly the appearance of the visitor on his toes, so he quickly called on 2 roommates to help him. Lin Xian was sitting at the door of the classroom. Hearing this, he ran to Hong Shuaibin and looked at him with a long neck. No, it's still too far away. I can't see it clearly. Chen Feng was far away from them and just came to them. Let me have a look. No, this figure doesn't look like teacher He. What's more, there's a bulge on the waist. There should be something else. It looks like. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in her head. Chen Feng called out, it's like a wine pot. This person should be Mr. Su. What? Miss Su? Impossible? What does a man like him run to this side of the classroom so early? Hong Shuaibin's face is unbelievable. There is no reason for such a loose person as Mr. Su to come to the classroom early in the morning. The figure gradually approached, and finally teacher Su clearly appeared in front of the 3 people. Seeing them standing at the door of the classroom, with their necks stretched out like geese, teacher Su raised his hand and laughed, ha ha ha, what are you doing here? It's also interesting to come here to stay up this morning without sleeping in bed. Seeing that the visitor was really Mr. Su, Hong Shuibin was already frustrated. He was even more angry when he was asked by Mr. Su. He replied, "We can't get up early today. Is it wrong to come to the classroom earlier?" "That's not wrong, but if you get up early, you can do some exercise." "It's the first time for me to see someone standing in front of the classroom, haha." Mr. Su didn't resent Hong Shuibin's tone, still cynical questions. "Although I'm not waiting to see this teacher, I still have to abide by the principle of respecting teachers as a student." Chen Feng pulled Hong Shuibin behind him and politely explained, "Mr. Su is like this. We got up early today. We have finished morning exercise just now. Now we come to the classroom to ask Teacher He for something." Teacher Su tilted his head and looked at Chen Feng to accept the answer. He took a big gulp of the wine pot. After drinking, he belched and said, "Since you want to find Mr. He, this matter can be explained. But if you don't contact him in advance, you can run here rashly. Are the students of this class okay?" Then he raised his finger to his head, apparently doubting their IQ. "If you drink like this in the early morning, you are not afraid to die of drunkenness." Hong Shuibin became more and more upset and murmured in a low voice. He jumped out of Chen Feng's back and showed his hands. And said, "We also want to contact Mr. He, but we don't have his phone number. We just went to the teacher's office, and we didn't even have a personal shadow. We had to wait in the classroom. It's impossible." Mr. Su seemed to hear Hong Shuibin's murmur just now, and looked at him playfully. Seeing that Hong Shuibin was uncomfortable and hiding behind Chen Feng, he took back his eyes and shook the wine pot and whispered in a whisper, "Hey, a cup of wine in the morning has lived a fairy. Today's young people don't understand the taste of it at all." With several people, Mr. Su turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly called out, "Please wait, Mr. Su." Mr. Su just raised her feet and did not walk a few steps away. When she heard Chen Feng's voice, she continued to walk forward, only turning her head and asking, "What else can I do for you?" Chen Feng is a little embarrassed. After all, Hong Shuibin just satirized others and was found out. But in order to solve the problem of several people waiting here, he still insisted, "Do you know the telephone number of Mr. He? Can you give it to us?" "Ha ha ha, now I know how to come to me for help. What did you do just now?" Mr. Su stopped. He looked more and more uncomfortable. Chen Feng saw that it was not 7 o'clock now. It was always good to solve the problem of waiting as soon as possible. He sincerely looked into Mr. Su's eyes and said, "Please give us Mr. He's phone number. The students are very grateful." Fortunately, although Mr. Su was lazy and unreliable, he didn't have a lot of temper. Just now, he was just a little sarcastic. Seeing Chen Feng asking again, he took out his mobile phone and pressed it twice and handed it over. "I don't need anything. Thank you very much. Take it. This is Teacher He's phone number." Chen Feng quickly wrote down the number in the mobile phone, and then said thank you, Mr. Su. We really don't know much. I hope you don't remember villains. I'll forgive you a lot in the future. Well, I'm leaving this time. It's over. Mr. Su once again took a drink from the jug and prepared to leave. At this time, Hong Bin, who had been hiding behind Chen Feng, jumped out of the room because he was found out and felt embarrassed. He came to Mr. Su and bowed down 90 degrees to apologize. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I shouldn't slander other people's behavior. I apologize for my recklessness. No harm, as long as you don't secretly slander me in the future." Mr. Su generously waved his hand, accepted Hong Shuibin's apology, turned around and walked away, singing loudly, "Today's wine, today's drunk, better than the living gods in the sky." This time, no other things happened. Chen Feng and Chen Feng got together again after Teacher Su's departure. Hong Shuibin looked at Chen Feng's mobile phone with burning eyes and couldn't wait to urge, "Chen Feng, now any teacher's phone to hand, quickly call up. Come on." Chen Feng grinned and looked at the up and down of this die-hard party, handed him the mobile phone and said, "You'd better call yourself and tell Mr. He, I'm afraid I can't repeat clearly." "Oh, hurry up. Give me a call." Hong Shuibin grabs Chen Feng's mobile phone. He presses the dial button directly and puts it in his ear. He hears the beep coming from the mobile phone, and his face becomes more and more dignified. Under the sign of Chen Feng, he turns on the release mode. After a while, the phone was connected, and the peaceful voice of teacher he came from the microphone. "Hello, who is it?" Hong Shuaibin took a look at Chen Feng and Lin Xian and chose to open his mouth. "Hello, Mr. He. I'm your student, Hong Shuaibin." "Oh, it's Hong Shuaibin. What can I do for you?" "Do you want to take a class in the morning?" From the voice of teacher He, we can hear his doubts, and think that it is his theory class that raised the question for a while. Hong Shuaibin quickly denied, "No, I don't want to ask for leave, but I have some ideas about how to improve the mecha. Then I'd like to ask you if it's feasible." "It's not too early. There's no one in the office or in the classroom, so I have to call." Hearing this, the teacher He at the other end of the phone couldn't help sitting up straight and saying, "I just started learning mecha knowledge, and I have my own ideas." "It's good. Just ask me. I'll tell you everything." "Okay. Since I was a child, I like things that can be transformed, whether it's toys, cartoons or movies. So I wonder if it's great if mecha can be transformed at will. If it can be transformed anytime and anywhere in the battle, the instant change of combat mode and firepower will make the other party at a loss." After such a long time, Hong Shuaibin finally spoke out his long thought of mecha thinking, and the whole person felt relaxed. The opposite teacher He replied very seriously, "Hong Shuaibin, your thinking is very good. The changeable battle can bring all kinds of strange influences. As long as the other party can't deal with it, then you can only lose. But there is a very serious problem. I don't know if you have considered it." The cold sweat on Hong Shuaibin's head came out, shaking the reply, "Can't we do this with our current mecha technology?" Teacher He's voice is still serious, without any politeness, pointing out fatal defects. "Yes, in terms of the development level of mecha technology, it is very difficult to achieve the transformation anytime and anywhere in the battle. If there is any problem in the rapid transformation, it will not give the enemy, but bring the danger of defeat." Hong Shuaibin's hand is shaking more and more fierce. Teacher He's answer basically determines the death penalty for the idea he designed for the mecha. Chen Feng, seeing that he is out of his mind, quickly takes the mobile phone from his hand and communicates with teacher He instead of him. "Mr. He, I'm Chen Feng." Hong Shuaibin's thoughts are restless. "I'll speak for him." He, understandably, he was hit hard. He teacher understood the smile. Chen Feng looked at Hong Shuaibin anxiously. Lin Xian had already helped him to go to the teaching room. Chen Feng followed him into the classroom and reported to teacher He, "Mr. He, you are right. This transformation idea is that Shuaibin has spent countless painstaking efforts since he was a child. Now he has been declared unable to achieve it. He is completely in a state of despair. Mr. He, you said that the current mecha technology cannot meet the needs of variant in combat. How long do you think it will take for this technology to mature?" Mr. He was silent for a while, but did not give a clear answer. "It's really hard to say. There are too many people in the world who are keen on the variant of mecha. As a result, many research laboratories are studying this project. However, due to the differences in countries or regions, the laboratories are unable to realize the technology sharing, and others cannot know their progress. Maybe it's a breakthrough in a few days. Maybe it won't work on the day we die." Chen Feng couldn't help sighing, but still asked, It seems that Shuaibin has chosen the most difficult road for himself." "Mr. He, you know more than we do." "What? Laboratories in the world have done more in-depth research on mecha variants? Really want to arrive at that time, I will accompany Shuaibin to look for together." Wait a minute. That reminds me that you should come to my apartment in the school. It's not far from the east of your student dormitory building. When you get to the guard at the door, he will bring you in." He teacher suddenly seems to think of what, a pat of the head to go to the study at home, but also told Chen Feng to hang up the phone to his home and then elaborate. Chen Fengpa put away his mobile phone. Hong Shuaibin and Lin Xian were confused. The most anxious Hong Shuaibin asked directly, "Chen Feng, what's going on? How did you say that? I hung up all of a sudden? What exactly did Mr. He say?" Chen Feng herself was confused. She didn't know how to explain to him. Without answering, she picked up Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian and ran to the intersection with one hand. She happened to meet an empty school bus passing by, and the three got on smoothly. After getting on the bus, Chen Feng said to the driver, "Please take us to the teacher's apartment. Please try to be as fast as possible." Because the area of Jiangnan Machinery College is too large, the school has set up special vehicles to facilitate the movement of teachers and students. This kind of car can seat up to 10 people. It is charged according to the driving distance, and it is guaranteed that there are vehicles running in the school every moment. Teachers and students can get on the bus as long as they see the free vehicles. Chen Feng and his wife are one of them. The driver did not dare to neglect the three of them when they came out of the teaching building of the first department of the fighter plane. We should know that this major is the essence of the whole school, and there is no nonsense. We should immediately drive skillfully at high speed. Chen Feng suddenly hung up the phone and took them to the classroom apartment area by bus. During this period, there was no room for others to talk to. Hong Shuibin had a hard time holding back until now. He was almost suffering from internal injury. Seeing Chen Feng finally settled down, he asked again, "Chen Feng, what's going on at the end? Can you make it clear? It's not that you don't know my character. I'm suffocating you like this." Well, now I'll tell you something. Seeing that everything had settled down and finally had time to explain the situation, Chen Feng patted Hong Shuibin on the shoulder and said, "We were just asking Mr. He about the technology of machine armor modification. Yes, as a result, Mr. He said he didn't know what way to solve the problem, and then what did you say suddenly hung up?" Unfortunately, Chen Fengkai did not say a word. Hong Shuibin opened his hand, turned his hands and held Chen Feng's shoulder tightly to interrupt him. Chen Feng is helpless. This childhood friend is obviously in a mess. Fortunately, there is a Lin Xian nearby. Lin Xian broke off Hong Shuibin's clenched hands and said, "Relax on the waterfront." Chen Feng is not already explaining. Don't get excited and wait for him to finish speaking. Hong Shuibin knows that his current state is not right, but he is unable to change it. Lin Xian separates him from Chen Feng and can only gasp and stare at Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't dare to waste Lin Xian's efforts. He immediately said, "Teacher." He had no clue at first, but suddenly he might have thought of something and got up to look for it. It's inconvenient to communicate by phone. So let's go directly to his apartment. Waterfront, I think your idea of variant mecha may be promising. Really? Hong Shuibin jumped 3 feet high with joy, but he was only happy for 3 seconds. He forgot that he was sitting in the school bus. He hit the roof of the car with his head directly, and he was pumping in his seat in pain. Chen Feng couldn't help laughing at the funny scene, pointing to Hong Shuibin and laughing. Lin Xian's character is not so jumping off. He is cautious and not particularly happy. He also earnestly asks Chen Feng, "But we can't be happy too soon, can we? After all, we don't know what teacher he thought, and it's not sure whether it's really effective. We'd better wait until he's dormitory to find out." Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin were in the middle of their lives when Lin Xian poured cold water on them. However, they were not annoyed. Chen Feng pulled Lin Xian and scratched his creaky nest. "Don't worry, a person with such a character as Mr. He won't have no silver here. It's certainly useless to let him be so urgent. Shall we make a bet? Who loses, who does dormitory sanitation for a month?" "That's fine. I'll be a witness." "That's it." Don't want to know that this must be said by Hong Shuibin. People like him who are not too fussy about watching the fun will definitely not take part in this matter. Lin Xian couldn't get rid of Chen Feng's claws. He could only wave his arms and refuse. "I refused. I didn't promise. How can I make a decision casually?" During the frolic, the driver turned to remind the 3 people that they had arrived at their destination and that business was important. They got serious and got off the bus after paying the bill and went to the classroom apartment. The first time they came here, they were stunned. Jiangnan Institute of Mecha is indeed one of the best mecha schools in the Republic of ancient Shunlan. Even the teachers' apartments have built a magnificent scene. From the outside, there are single buildings with wide spacing, all pasted with reflective glass, with a high sense of technology. Besides, there are many plants and trees around. And occasionally there are small animals in the meantime. It is full of vitality. Above the entrance of the teacher's apartment, there are two big words, Shuahai. I don't know what technology has been used to make it bright. It makes people feel respectful. Chen Feng, who had never seen such a scene, could not help sighing. This is not an apartment. It's not too much to say that it's the top richest residential area in China. The treatment of our school teachers is also very good. Hong Shuibin even nodded. I think my father's living environment is not enough compared with here. When we are old enough to drive mecha, it may be a good choice to be a teacher. In terms of performance, Lin Xian is much better than these two roommates. Unlike them, they can't walk and forget what to do. They dragged them to the gate. Immediately, a man in a soldier's costume came forward and reached out his hand to stop the three people. Please stop. What are you doing here? Chen Feng was suddenly awakened by the stranger's voice. He was determined to salute the guard in front of him and replied, Hello, it's Mr. Hyacinth who asked us to come here to find him. May I have your name, please? It seems that the guard has been informed by Teacher He, and he will continue to confirm with them. Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, Lin Xian. Chen Feng understood that this was his duty and pointed out several of his own. After the information is confirmed, the guard does not say much. He raises his hand and leads the three people through the safety inspection door to ensure safety. He waves a car and comes to the public quietly. The guard, close to the window, said, Take the three of them to the apartment of Mr. Hyacinth, and assist them to return after the end. The driver only promised to open the car door and wait for Chen Feng to get on the bus. With such a rigorous and efficient way of doing things, Chen Feng heard that the machine armor transformation technology was playing as soon as they entered the study. Hong Shuibin pulled back Chen Feng, who was in front of him, ran to Teacher He and said anxiously, Is what you said true, Mr. He? Is it true that the research laboratory has announced a technological breakthrough in the realization of mecha variants? Seeing that Hong Shuibin is energetic again, I'm also relieved. Don't be too sad. You should know that you will encounter more difficulties in the future. After all, machine armor variants are not everything. You should learn to face difficulties directly. When he heard Hong Shuibin's voice, he laughed and cared about him while he was busy searching. This made Hong Shuibin feel warm in his heart. Don't worry, Mr. He, I will be stronger and won't be hit casually. Even if we can't change the mecha in battle, I won't give up, and I will insist on it. He is very satisfied that these young people will be the pillars of the country in the future. It would be a pity if they could not grow up enough to support the country. So a teacher more focused on looking for books, Chen Feng several people can't stand next to him, went to help him sort out the discarded books after reading. After rummaging for a long time, Mr. He still couldn't find the magazine he was looking for. Seeing the time gradually fading away, several people couldn't help feeling frustrated when it came to class time. At this time, a girl suddenly appeared at the door of the study and looked at them inexplicably. Dad, what are you doing? Is this going to tear down the house? Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, and Lin Xianwei did not know how to answer. They could only look back to Mr. He and expect him to solve the embarrassing situation. Mr. He touched the back of his head with a bitter smile and apologized. Xiaoqi, my father is looking for a magazine, but I can't find it. You know, Dad, sometimes I look for something and I always ignore it. I will clear it up later, I promise. Chen Feng looked up carefully, big eyes, straight nose, cherry mouth, and a head of hair, very classical beauty, at this time because of anger slightly due mouth, it is more moving. It turns out that this girl is Teacher He's daughter. She's pretty, Chen Feng thought. The girl who was called Xiaoqi by Teacher He did not compromise easily. She put her hands on her hips and said, I don't believe it. Which time did you not say that when you looked for something? But what happened? When you find out, I don't want me to clean up. I hate you. Forehead, this time will not, certainly, I swear to God. He teacher helpless wry smile, double finger pointing to the sky repeatedly set down the oath. I'm not a 3-year-old, Dad. Do you think I'll believe it? After a while, Dad, if you don't clean up the house, you are not allowed to. Go out, or I will go to my mother to complain about you. The girl refused to let go of the door and did not let go of teacher he's meaning. This little beauty doesn't seem to have a very good character. In the future, she must be careful not to offend her. Chen Feng thinks about it in her heart. The girl's indomitable lady teacher quite embarrassed. Chen Fengyan looked at his head out of a thin layer of sweat, although the heart just thought cannot be ignited, but precious time cannot be so wasted. Chen Feng bravely stepped forward to relieve the siege. Well, I'm sorry. It's because we have something to ask Mr. He, so he just rummages around looking for books like this. We're going to help clean up and restore the house to its original state. The girl named Xiaoqi tilted her head to look at Chen Feng and asked curiously, Are you? Why in my house? You see, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Chen Feng, his name is Hong Shuibin, and his name is Lin Xian. As soon as Chen Feng patted her forehead, she was so flustered that she ignored even the most basic etiquette. She turned around and introduced her group. We are all students of Teacher He. Today, I came here because I asked Mr. He about the machine armor variant in the morning. She thought that she just saw a related magazine and was busy finding it, so that we could come to the interview directly. As a result, when we got here, we saw that Mr. He had not found the book, so we were helping. So it is. Hello, my name is Hiyuchi, the daughter of Hiisan. This year, I have just been admitted to the Department of Mecha Research in Jiangnan University of Mechanical Arts. We are alumni. I'm sorry to trouble you today. My father always ignores other things when he does things. He said many times that he can't change it. I'm always worried. The girl then introduced herself and explained why she was so harsh on Teacher He. Mecha Research Department? Our Lin Xin just transferred to another department. We are not only alumni but also classmates. Chen Feng immediately saw Lin Xian and approached the girl in front of him. Hello, I'm Lin Xian. I just transferred to the Department of Mecha Research. I don't know many people. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Xian was very nervous when he said hello. Pointing to Lin Xian, Hiyuchi suddenly realized, so you are Lin Xian. I've heard of you. You've been transferred from the most important Fighter A series to our department. This is unprecedented. Everyone is very curious. If you have a chance to tell me what's going on. Lin Xian didn't know how to answer, but he just giggled. Mr. He was very embarrassed in the study. After seeing several people introducing each other, the atmosphere has improved a lot. He explained to himself, Xiaoqi Dad, I'm not in a hurry. I'll go to class soon, but the magazine has not been found. I remember that it was either in the hall or in the study. Although it was put casually, it was not so difficult to find it. Hiyuchi was thoughtful, leaning sideways and wrapping his fingers around his hair tip. Magazine? Dad, are you looking for the latest issue of China Mecha News? Yes, Xiaoqi, you are right. This is the name. I was so anxious to find it that I forgot the magazine name for a while. Xiaoqi, do you know the name? Do you know where this magazine is? He teacher's eyes brightened, clapped hands and walked to Hiyuchi, asking questions repeatedly. Hiyuchi see he teacher so concerned, turned his eyes, spit out the tongue, turned to run, leaving 4 people in the study. Although he is still at a loss, all the fools can see that Hiyuchi's action is obviously related to the magazine China Machine Armor News, let alone them, so teacher he took the lead to catch up. With Hiyuchi ran to the 3rd floor, Hiyuchi ran into a room, closed the door behind his backhand, and heard the voice of Suo from the room. Chen Feng, Hong Shuibin, and Lin Xian naturally looked to Mr. He. After all, this is Teacher He's home, so he can only explain. He shrugged, spread out his hands and said, This is my daughter's room. No one is allowed to enter except herself and her mother. Not even me. Judging from what she did just now, she should have taken the magazine to read, so we can wait outside the room. Naturally, Chen Feng and others had no objection. They just closed their eyes and raised their spirits. They were tired of tossing and tossing. In the early morning. Grasping any gap that can be used to restore physical strength and spirit is a required course for every soldier. After a few minutes rest, Chen Feng listened to the creak sound of opening the door. Chen Feng opened her eyes and saw Hiyuchi's red face panting slightly, holding a book in her arms, and her chest heaved violently. It was indistinct. That the size of pigeons hidden behind the book was not small. Can't continue to look. Chen Feng quickly shifted her eyes, found next to the flood bin and Lin Xian two slightly shy expression, look at each other bitter smile. Hiyuchi didn't notice the different expressions of the three boys. He said to Teacher E, Dad, the day before yesterday, when I was cleaning up the house, I saw this magazine beside the tea table. You know my major is machine armor research. So he took it back to the room. I don't know if you need it all of a sudden. Don't blame me. How can I blame you? No one can expect to use it today and give it to Dad. How can Teacher he really blame her for such a cute daughter? He touched her daughter's head and whispered softly to comfort her. Finally, she got the magazine in her hand. Looking at this magazine, which had been searched for by Zhou Zhankai, Hong Shuibin had an impulse to burst into tears. He flashed to Mr. He, eager to see what it was. Heibin said, the key to the quick change of the teacher's mind is that he can't find the key to the change of his mind. Take a look at it again. What kind of research paper is this? Hong Shuibin picked up the magazine, looked around, and read it word by word. Royal Academy? I have heard of this research institute. It seems that it is the most advanced and high-end technology in the Republic of Ancient China. Royal Academy. I've ignored it. If it's them, maybe. Hiyuchi pinches his chin as if thinking. Ha 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 ha, you are too anxious. The transformation of mecha in combat is a world-class problem, but it doesn't mean that it can't be solved. You see, the author of this article is the Royal Research Institute, which is located in B City. As most of us know, this research institute is a national research laboratory with military background. Since they dare to publish such content in the magazine of China Mecha Dynamics, which is issued all over the world, it must have achieved extraordinary results, otherwise it will be laughed at by other countries. Although there are still some severe problems to be solved in the end, at least there has been a breakthrough in the rapid transformation of mecha. You have to eat one bite at a time, and the road has to go step by step. People can't become fat at one bite. Naturally, the combat variant technology of mecha can't be achieved overnight. It needs to be accumulated by numerous small technologies. You should be happy that it's moving forward, understand? He teacher is worthy of being a teacher, saying that habitually began to educate people. Just now, I hope you can't make me cry. What's your meaning? He looked at the flood bin with great heart and nodded slightly. There must be hope. Just relax. I will get in touch with them as soon as possible to see if I can get more detailed information. Please tell me if you find any progress. Hong Shuibin felt that this morning's busy work was not in vain. He had to see such a lifesaver straw, and he held Teacher He's thigh with tears in his eyes. Teacher He was very uncomfortable with Hong Shuibin holding his legs. He tried to break free. However, there was a gap in strength. He could not get rid of it. He had to persuade him with good words. Good. The teacher promised you. Shuibin, if you have something to say, stand up first. It's useless for you to hold the teacher like this, isn't it? Chen Feng and Lin Xian are still happy for Hong Shuibin. They didn't expect that he would make such a scene. He was really uncomfortable. They helped Hong Shuibin up with one left and one right. Of course, they did not forget to thank him in the process. Although Hiyuchi did not know the cause and effect of the incident for the time being, he only knew that they attached great importance to the technical change of machine armor variant. Looking at Chen Feng and their hard-working but clumsy funny appearance, he was happy for them. He raised his hand to see the watch on his wrist. And interrupted, although I don't know what happened, I remind you not to make trouble, look. Hiyuchi raised his hand so that people could see the time on the watch, which showed that it was already 7:40, it's time for class. Let's go to the classroom first, and the rest can be on the road and talk slowly after class. He did not expect that the time had been so late. He picked up the textbook on the desk and asked Chen Feng several people to quickly go downstairs and go out, patronizing looking for books. We didn't expect it was so late. So let's start quickly. If we delay, we will not be able to get to the classroom. And Xiao-Qi, you should tidy up a little at home. Dad will come back soon after class. When he went out, Hiyuchi was not allowed to borrow. Only Hiyuchi stood in place and stamped his feet. Dad, you. It's too much. I'll leave the house to me again. Chen Feng rushed out of the door with Mr. He. Fortunately, the driver who took them here was still waiting at the door. Mr. He and the driver were quite familiar with each other. They said hello and got on the bus directly. Chen Feng and several other people then got into the back seat. Sitting on the bus, Chen Feng suddenly smelled a smell coming from her side. Looking back, Hiyuchi actually followed the car. Without waiting for Chen Feng to ask questions, Hiyuchi opened his mouth and explained to himself, I have to rush to class. Anyway, I'll drive to the fighter department and then to the planar research department. Chen Feng nodded again and again, thinking that everything you said was right. I'm really sorry this morning. We really feel sorry. We'll come to help clean up after class. Hiyuchi refused to comment and shrugged to show that he knew. The driver saw Teacher He and several people sitting in the center of the car to lead the meeting. He quickly turned around and left the teacher's apartment. After he and Chen Feng got off the train, the driver took Lin Xian and Hiyuchi to the teaching building of Mecha Research Department without saying a word. It seems that Teacher He is not the first time to take this bus, which has become commonplace. He takes Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin to the classroom, and tells him for a while, what you need to do most now is to take class seriously, learn mecha knowledge and practice mecha technology, and other teachers will help you deal with it. Don't be too distracted. It is very lucky to have such a kind and caring teacher. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin bowed to thank him. Thank you, Mr. He. We will pay attention to what the teacher has done for us. Well, the future of the country depends on you. He nodded his head with satisfaction, pushed the door of the classroom and strode in. Chen Feng and Chen Feng were followed by Su Xian and Lin Wenjie. When they saw Chen Feng, they were so close to Teacher He, they began to whisper. For these two guys who were always looking for trouble for no reason, Chen Feng never relaxed his vigilance and touched Hong Shuaibin behind him. Shuaibin, look what bad things those two guys are muttering about. Hong Shuaibin disdained to take a look. In the classroom, they can't make anything. Other time we need to be afraid of them? I beat them last time. If they dare to come again, I'll beat them once. I don't think I've beaten enough last time. If they come openly and honestly, we will not be afraid of it. However, we should be careful that they use negative moves. Now we should focus on our studies and it is not suitable for us to make frivolous mistakes. Chen Feng is not as careless as Hong Shuaibin. Considering that she will spend a lot of time in school in the future, it is better to be careful. However, Hong Shuaibin still did not put it in his mind, and took Chen Feng to find a place to sit down. Soldiers will block the water and cover up the earth. They want to do something bad. We can't stop it. Let's see the move. Chen Feng can't persuade Hong Shuaibin to say no more. He notes in his heart that Teacher He has begun to give a formal lecture on the stage. The two of them put down their minds to listen to the lecture. In the morning class, Mr. He still talked about the specific structure of the mecha, and analyzed the technology update history of each part. Chen Feng wrote a full number of pages. When the bell rang, he announced that the class would be over. Chen Feng stretched, absorbed in taking notes. The body is a little stiff. Seeing that Mr. He packed up the teaching materials and was ready to leave, Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin quickly followed him. He looked at them in surprise. Are you really ready to go to the teacher to help clean up? No, it's okay for the teacher to handle it by himself. Go ahead and do your own thing. Hong Shuaibin hit the snake with the stick, smiling and not leaving Teacher He. Teacher He, this is not good, we all agreed. What's more, it's so troublesome for you in the morning. It takes a lot of effort to clean up the overturned house. If you don't tidy up your daughter as soon as possible, it's not easy to do it? Speaking of his daughter, Teacher He shivered all over. Hong Shuaibin said that he was dead. In turn, he warmly beckoned them to go. And give them a hand. You'd better come here and have a meal in my apartment, so that you can try the craftsmanship of my wife. Students have to make. Hong Shuaibin got the consent of Teacher He and happily ran to the front to lead the way. In the Battle of Mecha, the first time he saw Hong Shuaibin so excited that he was so excited. Chen Feng once again expressed his thanks to Teacher He. Teacher He, it Is Shu Weibin's dream since he was a child to be able to invent and drive the variant mecha. Today's news of technological breakthrough is of great significance to him. Don't worry. I'll contact the Royal Institute as soon as I go back. You are still young and have enough time to wait for the technology to mature. It's a pity that I am not a scholar in this field. Otherwise I can better understand the deeper information. He nodded with understanding and looked at Hong Shuaibin, who was cheering and leading the way. He only wished that he could not help more. Several people out of the teaching building still take the school bus back to the teacher's apartment. At the door was stopped by the door guard for inspection. After seeing the teacher in the window, the guard waved to release. Before returning to Mr. He's apartment again, he opened the door and went into the house to find that no one had come back first. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's seize the time to sort it out and try to do it before others come back. Shu Weibin, teacher, he is really afraid of his daughter. Teacher, his unnatural expression made Chen Feng laugh at each other with Hong Shuaibin. Although some of them couldn't help laughing, the things on hand could not be left behind. Chen Feng helped Mr. He sort it out quickly. After working for a long time, she finally finished the house. Moving books is really physical work. Several people are sweating. Teacher, he is still panting when he is old. Thank you for your help. I didn't expect that I would turn out so many books in the morning. If I was the only one to sort them out, it would be dark. Hong Shuaibin didn't dare to take credit. The reason why Mr. He would open a book in his apartment is that he said, Mr. He, don't say that. After all, it's because of me. If I hadn't asked you about the machine armor's variant suddenly, it wouldn't have happened today. I couldn't help students. What should I do to help them? Don't worry, it must be done for you. You can sit down and have a drink of water. I'll go up and get the address book. The teacher rubbed up the stairs, leaving Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin two people to help themselves. Everything is ready. Chen Feng poured a glass of water to Hong Shuaibin and found a seat to sit down. Congratulations to you, Mr. E. After this call, it is likely that you will get what you want. I really want to see how you fly the plane armor freely. Hong Shuaibin also found a seat, a little uneasy. Don't, teacher, he just helped to call and ask. We don't know exactly what the Royal Research Institute is like. In case I say in case their research results are not satisfactory, we may have a happy time. The most difficult thing to guess is that Chen Feng can't figure out how to comfort Hong Shuaibin. Just as he is struggling with how to open his mouth, the door of the apartment is pushed open and a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman walks into her face. Although she is only wearing ordinary clothes, she gives a sense of grace and atmosphere. It is estimated that she is teacher He's wife. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin quickly get up and go to the door to meet her. They find that Lin Xian and Hiyuchi are still following the middle-aged woman. They are all back together. Hiyuchi knew that they didn't know each other. In order to resolve the embarrassment, he went to the center of the crowd and began to introduce. This is my mother. You can call her Aunt Lin. Mom, they are also students of my father, like Lin Xian. This is Chen Feng and this is Hong Shuaibin. Aunt Lin suddenly realized that she held up Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin's hand in front of her and looked up and down with satisfaction. So it's you. Xiaoqi and Lin Xian talked about you just now, and you are very handsome. Lala seldom brings his students home, and Xiaoqi has few friends at school. She promised Auntie Lin that she would come often in the future. Auntie Lin didn't mean to blame, but let them come often. Chen Feng was deeply moved. Instead, she took Aunt Lin's hand and said, Thank you, Aunt Sue. We've been nagging today. I hope you don't mind. Why do you mind? I hope you'll come and play more in the future. Come in quickly. What are you doing there? Aunt Lin was not disturbed at all. She took Chen Feng to the hall and told them to come back often. Aunt Lin went into the house and looked for a circle on the first floor. She didn't find the figure of teacher He. Where did you go? Why don't you entertain any guests at home? Chen Feng, why the teacher excused. Oh, teacher He settled us down and went upstairs to get the address book. We should come down soon. With the address book, why did he suddenly have a whim for whom to look? Aunt Lin is more puzzled. Find an old classmate who should now be the vice president of the Royal Academy. Said Chow 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 to, just teacher He downstairs, heard Aunt Lin's voice immediately made an answer. Aunt Lin went to the stairs and helped Mr. He downstairs. They went back to the hall hand in hand. Aunt Lin scolded him and patted him on the back of his hand. Today, so many students come to our house, why don't you treat them well and run to find the address book? Let's put down the address book and we'll chat with the students for a while. Don't do it. Hong Shuibin jumped up in a hurry. It was not easy for Teacher He to start practicing the Royal Research Institute. Aunt Lin can't let Aunt Lin drag this matter down. Aunt Lin. Teacher He is looking for the address book because of us. He wants to help me contact the people of the Royal Research Institute to ask about the details of the technology of robot armor variant. So it's like this, so why don't you contact me first, Xiaoqi, please help your mother to greet them and stay at home for dinner at noon. I'll make you delicious food. Aunt Lin understood the priorities of the matter, quickly arranged for a moment, turned into the kitchen, ready to show off. Chen Feng ran to the door of the kitchen and said thanks to Aunt Lin, who was busy inside. I'll come in to help you, Aunt Lin? No, I cook all by myself and my family. Do you understand the cooking? Go back quickly. You should also pay attention to Lao He's phone call. Go ahead. Aunt Lin refused Chen Feng's kindness and waved him back to Teacher He. Seeing Chen Feng scratch her head and walk back, Yuchi chuckled, my mother is at home, but her words are very strong. Don't try to disobey and wait for food. I'll tell you my mother's craftsmanship is good. Don't eat until you can't move. So delicious? Lin Xian couldn't help but swallow his mouth. All of them were concentrated in the hall. Mr. He clapped his hands to let everyone's attention. Well, to be serious, I once had a classmate who was very good at machine armor research. After graduation, he was recruited into the Royal Research Institute. Over the years, he has become the vice president of the Royal Research Institute with various research results. Now I will contact him and ask for more accurate information. After that, Mr. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number in the address book. He opened it and put it on the table. Chen Feng made a gesture to everyone in the hall. Chen Feng sat up carefully, afraid that his breath would affect the call. Doodle a few times, the person on the other side of the mobile phone connected the phone. Hello, who is looking for me? Mr. He added, is it Sun Yu, please? I'm Hyasin, your old classmate. Now I'm a teacher in Jiangnan Machinery College. Hyasin? Oh, it's Lao He. I haven't been in touch for many years. Why did you remember to call me today? As the saying goes, you can go to the Sanbao Hall if you have nothing to do. What can I do for you today? The person on the other end of the phone was stunned, but quickly remembered and asked what the teacher wanted. He coughed and began to explain the reason for the call. Well, I am a teacher in the Mecha Combat department. Now I have a student who has some opinions on the variant of Mecha Combat. This is not the right time. In this issue of China Mecha Dynamics, your Royal Research Institute published an article, which said that you have made a breakthrough in the rapid transformation of mecha, so I would like to ask you to know what progress this technology has made. Here we go. Hong Shuibin was excited, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had to hold on to Chen Feng's arm. Chen Feng frowned and let Hong Shuibin ravage him. He reached out and patted the back of his hand to show that he would always support him. The other end of the phone said, well, I'm in a quandary. You know, the variant of mecha is a world-class problem. All technological breakthroughs are confidential and can't be disclosed easily. It's very important to disclose secrets without authorization. What is this? I can't say it yet. Hong Shuibin is more anxious, and grabs Chen Feng's hand more forcefully. Chen Fengton's eyebrows are soaring, and he tightly covers his mouth for fear that he can't help making a sound. Mr. He was also worried. Mr. Sun, tell me something. I am a student with great talent and a strong interest in the variants of mecha. Maybe he can fit in with your research. And I believe that he will become the first pilot in the history of the ancient Republic of China to drive the variant plane A. The person on the other end of the phone pondered for a long time and did not reply. Hong Shuibin felt that his heart was about to be raised to his throat. He even began to think about where he should go to find a building and jump in case there was no result in the end. In contrast, Chen Feng is more calm than he, has been holding the back of his hand and waiting silently with teacher he. After waiting for a long time, the other side still did not respond. Teacher he urged him, Lao son, I know that my request may make it a little difficult for you to do. Just let me know a little bit about it and give my students some hope. At the request of Mr. He, the person on the other end of the phone finally made up his mind, well, Lao He, you are also a famous figure in our ancient Xunlan Republic. I can't afford to ask me, so I will make an exception to tell you some. In fact, our Royal College of Mecha did not specifically study the variant of Mecha. However, it was found that some technologies can be used in the rapid transformation of Mecha in other projects recently, which proved to be effective after actual operation. So where is the research going now? Speaking of this, even teacher he couldn't help but blurted out the problem. To tell you the truth, we have just started to set up a project team to formally study the variant of Mecha, and the real research has just started. The current achievement is that with the support of these technologies, the Mecha can indeed realize rapid transformation, but the faster the transformation speed is, the lower the accuracy is. This requires the pilots to continuously operate and adjust in the process. If the transformation is to be carried out in combat, it requires a high degree of concentration, control and familiarity with the Mecha. Then there is the tremendous pressure generated in the process of aircraft armor transformation. Although it is different from the technology used by the scam of the Holy Gamma Empire, it will also cause harm to the pilots' bodies. If the pilot's physical fitness is not enough, they may die directly in the cockpit. After many years of testing, the deception of the St. Gamma Empire adopted the out-of-combat variant. The slow variant ensured the stability of the mecha structure and controlled the pressure within the acceptable range of the human body. However, the strong pressure caused by our rapid transformation technology has not yet found a solution. No one can bear the pressure caused by it. I can say for sure that as long as we have one day if we can't deal with this problem, then the research on rapid variants of Mecha will not be successful one day. According to you, our research is still in its infancy, and there are no substantial results. He teach her eyebrows with the voice of the phone more and more wrinkled, shaking his head and sighing. Yes, there will be an article in the magazine because our president wants to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people in the hospital. It's only when there is pressure that there is motivation. But now we can't find the clue. Ah! The person on the other side of the phone was also frowning and probably had a headache. The atmosphere gradually solidified. Hong Shuibin couldn't help but break his silence. Hello, Mr. Sunday. I'm a student of Mr. He. As long as we start the research, it will be good, and at least we can achieve rapid transformation. As for when the technology will mature, I can wait. The physical fitness is not a problem. From today on, I can start to double the training, which is sure to meet the needs of operating the variant of Mecha. Is this? Lao He, there are other people around you. The other party was surprised to hear Hong Shuibin's voice. Could the conversation just now be heard by others? Mr. He understood what he was worried about and explained the situation. Don't worry, old son. My students and my daughter are all around me. They are all from our Jiangnan Machinery College. It's because of him that I will call you today, so you don't have to worry. Loha, I believe you. Anyway, you have heard it all. I just hope you remember not to spread it out. The person on the other end of the phone did not continue to worry about the topic heard by other people. This old student, you think the problem is too simple, for now we are still at a loss. If we can solve any problem casually, the world's mecha technology will advance by leaps and bounds. Hong Shuibin shrunk his head and still did not give up, but I still want to work hard. At least we have a starting point. If we don't work hard, then there is nothing. Naturally, Mr. He supported his students and spoke in support of Hong Shuibin. Waterfront is right. You all set up project teams to start research. How can you still be so confident about yourself? This is not your style. If you have any technical needs, I'll try to see if I can support you. Yes. I didn't think of it. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly got excited and heard the sound of pounding the table. Lawa, I have a proposal that needs your cooperation. He just said that he wanted to help, but he didn't want to do it quickly. He was surprised. What do you want me to cooperate with? In this way, you are not a teacher of Jiangnan Institute of Mecha. You can apply to the university to support the research project of mecha variants of our Royal Research Institute. The scientific research level of Jiangnan Institute of Machine Science is also top in China. It will certainly help us. Since you join this project, you will naturally get the latest and complete research materials. What do you think? Mr. He also slapped his thigh. Absolutely, this scheme has the best of both worlds. I can submit an application to the college and lead a team to study with your project. Team after being approved. But the mecha variant is an international problem. Are you not afraid that we will share the credit for the research results in the future? The other party didn't consider the idea that teacher he was afraid of sharing the credit. His high voice revealed his yearning for research. I'm afraid of an egg. Sun Yu has never been a timid person. What's more, our project team is really short of manpower. We can only make some achievements only by knowing the years of the monkey in a few days. At the beginning, we have overcome many technical problems by combining our two swords in our school. Now if you can help me, I believe we can create miracles again. He teacher no longer said, directly decided to come down. That's settled. I'll go to Headmaster Pan in the afternoon to apply. When you apply to our Royal Research Institute, I will pass it immediately. I can't wait to start the research. That's it today. After talking to you, I suddenly have infinite motivation. Now I have to go to the research room to vent my anger. As soon as you get excited, you like to run to the research room to expend energy. Since the students have not changed, I will not disturb you if I hang up. He recalled the past time, the same laugh. More than two people laugh for a while at the same time. Hang up the phone. Put the mobile phone on the table. Mr. He took the lead in congratulating Hong Shueibin. Congratulations, Shueibin. I haven't joined hands with old son for many years. Let's say a big word. We have never failed in cooperation. This cooperation will help you realize your dream. Chen Feng, Lin Xian and Hiyuchi clapped their hands on one side. Congratulations, Shueibin. Hong Shueibin did not wake up from the excitement, only know to the people around him keep saying thank you, the end of the mountain and water. Doubt no way, Willow Hidden Flowers another village, did not expect that my dream actually tossed out such a big movement. Please everyone, thank you. So familiar with what is polite, it's not you. Chen Feng pushed Hong Shueibin, never seen him so polite to thank people. After all the congratulations, Aunt Lin walked out of the kitchen just in time. Seeing the happy expression of the crowd, she said, have you done a good job? That's just right. You can sit down at the dining table. Xiao Qi comes to help her mother serve the dishes. Come on, Mom. Hiyuchi can wait for a long time, flying into the kitchen. He teacher called everyone on the table. After a while Aunt Lin and Hiyuchi quickly served the meal. Looking at the whole table of dishes, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaimed, wow, so many dishes. Oh, Aunt Lin, you were so good. I remember we didn't spend too long on the phone just now. How did you do it? Praised by Chen Feng, Aunt Lin grinned and fell back and forth. Auntie has been practicing cooking for decades. I told you that. Today's time is tight, and it's just to make some home-cooked dishes. It's not difficult at all. Have a taste and see how it tastes? Chen Feng looked at several dishes piled on the table, including braised pig's feet, sweet and sour pork ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, steamed fish, cola, chicken wings, huaishan fried yam, qingqiao chrysanthemum, and wax-gourd big bone soup. They were so rich that they didn't know which dish to use first. Hiyuchi saw Chen Feng in a dilemma and put a piece of spare ribs into his bowl. My mother's craftsmanship is very good, but it's your luck to eat it. Chen Feng, try this first. Chen Feng put the spare ribs into her mouth. The stir-fry was just right and it melted in the mouth. It was really different from the sweet and sour spare ribs from other places in the past. Have a good meal, Aunt Lin. You are so wonderful. I've never had such a delicious sweet and sour spare ribs. Speaking this way, Chen Feng took some chopsticks and other dishes. This is also delicious, and this is also true. Today, I learned that I had eaten all the dishes I had done for nothing. Aunt Lin was amused by Chen Feng's actions. She was afraid that he would eat too fast. She choked and told her, you should be easy. Be Careful not to bite your tongue. If you still want to come back to your aunt's house in the future, your aunt will make you a better one. Chen Feng's mouth was full of vegetables and couldn't answer. Hong Shuibin, who was a glutton, was afraid of missing the opportunity and immediately agreed, that would be troublesome for Aunt Lin. In the future, we must come to visit more. From childhood to adulthood, I have eaten many restaurants, one of which is more famous than the other, but no one can be better than you. Hiyuchi raised his head with pride. Of course, my mother's craftsmanship is not built, and none of the people who have eaten in my house don't say no. Lin Xian, sitting next to Hiyuchi, nodded repeatedly to show his support. He ate hard and had no time to speak. He saw that his 3 students were engrossed in eating the food made by his wife. He seemed to wish his parents didn't give birth to an extra mouth. Holding his beard, he said with a kind smile, "In the future, if you want to come, you can come. There are not many guests in the teacher's residence for many years. If you can come, you can just add some popularity to the teacher's house." The teacher's family are all so enthusiastic. Chen Feng. Several people are naturally full of promise down. A full table of food was swept away without 2 meals. Chen Feng felt her bulging belly and thought that she had not eaten so much for a long time. She was a little bit strong, and some of them were digested today. Aunt Lin once again refused the idea of several people to help with the dishes, quickly plucked the dishes and chopsticks back to the kitchen, and left everyone in the hall. "Teacher, he made a cup of tea for everyone. Are you full of it? Drinking a cup of tea is helpful for digestion. This is what my students brought back from Wui Mountain. Ordinary people can't drink it." Hiyuchi took a sip of his teacup and exclaimed, "Dad, is this your most precious Dahompo? Are you willing to take it out?" "Teacher," he waved his hand to interrupt Hiyuchi and drank all the tea in front of him. "Xiaoqi, it's rare that my father is happy today. Don't take too much care of the things outside. No matter how good Dahompo is, someone has to drink it, right?" "Dad, you're right. It's rare that there are so many people in the family. My mother is also very happy. I just saw her singing and washing dishes." Hiyuchi thinks this is the reason. No longer continue to tangle. When Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are in a good mood, they are about to fly up. At this time, Lin Xian stands up and bends down to face Mr. He. "Mr. He, I have an ungrateful request. I hope you can agree." "Lin Xian, get up quickly. If you have something to say, don't do it." Lin Xian's sudden movement made everyone startled. He helped Lin Xian up and told him to be casual. Lin Xian stood up and looked at Mr. He's eyes sincerely. "Mr. He, you know I just transferred to the mechanical or research department a few days ago. Although I don't have enough knowledge, I promise to catch up with other students as soon as possible. I really like to learn about mecha technology. I hope Mr. He can take me to join the project team of mecha variants. I really want to contribute to the mecha cause in the Republic of Ancient Shunlan." Mr. He didn't say yes, but he was in a bit of a quandary. "Lin Xian, you can't help me. The variant of mecha is a world-class problem. All the people who can join the project team are bound to have enough research level of mecha. If your ability is not up to the standard, even if I try my best to take you in, you will not be able to stay." Lin Xian's face turned red. He was ashamed of his lack of ability, but he didn't want to give up easily. "Dad, don't say that. We'll try to see if there's any other way." Hiyuchi broke the silence and began to tease Teacher He. It happened that Aunt Lin came out after finishing the kitchen business and saw Lin Xian with a sad face and asked, "What's the matter with you? It wasn't good just now. Why did you suddenly change your face?" Hiyuchi trotted to her mother and whispered in her ear. Aunt Lin was not happy after hearing this. She went to Teacher He and gently touched him. Lauha, this is your wrong. People are young and don't think hard enough to understand. You can't be rigid as an adult." "I'm rigid? What is wrong with me? I can't be negligent in research projects of this level. In case of any mistakes, who can afford it?" Teacher He refused to comply with the principle and argued for it. Aunt Lin turned and pulled Lin Xian to her side. She stroked his head and glanced at Teacher He. "It's hard to say that you're dead brain. You've got a hard mouth. This idea hasn't turned around. Don't worry, Lin. My aunt will make the decision for you." He thought about it and didn't think of any other way to deal with this problem properly. He couldn't drink the tea and shook his hand. Women's opinion. What else can you do about it? Well, I want to say that you are male chauvinism, and you are not sincere in asking questions. Aunt Lin is not willing to be outdone, and immediately counterattack. Mom, you can say it directly. You don't understand Dad's character. He will never change in his whole life. Let's not say that the daughter is the father's little cotton padded jacket. In front of him, he still despises his father. Now seeing his mother's anger, Hiyuchi in turn starts to protect Teacher He. Aunt Lin dotes on her woman and no longer points the blame on Teacher He. It's easy to do. Even if this project needs top research talents, it only needs researchers for a project? It still needs some research assistants. Don't you often bring a few assistants to do research? In my opinion, not only Lin Xian, but also Xiaoqi of our family can join the project team of this variant of mecha as a research assistant, so that their young people can learn and get exercise in it. Aunt Lin's words awakened the dream of people: beautiful heart, good cooking skills, good brain, Chen Feng heart of Aunt Lin's evaluation and a high point. He teacher this can be happy bang a mouthful of tea, is such a reason. Look at my brain or your aura, Lin classmate and Xiaoqi, would you like to join? I will. Two people answer with one voice, especially Hiyuchi, did not expect that they can also get a quota, very surprised. But I said that the day before yesterday, the two of you had a lot to do with me, and others will pay more attention to your mistakes. If you fight against the Tiger Brothers, you will fight for more. I will not protect you. He teacher see two people full of confidence appearance, painstakingly taught his sentence. Hiyuchi was not affected at all. Dad, whenever I let you down, you can have a look. Lin Xian silently clenched his fist to cheer himself up, solemnly swore, I will not fail to live up to Teacher He's cultivation. In the future, I will work harder, and my name will definitely be left in the history of the ancient Shunlan Republic's Mecha. Good, good, very good. Teacher He and Aunt Lin were very satisfied with their performance and said several good things in succession. Finally, the dust settled. Chen Feng stayed in the apartment for lunch break under the warm reception of Mr. and Mrs. He, and did not leave from Mr. He's house until the class was near. Mr. and Mrs. He sent them to the teacher's apartment. Chen Feng repeatedly asked them to stay. It was no use but to accept their kindness with a bitter smile. After the routine inspection of the security guard outside the teacher's apartment, Mr. He stood at the door and said to Chen Feng, I'll send it here. If I send it down, you'll feel bad. I'll go to Headmaster Pan's office to apply and wait for my good news. After saying that, Chen Feng and others did not have a chance to speak. They waved and rode away on a school bus. Aunt Lin looked at the faraway vehicle, shook her head and sighed, a lot of years old, or a child temperament, you hurry to class, Auntie will come back later. Thank you, Auntie. We'll come here often. Even if we don't serve other meals for you, we'll be greedy. Hung Shuibin made a face at Aunt Lin and pulled Chen Feng to get on the school bus stopped by him and left. Haha, this child. Aunt Hong Zibin's way of being teased by Aunt Hong Zilin. Mother, I'll go too. See you in the evening. Hiyuchi also said goodbye to his mother and took Lin Xian to another school bus. This afternoon is a simulation course for Mr. Su. It can be said that this course is the most favored course for students in all subjects, because now students have no chance to contact the real computer, so it can be said that it is a rare and valuable opportunity to have fun with the simulator. Mr. Su still walked into the classroom with her own wine pot, looked at all the students who were looking forward to the simulator with a smile. Oh, all of you come so early, so hurry to get on the plane. All the students are allowed to run into their own cockpit. Chen Feng quickly closes the cabin door and connects to the system. Before any action, she receives Teacher Su's guidance newsletters. I've given you a lot of time to play freely. Now it's time to get down to business. Next, there will be a mountain in front of you. I ask you to reach the top of the mountain in half an hour. Whatever method you use, you can work hard. Ha 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 ha. Is this the time to start training the mobility of our mecha? Chen Feng pressed down the doubts in her heart and looked at the simulated scene outside the warehouse. She could not help but scold her, Ai Chow. Is this the top of the mountain that you can climb in half an hour? Miss Su is playing with us. Other cockpit also spread out bursts of scolding. Teacher Sue sat on the podium laughing. Little bunnies, enjoy the fun of driving a plane. What is the reason for Chen Feng to be so disrespectful? It turns out that the mountain is at least 100 kilometers away from its own body. The mountain is even more towering, and there are many cliffs around it. It is even more difficult to climb. With the strength of the students now operating the mecha, this is simply difficult to achieve. I am afraid no one can achieve. It's up to now. The time on the display in the cockpit began to beat. Chen Feng did not dare to dally any longer, and the pilot began to run. Fortunately, Mr. Su gave the students free time to practice in the last few classes. Those who can enter Jiangnan Machinery College are not qualified and stupid. Most of them have mastered the skills of running and flying. Chen Feng and others have specially trained their sense of operation under different synchronization rates, so as to improve their control ability. However, even though Chen Feng tried hard to run, he still could not quickly shorten the distance from the mountain. The simulator can also simulate the pressure under various conditions of manipulating mecha. The pressure brought by high-speed running makes Chen Feng feel that his body is about to be torn. The ubiquitous sense of pulling makes him unable to continue to improve his speed, and even his current speed is too fast to maintain. If it is in this state, it is impossible to reach the top of the mountain at this speed. Time is still passing by. Chen Feng's eyes are red and she is unwilling to scream, I want to break through. This is not my limit. I can still get to the top of the mountain faster. I want to get to the top of the mountain. Wow, Under the self-motivation, Chen Feng's body speed increased a little bit, but what he didn't notice was that under the huge pressure brought by the speed increase again, red spots gradually began to appear on his skin, and even became cracks in the process of running, without noticing that her body has reached the limit. Chen Feng devoted herself to maintaining the high-speed movement of her body. Suddenly, he found that he lost control of his body. After losing control of his body at high speed, he fell on the ground and glided for a long distance without running 2 steps. What's the matter? Move it. Get up. Chen Feng did not know, so she used to lift her hand forward, but the pain came from her body. Hiss. So painful. What happened? Chen Feng looked down at her body, but even the gesture of lowering her head was painful to show her teeth. Chen Feng steadied her body and tried not to shake, slowly controlling her eyes to move down. Is this my body? Why do I have cracks in my body? Why is that so? Chen Feng had countless question marks in her mind. Suddenly, Teacher Sue's voice came to her ear. If you don't want to die, I haven't seen you. So despicable. You are very brave. If I hadn't cut off your control right at once, you could have killed yourself in the simulation cabin. It turned out that I broke through my own limit by force, and my body couldn't bear the pressure. Thank you, Mr. Su. But your request is too difficult. If we can't increase the speed, how can we climb to the top of the mountain? By the way, Miss Su, what's the situation with the other students? Mr. Su smiles and says nothing, leaving Chen Feng in a hurry. Miss Su temporarily moved her eyes away from Chen Feng's simulation cabin. Although Chen Feng's state was miserable, she turned her eyes to other students in the cockpit. They were even more unbearable. Chen Feng listened to Teacher Sue's advice and tried to operate with different synchronization rates one by one. She was at least 1 level higher than most people in terms of operation skills of mecha. Even he didn't control well, which made his body suffer great trauma, not to mention other students. But fortunately, although Mr. Su looks unruly, his work is not leaky. Every student is cut off in time when his body is about to collapse. It seems that the teacher who can let him serve as a simulation class in Jiangnan University of Machine Science is not a random choice. After a short break, Chen Feng still couldn't put down the content of today's lesson. She tried to move her fingers a few times and felt that the pain had been alleviated a lot. In her heart, she could not bear to live in the simulation class and asked, Teacher Su, I feel that my body is almost recovered. Can I continue the simulation training? Mr. Su observed the simulation of all the students and took time to look at Chen Feng's side. Okay, you can do whatever you like, but if you are cut off by me again in this class, don't let me say that you want to get off the plane and have a rest. Next, she can't do anything rashly. She reminds herself silently and connects the simulation module to the body again. Looking around, she finds that the data has been reset. The body stands on the starting point again. She moves her arm and is still in pain. This time, go according to the normal state, and see how much time will be limited for more than half an hour. Chen Feng ran quickly again. Although the starting point was far away from the peak, there was no other obstacle on the road. Only a rough and muddy road took a little time. Chen Feng ran all the way to the bottom of the mountain with the speed that her body could bear. She looked up and saw that the top of the mountain was completely hidden in the clouds. Chen Feng walked around the mountain and didn't find the way to go up the mountain. For fear that he was negligent, he went around again. And got nothing. Is this to let himself climb up? It seems to be in line with Mr. Su's brain hole. Chen Feng secretly slanders Mr. Su. Time is limited and can't be wasted. Chen Feng says that he can just do it. He grabs the mountain and climbs. During the climbing process, Chen Feng finds that the mountain is not solid, and there are gravel rolling down beside him. He has to pay attention to dodge at any time. Even the point of strength used to support the weight of the body sometimes collapses, which virtually increases the difficulty of reaching the top of the mountain. It's a pity that we don't have any flight equipment. Otherwise, it's not easy to fly directly. After climbing for a lot of time, Chen Feng looked at the top of the mountain again. Seeing the sea of clouds that could not be seen through, she turned her head and looked down. Originally, I have climbed so high. Now I have to climb up and pay attention not to fall. The stone Chen Feng stepped on suddenly collapsed and his body began to fall uncontrollably. Chen Feng tried to grasp the mountain to fix the body, but when the weather failed, people would like to empty several. The only protruding stone wall that she grasped at the first time could not support the weight of the body and collapsed into slag in a few seconds. The falling speed was faster, but the situation became worse. Am I going to die with my eyes closed like this? I'm afraid you're going to quit training right now? No, I still have to struggle for a while. Chen Feng closed her eyes and recalled what she had learned about mecha since she entered Jiangnan Institute of Mecha, hoping to find a way to revive the dead. No. Although the mecha is not equipped with flight equipment, I have trained flying in the simulation class, and the mecha itself has certain flying ability. Chen Feng opened her eyes and a flash of light flashed in her eyes, and immediately began to try to operate the mecha. However, he was still in the process of falling. He could not master the strength of the thrusters of the mecha. As a result, the balance of the mecha in the air was destroyed and hit the mountain. After being ejected by the mountain body, it rotated in the air. The huge impact force made Chen Feng in the simulation warehouse nearly fainted. Chen Feng bit the tip of her tongue and kept awake. I must not fall here. With this kind of mood, Chen Feng paid more attention to control the power of each propeller, and at the same time, he was distracted to adjust the balance of the body. The left thruster of the trunk still needs to be strengthened. Push the arm downward and start the right foot thruster. Good. That's it. With Chen Feng's repeated attempts, the mecha finally recovered from the helpless rotation to the posture of her head and feet. Beautiful. The next step is to climb closer to the mountain again. Even if the body is still in the crisis of falling, but this can't stop Chen Feng from boasting excitedly. For a while, and Teacher Su on the console can't help nodding slightly when he sees Chen Feng's series of operations, and he hums a ditty after drinking a sip of wine. Chen Feng focused on the mountain in front of her, carefully controlled the mecha to slowly stop falling, and then started the propeller behind her to return to the mountain. Finally, it's back on the right path. The propeller is really useful, but I have to pay close attention to the consumption of too much time just now. Chen Feng swept the status panel on the lower right side of the mecha, and her good mood to return to the mountain was swept away with a breath of cool air. What happened? When Chen Feng accidentally fell from the mountain, the remaining power on the status panel was 12%, but now the power data displayed is 9%. In the short period from falling to returning, Chen Feng actually consumed 3% of the power. You should know that. The initial power consumption of this mecha is not full, only 20%. Before Chen Feng's galloping all the way and climbing the mountain for a long time, the total power consumption of this mecha is only 8%. It seems that the power consumption of this Thruster is very high and cannot be used casually. Chen Feng's idea of using thrusters to fly directly to the top of the mountain failed, so she had to go back to climbing the mountain. Because this is Chen Feng's first complete climbing process, and she can't see the position of the top of the mountain, Chen Feng dare not easily use the thruster to speed up her progress. If she reaches the final top of the mountain, but the mecha is in front of her eyes, she doesn't want to cry without tears? Chen Feng did not know how far she had climbed the mountain. She only knew how to avoid falling rocks and find a solid foothold. After a long time, the top of the mountain finally appeared in front of her eyes, which made Chen Feng ecstatic. Dawn was just ahead of her. Chen Feng subconsciously glanced at the state panel at the lower right of her eye. She still had 7% of the power. There is drama. It is estimated that there are thousands of meters in this distance. There is still a lot of power left in the mecha. It should be enough for me to fly directly, fast and safe. Even if it has exceeded the time limit, Chen Feng is still racing against the clock, saying that he can do it and turn on the thruster behind the mecha and under his feet to rise. However, Chen Feng immediately found a problem. The speed of the mecha's ascent was obviously different from that when he fell just now. However, he clearly used the same power. Why is it rising so slowly at the moment? The peak is right in front of her eyes. Chen Feng has no time to think about it. She continues to increase her power until she reaches the maximum. Her rising speed is still not much improved, but the pressure on her body is still like a tide. It seems that I can't go up by thruster anymore. In the end, I still need to climb. Chen Feng found that the ascent speed of the mecha became slower and slower. He realized that the power of the thruster would have different effects at different altitudes, and even the power consumption was increased. A lot. This only increased by more than 300 meters. The power consumption on the status panel has dropped to 2.75%. Only by naked eyes can we clearly see that the number is constantly beating and falling. Simply no longer in the flight in vain. Control mecha landing on the mountain, continue to climb. Relying on a few minutes flight, Chen Feng is only less than kilometers away from the top of the mountain. Victory is close at hand. Chen Feng climbs to the top of the mountain with his hands and feet. The final journey is much easier than that at the middle of the mountain. Without the interference of falling rocks, we just need to pay attention to the foothold to avoid stepping into the sky. With the above suggestions, Chen Feng finally reaches the peak. Chen Feng stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He was worthy of spending so much effort to climb to the top of the mountain. From the mountain, the scenery below was different. Although it was only a simulated scene, we could still see that everything under the sea of clouds was like ants, which was very different from what we saw from the usual perspective. Chen Feng looked down for a while and forced to withdraw her heart. Now she is still in class. It is not the time for her to enjoy the beautiful scenery. She calls out the system interface to investigate. Her climbing time, 50 minutes, 20 minutes more than the specified time. The gap is too big, and the speed is difficult to improve. I'm afraid I can't fulfill the requirements of Teacher Su today. Although she was depressed and said that it was impossible, Chen Feng still restarted the checkpoint and headed for the top of the mountain again. This time, Chen Feng was familiar with the specific process and distance. Even though the speed did not improve too much, it still shortened some time at least. Chen Feng looked at the results on the system interface for 45 minutes and sighed, "Hey, how can we get to the top of the mountain in half an hour?" Although the students were admonished by Mr. Su, the classroom was still full of crying and howling all afternoon. It was all the students who had suffered in order to climb to the top of the mountain in front of them to challenge the limit. However, no one was cut off by Mr. Su because of his crossing the border. The students who could enter the fighter plane department of Jiangnan Institute of Mechatronics were praised for their self-control. The students of Fighter Class A are selected from all over the country. As a genius, they naturally have a genius temperament. None of the students can successfully meet the half-hour standard set by Mr. Su, and even many of them are far behind. A few students opened the simulation module and went to the console. They saw Mr. Su lying in the teacher's chair, holding a bottle of wine and drinking a little wine, which made him angry. Some students directly started to choke. "Mr. Su, are you deliberately punishing us? We are working hard in the simulation cabin. You are on holiday here. Can you really meet the half-hour deadline you set? Can we have a look? Well, I'm not young, but I'm not young. What's the matter? Tell yourself how long it took you to get to the top of the mountain. Mr. Su asked calmly, drinking wine. The students blushed and looked at each other. None of them had a good intention to tell us their achievements. Another one came forward and said, Mr. Su, we just want to know whether we can really get to the top of the mountain in half an hour. It's not good for you to change the topic like this. Haha, if you can't, you think the teacher is playing with you? The teacher is not so boring, okay, the teacher is trying to open your eyes. Mr. Su understands that these students are the dragon and phoenix among people. After several unsuccessful attempts, he has to show some skills to let them know, otherwise they will not be able to attend the class. Mr. Su slowly got up from the teacher's chair, adjusted the microphone, and said to all the students who were still fighting in the simulation cabin, Kids, stop first. This class is almost over. I don't think any of you can meet the standard. There are students running in front of me to question me. You all come out of the simulation module first, and the teacher will show you a hand. Teacher Su is going to do something? This is the first time I have the chance to see Mr. Su's skill. I have to see it anyway. Chen Feng had been in the simulation module to continue to crawl, trying to shorten a little time, heard Teacher Su's words reluctantly quit the operation out of the simulation module. Chen Feng walked out of the simulation module late. Seeing that all the other students were surrounded by a simulation module near the console, she quickly stepped forward to find Hong Shuibin. Everyone ran out to see Mr. Su. Is he in this simulation cabin? Hong Shuibin looked back. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. The strength of a teacher who can become our simulation class must not be poor. Who is not curious about Mr. Su's skill? Well, Chen Feng, I ask you, how long did it take you to climb to the top of the mountain? Don't mention it. The fastest time is 45 minutes. It can't meet the requirements. The gap is too big. How about Shuibin? Chen Feng grinned bitterly and did not conceal her achievements. Before Hong Shuibin had time to answer, Teacher Su's voice came from the front simulation module. I want you to come out and see what you're running out to see what I'm doing? It's just a simulation module. What can we see? I will display my operation interface on the screen in front of the console. You can see that this is not anxious to see what Teacher Su can play, the students burst out. A burst of self-mockery laughter. Nearby Teacher Su stayed in the simulation module around the scattered, staring at the display screen. The screen is divided into left and right areas. On the left is Mr. Su's perspective. You can see what Mr. Su sees in his eyes. On the right is the overall overlooking perspective. At this moment, Mr. Su's mecha gradually emerges at the starting point. Mr. Su manipulated the mecha to do a few stretches to get familiar with the body. After feeling that he was almost there, he said to the onlookers, the kids can see clearly what it is to operate the mecha. When the voice dropped, Mr. Su immediately started the training, and as the countdown began to elapse, he rushed out of the starting point. Why? This speed? Mr. Su didn't run a few steps. All the students under the stage found that he had a problem with his speed. Hong Shuibin rubbed Chen Feng with his arm, and his face showed confusion. Chen Feng, look at the speed of Mr. Su, it's not as fast as you think? Chen Feng saw that all the people around were whispering. Instead of replying to Hong Shuibin immediately, Chen Feng chose to observe Mr. Su carefully. After running for a while, he said cautiously, this is definitely not the real strength of Mr. Su. Have you found that Mr. Su's speed is just within our ability range? No one in our class can't bear the pressure under this speed. Maybe Mr. Su wants to complete the training with our speed standard? Really? Is Mr. Su so kind? Hong Shuibin doesn't believe it. No wonder, after all, Mr. Su always looks like a fool and can't give people a reliable feeling. At such a speed, we can reach the top of the mountain in a limited time. Is Mr. Su amusing us? The students are questioning more and more loud, is talking. The screen teacher Su finally began to show different operations. There was a section of uneven muddy road in front of Mr. Su. Instead of forcing him to run like the students, he jumped up with a few quick steps. He turned on the propeller on his back and immediately closed it after flying for a short time. Then he glided across the painful road section. Chen Feng gaped, "Can you still play like this? Why didn't I think I'm so honest that I can only run blindly? If it wasn't for stepping on the ground and falling off the mountain, I can't even remember the propeller." From flying over the muddy road section, Mr. Su gradually showed different operation skills from other students. Even if it was the most basic. Running, the mecha operated by Mr. Su was not a rote dash, his state was like flowing clouds and flowing water, full of aesthetic feeling. Mr. Su not only uses thrusters to fly, but also switches the thrusters from time to maintain the balance of the mecha or accelerate over difficult sections. In a series of smooth movements, he unconsciously comes to the foot of the mountain. Chen Feng looked up. It took only 13 minutes. Then she thought that she had spent more than 20 minutes on this journey alone. Obviously, it was the same speed. Why is the time consumed so different? Chen Feng has thousands of questions in her mind. She shakes her head and puts her thoughts behind her head. Now she has no time to think about these things. For the time being, she should carefully see every move of Teacher Chu Su's machine A. Mr. Su's mecha does not stop at the foot of the mountain. He directly starts the thruster on his feet and climbs up with all his limbs like a leopard. Occasionally, he can see weather. There is a spark of thruster starting from the tail of the body of the mecha. Obviously, Mr. Su also uses thruster to assist him in the process of climbing the mountain with 4 legs. Mr. Su's climbing movement is extremely harmonious, and there is no flaw in it. It's just as beautiful as a work of art. Chen Feng noticed that Mr. Su didn't use the 4 limbs of the mecha to avoid the falling rocks. Instead, he relied on the thrusters on both sides of the body positions of the mecha to make the mecha translate to avoid the falling rocks. Chen Feng compared her own use of thrusters, only to realize that she had too many operating skills, but she could not help feeling fierce. Today is really an eye-opener. Mr. Su's use of thrusters is just like a state of perfection. Hong Shuibin was also shocked by Mr. Su's extremely stable and high-speed climbing speed. Experts know if there is one. In the state of high-speed movement, using thrusters at the same time does not have a negative impact on mecha's action. On the contrary, it also realizes the improvement of action efficiency. If this skill is not accumulated over time, it will certainly not be able to do so. Shui Bin, I suddenly have an idea. Looking at Su's flexible figure, Chen Feng had an idea and thought of something closely related to Hongbin. Flood Bin to the spirit, in the eyes of the screen at the same time repeatedly urged Chen Feng to speak clearly. Don't you want to drive a variant? You see, Mr. Su's mecha and thruster have been so abnormal. The characteristics of variant mecha are changeable, and with the help of thrusters, it is even more unpredictable. However, I think that the technical requirements for the use of thrusters in variant mecha must be higher. If you can master this ability and use it in variant or other forms, will it be more powerful? Chen Feng carefully selected words and sentences to describe what he wanted in his heart. Hong Shuibin was shocked by Chen Feng's brain hole. He didn't even see the wonderful operation of Teacher Su on the screen in front of the console. He turned around and looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Chen Feng, you remind me that the mecha variant and the propeller use skills are really perfect. Thank you. You can always think of what we didn't expect. Who are we to say thank you? Come back and look carefully at Mr. Su's operation. There will be no shop after this village. Chen Feng saw that Hong Shuibin did not look at the screen, but looked at him in great urgency. He stretched out his hand and forced Hong Shuibin's head back to the direction of the screen. Seeing that his friend was so attached to himself, Hongbin was moved by his heart. He closed his lips and stared at Mr. Su's operation, as if to reflect his every move firmly in his mind. As he spoke, Mr. Su was only 1/3 away from the top of the mountain. He was still landing on all fours with the intermittent thruster jet. The mecha always maintained an efficient and uniform speed, and stood on the top without any suspense. Maybe he was used to being loose. Mr. Su manipulated the mecha and sat on the mountain with 2 legs up. Now the simulator is very real. The scenery on the top of the mountain is unique. Let's see how much time it took. After that, he called out the system interface, and Mr. Su's mecha nodded with satisfaction. 25 minutes, kids, how do you feel about this score? Seeing that Mr. Su accomplished the goal with ease, and the speed used did not exceed the ability of the students in the class, it may have been decided by Mr. Su after watching the training of all the people. The students who first came out of the simulation module and questioned him deeply felt that they had no face to see people, and they wished there was a gap on the ground for them to get in. Chen Feng and their feelings are not the same. He was the last to walk out of the simulation cabin, and he felt that Teacher Su's personality can accept anything. After the first 2 training, Chen Feng has always been worried about. Teacher Su uses thrusters so frequently, how much power can the mecha still have? Is it that Mr. Su used all the 20% of the electricity? Because the electricity is displayed in the lower right corner of the status panel of the pilot operation interface, but due to Teacher Su's amazing operation, all the students unconsciously approach the simulation cabin around him, while Chen Feng's position is behind the simulation cabin. Under the surging crowd, the sight is seriously blocked, so they have to push aside the crowd and take a few steps to the screen. After leaving the crowded crowd, Chen Feng can finally find the data she wants to see. When she sees the remaining power on the bottom right of the interface, there is still 12% of Chen Feng's tongue. Why does Mr. Su use thrusters so frequently? Why does he use 8% of the electricity when he climbs to the top of the mountain? I only used the thruster several times, but the electricity was falling. Did you neglect what? Chen Feng couldn't understand it. When Chen Feng was thinking, she felt something strange around her. She took back her thoughts and looked around. It turned out that Hong Shuaibin, Pan Yugua, Nirongshuan, and Nangong Mengai were standing beside her. They were also full of doubts on their faces. Obviously, they also found this problem. Mr. Su finished the operation of the simulator and walked out of the simulation module. Seeing Chen Feng standing under the screen, she said with a smile, "It seems that you have discovered the mystery, but now don't stand there foolishly. Go back to your own simulation cabin and try it yourself." Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin look at each other and encourage each other to return to the simulation cabin. Standing in the cabin, Chen Feng's head is full of Teacher Su's remaining electricity. As soon as the mecha starts, she stumbles over a big horse lying on her feet. It's not a mess. Chen Feng was lying on the ground with shame. He knocked a chestnut for himself. It's so humiliating that I can even fall down even if I'm away from training. I'd better try it if I can't think of it. Chen Feng drove the plane quickly and stood upright on her stomach. Teacher Su was sitting in front of the console drinking a little wine. She laughed directly when she saw this scene. Chen Feng tried to start the thruster while running, but as soon as the thruster was started, the mecha immediately fell on the ground again. However, this time, instead of being ashamed, she thought about why she was like this. The propulsion power of the thruster is too big, so you can't suddenly turn on too much power. You can only use small frequency and small power to cooperate when you are moving. When the posture of it is stable, you can slowly increase it. It's so easy for Chen Feng to come to that pothole. I don't know how many times she fell numb. Another step forward is the depression. Let's try the way of Teacher Su. Chen Feng faced the difficulties with an attitude of success. Chen Feng takes a few steps back, steps to speed up the start and takeoff. When the standby body reaches the top and is about to start to fall, he immediately opens the propeller behind him. Fortunately, Chen Feng has practiced the technique of thruster in the air for many times, and it is less difficult to turn on the propeller when running. Chen Feng is still able to successfully pass through the muddy depression. It's a pity that the timing of shutting down the thruster is not very good. It can't glide as long as Mr. Su. Chen Feng shakes her head. No complacency. Su teaches you in front of her own operation and there is no place worthy of praise. Chen Feng ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. Before climbing, Chen Feng called out the operation interface to check the consumption time. It showed that 25 minutes had passed, which was slower than before when the propeller was not used. The power consumption was only 11% and much higher than that when the propeller was not used before. It's a price to pay for trying to learn new technologies. Chen Feng can only comfort herself in this way, continue to recall Teacher Su's mountain climbing action simulation. Chen Feng couldn't adapt to the change from human action posture to animal action posture. She often used the same hand and foot or improper use of strength. After climbing a few steps, Chen Feng even slipped back to the original place without the interference of falling stones. If Hong Shuibin's concept of variant mecha is realized, it will be easy to climb the mountain by changing it into animal form. However, it's unrealistic to think about it at this time. It's a pity. Chen Feng sighed helplessly, hoping that the variant mecha would come out immediately. Chen Feng managed to climb halfway up the mountain. Although it consumed a lot of time and power, Chen Feng became more and more skilled in controlling the body and using thrusters in different states. She barely slipped in the second half of the mountain, but her electricity had already bottomed out, so she had to climb all the way. It's much more tiring than just using the body's own running to move. However, when we are used to it, we can ensure that the speed of the mecha will not fluctuate due to various road problems, and the pressure on the body is not increased. Chen Feng temporarily withdrew from the simulation operation for a breath. Although it was not like the first time that she exceeded the endurance limit, she still felt a great sense of fatigue after her concentrated practice. Now Chen Feng is sweating and her limbs are aching and weak. This feeling is more tiring than fighting with others in reality. After catching her breath, Chen Feng connected to the simulation system and called up the operation interface to check the results of this operation. In 53 minutes, you can't even compare with your initial performance. Haha, I don't think other people are much better. As expected, Chen Feng had the leisure to consider the achievements of other students. Chen Feng's leisure time has not started yet. Teacher Su's voice is heard from the cabin again. It's almost over today. You all quit the operation. In the afternoon, we didn't train a few times in the simulation class. What's wrong with Mr. Su? Chen Feng muddle-headed again out of the simulation module, waiting for a long time before other students left their own simulation cabin. However, there are still a few students who ignore Su's words and continue to immerse themselves in the world of simulation training. Fortunately, Mr. Su was in a good mood today. He didn't get angry because of these disobedient students. He just pressed twice on the console with another hand that didn't hold the wine pot. After a while, those students finally walked out of the simulation cabin with a look of displeasure. You kids don't listen to me, do you want me to do it? That's all for today's simulation class. Go back and think about what you've learned in this class. Su teacher is still in a good mood, ignoring those who are angry because he cut off the operation, looking at his students said. Hearing this, the students were not willing to hear it, and they yelled, Miss Su, are you so bad? We've only simulated it a few times, and it's still a long time before class. Why don't we keep training? Mr. Su did not change his face in the face of the students' questions. He gently shook the wine in the wine pot and continued to taste it happily. Do you still want to train? Then I'll give you a good say, don't blame me for saying bad. So far, each of you has simulated at least 3 times. As a result, so far, I haven't seen any hope of achieving the goal. How could that be possible? Even Pan Yugua and Morong Xian didn't fulfill Su's request. Chen Feng can't help but turn to look at these two people's dragon and phoenix, see their always confident face a haze, Teacher Su said should be true. Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan did not refute Mr. Su's intention, but other students were not all the same as them, and some people protested. That's why we have to continue training. Otherwise, how can we get to the top of the mountain in half an hour? Pay attention to what I say. I don't mean that you can't achieve the goal, but that you don't have the hope to achieve the goal. Under the stands, the students looked angry, and Mr. Su laughed. Mr. Su took a sip of wine to moisten his throat. The operation console switched to 5 mecha climbing interfaces on the screen, and pointed out one by one, judging from all your previous exercises, the 5 fastest. To reach the top of the mountain were Pan Yugua, Mirangshuan, Hong Shuibin, Nangong Mengai, and Zhang Jirong, and the fastest Pan Yugua also took 35 minutes. You are far from them, but are they not satisfied? Chen Feng took a close look at everyone. Mirangshuan only spent half a minute more than Pan Yugua, Hong Shuibin spent 38 minutes, Nangong Mengai 39 minutes, and Zhang Jirong 40 minutes. Chen Feng congratulated the flood bin nearby. You can do it by waterfront. How can you do it in 38 minutes? That's because at the beginning, I thought I could do some articles with thrusters. In terms of contingency, I'm not aiming at anyone. All of you here are that. But Pan Yugua and Miranchuan are really good. I have no idea to shorten the 3-minute gap. Chen Feng, do you think the difference of synchronization rate will have a great impact on this training? Chen Feng tilted her head to think about it and denied Hong Shuibin's idea. I don't think so. If our synchronization rate can't meet the requirements of Mr. Su, why should Mr. Su let us do this training? What's more, Mr. Su's operation did not highlight the role of high synchronization rate? After listening to Mr. Su's words, the other students all looked at the top 5 of the training. Seeing that they didn't have any objection, they all thought about something in silence. There is no weight of the leader command. Query Teacher Su's voice gradually subsided. The classroom presents a strange quiet. Teacher Su happily lay back in the teacher's chair, raised his hands and rubbed his eyebrows to interrupt the rare silence. That's all for today. It's a waste of time to continue meaningless practice. You all go back to think about it and think about how to shorten the time. Mr. Su said that he did not pay attention to the public. He began to drink wine and soon collapsed on the console. The situation has been like this. It is meaningless to continue to stay in the classroom. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin went to the playground and sat down, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and discussing the experience of this class. Shuibin, since you have tried to use thruster at the beginning, you must feel more deeply when you see Mr. Su's operation. Tell me about it. Chen Feng couldn't let go of the content of the simulation class and urged Hong Shuibin to explain his experience quickly. Hong Shuibin put his hands behind his head and lay down. He said leisurely, apart from the propeller skills used in short flight, it is more difficult to master the timing and strength of using thrusters when running. You have noticed when you use thrusters behind you. Yes, we can't expect to use thrusters to accelerate in the process of running. The thrusters can only be used to assist when running, and it must be opened and closed in a small area, otherwise it will easily affect the movement track of mecha itself, but it will be slower. Chen Feng said what she wanted to say, turning the experience and practice into words, which deepened her understanding. Are you here? Are you discussing the content of the afternoon class? Take me with you. When they were talking, a voice came from far to near. They turned their heads and saw Zhang Zhirong stride over, shouting, I have some questions. Let's discuss them together. Zhang Zhirong is kind-hearted and can play a joke. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin like this classmate very much. They ask him to lie on the playground and say it again. Chen Feng, you're right. I've been thinking for a long time, but I can't figure out how to say it clearly. And have you noticed that the power consumption of thrusters at different powers seems to be different? Zhang Zhirong was so happy that Chen Feng gave a thorough explanation of one of his tangled problems. This trip didn't come in vain. The power consumption of the propeller changes with the power used. The higher the power you turn on, the higher the power consumption. Moreover, the increase ratio is not linear, but jumping. According to my test, the power consumption of the highest power is more than 1,000 times of the lowest power. Hong Shuibin also found and tested the consumption of thrusters, and immediately answered Zhang Zhirong's question, and Chen Fengdu immediately opened up with Mao. Chen Feng thought of her flight experience near the peak of the mountain, and then put forward a point of view. Shuibin, your saying reminds me, I wonder if you have found it. What's more, I used thrusters to fly for a short time at the foot of the mountain, at the middle of the mountain and near the top of the mountain, but the effects of these 3 places are obviously different. Hong Shuibin was very surprised. What Chen Feng said was exactly what he missed in his practice. He asked curiously, is there any difference? I only fly with thrusters on the hillside. After that, I didn't continue to do so considering the power consumption. Chen Feng, you have a good power control. You can also fly in 3 places. Later, Zhang Zhirong was even more erect ears, for fear of missing every word. That's because we didn't use thrusters before, and all of them saved a lot of electricity. It's not worth mentioning. Chen Feng waved her hand without any Complacency: the higher the altitude, the higher the power consumption of the propeller and the lower the efficiency. Even when I was close to the top of the mountain, I wanted to rely on the thrusters to fly up. As a result, I turned on all the thrusters in the mecha and used the maximum power to fly for a few minutes before rising 300 meters. Moreover, the 300 meters alone cost 5% of the electricity, which is not better than the effect of opening a few thrusters on the land. Hearing this, Zhang Zhirong jumped up from the ground and threw a bomb like an ant on a hot pot. Although I didn't find any problems with flying, it was the same with climbing. What? Even climbing? Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin asked each other in unison. Zhang Zhirong said the details that were ignored by both of them. Fortunately, he did not refuse him to join the discussion. Otherwise, he would surely have a big fall in the future. You didn't find out? Haha, I have done a good job. Seeing that he has found the key points that others have not found, Zhang Zhirong is not in a hurry, and he is happy to show Qigong. Hong Shuaibin jumped up and overthrew Zhang Zhirong to the ground, pressing him to make a threat. If you find anything, please tell me quickly, or I will strangle you. I said it was not enough. Zhang Zhirong raised his hand to make a surrender, and said his own experience, because our mecha was short of electricity at the beginning, so I have been paying attention to its changes. The consumption from the starting point to the foot of the mountain has been very stable, but in the process of climbing to the top of the mountain, the higher the height, the faster the frequency of power change. I doubt that under the stronger external pressure, the power consumption of mecha will increase. In theory, it's a pity that time is running out and there is no chance to test our ideas. Ah, the lower the efficiency, why do you pass so fast? Hong Shuaibin is satisfied to let go of Zhang Zhirong and lies back to the playground to express his melancholy. Chen Feng nodded her head and took out a hand from her hands behind her head and stretched out to the sky, as if to hold the white clouds floating in the sky. Everything still depends on ourselves. Next time we have a simulation class, we will retest these questions. I believe we can give ourselves a satisfactory answer paper. When the phone rang, Chen Feng took out her mobile phone. It's Yujia's call. I guess it's urging us to eat. Oh. When it comes to such a late time, Chen Feng, you should answer the phone quickly. Zhang Zhirong, would you like to have dinner with us in the evening? Looking at the time, Hong Shuaibin didn't expect that the sun was setting. When he got up, he happened to see Zhang Zhirong sitting on the side doing nothing, and offered an invitation by the way. Okay, anyway, I didn't want to eat anything. You don't have to think about it. It's very good. Ha ha. Zhang Zhirong, a mouthful, should warm embrace Hong Shuaibin's shoulder to walk toward the exit. Chen Feng followed them to connect the mobile phone. Yujia, are you in a hurry? We were just discussing the content of the afternoon class, but we forgot the time. Now we will come together. Where are you? I can imagine that. I'm afraid you'll talk too late, so I'll call you. Yujia's voice is very gentle, without any angry or impatient tone. Go to the third floor of the canteen in the evening. Lin Xian and I are waiting for you at the door. Chen Feng full mouth should be under, again mentioned a mouth. They will be more people. We also brought a classmate together today. We'll introduce you to know. Well, you can come here as soon as possible. Bye-bye. Yujia said that after knowing, she ended the call. Chen Feng put the phone into his trouser pocket and quickly caught up with Hong Shuaibin. He took the school bus and rushed to the canteen. The crowd gathered at the entrance of the canteen and came to the third floor together. Although Chen Feng arrived at the canteen late, there was still a lot of people coming and going. It was very crowded that several people were crowded. Among them, the floodman finally entered the canteen, which was squeezed by the students. It took a long time to get to the third floor. Hong Shuaibin gave up his old strength and came to Chen Feng and others. He patted his wrinkled clothes and said helplessly, I have to give a suggestion to the school. Either expand the canteen by several floors, or plan to build 2 or 3 canteens. Otherwise, all the students will be in the 3-story canteen and it will explode. Why don't you just add, if you don't build a new canteen as soon as possible, the canteen will sooner or later have a mass stampede. See Hong Shuaibin's embarrassment at the same time. Do not forget poor mouth, Chen Feng joked. Chen Feng, you are right. I will add this sentence. Hong Shuaibin felt embarrassed and filled his mouth with responses. Instead, he took Chen Feng and found a slightly spacious place to invite people to sit down. 5 people sat down tightly. Before they went to dinner, Chen Feng finally found a chance to help Yu Jia introduce Zheng Jirong. Yu Jia, this is our classmate in the first department of fighter, named Zheng Jirong. The synchronization rate can reach 87 years old. Zheng Jirong waved his fingers, his face smug interrupted Chen Feng's words. That was the test when I was admitted to school. Now my synchronization rate has reached 88, thank you Chen Feng. Thanks to you for telling me how to adjust the synchronization rate step by step, I found the synchronization rate improved the next day. Zheng Jirong's synchronization rate promotion in Chen Feng expected, it is to see that he is good, can make common progress. Chen Feng told him the method, compared a thumb gesture even congratulations. Yu Jia is not a fighter plain a student. I don't know the details. Seeing Chen Feng so perfunctorily, his classmates glared at him and congratulated him. Hello, my name is Yu Jia. I'm a student of Mecha Research Department and a playmate who grew up with Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin since childhood. Your synchronization rate talent is very high, and in such a high starting point in a short time to improve 1 point, very powerful. Chen Feng, are you jealous if you are so perfunctory? Conscience of heaven and earth. I swear to God that I am not jealous, but I told him this method, and my own synchronization rate has also increased by 2 points, so I did not see you praise me. Chen Feng was extremely aggrieved and complained repeatedly. Haha, Chen Feng, you are also very good. Now I would like to congratulate you and hope that your synchronization rate can break through the 90 mark as soon as possible. As a result, Yu Jia proposed a new goal for Chen Feng. Chen Fenglao was aggrieved and took Lin Xian out of his seat under the excuse of helping people to eat. Several people let Chen Feng leave. Now Zheng Jirong said a good word for Chen Feng. Yu Jia, you are too hard on Chen Feng. Chen Feng is very hardworking. There are not many people who can compare with her performance in class. Even when he first came in, the synchronization rate was the lowest, but I think he must be one of the people in our class whose synchronization rate can exceed 90. I also believe that Chen Feng is the most determined of the 3 of us. He can definitely achieve his goal. Yu Jia believes Chen Feng deeply. Zheng Jirong, if I am right, you are Chen Feng Hong Shuibin's best friend after entering the college. I hope you can help him in the future. Zheng Jirong couldn't afford to be entrusted by the beautiful woman on the opposite side. He quickly expressed his willingness to make progress together. I dare not to do it. I can only know the beautiful woman of Jiangnan Machinery College with the help of Chen Feng. What's more, I also want to find Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin. They can give me more guidance. It always makes me feel better when I discuss with them. Even the improvement of synchronization rate is thanks to them. Let's cheer together. Isn't there an old saying that there must be a teacher for 3 people? If you and I Chen Fengjing are good at 3 people, if we encounter the right opportunity, we will surpass Pan Yuguo one day. Hong Shuibin is full of confidence and ready to completely integrate Zheng Jirong into their small group. This although I am very confident, it seems unrealistic to surpass Pan Yuguo. Zheng Jirong didn't expect Hong Shuibin to be so ambitious. He was a little embarrassed. Pan Yuguo was a rare genius in the ancient Republic of Shunlan for several years. Did they say that they would surpass it? Just when Chen Feng came back from dinner, she vaguely heard the 3 words of Pan Yuguo and looked around. Pan Yuguo is also in the canteen? Why didn't I see it? There is no Pan Yuguo here, only people who want to defeat Pan Yuguo. Yu Jia covered his mouth and said with a smile, put the dishes down first. You are not afraid to be watched as a monkey when you stand with your plate? What Miss Yu taught me is that I'm going to serve you all. Chen Feng put the dishes one by one in front of several people, which made everyone laugh. Chen Feng sat down again and put a chicken leg in the bowl of Hong Shuibin. He knew clearly that it was himself who wanted to defeat Pan Yuguo. Shuibin, do you think about how to defeat this immortal genius? Hong Shuibin is mysterious. He doesn't want to say it directly. Instead, he asks Chen Feng to guess. I naturally have a barrier. In fact, I haven't told you something. Guess what it is? Chen Feng. Several people shake their heads one after another to say that they can't guess. Zheng Jirong and they are more unfamiliar, naturally more can't guess. Hey, my synchronization rate is 89 now. Seeing that everyone had no clue, Hong Shuibin satisfied his vanity and finally dropped a heavy bomb. Everyone was surprised. Zheng Zhirong said that his synchronization rate increased by 1 point, which was enough to surprise people. Now Hong Shuibin said that he had also increased by 1 point. When the synchronization rate was improved so easily, Chen Feng doubted whether he was dreaming. Shuibin, although I'm not a fighter student, I know that the higher the synchronization rate, the more difficult it is to improve. Remember that the synchronization rate of Chen Feng has also been improved. What happened to make you suddenly have a breakthrough like mushrooms after a spring rain? Yu Jia reacts the fastest. She wakes up first and throws out her own doubts about whether Chen Feng and Chen Feng have gone astray. It is worthy of growing up from childhood to adulthood. Chen Feng knew what Yu Jia was worried about, and explained the reason to her first. Yu Jia, don't worry. I found the secret of improving the synchronization rate when I trained according to the requirements of Teacher Su in the simulation class. We consulted the teacher afterwards, and he confirmed this method, and it is one-off. It can only be effective in a short period of time when we first contact with mecha training. I think other students may not be able to do it, or you will not be so mysterious when you improve the synchronization rate. Congratulations on your first step. Yu Jia thought a turn, found the key to the matter. Congratulations again. The promotion of Hong Shuibin is a matter worthy of celebration. Chen Feng went to the canteen window to buy some drinks, unscrewed the bottle cap, poured a cup in front of everyone, raised his glass and said, Shuibin, now your synchronization rate can be equal to Mirangshuan, only 1 point less than Pan Yugua. I'm waiting to see the day when you surpass him. No, I just said casually. Pan Yugua is one of the most outstanding talents of the ancient Shunlan Republic, which is not something we can easily surpass. Besides, Chen Feng and Zheng Zhirong will also watch the day when you defeat Pan Yugua. It's hard to say it, but Hong Shuibin's face is full of confidence, and he pulls on other people. It happened that Su Xian and Lin Wenjie passed Hong Shuibin after dinner. Hearing Hong Shuibin's words, Su Xian couldn't help laughing. Do you want to catch up with Pan Yugua? It's really shameless. Even our roommate Morong Xian can't say this. I think you can only be beaten by Pan Yugua to find teeth. Su Xian and Lin Wenjie are not satisfied with Chen Feng. Chen Feng is not in a good mood when he sees them. Hong Shuibin stands up and says, what does this have to do with Mirangshuan? Even if it has something to do with it, Mirangshuan is Mirangshuan and you are you. It's not shameful to hide behind Mirangshuan and pull his tiger skin every day? You can come by yourself. Morong Xian is busy practicing, but he has no time to waste. Unlike you, he only knows how to speak. Su Xian's synchronization rate is not as high as Floodbin, dare not take his words, continue to use Mirangshuan's name to suppress people. Hong Shuibin despised them and once again showed his determination. Don't Mirangshuan want to climb over the mountain of Pan Yugua? I think he is timid. And dare not say, I am different from Mirangshuan. I must be famous in the history of world mecha. Let's ride the donkey and watch the libretto. Chen Feng didn't want to quarrel with Su Xian in front of the public. He waved to let them leave. You go. We can't talk together. Don't come together to destroy the mood of both sides. You are very arrogant. I'll see your jokes later. Two groups of people have nothing to say to each other. Su Xian put down a cruel word to leave. Chen Feng, we haven't been admitted for a long time. Why do I think Su Xinlin Wenjie is always hostile to you? Have you ever had a festival before? Zhang Zhirong looked at the back of their departure, and did not understand why they came to challenge inexplicably. We didn't have a festival, and we never knew each other before we went to school. However, they were stopped by Chen Feng and I when they approached. Yojia. Since then, they have been holding grudges. We don't have to worry about them. We eat ours. Hong Shuibin waved his hand like a fly and sat back. Su Xian two people discussed it for a while. Chen Feng several people no longer continue to mention Pan Yugua, but talk about the process of afternoon simulation class. Zheng Zhirong was also a little aggrieved. Are you saying that Mr. Su is too much? We just didn't have much time to practice before we drove us out of the simulation module. We didn't have time to test a lot of operations. Chen Feng did not answer. Yu Jia put forward another idea. I don't think so. I think Mr. Su should let you retreat from the rigid simulation. Training, have time to digest the operation learned in class, and always focus on one place to study. Too much pressure may not have a good effect. Yujia's idea was beyond Zheng Jiron's expectation, and could not refute it for a moment. Do you mean that Teacher Su is actually for our good? You let me slow down. It's a little bit big. I can't take it. From childhood to adulthood, Yu Jiadu played the role of a think tank in Chen Feng's group. Hong Shuibin seriously considered her words and analyzed Mr. Su. Our Teacher Su is a drunkard. Usually, he is careless and informal. However, even if he is always careless and does not have any ambiguity, he can cut off the operation in time when we encounter danger in his simulation. Class, there was no accident. Yu Jia took the drink to moisten her throat and continued to analyze. According to Shuibin, Mr. Su may be a bohemian character in his life. We don't know his past. We don't need to study why he became like this. Let's talk about him as a teacher of your simulation class, Chen Feng. How much do you think you have learned from these lessons? Really, I learned a lot. The improvement of mecha technology is very obvious. In fact, Mr. Su told us what to pay attention to in every class, but he never said. It was not compulsory. It was all up to us to understand it ourselves. Chen Feng's image of Mr. Su is not bad. Besides, he and Yu Jiao want to go together. So Mr. Su is just a bit weird in character and has some teaching ability. Otherwise, Jiangnan Institute of Mecha would not have hired him to be a teacher of fighter plane department. Yu Jia made a conclusion. Listening to Chen Feng's words, Yu Jia's conclusion, Zheng Jiron began to change his mind. Maybe you're right. I was biased against Mr. Su at the beginning. His appearance made people's first impression bad, and then those behaviors in class were even more inflamed. You didn't exchange your experience after class. I think you've explored the details that you didn't pay attention to or didn't think of in training. Lin Xian listened to it for a long time and added a fire. Zheng Jiron was completely convinced and surrendered. Well, I began to believe that Teacher Su should really consider for us, but always do not speak clearly. It is too easy for people to misunderstand. Let's have a serious class. That is, we don't have to go too far into Teacher Su's class. Let's have a meal. Chen Feng was hungry and took the lead in eating with chopsticks. Chen Feng took out her cell phone and didn't have time to eat. But seeing the caller ID, Chen Feng immediately became serious and answered the mobile phone. Teacher He, do you have results there? I'd like to call you when I'm free at night. Hong Shuibin pasted a spirit to Chen Feng's side to listen to the content. Unfortunately, Chen was not released to the public, and the canteen was too noisy to hear. So he sat down in situ and waited for Chen Feng to finish the conversation. Chen Feng hung up the phone and asked the restless Hong Shuibin with a bad smile, I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to listen to first, Shuibin? Chen Feng, don't you mean to play with me? What is good news and what is bad news? No matter what, you can tell me directly. Hong Shuibin is in a great hurry, which can be related to whether his dream of mecha from childhood can be realized, and suddenly some of them are in disorder. Chen Feng didn't care about him. He first explained the cause and effect of this matter with Yu Jia and Zheng Jiron, and then slowly repeated the content of Teacher He's telephone. Teacher He went to Headmaster Pan's office in the afternoon to make a report application, which was strongly supported by President Pan. Tomorrow, he will submit a written report to Huangjia Research Institute. It is estimated that researchers will be selected to form a project team in the next few days. Isn't that good news? Chen Feng, do you pit me? Hong Shuibin was afraid of some irresistible problem in the middle, but it didn't show any signs at all. What was the bad news that Chen Feng said? This is not to take care of you to say the most important thing first. The project cooperation of Mecha variant has been decided. Chen Feng saw Hong Shuibin take a few mouthfuls of food at ease, then continued to say, the problem is the research assistant. Mr. He said that he cannot arbitrarily decide the candidate of research assistant to join. He will select 20 excellent students to join the project group through audition within the whole school. What Mr. He means is that he will not directly decide who will become the research assistant of the Mecha variant project. Hiyuchi and I need to join. Through the audition? Lin Xian is the most concerned about the project candidates on the table, anxiously confirms the information to Chen Feng. Yes, our teacher, he can be said to be selfless. It's very difficult to audition for the whole school. Lin Xian, you have to refuel. However, Mr. He has increased the number of research assistants to 20. Yu Jia can also sign up. Chen Feng patted Lin Xian on the shoulder sympathetically. The roommate had just transferred to the Department of Mecha Research, but he had not caught up with the progress. It was hard for him to compete with others for precious places. However, Lin Xian didn't show a dejected look. Instead, he was high-spirited and comforted Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you don't have to worry about me. Although my starting point is a little behind others, I am confident that I can catch up with them quickly and surpass them. I must be one of the 20 research assistants. As for Sister Yu Jia, you don't have to worry about it. I dare say that everyone in the class may lose the election, but Yu Jia can't. Hong Shuibin was a little surprised. Yu Jia didn't know about mecha for a long time. How could you surpass others, Yu Jia? Are you so good? Are we all genius? That's amazing. No, I'm just trying to learn new knowledge. Maybe I perform better in class, which makes teachers and students have a higher evaluation. Yuchi, who was just mentioned by Lin Xian, is also very good. He should be able to become a research assistant. Lin Xian, you have to work hard. If you don't understand, you can ask me for help. This time, the 20 places for research assistants are absolutely fighting for each other. Yu Jia lightly skips the topic and only mentions her own performance. Naturally, she also hopes that Lin Xian can be selected. Yu Jia is so modest. Your performance is really great. I dare say that you are the most famous in the Department of Mecha Research. And don't worry about me so much. It's an opportunity for me. I'll work hard and I won't let it go easily. Lin Xian clapped his chest to ensure that he was under great pressure to transfer from fighter assistant to Mecha Research Department. This selection of research assistants is a challenge and an opportunity to prove to everyone that his choice is right. You'd better take that for granted, and we won't put pressure on you. Next, we all have goals that we need to strive for. I hope we can all succeed. Chen Feng raised his glass to wish everyone success. It must be a success. 5 people on the table raised their glasses and made a joint oath. After eating and drinking, they all went back to their dormitories and busied for a whole day. Chen Feng had no energy to talk and went back to bed early to sleep. When people are happy, he can't sleep well at night. He gets up early the next day and pulls all Chen Feng out of bed. Chen Feng looked at the prisoner who disturbed his dream. What are you doing by waterfront? Don't make a fuss. Can I have a good sleep this morning? Hong Shuibin didn't mean to stop, but he still pulled Chen Feng to the ground. Don't sleep, you're going to bask in the sun when you're sleeping. We have limited time, but we have to seize all the time to strengthen ourselves. Get up and hurry up. Chen Feng leaned against the cabinet, rubbed her eyes, and watched Hong Shuibin draw a gourd and pulled Lin Xian to the ground. She couldn't help crying and laughing. I'll forget your harm. Lin Xian is not a student of fighter class now. Do you still want to pull him up? If you want to practice, you have to practice together, and heaven will have a great responsibility. Therefore, people must first work hard at their heart, work their muscles and bones, and starve their bodies and skin. Lin Xian is also a man with lofty goals. How can he be left alone? Hong Shuibin felt that he was really painstaking. After persuading Chen Feng over there, he still had to pat Lin Xian's cheek to help him wake up. Lin Xian had a good temper. After being beaten by Hong Shuibin, he tried to persuade Chen Feng. Shuibin is right. We set ourselves too ambitious goals, so we have to work harder. Chen Feng helplessly covered his forehead. Okay, you are right, I admit defeat. I wash gargle is not good. After struggling for a while, Chen Feng finally dressed up and set out from the dormitory to the playground. Only when they got to the outside of the playground, they saw a tall figure standing at the entrance. Who is it? There are still abnormal people like Hong Shuibin, who don't have to sleep in the morning. Chen Feng yawned to see who it was, but the sense of sleepiness did not disappear, cannot open his eyes to focus, coupled with the morning playground fog is big, difficult to see. The man saw Chen Feng and his party seemed to be full of doubts. He came near to confirm the visitor. It's you. I didn't expect you would come to the playground so early for exercise. When people on both sides approached, Chen Feng could see who the man was. It turned out to be Nangong Mengai. Chen Feng was surprised. A girl can train so hard, and she is a Nangong Mengai who can live a life of food and clothing only by her appearance. Talent, diligence and ability, where do I have any advantages over her? Since then, Chen Feng's floating heart has disappeared, laying the foundation for her future growth. Chen Fengma meditated and did not speak. Naturally, Hong Shuibin replied to Nangong Mengai, it's not impossible. After these days of classroom study, we deeply realize that we have many deficiencies, so we can only train and learn as much as possible. The so-called diligence can make up for the weakness. Well, I won't disturb you. Goodbye. Nangong Mengai just came up to say hello and didn't mean to talk in depth. She left the last sentence and turned to start her own training steps. Hong Shuibin shrugged his shoulders. He was amorous, but he didn't take it seriously. He turned and told Chen Feng Lingshan to go on the track and jog first. Chen Feng started to run around the track for less than 2 laps. Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan appeared on the playground at the same time. When they met Nangong Mengai, they all nodded with tacit understanding. On the contrary, they saw that Chen Feng was stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect others to start training so early. Chen Feng didn't pay attention to it before. It was only when Hong Shuibin woke up early this morning and brought it to the playground that Nangong Mengai, Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan were actually the first people to come to the playground to start training. Their talent has surpassed many others, but they have been training harder than others. Everyone's success is not random, the stronger people pay more, I still have a long way to go. Looking at them, Chen Feng no longer complained and devoted herself to the hard training. Chen Feng suddenly changed from a lazy state to a full-fledged state, which immediately made Hong Shuibin and Lin Xian feel the change of his speed. Hong Shuibin, after all, was the initiator of the whole dormitory early in the morning, so he naturally refused to be outdone and accelerated to catch up. Lin Xian's physical fitness was not as good as the two of them. The original intention of morning exercise was just to exercise. As a result, he was not only pulled up early in the morning, but also ran at the speed of Chen Feng. After 2 laps, he was exhausted, but he still insisted on the playground, not only the 3 of them, Nangong Mengai saw Chen Feng so full of passion and ran to compare with each other. She came to follow Chen Feng and wanted to have a fight. On the other side, Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan competed with each other. Seeing their group's vigorous running, their hearts itched and their young people's heart of comparison was burning. Finally, they joined the crazy running group. On the playground, a large group of people ran frantically, one circle after another did not mean to stop. The students who arrived at the playground one after another saw this scene, and none of them were not shocked and stood outside the runway to point. With the increase of the number of laps, Lin Xian was the first one who couldn't hold on. His feet were as heavy as lead. He was panting like an ox and his lungs were burning. Lin Xian understood that he couldn't go on like this. The current situation was beyond his tolerance. He moved to the outside of the runway and squatted slightly. What's wrong with Chen Feng? I've never seen him explode so much energy. The field's frantic attack continued. Chen Feng, the initiator, had already had some difficulty. When he ran to the 8th lap, he realized that he was a little overexcited today. Such a reckless and rapid running was not like his own style. However, when Chen Feng wanted to slow down, she found that there were several more people around him. They were Hong Shuibin and Nangong Mengai. Each of them had a dedicated expression on his face. His eyes were firm and his eyes were fixed on the track. With the swing of his body, his sweat flowed down continuously. Well, I can't stop now. I'll see who can't hold on first. Young people are always eager to win. Chen Feng has no reason to rest, so she can only hold her teeth. Another circle passed. Hong Shuibin and Nangong Mengai began to show different colors on their faces. Their breath gradually became disordered and their pace gradually became smaller. Obviously, they were approaching the extreme edge. However, Pan Yugua and Mirangshuan remained firm, and they still chose to continue to insist. Chen Feng's 3 men slowly fell behind. Pan Yugua and Nurongchuan took the lead in running another lap ahead. Nangong Mengdai was the first to stop. Chen Feng slowed down after seeing this, and Hong Shuaibin also took the opportunity to leave the runway. Up to now, there are only 2 people left on the track. Pan Yugua and Nurongchuan are not satisfied with each other, so they can finally have a competition. However, they poured out the milk to sprint, but there was always a time when the manpower was exhausted, and finally they fell to the ground together and were in a decisive position. Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin helped each other to walk to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a rest for a long time and gave heroic applause to the 2 people who came back. You 2 are so powerful. You have been sprinting so many circles. With all your strength. I am trembling when I look at you. However, Hong Shuaibin was not satisfied. Looking back at Pan Yugua, he was unwilling to say, but we lost after all. The 2 of them can still run, and we are exhausted. Chen Fengshan looked at the 2 people who finally stopped in the runway. He was not discouraged, but hoped, Shuaibin, don't be discouraged. We haven't been specially trained. Since childhood. There must be a gap between them. But fortunately, from today's point of view, this gap has not been pulled very big. We have the opportunity to catch up. Hong Shuaibin listened to Chen Feng's words in his heart, shut his mouth and adjusted his breathing recovery. Lin Xian asked Chen Feng, if you don't say anything else, Chen Feng, you are a little different today. What's the matter? Chen Feng knew what Lin Xian was referring to, and just explained it to them. I found out today that the reason why genius can become a genius is not only because they have talent that ordinary people do not have, but also because they can make efforts that ordinary people can't do. We should seize every minute and every second. We have no unparalleled talent, but we can have unparalleled diligence. What's more, our basic conditions are much better than others. So the time I wake you up today is very accurate. Chen Feng, don't blame me for calling you up again in the future. Chen Feng explained that Hong Shuaibin breathed his breath and immediately turned back to the ghost of the ancient spirit. Lin Xian grinned bitterly. It seems that it will be hard for them to have leisure time in this dormitory in the future. As soon as he looked up, Nangong Mengdai came to several people and said, will you practice fighting next? It must be practiced, don't you? When Hong Shuaibin thought of a possibility, his eyes suddenly widened. I'm short of a companion. I'll train with you in the morning. Lin Xian, you can join me. Nangong Mengdai confirmed Hong Shuaibin's conjecture, and went straight to Lin Xian and decided not to give him the chance to refuse. Chen Feng is still a little happy when she is surprised. The combination of Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai makes people curious, that's right. It's really inconvenient for us to practice with 3 of us. Lin Xian often has no opponent to cooperate with. If you can join us, it's just one-on-one. It's very welcome. As soon as Hong Shuaibin's eyes turned, he understood Chen Feng's thoughts and repeatedly said that he agreed. It won't work. These 2 bad friends. Lin Xiangang wants to refuse. Nangong Mengdai has made a final conclusion and takes a fighting posture. That's settled. Let's start. I haven't agreed yet. Lin Xian also wants to make a final desperate struggle. Unexpectedly, 2 bad friends of Chen Feng and Hong Shuaibin push him forward. Lin Xian can't help but stagger to stand in front of Nangong Mengdai. Nangong Mengdai immediately catches the opportunity given by Chen Feng, and does not give Lin Xian a chance to speak. When Lin Xian is attacked, he can't be beaten in vain. His backhand blocks Nangong Mengdia's fist. Nangong Mengdai can't be forgiven, and then 2 hands fly up and down to launch a tide-like attack. Lin Xian struggles to support him, and he is miserable. The clay figurine also has 3 points of fire. After being beaten but not fighting back, Lin Xian is no longer fighting back as an ostrich. Although it can't be said to be equal to Nangong Mengdai, at least the scene is much better. Chen Feng was also worried that Lin Xian would not be able to take care of himself because of Nangong Mengdian's life. After pushing him into the pit, he stayed carefully beside him. As a result, he saw that Nangong Mengdai had a good sense of propriety, and Lin Xian dared to fight against him, so he put down his heart and confronted Hong Shuaibin. After seeing Hong Shuaibin for a while, Chen Feng felt a little boring. Shuaibin, don't you think that this rigid method is not effective? What if we're going to be a little more serious about simulating real-world operations? Maybe it can help us understand the moves better. It happened that Hong Shuibin had the same idea. He didn't like to practice in a strict way. He directly agreed, "I'm just looking for it. I've been tired of such training for a long time. Chen Feng, I'm here. Be careful." After that, he changed the previous routine and flew up. It was estimated that he had made some blind moves. You create your own chaotic tricks, see me resolve them one by one, watch monkeys steal peaches. Chen Fenghao did not shrink back, calling monkeys to steal peaches, but his hands turned into fingers and went straight into Hong Shuibin's eyes. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't play according to the common sense, Hong Shuibin dodged the strange cry and said, "Bastard Chen Feng, the exterior is not the same as the inside and the outside. Let me open your mask." The two people fight together with each other's crackling, and they are saying all kinds of words at the same time, trying to confuse each other's thinking, which can be described as a hot fight. It doesn't matter if they fight with passion, but it makes Lin Xian miserable again. Lin Xian and Nangong Mengdai were not warm and practiced fighting skills. Although he was occasionally beaten and kicked by Nangong Mengdai, the strength was not so strong that it was acceptable. As a result, Nangong Mengdai watched Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin's war escalate. The flame in her heart began to stir, her strength and speed gradually upgraded, and Lin Xian began to struggle. "No disaster, how can the fire of war burn on my head?" Lin Xian almost wanted to cry without tears, but could not return to heaven. Seeing that Nangong Mengdai's attack is becoming more and more intense, Lin Xian's strength gap is too large, and she can't stop it at last, and she is completely reduced to human flesh sandbags. Finally, Chen Feng crackled and Lin Xian crackled. It was not the same thing to listen to harmony. It was just that Chen Feng was pounding his fist and foot, and Lin Xian was constantly being beaten. Lin Xian finally called out, "Stop, stop, stop. Nangong Mengdai, are you comfortable enough? I really can't carry this sandbag." Nangong Mengdai realized that he didn't control himself before. He helped Lin Xian and apologized, "I'm sorry, Lin Xian. I'm too immersed in practice and didn't consider your tolerance. I'm sorry to apologize. Don't blame you. The culprit is Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin." Lin Xian waved his hand. He knew Nangong Mengdai's character, and she controlled the fight well in front of her. It was all because Chen thinks you really caused an accident, but please control yourself as much as possible in the future. I'm just asking you to control yourself. I will. I'm sorry to lose control today. Nangong Mengdai is very ashamed. She is always proud of her self-control. Unexpectedly, she is not calm today. Chen Feng and Hong Shuibin are still fighting. The meaning of stopping is still spreading. Lin Xian looks at the time and stops them. It's almost time for class. You two stop quickly. You've practiced enough today. What? It's time for that? Chen Feng devoted himself to the practice, and did not realize the rapid passage of time. He retreated back and left Hong Shuibin's attack range. Hong Shuibin is still in his mind. But he has to catch up with him and continue to entangle him. Nangong Mengdai can't let him do what he wants. Let Lin Xian block in front of Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin stops. It's almost time to stop. In the battle, only Chen Feng was in the eyes of Hong Shuibin. The sudden appearance of Nangong Mengdai made him wake up. Nangong dreams of butterflies? What are you doing in front of me? Hong Shuibin, don't bite LV Dongbin. You don't know good people's hearts, but they are kind-hearted. Lin Xian didn't like to pull up Hong Shuibin and put his mobile phone in front of him. He said, "Look at the time. If you call Chen Feng again, we will all be late." "Why is it so late? We have practiced so long." Hong Shuibin grabs the mobile phone in disbelief. He looks at the numbers on it and can't believe it. Nangong Mengdai didn't talk nonsense with him again. He left a sentence and turned away. "I'll go back first and train together in the morning." "Okay, we don't have a problem. Anyway, you and Lin Xian are paired." Hong Shuibin is not too busy to watch the excitement, so he directly answers for others. Lin Xian looks speechless at Hong Shuibin and opens his clothes to let Chen Feng see where he is bruised by Nangong Mengdai. "Waterfront, don't mess with me. I'll die in her hands. Look at the wound. It's blue and purple. Chen Feng glanced at the injury, and took Lin Xian's palm to the dormitory with a naughty slap. If you can't put your child in a wolf, it's very important for others to start. Lin Xian is suffering a little bit more now. Later, he may marry a big lady to go home. Only the grinning that Lin Xian left in his place, sighing that fate was unfair and making bad friends. In the morning, it is teacher Lin's shooting class. Chen Feng and Han Shuoben are too focused on morning exercises, so they can step back to the dormitory and step back to the classroom after cleaning. They call for danger in their hearts. Other students are standing on their own shooting platform, listening. To the sound of the classroom door turned their heads to both people. Chen Feng and Han Shuoben were delighted by the morning exercises, and there was. Yesterday what teacher said about the change of machine A and the face was seen by the public. Zuxin Lin Wenjie and his two people were angry with their heart. Chen Feng and Han Shuoben quickly went to their shooting platform, and saw that teacher Lin had been waiting on the platform. Lin waited for all the staff to announce that they would start the class, the shooting training. Skills and methods I have taught you. You will continue to train fixed targets in this class. I will watch your progress, and the people who meet the training standards will come to you and inform the training mobile target. Can you train mobile targets? There was a lot of talk on the stage. He waited for teacher Lin to come to his side and watch the training to allow him to use the mobile target. Looking at the excited appearance of the students, Mr. Lin raised his hand and pressed down, quiet. You students are now able to train mobile targets, not a few, what is? The excitement? There are still actual shooting training after moving target. You have to learn a lot. To speed up the progress, we should do the training before you. Yes, Mr. Lin, we understand. Students have expressed their education. Then do your training without any other distractions, shooting level to my natural will see you. Lin told the crowd to start training, and looked down and focused on the console in front of them. Chen Feng silently gave himself a breath. I have the talent of shooting, I must quickly meet the training mobile target standard. As the gunshots in the classroom rang, the students began to put in the practice of forgetting me. Soon, Mr. Lin came down from the console and went straight to Panyu country. Should he be guided to use mobile target? Many students who stole the sight in the dark. Chen Feng, you see, teacher Lin has gone to Panyu country. This Panyu country is really a step faster. Han Shuoben paid attention to the action on the platform, and he was not angry to see Panyu State win the first chance. It's also impossible. We didn't touch the machine armor since we were young, and we didn't have special training, but they were normal. Fat first is not fat, then fat overwhelms Kong, there will always be a day that belongs to us. Chen Feng has a good mentality. Objective factors determine that their starting is not comparable to those who have the great family to cultivate, and the key is still in the future. Su went to Panyu State and said a few words. Indeed, Pan Yugwa stopped shooting static target and called out mobile target to practice. The students nearby were very red and their enthusiasm for training was strengthened. Chen Fenggang took his sight back from Panyu country, and saw Su Xian standing in front of him and Han Shuoben with Lin Wenji. Su Xian's face was still the expression of his life, see? Pan Yugwo can practice moving targets. And what about you? He said with a loud voice that he would defeat Pan Yugwa. Now he is still practicing fixed targets. It is really a smile to people. Chen Feng really wants to open their brain to study the circuit inside. Why always inexplicably run in front of themselves to provoke trouble? There is no deep hatred. It is necessary to sow bitter and deep hatred. What about Panyu country can practice moving target? Is that his Panbath country matter with you? The courage you have come to me to pretend to be forced. Han Shuoben saw that Su Xinqi did not fight one place, and it was disgusting to see two ghosts in the daytime. Yes, Panyu country has nothing to do with us, but I think you have too much tone. Come and see if you have a strength. Su Xian still spoke with a high expression, which made people feel like they were rewarded. Haha, see if I have strength? Who do you think you are? Han Shuoben seems to hear the joke of Tianda. The Su Xian thinks of himself as someone, and dare to say this kind of words. I'm not who, but I know I'm not a Panbath opponent. Xu Xin pretended to force him again and finally threw out his purpose, so Today we will try one match. If you win, I will leave immediately, but if I win, I will not let me hear you speak shame again. The good who come from different places don't come. Chen Feng feels a little inappropriate. He doesn't want to agree with Su Xian's comparative test now, but why should we promise your comparison? You suddenly come to challenge us, are we not conspiracy? Chen Feng, why not promise? Unfortunately, Hong Shuoben cannot bear Su Xian's provocation, and dial Chen Feng to go to Su Xian and should take a comparative test. I promise you to compare the test. How can you say better than the law? It's refreshing. It's like a man. Su Xian clapped his hand and made a plot to eat. Su Xian's look is too strange to make Chen Feng uneasy. Hong Shuoben should not be in the ring. Su Xian, what do you want to do? Don't talk nonsense. You can draw a way to compare it. Hong Shuoben was more impatient and urged Su Xian not to grind his jaw. Su Xian walked slowly to Chen Fengpong's shooting platform, which was free because of Lin Xian's transition. He stroked the gun that had lost its owner and said, since we are in shooting class now, we might as well use shooting to compete. It's very simple. The pit is here. Chen Feng suddenly realized that Hong Shuoben's shooting platform was right beside him. Naturally, he took the initiative. Hong Shuoben's shooting performance was not good. Su Xian must have secretly looked at it and designed this bureau to let Hong Shuoben step in on his own initiative. Chen Feng, a good friend, was assailed by others. She immediately took the lead. This is a good proposal from Su Xian. I'll have a competition with you. Chen Feng, it's not good for you to be like this. It's Hong Shuoben who promised me. Naturally, it's up to him to compete with me. Su Xian will never agree to Chen Feng's statement that his goal is to retaliate against Hong Shuoben, and he will definitely bite him. Chen Feng is in a hurry. Hong Shuoben has already opened his mouth in front of the public and should take a competition. Now if he changes his words and refuses, he will surely fall into the trap. However, if he is allowed to compete, the probability of losing is too great. What can we do? Hong Shuoben finally understood that he had been trapped by Su Xian. He had to be brave enough to lose with dignity even if he lost. When Hong Shuoben was ready to ask for details, Zhang Zhirong came out from his side. In this case, there are two people on both sides of you. It will be over if you compare two games. Yes. Helpstraw stretched in front of Chen Feng immediately agreed. I didn't expect that Su Xian had been prepared, and immediately set the rules. Yes, I'll compare with Hong Shuoben, Chen Feng, and Lin Wenjie, so it's settled. Chen Feng also wanted to argue. Hong Shuoben thought that the trouble was caused by himself. He could not let his friends break his heart for himself. He took Chen Feng's hand in secretly. Explained, Chen Feng, today is my fault, so I easily walked into the enemy's trap. If I lose later, you must win Lin Wenjie, and win beautifully. Otherwise, I can't afford to lose this man. I'm very worried. Your shooting ability is not very optimistic. We don't know the shooting strength of Su Xian. Today, he came directly to you, obviously prepared. I can't watch you lose. Chen Feng is not willing to give up, but also wants to continue to persuade Hong Shuoben. However, Su Xian didn't give them time to continue the discussion, but he once again challenged Hong Shuoben. What's the use of you secretly murmuring? Now. Can we make rapid progress in our strength? Hong Shuoben, please hurry up. I just praised you as a man. Don't let me take back my words. Give this guy to me, please. Hong Shuoben felt that he couldn't hide anymore. Finally, he told Chen Feng to return to his shooting platform. And said to Su Xian, who was standing on the shooting platform of Lin Xian, how to compare it. You say, I will accompany you well this time. Good, the rules are very simple. We shoot 10 shots at each 50-meter static target with a beam rifle. The one with the highest total number of rings wins. Are you okay? Su Xian tried his best to make the situation return to his own imagination, and gave a brief account of the long-standing method of competition. That's it. There's nothing to say. Let's start now. Hong Shuoben is upset. He has no problem listening to the rules. He does not want to talk nonsense and directly proposes to start. Su Xian did not answer. He took up the beam rifle and fired 5 shots. After the 5 shots, he did not continue. Instead, he turned to look at Hong Shuibin and stretched his chin at him to indicate his turn. Hong Shuibin will understand, bow his head and kiss the beam rifle in his hand. I don't know if it's a temporary weapon? He shook his head and put aside his thoughts. He aimed at the bull's eye and pulled the trigger 5 times in a row. Su Xian saw that Hong Shuibin put down the gun, did not immediately finish the remaining 5 shots, but the operation display instrument called out the results of the first 5 rounds. Seeing Su Xian's mouth showing a smile, Chen Feng probes to see the numbers above, and then comes back to see Hong Shuibin. After comparison, Chen Feng is cool, and Hong Shuibin is afraid that it will be difficult. Chen Feng doesn't want Hong Shuibin to know the difference between them, so as to avoid the burden. Su Xian will not be so kind and read out his achievements, 5 guns and 45 rings. What about Hongbin? Chen Feng looks at Su Xian angrily, this is to kill the heart. Hong Shuibin was more open than Chen Feng and read out word by word, 5 guns, 40 rings. Seeing Su Xian's success, Lin Wenjie used a relaxed tone to stimulate Hong Shuibin again. The first 5 shots are 5 rings short, which is hard to trace. Chen Feng wanted to kill them in person, but it was Hong Shuibin's contest, and he couldn't intervene. Chen Feng went to Hong Shuibin and wanted to cheer him on. Suddenly, he saw that Hong Shuibin's eyes had become different from usual. Chen Feng had not seen this resolute and solemn manner several times in the past 20 years. It seems that Su Xian really aroused the anger of Hong Shuibin. Hong Shuibin's eyes moved slowly. Seeing Chen Feng's worried expression, he nodded slightly and said in a deep voice to Su Xian, go on. Can't wait? I will help you. Su Xining measured with a smile. He aimed his gun at the target in front of him. This time, he didn't shoot continuously, but put down the beam rifle and read out the result, 9.1 ring, Floodbin is your turn. It seems that Su Xian is going to press Hong Shuibin step by step, trying to crush him with increasing pressure. Hong Shuibin, you must hold on. Unfortunately, Chen Feng can't change anything but pray that Floodbin can turn the corner. Su Xian's intention is very obvious, and Hongbin's heart is clear, even if my shooting results are not excellent, I can't lose to such figures. With his anger burning in his heart, Hong Shuibin became more calm. When he took up the beam rifle again and aimed at the target, he felt in a trance that the target was in front of him. The numbers of each ring on the target were so clear that it was easy to pull the trigger. Pa! With a light sound, Hong Shuibin's bullet successfully hit the target in the distance. Chen Feng and several other people approached the performance display instrument and waited anxiously for the data to be displayed. Soon the results emerged, 9.9 ring. Yes. Hong Shuibin, you are wonderful. Keep going like this and you can win. Chen Feng clenched her fist excitedly and waved it into the air. Hong Shuibin is still expressionless, standing quietly in place waiting for Su Xian to continue. Blind cat meets dead mouse. Su Xian was a little surprised that Hong Shuibin was able to play such a high number of rings. However, he was not too worried about his huge advantage. After shooting steadily, he stared at the performance indicator. 9 rings, can you still play the result just now? Wait and see. Hong Shuibin murmured softly and continued to immerse himself in his mysterious state. He held his breath and shot slowly. After that, he held a beam rifle and closed his eyes. Seeing Hong Shuibin's half-dead appearance, Su Xian was a little proud. He instructed Lin Wenjie to read out his achievements. No matter how you play tricks, no one can save you. Wenjie, look at how many rings he has. Lin Wenjie stood next to Hong Shuibin's performance display instrument. After seeing Hong Shuibin's achievements, he was hesitant to say what to say. He was urged by Su Xian to answer the conditional launch, 9.9 ring. What? What a piece of shit. It's absolutely impossible, Wenjie. Take a closer look to see if the scores have not been updated. Su Xian still does not want to believe that the Floodbin can continuously play high ring number, asked Lin Wenjie to see clearly. Lin Wenjie had to look up and down carefully at Hong Shuibin's performance indicator several times. Finally, he raised his hand weakly and replied, it's really 9.9. It's the same score as the first shot. Grass. The leading edge was quickly drawn closer. Su Xian's stomach full of fire had no place to spread. He could only hammer down the tabletop of the shooting platform. To comfort himself, there are only 3 guns left. Hong Shuibin is still 3.3 rings away from me. As long as I have no less than 9 rings per shot, he can't catch up with him. Chen Feng is also calculating the difference in the number of rings between the two people. After calculating, Hong Shuibin's chances of winning are still slim. He is worried. Shuibin is rarely in such a good state now, but it's a pity that he lost too much in front of him. If Su Xian doesn't make mistakes and is defeated in this state, can Shuibin accept it? Higher than 9 rings, higher than 9 rings, higher than 9 rings. Su Xian repeatedly thought about the target and tried to hypnotize himself. As a result, he failed to calm down and made mistakes in the cooperation between his eyes and hands. He shot the gun in a hurry. Not good. Su Xian was in a bad mood. Looking at the numbers on the performance indicator, his face was livid, and he didn't read the result for a long time. Zheng Zhirong was quite willing to help Su Xian. He ran to his side to help him report his results to other people. It's only 7.3 rings. Did you make a mistake this time? Su Xian is angry. Zheng Zhirong's behavior is like adding fuel to the fire. He looks at Zheng Zhirong as if he wants to kill Zheng Zhirong with his eyes, and his beam rifle is pinched. By him Chen Feng came over and seemed to dissuade him, but in fact he stabbed him again. Su Xian, you should not damage the public property because a beam rifle is very expensive. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the beam rifle in Su Xian's hands rang more fiercely, as if it would explode in the next second. However, these things did not affect Hong Shuibin on the other side. Since he closed his eyes, Hong Shuibin has been immersed in his own world. After hearing Su Xian's gunshot, he did not take a look at this side. His self-care gun was one shot. Mr. Su's anger turned to Mr. Lin's and said, I'm afraid that he's too slow. 9.5 ring, Hong Shuibin is 9.5 ring. The advantage is only 1.1. Su Xian felt the muscles on his face were twitching uncontrollably. Although Hong Shuibin's performance had also declined this time, he began to feel that the situation of winning steadily suddenly turned into a downward trend, which was hard for him to accept. Another time he slowly picked up the beam rifle. Su Xian took a few deep breaths in succession. After spitting out the last breath of turbid gas in his chest, he aimed at the target in the distance. This gun can never be wrong again. Chen Feng immediately turned her head and looked at the performance indicator. The big 9.2 ring numbers on it were so dazzling. This time Su Xian played normally, as if he pushed the flood bin to the edge of the cliff.